In the true spirit realm, within a remote corner, lay Shangyun village. Linger father is going into seclusion to break through my realm. You must stay here in the village and wait for me to finish my closed-door cultivation. After I come out, I will take you to find your mother, all right. Lu Ming gently stroked his little daughter's head, speaking in a soft, tender voice. Daddy, really? I am no longer a 3-year-old child, I am already 4 now. You have said something like this many times already. Little Lu Linger stared back with her round, glistening eyes as she spoke. She wore a tiny red robe, her cheeks full and round. Paired with those wide, shining eyes, she was the perfect little heart-stealer for any doting father. Hearing this, Lu Ming gave an awkward smile. He had said it many times, but as a father he truly had no choice. Who asked her mother to be that terrifying? Lu Ming muttered inwardly. In truth, he was not someone from this world at all, but a transmigrator. Unfortunately, in this world of cultivation, he possessed no spiritual roots for cultivation at all, and had no choice but to marry his childhood sweetheart, have a child, and live as an ordinary man. Then something utterly absurd happened. For years ago, after he and his wife Yun Yin diligently cultivated the fields, little Linger was born. On that very day, his wife, Yun Yin, suddenly awakened. She turned out to be a reincarnated Immortal Emperor. Lu Ming was dumbfounded on the spot. In the end, Yun Yin told him she had countless karmic entanglements to resolve and innumerable enemies to face. To protect him and little Linger, she could only leave behind a formation that concealed them from the heavenly, will then drift away without a trace. She also warned Lu Ming that he must not go looking for her. Once she had slain all her enemies and severed every strand of karma, she would come to find the father and daughter. Lu Ming understood the peril hidden within and did not argue. He quietly took up the role of stay-at-home father. Then something even more ridiculous happened. Lu Ming awakened a system. On the second day after Yun Yin departed, his sign-in system arrived. Relying on the sign-in system, Lu Ming quietly hid in Shangyun village, checking in day after day while his cultivation soared. Chi refining foundation, establishment golden core, nascent soul. True immortal golden immortal king, until he reached the realm of Immortal Emperor as he was now. Yes, in a mere 4 years, Lu Ming had relied on the sign-in system to attain the Immortal Emperor realm. After reaching Immortal Emperor, he did not rush to seek out his wife. After all, if an Immortal Emperor were truly invincible in this world, his wife would never have needed to reincarnate. So he continued to raise their child while lying low. Until today, he had finally welcomed an opportunity for a breakthrough. As long as he passed the true God tribulation, he could condense a godhood and ascend to the true God realm. He had already made up his mind. Once he successfully advanced to the true God realm, he would go find his wife, help her cut off karma, annihilate her enemies, and give his little girl a perfect home. This time, father is not lying to you. Once I come out of seclusion, I will take you to find your mother immediately. Lu Ming rubbed his little girl's head, speaking gently. Okay, let's pinky swear. Little Linger obediently nodded, stretching out her chubby little hand. Lu Ming smiled faintly and hooked his finger with hers. All right, remember to wait for father in the village and do not run around. I will be back very soon. After making the promise, Lu Ming reminded her earnestly. Okay, daddy. Linger is the most obedient girl in all the world. Little Linger nodded vigorously, looking as though she had engraved his words into her heart. Lu Ming gave a small laugh, patted her on the head, and turned to leave. Soon his figure vanished completely into a rift in space. Humph, stinky daddy, he really thinks I'm a 3-year-old child. I am already 4 this year. If I believe you, I'm a little dog. Once Lu Ming disappeared, little Linger huffed in her milky, childish voice. If you won't take me to find mother, I will go myself, humph. You even want to trap me with a formation. Hell, I already know how to deal with it. Muttering to herself, little Linger finished speaking, then took out a small knife and casually slashed at the space before her. In an instant, a rift opened in the fabric of space. Mother Linger is coming to find you. Little Linger exclaimed in delight and stepped straight into the spatial rift. However, the moment she set foot inside the rift, all the various existences within Shangyun village exploded into an uproar. What to do? That little demon king has run out. An ancient tree spoke up. What else can we do? Just pretend we didn't see anything. A white sheep in the village joined in. If that one comes back and finds his little girl gone, won't he slaughter us all? A wooden horse also spoke up. What, you're going to drag her back yourself? Do you have that ability? What are you panicking for? It's not like you don't know how terrifying that little demon king's strength is. Exactly. Leaving aside her strength, which is at least on the level of an immortal king, just her collection of divine artifacts. Any one of them could suppress an entire era. Who knows where that one got so many divine artifacts from, completely arming the little demon king to the very last tooth. It's outrageously extravagant. Throughout the village, all sorts of strange things began to speak. Some were wells, some were fish, and some were blades of grass. Alas, to think I, the progenitor of the demon race, was actually captured to serve as a wet nurse for that little demon king. The white sheep continued. And me? I, a dignified immortal scholar, was actually tied up and brought here by that one to teach the girl her letters. Don't even mention it. I am the heavenly spirit immortal peach tree. just because that little demon king wanted to eat peaches that one dragged me here to plant me in this place. Who is more miserable than me? I am the illustrious Wudong divine tree. Even the ancestor of the Phoenix clan must pay me respect, yet I was turned into a wooden horse for the little demon king to play with. At least you're still alive. That one didn't erase your spiritual intelligence. Look at the Phoenix ancestor. Just because he stepped on the little demon king's foot, he was stewed on the spot. Now that the little demon king has left the village, the cultivation world is going to blow up. Meanwhile, in the flowing cloud mountain range, a terrifying battle was erupting. A woman was fighting a tiger demon. Each clash between them made space tremble, and the heavens subtly change color, the forests within several kilometers around them turning directly into dust. Yet beneath the two of them, there was a single blade of grass that remained untouched. The little grass was about as tall as a person's knee, resembling a tuft of wild grass, and at its tip hung a crystal-clear fruit. It was a minor enlightenment fruit. After consuming it, one could enter a state of sudden enlightenment, thereby comprehending laws and gaining an opportunity to break through to the deification realm. Clearly, the woman and the demon beast were fighting fiercely precisely because of this minor enlightenment fruit. Li Xingyue, your talent is indeed formidable, but to snatch the minor enlightenment fruit from this king's claws is pure delusion. The tiger demon suddenly spoke, its voice deep and boomy, radiating domineering arrogance. I have to at least try. The woman addressed as Li Xingyue replied, her expression slightly grave. She had already reached the nascent soul realm and was not far from deification. Having encountered something that could grant an opportunity to break through to deification, she naturally refused to let it slip away. Very well. I have heard that you, Li Xingyue, have cultivated for only a few hundred years and are already at nascent soul. Your talent is indeed exceptional. Today this king will slay you and remove a future threat for our demon race. The tiger demon snorted coldly and once again charged at Li Xingyue. In a blink, the two were locked in fierce combat once more. Perhaps because both sides focused all their attention on each other, neither noticed that a tiny figure had suddenly appeared beside the minor enlightenment fruit. Hee, I'm out. Stinky Daddy still wants to trap me. No way. Little Linger muttered to herself. Oh, as she spoke the corner of her eye naturally caught sight of the minor enlightenment fruit. A wild fruit. It looks so pretty, it must be delicious. Without a second thought, she plucked the minor enlightenment fruit straight from the stalk. The instant she plucked it, Li Xingyue and the tiger demon both sensed it stopping at once and hovering in midair to look toward Little Linger. They arrived just in time to see Little Linger biting into the minor enlightenment fruit. Silence, utter deathly silence. In that moment, even time itself seemed to freeze. Both Li Xingyue and the tiger demon stared at the little girl who was treating the minor enlightenment fruit as some wild snack. Their minds plunged into a brief blank. For the sake of this fruit, the two of them had already fought for 3 days and 3 nights. And now, it was actually being gnawed on like a wild fruit by a little girl. Wow, so sweet, so juicy. Even tastier than the fruit from Old Peach Tree. Seemingly unaware of the person and beast in the sky, Little Linger continued munching on the minor enlightenment fruit all by herself. You damned little thing, die for this king. The tiger demon suddenly snapped back to its senses, eyes nearly splitting with rage as it lunged toward Little Linger. That fruit was its key to advancing to the Demon King realm. It had guarded this thing for a full 1,000 years. Now that Little Linger was treating it like some wild fruit, how could it not be furious? How could it not burn with rage? Little sister, look out. Seeing this, Li Xingyue's expression changed as she cried out in warning. As she shouted, she also struck out, attempting to intercept the tiger demon. However, the tiger demon's strength was at least equal to hers, perhaps even a bit stronger. Now that it was attacking in a rage, how could she possibly stop it? Wow, big kitty, it's a big kitty. And it can fly. Little Linger watched the charging tiger demon, her clear eyes shining, as she spoke, pure innocence written all over her face. At her words, the tiger demon's face twitched again. It was a lofty sky demon equivalent to a human nascent soul true lord. In its veins even flowed a trace of the sacred white tiger bloodline. Whether in strength or bloodline, it was a rather outstanding existence among the demon race. And now it was being called a big kitty. Die. The tiger demon's fury surged to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right before Little Linger and brought its paw slamming down at her. It was determined to smash her into a puddle of flesh. Stop! Li Xingyue shouted, pushing herself to the limit as she rushed over. Unfortunately, she was still too late. She could only watch helplessly as the tiger demon's paw drew closer and closer to Little Linger. But in the next instant, Li Xingyue was completely stunned. Gazing at the clear water poured from the gourd, Li Xingyue's expression was dazed, her breath quickening as memories of a book titled Ancient Divine Artifacts surfaced in her mind. Ancient Divine Artifacts was a book passed down from her Linglong pavilion. It recorded various strange spiritual objects from ancient times. Li Xingyue clearly remembered that this book described a peculiar spiritual object known as Hunyuan heavenly water. Hunyuan heavenly water gathers the essence of heaven and earth, the flowers of the sun and moon. It can wash the marrow and cleanse the impurities, changing one's constitution. For ordinary people, consuming it has a high probability of giving birth to a spiritual body. For spiritual body possessors, it has a high probability of transforming their constitution into a Dao body. For Dao body possessors, it has a chance of transforming into a holy body. If a holy body possessor consumes it, there is also a certain probability of transforming into a divine body. She muttered to herself, intensely fixating on the gourd in the hands of Xiao Linger, her breathing becoming even more rapid. There was no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. That must be Hunyuan heavenly water. If I can obtain it, then my Linglong's spiritual body will surely. Li Xingyue thought, her heart racing. She was originally the holy maiden of Linglong Pavilion with a talent that was the strongest in thousands of years. The reason for this was her possessing the Linglong's spiritual body. A spiritual body, regardless of its type, has only one function. It allows its possessor to effortlessly cultivate to the nascent soul realm, and the transitions between realms do not encounter bottlenecks. In just a few hundred years, she advanced from the Qi refining stage straight to the nascent soul stage, all because of this. However, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, her progress slowed down. To be precise, it had completely stagnated. For at the nascent soul stage, the potential of the spiritual body had been nearly exhausted. To break through to the God transformation stage, there are only two paths to take. The first is to obtain heavenly spiritual objects that can assist in understanding the Tao. Just like the small Tao fruit she was contending for with the tiger demon. Or great Tao fruits, Daughte, and other spiritual objects that can assist in understanding the Tao, thus comprehending the laws. The second path is to transform the spiritual body. As long as the spiritual body transforms into a Tao body, she can advance further. Moreover, the benefits of transforming the spiritual body into a Tao body are not merely about making further progress. What is a Tao body? A natural affinity with the Tao is crucial for a Tao body. In Li Xingyu's impression, a Tao body allows a person to powerfully advance from the Qi refining stage all the way to the Great Ascension stage. In other words, a Tao body possessor will not encounter any bottlenecks while advancing from the Qi refining stage to the Great Ascension stage. Take the breakthrough from the nascent soul stage to the God transformation stage, for instance. To break through from the nascent soul stage to the God transformation stage, the key lies in understanding the laws. When the number of laws understood reaches a certain quantity, one can break through to the God transformation stage. However, this single hurdle has stumped countless cultivators, because comprehending the laws is exceedingly difficult. Take Li Xingyue, for example, who she had already perfected the nascent soul stage 100 years ago. Yet for a full 100 years, she hadn't touched the surface of the laws, let alone comprehended them. However, Tao bodies are different. A Tao body possessor, as long as they cultivate to the perfected nascent soul stage, can effortlessly comprehend the laws, even choosing which laws to refine. This is the difference between a Tao body and a spiritual body. Now that Xiao Linger has produced the Hunyuan heavenly water that can transform a spiritual body into a Tao body, it would be a lie to say Li Xingyue wasn't moved. However, after weighing the pros and cons, she had no choice but to abandon the thought of seizing it. Setting aside everything else, even just Xiao Linger's strength was enough to make her feel daunted. After all, even the tiger demon who could rival her was easily subdued by Xiao Linger, let alone her. And even if she succeeded in the robbery, she would still have to face the repercussions from Xiao Linger's backing. Therefore, from every angle, she could only feel tempted but not act. Forget it. Li Xingyue sighed, resolving the tiger demon's matter before returning to Xiao Linger's side. At that moment, the tiger demon had already been skinned by her. Little senior, I have dealt with it. Li Xingyue smiled, aware that she could not offend Xiao Linger and needed to befriend her instead. So soon. But sister, I haven't even washed the vegetables yet. Xiao Linger innocently spoke. What? Li Xingyue was momentarily dumbfounded. The vegetables are not yet washed. What does that mean? As she thought this, she suddenly noticed that the copper basin was already filled with more than half a basin of Hunyuan heavenly water. Seeing this scene, Li Xingyue's pupils abruptly shrank. It couldn't be. A little senior, you wouldn't want to use this water to wash vegetables, would you? Yes. This water is sweet, and the vegetables washed with it taste wonderful. Xiao Linger nodded innocently. I'm stunned. Li Xingyue was left completely speechless. What kind of person is this? The ancient divine object Hunyuan heavenly water is actually being used to wash vegetables. This. At that moment, she no longer knew what words to use to express her feelings. Little senior, this water is of great importance to me. Can I use it? Li Xingyue hesitated for a moment before speaking with flushed cheeks. She had no choice. The Hunyuan heavenly water was too important to her. She simply did not want to miss out. Since she couldn't take it by force, she would exchange for it with something of equal value. That way Xiao Linger wouldn't be at a loss. Her backing should also know and not come to hold her accountable. Humph, little girl, I advise you not to have any designs on the young master. Before Li Xingyue could finish her words, a grand and ancient voice suddenly resounded in her mind. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's body trembled. Are there strong ones hiding in the dark? But she quickly reacted. Of course, a 4 or 5-year-old girl going out would definitely have protectors. Elder, I just want to exchange something of equal value for this Hunyuan heavenly water. Li Xingyue communicated back with her divine sense. Oh, since you know this is Hunyuan heavenly water, you should understand how precious it is. What can you offer in exchange? The ancient voice echoed again. Li Xingyue was at a loss for words. The function of Hunyuan heavenly water was evident, and its value was extremely terrifying. She truly had nothing of equal value to offer. Dao weapon, Elder, I am willing to exchange a Dao weapon for it. Li Xingyue thought for a moment, gritting her teeth as she spoke. A Dao weapon is a weapon used by cultivators at the God transformation stage. This type of weapon contains the might of the Dao and possesses a weapon spirit. It was the only thing she could present. Dao weapon. Huh? The ancient voice replied with scornful laughter. Look at what kind of existence I am. Just like the grand cauldron in front of you. The grand cauldron in front of her. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue looked at the grand cauldron. Swish. When her gaze fell on the grand cauldron, she felt her vision blur. When she looked again, she found herself in another space. Such terrifying Dao rhyme. Could it be inside a holy artifact? Li Xingyue thought, unable to help, but gasped in shock. A holy artifact, that is a terrifying weapon that surpasses Dao weapons. It is used by those at the Supreme Saint Realm. The Supreme Saint Realm is a terrifying existence that surpasses the Great Ascension Realm. Could it be that the backing of this little senior is the legendary Holy Land? She thought, her scalp going numb. That is a holy land. A terrifying force capable of commanding the entire cultivation world. She never expected that Xiao Linger actually came from the legendary Holy Land. However, thinking of Xiao Linger's situation, she felt relieved. At the age of 4 or 5, she already possessed God transformation realm cultivation, and could use Hunyuan heavenly water to wash vegetables. Only a holy land would have such depth to allow Xiao Linger to be so. A holy artifact. What trash is that? How could it even compare to me? The ancient voice echoed again, followed by a figure appearing in front of Li Xingyue. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was taken aback once more. Trash. But that is a sacred artifact, a weapon used by saints. Even a mere appearance of one would be enough to stir up a storm among practitioners. To be called trash, could this grand cauldron be an imperial artifact that surpasses sacred artifacts? Li Xingyue thought, her face paling immediately. An imperial artifact. It is rumored to be a unique treasure belonging to the Empyrean realm. And the Empyrean realm is a terrifying existence that surpasses the Saint realm. In today's cultivation world, the Empyrean realm has become a legend. At least Li Xingyue had never seen a living Empyrean. Not to mention the Empyrean realm, she had never even seen the Saint realm. Imperial artifact. The old man seemed to see through her thoughts and chuckled. A mere imperial artifact cannot compare to it. It was originally a fairy king's weapon, a legendary spirit treasure. Originally, it ruled over a world, enjoying a life of utmost supremacy. But one day, Lu Ming descended. With just a gentle grasp, it was sealed away and ultimately became a special stew pot for Xiao Linger. Senior, what do you mean? Li Xingyue snapped back to reality and asked in confusion. You are too weak. There are some things you cannot come into contact with. Let's talk about serious matters. About this little fellow. The spirit of the Grand Cauldron waved its hand, unwilling to say more. Because this matter is a disgrace to it. What instructions do you have, senior? Li Xingyue respectfully replied. This little one has sneaked out. She is completely ignorant of the cultivation world. Yet she possesses many treasures, and abundance of them. Even a single item she takes out would be enough to shake the cultivation world. The spirit of the Grand Cauldron spoke. Sneaked out. Li Xingyue was taken aback. She had thought that Xiao Linger had been released for training. Unexpectedly, she had snuck out. What I need you to do is simple. Do not let her be deceived, which means stopping anyone who wishes to deceive her out of her treasures. Also, any requests she makes must be met. Do you understand? The spirit of the Grand Cauldron continued. Understood. Li Xingyue nodded firmly. This was not difficult for her. If she could obtain the Hunyuan Tian water at such a cost, it would not be a loss. Senior, what about her safety? Li Xingyue pondered and asked again. In her eyes, Xiao Linger was at the transformation realm. Such a cultivation level is powerful. But if she encounters someone at the integration or great ascension realm, it would not be enough. And against such beings, neither she nor Linglong Pavilion could handle them. You don't need to worry about her safety. You only need to fulfill her requests and stop any behavior that deceives her out of her treasures. The spirit of the Grand Cauldron scoffed lightly. Li Xingyue did not know Xiao Linger's cultivation level, but it was well aware. The Fairy King realm. On par with its previous master. Such a level, even without any combat experience, is not something just anyone can handle. To pose a threat to Xiao Linger, one would at least need to be in the Fairy King realm. Such existences are rare, even in the cultivation world of its own era. Not to mention the little girl has that terrifying existence behind her. Understood. Li Xingyue nodded. All right, you may go now. The spirit of the Grand Cauldron said no more and waved its hand, directly expelling Li Xingyue. As her vision blurred, she found herself back beside Xiaolinger. Pretty sister, why are you in a daze? Not moving at all. I'm talking to you, and you're ignoring me. Xiaolinger stared at her with wide round eyes. In a daze. Not moving. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was momentarily stunned. Soon she reacted. It seemed that her consciousness had been drawn into that Grand Cauldron, and it was not of her own volition. This sort of method, Li Xingyue thought, looking at the Grand Cauldron with a sense of dread. Little Junior, I'm fine, I just lost focus thinking about some things. Oh. Xiaolinger nodded, not suspecting anything. What were you going to say just now? You haven't finished your words. Li Xingyue hurriedly said, I want to exchange for some water you use to wash the vegetables. Don't worry, I will give you something of equal value in return. What about this for a trade? As she spoke, she hurriedly took out a hairpin. It was an ice blue hairpin looking extremely beautiful. Of course, this hairpin was also a Dao artifact. She obtained it from a relic, but the spirit inside seemed to be in a deep slumber. Wow, it's so pretty. I'll trade. Once I find my mother, this will be a perfect gift for her. Xiaolinger's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the hairpin. However, when she mentioned her mother, a hint of sadness flickered in her watery eyes, making one feel heartbroken. Mother? Li Xingyue furrowed her brow, slightly, asking in confusion. Yes. I snuck out to find my mother. I've never seen her since I was little. Stinky father told me that my mother went out for something, but she has never come home. Stinky father has said several times that he would take me to find my mother. He never kept his promises, treating me like a 3-year-old and fooling me. Now I'm 4 years old, he can't fool me anymore. That's why I sneaked out to find my mother. Xiaolinger continuously spoke, complaining about Lu Ming's deception while filled with longing for her mother. Such complex emotions made Li Xingyue feel a pang of heartache, because she too had never seen her parents since she was little. So she understood Xiaolinger's pain. Do you know where to find your mother? Li Xingyue asked. I don't know, I have no idea where to find my mother. Upon hearing this, Xiaolinger's mood immediately fell and tears began to well up in her eyes. It's okay, a sister is here. I'll help you find your mother, alright? Li Xingyue gently patted her head, feeling sorry for her. Okay. Sister knows how to find your mother. Xiaolinger instantly brightened up. The child's emotions were vividly showcased. Sister doesn't know, but I heard there are many who cultivate the ultimate Tao of heaven. Sister can take you to find such people, help you figure out where your mother is. Li Xingyue spoke. This was also her purpose, because she also wanted to find out where her parents were. Okay. Here, sister, you wanted this water, right? It's all inside. I'm giving it to you, consider it a reward for helping me. The master said to get someone to help you, you have to both reward and threaten. You must give 2 slaps and then 2 candies. Pretty sister is a good person, you don't need to give 2 slaps. This water can be considered candy, Xiaolinger said with a cheerful smile. Her words left Li Xingyue momentarily stunned. Reward and threaten. 2 slaps and then a candy. Isn't it reward and threat? She quickly reacted and couldn't help but chuckle. Reward and threaten sounds a bit odd. Close enough. Xiaolinger's little face flushed as she laughed. Her adorable demeanor also made Li Xingyue smile. Although Xiaolinger was willing to give her the Hunyuan Tian water, she still took out the hairpin to exchange. She didn't take Xiaolinger's gourd, she simply took out a container to fill some Hunyuan Tian water. As for the reason, it was because the moment she touched the gourd, her consciousness was once again pulled into a strange space for some lessons. Sister, are you going to help me wash the vegetables? These vegetables are very delicious. Xiaolinger joyfully tucked the hairpin away and pointed at the vegetables she had taken out. Vegetables. At this moment, Li Xingyue finally noticed the vegetables that Xiaolinger had brought out. Following the direction of her finger, her breath caught in her throat. Spiritual herbs, or more accurately, precious herbs. For those spiritual materials have reached the age of 10,000 years. At the 10,000-year level, spiritual herbs have transformed into precious herbs. Not only that, among them there are a few that Li Xingyue feels have reached the 100,000-year level. At the 100,000-year level, they are considered holy herbs. Linger, is this the vegetable you want to use? Li Xingyue spoke with a dry mouth, because little Linger already believed her. So she had already told her real name. Yes, these vegetables are delicious, little Linger nodded. Li Xingyue, all of them are precious herbs, and there are even a few holy herbs. How could they not be delicious? Now she is certain. Little Linger's background is definitely not as simple as a sacred land. Because holy herbs are not something that can be used as vegetables even in a sacred land. Perhaps only the legendary forbidden forces, the Imperial Garden, could manage that. Li Xingyue took a deep breath, feeling emotional. If the sacred land is the ruler of the cultivation world, then the Imperial Garden is the controller of the cultivation world. Only the legendary Imperial Garden would have the capital to allow little Linger to squander so freely. Little Linger didn't care so much. She directly placed those precious herbs into the basin to wash. Li Xingyue suppressed her shock and began to help wash. Soon, all the precious herbs were cleaned. In fact, there wasn't much to wash. And these peaches are incredibly sweet. They are great for relieving greasiness. Little Linger spoke, bringing over several fist-sized peaches. Peaches? Li Xingyue was taken aback. Looking at the peaches, she was stunned again. She couldn't discern what grade they belonged to. However, the terrifying part was that the fragrance emanating from the peaches actually caused a slight stirring in her stagnant realm. They must surely exceed the quality of the primordial celestial water. What exactly are these? Li Xingyue thought in shock. Heavenly spirit peaches, things that prolong life. Just one can extend a person's lifespan by 10,000 years. Suddenly the voice of the great cauldron spirit echoed in her mind. What? See. After hearing this, Li Xingyue's body trembled fiercely. One can extend life by 10,000 years. How is that possible? 10,000 years. In her impression, only terrifying existences at the integration stage, or even the great ascension stage, could possess such a long lifespan. But now a single peach could grant such longevity. Senior, could this possibly be an imperial medicine? Li Xingyue transmitted with a dry mouth. After hearing this, the great cauldron spirit chuckled disdainfully. Imperial medicine. What a worthless thing. This is a bona fide celestial medicine. Even beings from the immortal realm would be envious of it. This is not something you can comprehend. Just do your part. The great cauldron spirit didn't elaborate further, because even if explained, Li Xingyue at the nascent soul stage couldn't understand. Li Xingyue didn't pursue the matter further. Soon after everything was washed, Little Linger began to stew. She still used the primordial celestial water as plain water. As for those precious herbs, she tossed them all into the great cauldron. So extravagant. Li Xingyue, who was quietly watching, thought to herself with a wry smile. She had seen extravagant people, but she had never seen someone as extravagant as Little Linger. Using primordial celestial water as plain water, precious herbs, and holy herbs as vegetables. Yet these things were merely used to stew a heavenly beast. This tiger demon will be fortunate to be stewed with such ingredients once it dies. Li Xingyue thought. As the great cauldron automatically ignited flames, a delicious aroma quickly wafted out from within. Sister was indeed right, stewing the lovely kitty really makes it fragrant. Smelling the aroma, Little Linger drooled. Li Xingyue smiled wryly and didn't respond. Just those precious herbs plus primordial celestial water. Not to mention stewing a demon beast. Even stewing a slipper would smell good. After a while, everything was ready. Let's eat, let's eat. Little Linger exclaimed joyfully, bringing out a set of utensils and starting to feast. Li Xingyue looked at the contents in the great cauldron, her mouth watering. But she didn't dare to move, because these were Little Linger's things. Sister, you should eat too, it's so delicious, so delicious. Little Linger said while gnawing on a tiger leg. Huh, can I eat? Li Xingyue was taken aback, weakly asking. She had a feeling that if she ate these things, she would definitely break through to the transformation stage. Of course, sister helped wash the vegetables, so hurry and eat he. Little Linger nodded, her small head cheeks puffed up as she spoke. If she lets you eat, then you eat. Consider it a favor for you, little girl. The great cauldron spirit's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue felt an overwhelming excitement. After swallowing a few bites, she hurried to the side and began to meditate and refine. Sister, aren't you eating? There's still plenty left. Little Linger looked at her in confusion. Sister is full, you eat. Li Xingyue smiled gently, and after explaining, she began to attempt to comprehend the laws. In an instant, she entered a state of enlightenment. Hee, then I'll eat more. Little Linger, unsuspecting, continued to eat. Buzz. Soon a powerful aura erupted from Li Xingyue's body. Transformation stage, I finally broke through. She stood up, radiating energy. Boom. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered in the sky. It was indeed Li Xingyue's transformation thunder tribulation. Oh, it's going to rain. Little Linger, still gnawing on a bone, remarked as she looked at the darkening sky. Rain. Li Xingyue, upon hearing this, smiled wryly in her heart. If it were just rain, it would be fine. This is her transformation thunder tribulation. Linger, stay away, this is my thunder tribulation. If you stay close to me, you will be targeted by the thunder tribulation. She explained. Huh, thunder tribulation. What is that? Little Linger tilted her head and asked. Huh. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was stunned. Little Linger doesn't know what a thunder tribulation is. Impossible. Cultivators have to face a thunder tribulation starting from the nascent soul stage. Every major realm breakthrough involves facing a thunder tribulation. How could Little Linger not know what a thunder tribulation is? However, looking at the thunder tribulation gathering in the sky, she had no time to inquire further. She merely said seriously, Little Linger, listen to your sister, stay far away. Okay then. Little Linger nodded and stood at a distance. Seeing this, Li Xingyue looked up at the thunder tribulation in the sky. Her expression turned serious. The transformation thunder tribulation, as long as she endures it, She could then use the power of the laws and become a true transformation stage cultivator. But if she couldn't endure it, it would mean death and destruction. Moreover, this transformation thunder tribulation is extremely terrifying. Come on, she shouted into the air. Boom. Instantly, the sound of thunder erupted, and a thunder dragon carrying the force to destroy the heavens and the earth charged out from the thundercloud, attacking Li Xingyue. The terrifying pressure made Li Xingyue's face pale slightly. As for little Linger, she stood at a distance gnawing on a tiger leg, her round eyes wide with curiosity. Control. A low voice escaped from Li Xingyue's lips, and instantly terrifying spiritual energy radiated from her body, forming a barrier above her. At that moment, the thunder dragon had already arrived. Bang! The thunder dragon collided with the barrier, producing a loud sound. Instantly, the sound of cracking echoed continuously. Li Xingyue's spiritual barrier developed cracks, and finally, with a crack, the barrier shattered. The thunder dragon, unrelenting, descended upon Li Xingyue. Instantly, a scream escaped from Li Xingyue's mouth. Her entire body was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, like a mirror on the verge of shattering. Her entire aura also became weak and feeble. So this is the transformation thunder tribulation. Just one strike can do this to me. I fear I won't survive this tribulation. Li Xingyue's mouth bled and her face was filled with a desolate expression. She turned to look at that small figure. Linger, I'm sorry, sister may not be able to take you to find your mother. She spoke with deep regret. Little Linger, who was stunned, came to her senses. Anger appeared on her small face. If you dare to hurt my sister, I will fight you. She yelled at the thundercloud above. Linger, don't. Quickly run. Li Xingyue's expression changed drastically. Little Linger's actions were undoubtedly provoking the heavens. Boom. The next moment, the sound of thunder erupted. Thunder dragons continuously charged out from the thundercloud. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds. Those thunder dragons all focused their gazes on little Linger. Not good, little Linger, run, quickly run. Li Xingyue's expression changed dramatically as she warned. With so many transformation thunder dragons and the power of the heavenly tribulation, even if little Linger was a transformation stage cultivator, she wouldn't survive. I won't run. If they dare to hurt my sister, I will fight them. Little Linger, puffed up with anger, declared. She was very angry now. Very angry. Boom. Just as Xiao Linger finished speaking, the thunder dragons surged towards her, each exuding an extremely terrifying presence. Xiao Linger. Li Xingyue's expression changed drastically. The thunder dragons were far stronger than the tribulation she was about to face. She wanted to move to save Xiao Linger. Unfortunately, she had already reached her own limit. Not to mention, acting, even speaking, was exceedingly difficult. Senior, quickly take her away. Li Xingyue hurriedly transmitted her voice to the cauldron. Why are you panicking? It's just a trivial thunder tribulation. It's nothing at all, came the voice of the cauldron's spirit. The tone was equally filled with disdain. Senior, Xiao Linger has reached the transformation realm and cannot withstand this thunder tribulation. Li Xingyue quickly spoke. Transformation realm. The cauldron's spirit, upon hearing this, displayed a strange emotion on its face. Who said Xiao Linger was at the transformation realm? That was a celestial king, a being as transcendent as its former master. Don't panic, it replied calmly without further explanation. Li Xingyue was stunned upon hearing this. Just then, the thunder dragons had all rushed to Xiao Linger. Facing the oncoming thunder dragons, Xiao Linger was filled with anger. You hurt my sister. I will fight you, she said, puffing out her cheeks, and suddenly unleashed a punch. There was no change in the heavens and earth, nor was there a terrifying aura. It appeared to be an ordinary punch. However, when her small fist made contact with the thunder dragon, a crisp sound echoed. To Li Xingyue's astonishment and disbelief, all the thunder dragons disintegrated into scattered fragments, vanishing into the void. Not only that, but she also saw a gust of fist wind surge forth, striking the thunderclouds above. Bang! A deep sound resounded. The thunderclouds in the sky were directly blown away, creating a vacuum. In the end, the vacuum zone continued to expand, completely dispersing the thunderclouds, and the gloomy color faded away. What? Li Xingyue was completely dumbfounded. A single punch, just an ordinary punch, actually dispersed her thunder tribulation. Heavens! This. She stood there dazed, her face filled with disbelief. After all, that was the thunder tribulation of the transformation realm, originating from the rules of heaven. What Xiao Linger faced was an even stronger version. After all, her actions were a provocation against the rules of heaven. Li Xingyue estimated that even a single one would not be manageable for someone at the transformation realm. Yet with Xiao Linger, that plain punch not only scattered the thunder dragons, but also directly disrupted her thunder tribulation. What realm is this girl in that she could achieve such a feat? Could it be that she is at the integration realm above the transformation realm? Li Xingyue thought, unable to help but gasp in surprise. But Xiao Linger is only 4 years old. 4 years old and has reached the integration realm. Sister, are you okay? After dispersing the thunder dragons and thunderclouds, Xiao Linger approached Li Xingyue with concern. "I'm fine, thank you, Xiao Linger," Li Xingyue said with a slight smile, genuinely grateful. If it weren't for Xiao Linger, she would surely have perished under the thunder tribulation today. Buzz. At that moment, radiant light appeared in the heavens and earth, streams of it merging into Li Xingyue's body. Her injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. "Oh, what's this? It's so beautiful," Xiao Linger exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she reached out to grab the colorful light. "Linger, this is a gift from heaven and earth," Li Xingyue said, patting her head. "A gift from heaven and earth? What's that? And what about that thunder tribulation you mentioned?" Xiao Linger tilted her head and asked. Li Xingyue patiently tried to explain, but unfortunately Xiao Linger could only grasp part of it, eventually covering her ears and tuning out, because it felt just like a lesson from a teacher. "Let's go first, accompany sister back to her faction. My master has connections with the elders of the Tianji Palace. It will be much more convenient." "Sister's faction? Is that your home?" Xiao Linger asked curiously. She naturally had no idea what a faction was. "Home? Sort of, let's go," Li Xingyue smiled. Okay, I'm going to visit sister's home." Xiao Linger immediately began to dance with joy. Seeing her lively and adorable demeanor, a smile appeared on Li Xingyue's face. Compared to the violent and bloody cultivation world, Xiao Linger's presence was a breath of fresh air. She lacked any scheming or ulterior motives. What she had was pure innocence, a quality unique to children. Then after Xiao Linger put away the pots and pans, she took Xiao Linger straight to Linglong Pavilion. "Xingyue, you broke through?" Li Xingyue's master Ling Xian looked at her return and asked in astonishment. As for Xiao Linger, who followed behind Li Xingyue, she was completely ignored. "Yes, master, I have broken through," Li Xingyue said happily. She did not mention Xiao Linger's matters, as she was well aware that if Linglong Pavilion learned of what Xiao Linger possessed, they would surely try to extract it by any means necessary, especially that longevity-granting peach. Therefore, she chose to keep Xiao Linger's matters a secret. Good, as long as you have broken through, that's all that matters," Ling Xian joyfully congratulated. "Master, I want to go to Tianji Palace to find Elder Tianji. I know you have connections with him, can you help me?" Li Xingyue changed the subject. "Tianji? Sai, can't you let go of your parents?" Forget it, I will help you get in touch, you can just go to Tianji Palace directly," Ling Xian sighed. "Thank you, master," Li Xingyue said happily. Ling Xian smiled and waved her hand. "You just broke through, consolidate your cultivation for now. Make good use of the power of the laws within you so you won't be at a disadvantage when encountering other cultivators of the transformation realm." Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue nodded earnestly. "I will contact Tianji for you first. If you have any issues, feel free to come find me." Ling Xian, seeing this, did not say more, and after leaving those words, she turned and left. Throughout, she did not inquire about Xiao Linger's origins. After all, in her eyes, Xiao Linger was merely a child without any cultivation. It seemed she was brought back by her disciple because she found her adorable, intending to raise her as a maid. Quickly, Ling Xian's figure disappeared from the sight of the tall and the small. "Linger, we might have to wait here for a few days," Li Xingyue said to Xiao Linger. However, Xiao Linger seemed not to have heard, merely tilting her head, watching the direction Ling Xian had left, her little brows furrowing. "Linger, what's wrong?" Seeing her like this, Li Xingyue asked curiously. "Sister, that old lady has a ghost inside her." "Sister, I'm scared." Xiao Linger came to her senses and said to Li Xingyue, inching closer to her. "What?" Li Xingyue was shocked and confused upon hearing. Her master has a ghost inside her. "Linger, what did you see?" she asked with a serious expression. It was something very ugly in the old lad's stomach. It was all black and had scales with bone spurs on its arms and head. And it had lots of big teeth. "Ghost, sister, that must be a ghost." "I'm scared of ghosts," Xiao Linger described, burrowing closer into Li Xingyue's embrace. "What?" After hearing Xiao Linger's description, Li Xingyue's expression changed drastically, because she already knew what that thing was. But how could such a thing exist within her master's body? What Xiao Linger spoke of was indeed a ghost. To be precise, it was an evil spirit. It can be considered a type of alien race in the cultivation world. Over 10,000 years ago, various alien races descended upon this world and waged a terrifying war against the human cultivators. The evil spirit clan was one of them, and they were particularly bloodthirsty. Wherever they went, not to mention humans, even dogs would be cut in half, and even eggs would be smashed. The human race suffered immense losses in that terrifying battle. However, in the end, they still won. The passage of the evil spirit clan to this world was sealed by powerful human cultivators with a terrifying formation. And the Linglong Pavilion station here is tasked with guarding the seal, to prevent any unworthy individuals from opening the seal, and also to prevent the evil spirit clan from breaking through it. However, now Xiao Linger said that there was an evil demon within her master. Does that not mean her master was enslaved by the evil spirit clan? "Don't be afraid, Linger," Li Xingyue thought, comforting Xiao Linger in her arms. While soothing her, she inquired, "Linger, is there really a ghost within my master?" Yes, that ghost is very ugly. Xiao Linger nodded, her entire small body buried in Li Xingyu's embrace. Senior, is this true? Li Xingyue still had some doubts and communicated with the Great Cauldron's spirit. How could she with her simple mind deceive you? The spirit of the Great Cauldron coldly snorted and said, moreover, I can tell you with certainty your master is not enslaved. She must have reached some kind of agreement with that evil spirit. What? Not enslaved, but reached an agreement. After hearing this, Li Xingyu's expression became extremely unnatural. How could this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She spoke with a pale face, unable to accept this fact. Impossible. Heh. Now that you have also reached the transformation realm, you should know that the biggest difference between the transformation realm and the nascent soul realm is the power of laws. However, the laws your master possesses were not comprehended on her own. Instead, she has refined the laws of others for her own use. Such methods are what the evil spirit clan excels at. This clan enhances its strength by refining the Tao machines of others. This is also the reason why this clan enjoys warfare. The spirit of the Great Cauldron continued with a snort, refining the laws of others for oneself. After hearing this, Li Xingyu's expression suddenly changed. She recalled an event from when she was still in the Golden Core stage, a significant incident that occurred in the Linglong Pavilion. An elder of the transformation realm who had a very good relationship with her master went out. But the elder who went out mysteriously died. And when her master returned, she had just broken through to the transformation realm. Additionally, the most crucial point was that her master's laws belonged to the Wood series. They were identical to those of the elder who had suddenly died. Yet at that time no one thought much of it. After all, the notion of refining the laws of others for one's own use was unheard of. The higher-ups of the Linglong Pavilion were merely curious about why that elder went out. Because the elders of the Linglong Pavilion were mostly in a state of seclusion for years. They belonged to the category of not appearing in the world. Unless the Linglong Pavilion faced a life-and-death crisis, they generally would not show themselves. Unfortunately, at that time, the higher-ups of the Linglong Pavilion did not uncover the reason that led to that elder's outing. However, now, through the words of the Great Cauldron, she thought of a possibility. What if that elder went out at the request of her master? The more she thought about it, the paler Li Xingyu's face became. Sister, what's wrong with you? Do you also fear ghosts? Noticing her abnormality, Xiao Linger asked curiously. It's nothing. Li Xingyue came back to her senses and forced a smile at Xiao Linger. Yet her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She really did not expect her master to cooperate with the evil spirits. To break through to the transformation realm, she even went so far as to kill an elder of the Linglong Pavilion. What should she do now? Expose her master for the sake of righteousness? Or should she pretend to know nothing? Li Xingyue thought, her heart in a state of chaos. Sister, this place is so soft, what is it? Suddenly Xiao Linger's voice came. Her sparkling eyes were staring intently at Li Xingyu's chest. Off. Li Xingyue came back to her senses following her gaze, and her face immediately flushed. How? How should she explain this? Be good, Linger, you will have this in the future too. She forced a smile and explained. I want to have it too. I don't want it. Xiao Linger shook her head in full refusal. As soon as this was said, Li Xingyue was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sister, I see so many vegetables over there. Can we go pick some? I feel like I haven't eaten those vegetables before. Xiao Linger's voice sounded again, pointing in a direction. Li Xingyue followed her finger and understood at once. That area was the spiritual herb garden of the Linglong Pavilion, which cultivated many spiritual herbs. All right, let's go pick some. Li Xingyue patted her little head and smiled gently. Now she understood some of Xiao Linger's vocabulary. Spiritual herbs and treasure herbs in her mouth were just vegetables without distinction in quality. Spiritual fruits, in her words, were just fruits regardless of their grade. As for the demon beasts, they were just meat to Xiao Linger, also regardless of their strength. After finishing, she picked up Xiao Linger and headed straight for the spiritual herb garden. I have seen the saintess. I pay my respects to the saintess. Upon seeing the suddenly arriving Li Xingyue, many disciples busy in the spiritual herb garden bowed to her. The title of saintess is Li Xingyue's identity in the Linglong Pavilion. Facing these people, Li Xingyue merely nodded calmly in response. Linger, you can pick whatever you like. You can pick anything you set your eyes on. She smiled gently at Xiao Linger. Really? That's wonderful. Picking vegetables. After hearing this, Xiao Linger smiled broadly and dashed towards the spiritual herbs with her little legs. Wow, what a cute little girl. Yeah, who is this saintess? So adorable. Pick whatever you want. I mean, could she be the daughter of the saintess? What daughter of the saintess? The disciples of the Linglong Pavilion began to discuss among themselves. The female disciples praised Xiao Linger for her cuteness. After all, she was small and had a bit of baby fat, which was extremely charming to them. As for the male disciples, they were curious about Xiao Linger's identity. The fact that she could pick whatever she wanted showed how much the saintess doted on that little girl. Everyone shut up. Having broken through to the transformation realm, Li Xingyue's hearing was extraordinarily keen, and she naturally heard those gossiping. However, she was not qualified to be the little girl's mother. Upon hearing this, those gossipers dared not speak again, but curiously gazed at the little figure picking spiritual herbs in the garden. Xiao Linger paid no mind to them. At this moment, she was happily picking with a small basket in the spiritual herb garden. While picking, she was mumbling, "This is ugly, it must not taste good. While this one looks good, it must taste great. Oh, this one glows, it must also taste good." She kept picking while whispering. However, her words fell clearly into everyone's ears. After all present were cultivators, and their senses were far superior to ordinary people. The disciples of the Linglong Pavilion exchanged glances, speechless at Xiao Linger's comments. Good-looking equals good tasting, and ugly equals bad tasting. What kind of logic is that? Shouldn't the selection of spiritual herbs be based on good medicinal properties and high grades? What does looks have to do with it? One disciple looked at another, both confused. Even Li Xingyue found it quite amusing. However, as she watched the little figure bouncing around in the spiritual herb garden, she found herself liking her more and more. "Xingyue, I have already contacted Tianjizi for you. If you want to go, then go ahead." Just then her master Ling Xian's voice sounded. As the sound resonated, her figure immediately appeared beside Li Xingyue. "Master, you." Upon seeing her, Li Xingyue's expression turned complex. She had been without parents since childhood. From the moment she could remember, Ling Xian had been taking care of her. Ling Xian treated her very well, even to the extent of fulfilling her every wish. Li Xingyue clearly remembered that when she was a child, she saw others with demon beast battle pets. She wanted one too, and she wanted it to be unique. To fulfill this wish, Ling Xuan, who was only at the early nascent soul stage at that time, audaciously broke into the lair of a fully matured heavenly demon to capture one of its cubs as a battle pet for her. Due to this incident, Ling Xian sustained severe injuries nearly to the point of death. What happened? Ling Xian smiled peacefully at her and asked. Looking at the aged face and the wrinkles on her skin, Li Xingyue's heart felt as if it were being gnawed by ants. She bit her lip, gazing at Ling Xian for a long time. The words about the evil spirit lingered on her lips, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Noticing Li Xingyue's unusual demeanor, Ling Xuan's expression slightly darkened. "You noticed, didn't you?" She took the initiative to address it. Meeting her gaze, Li Xingyue nodded with a pale face. "What do you plan to do?" Ling Xuan's expression returned to normal as she asked. I don't know." Li Xingyue shook her head, her face pale, speaking truthfully. In her heart, she had long regarded Ling Xian as her grandmother. "Do you trust your master?" Ling Xian did not press for an answer, but looked at the sky with a complex expression, softly saying, "Of course Xingyue trusts her master, but master is with the evil spirit clan." "Master, can you tell me why?" Li Xingyue looked at her and asked, as she truly could not understand why Ling Xian would cooperate with the evil spirit clan. For that would equal treason against her clan. "How about this? You go find Tianjizi first. When you return from Tianji Palace, I will tell you the answer. How about that?" Ling Xuan's gaze shifted from the horizon to her, speaking gently. Meeting her gaze, Li Xingyue felt a wave of emotion stir within her heart. She couldn't help but recall the times she made mistakes as a child. Every time she erred, Ling Xian would look at her with such eyes, smiling and telling her it was okay that she was there. "All right." After a moment of daze, Li Xingyue nodded in agreement. "Go on." Ling Xian patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Turning to look at Ling Xuan's stooped figure as she departed, Li Xingyue's heart felt as if it were suddenly stung by something. It hurt, deeply piercing to the innermost part of her soul. "Sister, what's wrong? Did I pick too many?" "I'll replant the vegetables. Please don't cry, little pearls, okay?" At that moment, Xiao Linger bounced over with a small basket, looking a bit flustered. Being very young, she did not understand the complexity, sorrow, and pain within Li Xingyue's heart. In her view, it should be that she had picked too many vegetables that made her sister sad. "Be good, Linger, this is my own matter, it has nothing to do with you." Li Xingyue forced a smile and gently patted her little head. "Then did someone bully my sister? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with them. I am super invincible, the most powerful in the world." Xiao Linger tilted her head confidently, chiming and shaking her little fist while she spoke. Li Xingyue, feeling downcast, couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. All right, you're the most powerful in the world. No one is bullying my sister. Aren't you looking for our mother? Let's go, sister, will take you to find a master to see where your mother is, okay?" She picked up Xiao Linger and said gently, Okay, let's go find our mother." Xiao Linger nodded vigorously, dancing with joy. Looking at her innocence, a smile unconsciously appeared on Li Xingyue's face. In Linglong Pavilion, atop a mountain peak, two figures stood at the summit, gazing far into the distance at the departing figures of the big and small. "Have you made your decision?" The master of Linglong Pavilion looked at the old Ji beside her and sighed, her expression complex. "Do I have any other options?" But fortunately, this girl is ambitious and has broken through to the transformation god stage herself. Old Ji chuckled bitterly, watching the departing back of Li Xingyue, his face full of affection. "Master, I have done wrong to Linglong Pavilion in this lifetime. Please forgive this old one's selfishness." After speaking, Ling Xian looked at the master with an apologetic expression. It's fine if it weren't for that girl's parents back, then how could there be today's Linglong Pavilion? I can only blame my insufficient strength unable to help you too in times of calamity. The master sighed deeply, her face filled with helplessness. Before Lingxian could respond, she continued, I won't say too much emotional stuff. Since you want to do it, then go ahead and do it. However, that girl. Lingxian smiled slightly after hearing this. I have already discussed it with Tianjizi. He will help me stop her. The master nodded. Very well, but I still hope you can survive. After speaking, her figure vanished from the mountain peak, leaving Lingxian standing alone on the mountaintop. As the breeze brushed by, she gazed in the direction of Li Xingyu's departure, a smile appearing on her face. Young master, this old minister should take his leave now. I hope you can forgive this old minister's selfishness, she whispered in a voice only she could hear. At Tianji Palace, I have come to see Elder Tianjizi. Li Xingyue bowed to the elder before her, dressed in a white robe adorned with runes. The elder appeared to be over 60 tall and thin, with a very gaunt face, giving off a stern aura. You are now also a transformation god cultivator according to the rules of the cultivation world. You should address me as a peer, no need for such formality. Tianjizi said while brewing tea. His gaze fell on the curious Xiao Linger, who was looking around. Who is this little girl? Hello grandpa. I am super invincible, the most powerful in the world. You can call me the first powerful one. Xiao Linger replied to Tianjizi with a pure smile. Tianjizi. After hearing this, he nearly spilled the tea he was brewing. Super invincible, the most powerful in the world? What a cute little girl. Tianjizi paused for a moment and suddenly smiled. Grandpa's sister said you can help me find my mother. Can you help me? I can offer you a reward. Oh, what reward can you give me? Seeing her like this, Tianjizi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I can offer you delicious and sweet fruits. And sweet water to drink. Oh, and vegetables, delicious vegetables. Xiao Linger immediately replied. Haha. After hearing this, Tianjizi couldn't help but laugh. His reputation in the cultivation world was indeed very great. Even high-ranking cultivators would sometimes seek his help. The rewards offered by such powerful cultivators for his assistance were not simple. However, it was the first time he encountered someone like Xiao Linger who used fruits, water, and vegetables as payment. But looking at Xiao Linger's cute and innocent demeanor, Tianjizi did not refuse, only smiling gently and saying, All right, I will help you. You don't need to give me so many things, just a little sweet water for tea will do. Is that okay? Since he had nothing to do, helping this adorable little girl was no problem. As for accepting items, that was his practice. Because when calculating for people, matters, or objects, one would become entangled with their karma. But if he accepted items, it was equivalent to a transaction, so naturally, it wouldn't involve karma. Xiao Linger nodded vigorously. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. She happily said this and immediately took out her small gourd. Upon seeing the small gourd Xiao Linger took out, Tianjizi immediately frowned. Because he felt a sense of danger emanating from the small gourd, a danger stemming from life itself. Grandpa, should I pour the water into this little pot? Xiao Linger asked, looking at the teapot in front of Tianjizi. Yes, pour it in there. Tianjizi came back to himself and smiled, but in his heart he was puzzled about whether that moment was an illusion or not. Xiao Linger didn't care about that. Linger, just pour a little bit. Li Xingyue reminded her from the side. Tianjizi didn't know what was in the gourd, but she was very clear. However, this was a transaction between Xiao Linger and Tianjizi, and she had no right to intervene. All she could do was remind Xiao Linger to control the amount. Xiao Linger nodded, then took the gourd and began pouring water into the teapot. And when Tianjizi saw the water pouring out from the gourd, his eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. What the heck? Is this the Hunyuan heavenly water? Is it really the Hunyuan heavenly water recorded in the ancient oddities chronicle? Tianjizi looked at the Hunyuan heavenly water pouring out from the small gourd. The entire person felt numb. Sweet water. You call this sweet water? Grandpa, it's full. Little Linger's cheerful voice rang out. Tianjizi came back to his senses, looking at the teapot filled with Hunyuan heavenly water, wishing he could slap himself several times. Why did I have to be so glib? Hunyuan heavenly water is an ancient wonder. It is best consumed alone, especially since the tea in his teapot is spirit-consuming tea. As the name suggests, this tea, once brewed, will crazily absorb the spiritual energy within the spiritual water. Once the spiritual energy is fully absorbed, it will then release its tea flavor, thus elevating the taste of the tea. Now little Linger has poured all the Hunyuan heavenly water into the teapot. The spirit-consuming tea will absorb the unique spirituality of the Hunyuan heavenly water, altering its constitution. In other words, Hunyuan heavenly water meeting spirit-consuming tea is akin to striking it rich. Tianjizi looked at the teapot filled to the brim, his heart complex, wanting to cry. Hunyuan heavenly water. The legendary Hunyuan heavenly water, and I actually used it to brew tea. Still brewing spirit-consuming tea. At this moment he felt like he was bleeding internally from his frustration. Although Hunyuan heavenly water can only be consumed once in a lifetime by each person, that full teapot is enough for 3 people. If used on his own descendants, it could at least give birth to 3 spiritual bodies. As long as spiritual bodies have resources and do not perish, they will inevitably reach the nascent soul stage in the future. In other words, he was essentially exchanging 3 nascent soul descendants for a pot of tea. This is just. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Tianjizi became. Grandpa, what's wrong? Seeing Tianjizi's ever-changing expression, little Linger tilted her head and asked. It's nothing. Tianjizi waved his hand. He felt pain in his heart, liver, kidneys, and his whole body was in agony. Hunyuan heavenly water, a treasure that can be encountered but not sought. I actually wasted it like this. He looked at little Linger, his mouth slightly open, wanting to say something, but in the end it turned into a helpless, bitter smile. If he had known that the sweet water little Linger mentioned was Hunyuan heavenly water, he would have never let her pour it into the teapot, even if it meant his death. Did you know all along, you little girl? Tianjizi sighed, helplessly, his gaze falling upon the amused Li Xingyue. Senior, this is a transaction between you and Linger. How could I interfere? Li Xingyue replied with a smile. Sigh, forget it, it's fate. At this point, Tianjizi could only admit his misfortune. After all, no one would expect that a 4 or 5-year-old child would possess something like Hunyuan heavenly water. Little girl, let me have a strand of your hair. I will help you locate your mother. Tianjizi said to little Linger. All right. Grandpa, can you really help me find my mother? Little Linger happily nodded and immediately plucked a strand of hair from her head to hand over. Don't worry, there's no one I can't find. Tianjizi said confidently. Finding a person is nothing difficult. In his eyes, little Linger was a person without any cultivation. Thus her mother must also be an ordinary person. Finding the location of an ordinary person is a piece of cake. All right. Little Linger cheered excitedly after hearing this. However, neither Tianjizi, Li Xingyue, nor little Linger knew the complex expression on the face of the great cauldron's spirit at that moment. How dare this old fellow? It muttered to itself. Little Linger's true realm is that of an immortal king. As for the one behind her, they are a terrifying existence at the Immortal Emperor level. Yet even so, that being did not actively seek out little Linger's mother, and instead planned to only do so after transcending the true god tribulation and condensing their divine persona. The reason for this must indicate that little Linger's mother is not a simple character. Now this old man is merely at the transformation stage, yet he wishes to deduce the location of little Linger's mother through divination. The great cauldron's spirit said bold. So damn bold. However, it did not communicate with Li Xingyue, merely preparing to watch the show silently. An inexperienced little old man. It was curious to see how this would end. What a pure and carefree girl. Looking at the jubilant little Linger, a smile involuntarily appeared on Tianjizi's face. Then, he took out an ancient-looking compass and placed it on the table. Next, he placed little Linger's hair on it. Having prepared everything, Tianjizi immediately closed his eyes, performing a series of strange hand seals, while muttering, "Heaven clear, earth bright, all things seek traces," using the crystallization of yin and yang to seek the source of yin. After chanting, he forced out a drop of essence blood and placed it on the compass. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the pointer within the compass began to spin rapidly. Little Linger squatted beside, resting her chin on her hands, curiously watching the compass. At this moment, Tianjizi's expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying force of the laws erupted from his hand, slapping down on the compass. With a loud bang, the ancient compass shattered into pieces. At the same time, Tianjizi spurted a mouthful of blood, growing weak and listless. His face turned pale, devoid of any blood. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Senior, you. The sudden change left Li Xingyue puzzled. Tianjizi did not answer her. He merely focused his gaze on little Linger. Grandpa, what's wrong? Facing his gaze, little Linger tilted her head and asked, What's wrong? Hearing this, Tianjizi couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. Just now, while he was using the seeking technique of the Tianji lineage, he suddenly sensed an enormous crisis, a threat to his life. Thus, disregarding the backlash, he forcibly interrupted the divination, not hesitating to shatter his ancient compass. Otherwise, he was certain he would have died, the kind where his soul would scatter. Tianjizi looked at the innocent and naive little Linger, took a deep breath. Little girl, I'm sorry. I can't help you find your mother anymore. Little Linger immediately panicked upon hearing this. Why, Grandpa? Didn't you just say you would definitely help me find my mother? Moreover, you've already taken my payment. After hearing this, Tianjizi's facial muscles twitched again. Thinking about what he just said, he wished he could slap himself several times. What was he showing off for? Senior, it's just finding a location. It shouldn't be hard, right? Li Xingyue also asked in confusion. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely be no problem. But the problem is this little girl's mother is not an ordinary person. Had I not forcibly interrupted the divination method today, next year would have been my death anniversary. Tianjizi gave a bitter smile. What? Li Xingyue upon hearing this had a face full of disbelief, Senior, it can't be that serious. It's just finding a location. How could it be? Finding a person's location isn't something particularly serious. But this little girl's mother is too terrifying. To deduce her position is akin to foreseeing events that will occur in the next 1,000 years. Tianjizi sighed, not waiting for Li Xingyue to speak. He continued, "You do not understand what this implies. Let me put it this way. A few years ago, there was a person from a sacred land who asked me to help deduce a person's location. And the person he wanted to deduce was a half-step Emperor realm powerhouse. At that time, not only did I deduce the location of the half-step Emperor realm, but I even deduced what he was doing and where he would appear in the future. Yet this little girl's mother, just deducing her location, gave me an undeniable feeling of impending death. Do you understand the meaning behind this?" After hearing this, Li Xingyue's eyes widened involuntarily. Linger's mother is a true Emperor realm powerhouse, she replied. But thinking about it, in her eyes, little Linger was a child who had sneaked out from the Imperial Garden. Her father must be a powerhouse of the Emperor realm. How could her mother be simple? Emperor realm. Child, you're thinking too simply. Even deducing the location of an Emperor realm powerhouse wouldn't give me a feeling of impending death. At most, it would just give me a sense of crisis. Tianjizi smiled after finishing, his gaze growing serious as it fell on little Linger. This little girl's mother must be a being of the tribulation realm. Tribulation realm. Li Xingyue stared at Tianjizi in astonishment, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. She knew about the tribulation realm. It was a terrifying existence that transcended the realm of the Emperor. In the entire cultivation world, the Holy Lands suppress all major completion realms, which are classified as 7th-tier forces. The Emperor's Garden controls the Holy Lands. The place where Tribulation Realm experts reside is known as the Immortal Mansion. Because the Tribulation Realm is also known as a pseudo-immortal in the cultivation world, as long as one can overcome the 9 turns ascension tribulation, they can attain an immortal body and ascend to a higher realm. Li Xingyue understood that Xiao Linger had a very terrifying background, but she never expected it to be this terrifying. Not only was there an Emperor's Garden behind her, but there was also a connection to the Immortal Mansion. Xingyue, this little girl. Tianjizi looked at Xiao Linger with a serious expression. He never thought that he would one day encounter the offspring of a Tribulation Realm expert. Senior, she is someone I met while competing for the small enlightenment fruit. If it weren't for Linger, I would have long since perished in the transformation tribulation. So I promised to help her find her mother, and she has been with me. Li Xingyue smiled bitterly as she spoke. She never expected that the mother Xiao Linger was looking for would actually be a powerful Tribulation Realm being. "Sister, Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Xiao Linger tilted her little head and looked at the two. She had no idea what the Emperor's Garden, the Immortal Mansion, or the Tribulation Realm meant. "It's nothing, Linger. This senior cannot help you find your mother." Li Xingyue sighed helplessly and patted her little head. Then what should we do?" "Sister, I miss my mother so much." Xiao Linger immediately spoke with tears in her eyes. Seeing her pitiful appearance made Li Xingyue's heart ache slightly. "Linger is fine, your sister is here. Sister will definitely help you find your mother, okay?" As she spoke, she hugged Xiao Linger tightly. "Really?" Xiao Linger looked at her with round, sparkling eyes. Li Xingyue nodded firmly in response. "Sai Xingyue, why must you do this? This little girl has such a terrifying background, and with your transformation realm cultivation, how can you possibly help her? Not to mention your transformation realm cultivation. Even those in the Emperor's Garden wouldn't dare guarantee they could help her find her mother." Tianjizi sighed deeply. After all, she was a powerful being in the Tribulation Realm. Such an existence surely could not be easily found. "Senior, this is my promise to Xiao Linger. I will definitely help her even if it costs me my life," Li Xingyue declared with unwavering determination. Of course, she did not do this for any benefit from Xiao Linger. It was simply because she saw her former self in Xiao Linger. "Sister, thank you," Xiao Linger exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Xingyue's neck and planting a kiss on her cheek. "That's okay, Linger. This is what your sister should do." Li Xingyue rubbed her little round face, feeling immensely fond of her. "Well then, let's not discuss this little girl's matters for now. Let's talk about your situation. Ling Xian told me you want to find your parents." Tianjizi shifted the topic, no longer trying to persuade her. "Please help me, senior." Li Xingyue immediately responded. "It's a small matter. But not right now. I just forcefully cut off that divination, which led to a backlash against me. I need to rest for a few days before I can help you with divination again. How about you two stay at Tianji Palace for a few days?" Tianjizi waved his hand, speaking somewhat dejectedly. Naturally, Li Xingyue agreed. The Lihua Tower was the accommodations arranged by Tianjizi for the two of them. "Linger, wait until I finish my current tasks, and we will go help you find your mother, okay? Since we cannot find any clues here, let's go see the Xuanwu Sacred Land." Li Xingyue comforted Xiao Linger, who looked a bit downcast. The cultivation world they were in was called the True Spirit Realm. The entire True Spirit Realm was divided into 5 regions. The southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest were named after the 4 true spirits, while the center was known as Zhongzhou. Each region had its own holy land. The place they were currently in was the northern Xuanwu region. The holy land that presided over this region was the Xuanwu domain. Although Li Xingyue did not know if there were any capable people in the Xuanwu sacred land who could predict the location of a tribulation realm expert, it did not stop her from trying. Thank you, sister. Xiao Linger nodded obediently, her small body snuggling closer to Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue felt a pang of affection and hugged her tighter. Sister, I'm hungry. Oh, I want to eat meat. Shall we go look for meat? Xiao Linger nestled in Li Xingyue's arms, rubbing her little belly. Meat. Li Xingyue smiled gently upon hearing this. She knew that Xiao Linger was craving beast meat. Logically speaking, one only needed to reach the golden core stage to avoid eating and drinking, as they could simply absorb spiritual energy. In her opinion, Xiao Linger being in the fusion stage should not need to eat or drink. Yet surprisingly, Xiao Linger loved eating beast meat. During their journey from Linglong Pavilion to Tianji Palace, Xiao Linger insisted on eating 3 meals a day. Although she did not know the reason behind it, Li Xingyue would not refuse her request. After all, beast meat was rich in spiritual energy, coupled with the vegetables, water, and fruits Xiao Linger consumed whenever she ate meat, which were no ordinary items. She could also benefit from it. Alright, I know that within the jurisdiction of Tianji Palace, there is a type of beast called the Xianling beast. The meat of this beast is exceptionally delicious. Sister will take you to eat this. Li Xingyue patted her little head and said, Yage. Upon hearing about delicious food, Xiao Linger was practically drooling. The Xianling Mountains were where the Xianling beast roamed. Although this type of beast was elusive and difficult to catch, Li Xingyue, now a transformation stage cultivator, could easily capture a Xianling beast. Meat. Xiao Linger watched as Li Xingyue carried 2 white beasts that resembled pigs, drooling with excitement. Linger, one will be stewed, and the other will be roasted. Li Xingyue said. Xiao Linger nodded eagerly and immediately took out a large cauldron. Even though she had already broken through to the transformation stage, Li Xingyue couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise upon seeing the large cauldron. She knew very well that this large cauldron was at least an imperial artifact. Greetings, senior. Li Xingyue immediately communicated with the cauldron's spirit through her divine sense. The cauldron spirit responded indifferently. If it weren't for Li Xingyue and Xiao Linger personally being there, how could it possibly bother with a mere transformation stage cultivator? Not to mention the transformation stage, even a true immortal would not warrant its attention. Senior, don't you have any information about Xiao Linger's mother? Li Xingyue asked curiously. In her eyes, the cauldron was an imperial artifact. Although it couldn't be said to be completely equivalent to the Emperor realm, it could definitely handle the Saint realm. Moreover, imperial artifacts are not easily corroded by time, and their existence spans an incredibly long duration. The cauldron should have information regarding Xiao Linger's mother. I don't know either. The cauldron spirit replied truthfully. Although I don't know the whereabouts of the mistress, I do know that you are in trouble. Before Li Xingyue could respond, the cauldron spirit chuckled. My. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue, who was helping Xiao Linger with the Xianling beast, slightly furrowed her brows. In trouble? What trouble? She quickly realized that it must be regarding helping Xiao Linger find her mother. Thinking about it, as a transformation stage cultivator, trying to find a tribulation realm expert was indeed a bit overestimating her abilities. Senior, this is my promise to Linger. I will definitely help her. Li Xingyue replied with a tone of utmost certainty. What I'm talking about isn't about Linger, but about yourself. The cauldron spirit chuckled in response. About myself. Li Xingyue's brows furrowed slightly. Just now I heard the conversations of those ants in the mountains. Ling Xian from Linglong Pavilion betrayed Linglong Pavilion and ambushed the elder in charge of guarding the seal. Moreover, she broke the seal and released the evil spirit clan. The cauldron spirit spoke plainly. What? This news struck Li Xingyue like a bolt from the blue. Her master actually broke the seal and released the evil spirit clan. Senior, is this really true? Li Xingyue asked somewhat incredulously. Whether it is true or not, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? If it weren't for seeing how much her little master relied on Li Xingyue, it wouldn't bother to say so much. Sister, come eat, it's already stewed. It's really delicious. Little Linger, lost in her own world, continued to stew the meat, without noticing Li Xingyue's situation. Linger, you eat first, sister has something to take care of. Wait here for sister. After sister is done, I will come to find you, okay? Li Xingyue forced a smile, patting little Linger on the head. This matter had nothing to do with little Linger, she didn't want her to get involved. Oh, sister, please don't leave Linger behind. I don't want to be alone. Little Linger, upon hearing this, thought Li Xingyue didn't want her anymore and hurriedly spoke with tearful eyes. Be good, Linger, this is sister's personal matter, I can't let you get involved. Li Xingyue hugged her tightly, trying to comfort her. She knew how capable little Linger was. However, this matter involved too much and would definitely alert the Holy Land. Human hearts are complex. If the people of the Holy Land were to discover little Linger's background, they might recklessly target her. Therefore, she didn't want little Linger to get involved. Li Xingyue knew all too well how dark and terrifying the hearts of cultivators could be. Once they encountered something they desired, they would go to great lengths to obtain it. In her eyes, little Linger was merely at the integration stage. This level of power was insufficient to face the Holy Land. No, sister, take me with you, okay? Please, I'm very capable. Little Linger shook her head, looking pitifully at her. Li Xingyue looked at her, unsure of what to do for a moment. Bringing her along with this old man here, what is there to fear? The great cauldron spirit's voice rang out. As an ancient being, it understood Li Xingyue's worries. After all, it was just the Holy Land. If little Linger were provoked, they could easily be wiped out. Not to mention the Holy Land. Even the Imperial Garden and the Celestial Mansion would be the same. All right. Seeing the Imperial artifact speak, Li Xingyue nodded. Let's go, Linger, I'll take you. All right, sister is so nice, sister hugs. Little Linger immediately brightened up, sticking close to Li Xingyue. Once little Linger finished tidying up her pots and bowls, Li Xingyue took her straight to the Linglong Pavilion. However, halfway there she had to stop, because someone was blocking the way, and the blocker was none other than Tianjizi. Senior, what's the meaning of this? Li Xingyue furrowed her brow at the sight. Xingyue, the Linglong Pavilion has become a vortex. You cannot go. Tianjizi stood in the void, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. It concerns my master, I must go. Li Xingyue responded firmly. Girl, not letting you go is also your master's intention. Before you came from the Linglong Pavilion to my Tianji Palace, Ling Xian had already instructed me to stop you. Tianjizi explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly. Didn't you want to know about your parents? Now you have the right to know about your parents. Before she could speak, Tianjizi continued. Parents. Li Xingyue looked at him with a frown. Back then, various foreign races invaded the true spirit realm for unknown reasons. The ones invading my Xuanwu domain included not only the evil spirit clan, but also the poison spirit clan. The target of the poison spirit clan was the Xuanwu sacred land, while the evil spirit clan targeted the two forces of Tianji Palace and Linglong Pavilion. Tianjizi slowly explained. He continued, at that time the evil spirit clan was very powerful, led by two beings at the ascension stage. In contrast, the strongest in Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace were merely 4 half-step ascension stage beings. Facing the strong, evil spirit clan, Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace should have been annihilated. However, your parents appeared. At this point, Tianjizi's gaze turned to the sky. Your parents came from the Xuanwu sacred land and were known as the Qinglian couple. They were at the late stage of the ascension stage, and when they arrived, the evil spirit clan retreated. The seal of Linglong Pavilion was also set up by your parents. Along with your master Ling Xian and the Grand Elder who helped your master achieve her position, they were actually the attendants your parents brought back then. Li Xingyue listened in complete shock. She never expected her parents to have such a grand background. Moreover, she never thought that her master was actually her parents' attendant. Senior, do you know about the collaboration between master and the evil spirit clan? Li Xingyue asked in a low voice. Indeed, not only do I know, but all the high-ranking members of Linglong Pavilion are aware. Meeting his gaze, Tianjizi nodded gently. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was taken aback. Why? Senior, you should know that master's actions are not the right choice. She questioned. Sigh, it's all because of you. Tianjizi sighed. Yet his words struck Li Xingyue's heart like thunder. Because of herself. Back then, after resolving the evil spirit clan, your parents returned to the Xuanwu sacred land to report. However, 700 years ago, your parents returned. After returning, they entrusted you to Linglong Pavilion and then fled. Fled? Li Xingyue asked in confusion. What does fleeing mean? Indeed, fled because the people of the Xuanwu sacred land were chasing your parents. As soon as your parents left, the Xuanwu sacred land came knocking. It was your parents who saved Linglong Pavilion and Tianji Palace back then. Therefore, we concealed matters regarding you. However, we do not know why the Xuanwu sacred land pursued your parents. Tianjizi nodded. Is that so? Li Xingyue pondered. Then what about my master collaborating with the evil spirit clan? She regained her senses and pressed further. Sigh, because your existence was exposed. After hundreds of years, the murderous intent of the Xuanwu sacred land towards your family has not lessened. It wasn't until your master approached us that we realized what had happened back then. Tianjizi sighed. Before Li Xingyue could respond, he continued. Back then, after your parents dealt with the evil spirit clan, they returned to the sacred land to deal with the poison spirit clan. They were too powerful and formidable. The two of them together were hardly weaker than a Saint Realm powerhouse. If they were to break through to the Saint Realm, they would be invincible in the Xuanwu domain. With the help of your parents, the poison spirit clan was also dealt with. The threat of foreign races in the Xuanwu domain was thus eliminated. But, Tianjizi paused here, letting out a sigh. After a long while he said, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. Your parents were already strong, and after that battle they gained the hearts of the Xuanwu domain's people. How could the Xuanwu sacred lord allow the existence of two who threatened his position? He found a reason to frame your parents for colluding with foreign races, and thus issued an assassination order against them. At this point, Tianjizi's face was filled with sorrow. With Li Xingyu's parents' qualifications given enough time, they would surely break through to the Saint Realm. Even the Imperial Sovereign Realm was a possibility. For the Xuanwu domain, this was a monumental blessing. It was a pity they encountered a Xuanwu sacred lord who wanted absolute control. And your master releasing the evil spirit clan was to protect you. To ensure your safety, your master used herself as bait along with the evil spirit clan as corroboration to attract the attention of the Xuanwu sacred land, making the Xuanwu sacred land believe she was you. Tianjizi continued explaining. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue felt a mix of shock and complexity in her heart. She never expected to have such a story. Even more so, she never imagined that everything her master did was for her protection. Girl, the Holy Land is not something you can face right now. What you need to do now is to escape. The further you escape, the better. When you have the strength to take revenge, return to the Xuanwu domain. Rather than diving headfirst into the vortex, do you understand? Tianjizi sighed. Whoever dares to bully sister, I will fight them. Tianjizi looked at Xiao Linger in surprise upon hearing her words. After a moment, he sighed with a wry smile, considering her innocent words as those of a child. After all, the one wishing to act against Li Xingyue was the Sacred Land. What is the Sacred Land? It is a place guarded by Supreme Realm experts. Moreover, the Xuanwu Sacred Land has a legacy spanning over 10,000 years. How many Supreme Realm experts are within it remains unknown. Whether there are Empyrean Realm or half-step Empyrean Realm experts is also uncertain. A 4-year-old child wanting to confront the Sacred Land. Isn't this just childish naivety? Linger dear, no one is bullying your sister. Thank you for informing me, senior. I will take Linger away now. Li Xingyue patted Xiao Linger's head, choosing not to act impulsively. She knew Xiao Linger was formidable, even more so than herself. However, attempting to confront the Sacred Land seemed impossible to her. In her view, the best course of action now was to leave the Xuanwu region and settle in another area for safety. Once she grew stronger, she could return to the Xuanwu region. As long as you can understand the concerns of Ling Xian and the others, that is enough. Let's go. Tianji Palace has a cross-regional teleportation array. I will send you to another domain. Tianjizi nodded appreciatively after hearing this. He feared that Li Xingyue might recklessly attempt to return to the Linglong Pavilion. Senior, I am leaving, and what will happen to you? Want the Xuanwu Sacred Land hold you accountable? Li Xingyue said worriedly. Rest assured, while the Xuanwu Sacred Land is indeed powerful, they cannot possibly hold us responsible for this matter. Moreover, this was solely the doing of Ling Xian. What does it have to do with us? Tianjizi chuckled. It is true that the Xuanwu Sacred Land has a long history. However, the Tianji Palace and the Linglong Pavilion are no ordinary entities. Even if the Xuanwu Sacred Land sought retribution, it would likely only be a minor reprimand and a penalty of some training resources. Let's go. Tianjizi spoke. Li Xingyue nodded, not asking further. She understood that with her mere transformation realm cultivation, rushing to help would only add to the burden. Hell, leaving. Where do you think you're going? Just then a mocking voice suddenly rang out, following that the entire space seemed to be locked down. Both Li Xingyue and Tianjizi felt themselves immobilized, unable to move. As for Xiao Linger, she appeared unfazed, looking around curiously. As the voice fell, the void before the three suddenly twisted and ultimately shattered. Soon a young man slowly walked out from the void. Not only that, but he was also holding someone in his hand. It was none other than Li Xingyue's master Ling Xian. Great Ascension Realm. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tianjizi's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the Xuanwu Sacred Land to act so quickly, directly sending a Great Ascension expert. Master. Li Xingyue looked at Ling Xian with a heart full of pain. Linglong body hat. The young man's gaze fell on Li Xingyue as he chuckled coldly. Who are you? Li Xingyue glared at him coldly. Me. By rights you should call me your Shirshu uncle. Your father is my Shixiang senior brother. The young man said with a cold smile. Lung Wu, can you truly be so heartless? Xingyue is just a child. What wrong has she done that you must pursue her to the bitter end? Ling Xian interjected, her face filled with despair. She never expected that even with the alliance of the evil spirit clan, she could not escape this calamity. Heartless Ling Xian, it seems you do not understand what truly happened back then. You are unclear why the Sacred Land issued a kill order against the two of them, right? Lung Wu snorted coldly in reply. Isn't it just a case of birds being shot down and the bow being hidden? The Lord of the Xuanwu Sacred Land fears your father and mother. Therefore, he falsely accused them of stealing the Sacred Land's treasures and colluding with foreign clans. Ling Xian immediately retorted. Ha ha ha. Lung Wu, however, burst into laughter upon hearing this. Fear. False accusations. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. He spoke with mockery on his face. Back then, when I entered the Xuanwu Sacred Land with him, our master treated us exceedingly well. He even regarded us as his own sons. His talent was exceptional, and our master trained him as the next generation's sacred lord. Do you think our master would frame him? Lung Wu said excitedly. After finishing, he turned to Li Xingyue. Do you know where your Linglong body came from? Linglong body. Li Xingyue furrowed her brow, looking at him in confusion. Back then you were originally an ordinary body, and your cultivation talent was also extremely poor. I once advised my Shixiang that a person's talent is predetermined by heaven, and at the very least they could allow you to grow up worry-free. But Shixiang did not believe in fate. He was unwilling to let you live an ordinary life. Thus he made a deal with the Poison Spirit clan. He helped the Poison Spirit clan revive in the Xuanwu region, and in exchange they provided him with the body-switching technique. The so-called body-switching technique involves killing other spirit body owners, stripping their bloodlines, and merging them into your own body. To create your Linglong body, do you know how many spirit bodies your parents killed back then? 10, a full 10 spirit bodies. Lung Wu looked at Li Xingyue, continuously speaking. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's face instantly turned pale. Impossible. Your father is definitely not that kind of person. Ling Xian immediately retorted. Hey, impossible. Ling Xian, you were present when this girl was born. She was born without any spiritual body manifestation. The Linglong body is among the top 10 in terms of spirit bodies. How could such a spirit body be born without any manifestation? Yet this girl had no manifestation at birth, but later possessed the Linglong spirit body. This is the ironclad evidence. Lung Wu snorted and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian's expression slightly changed. You say I am heartless. The truly heartless ones are them. Do you know that among the 10 spirit bodies, 3 originated from the Demon Suppression Squad? They guarded the demon abyss to resist the demon clan. Yet the sacred land could not even protect their children. Ling Xian, tell me who is truly heartless. No, it's impossible, it can't be true. Li Xingyue could not accept this fact. Child, will you come with me, or must I take you by force? The people of the Demon Suppression Squad need an explanation, and our Xuanwu sacred land must also provide them with one. Lung Wu did not pay attention to her, but rather spoke softly to Li Xingyue. All right, I will go with you. The others are innocent, and I hope you can spare them. Facing his gaze, Li Xingyue's face turned pale, and an endless sorrow surged within her heart. She never expected that the truth would turn out to be like this. Tianji Zi, is it? Return to your Tianji palace. Lung Wu said to Tianji Zi. Sigh. At this point, Tianji Zi could no longer ascertain right from wrong, and could only let out a long sigh before turning to leave. As for this little child, she seems quite close to you. Before confirming your relationship, I must take her with me. Lung Wu's gaze fell on Xiao Linger as he spoke. No, she is just someone I encountered in the mountains. She has nothing to do with me. Li Xingyue firmly refused, as she did not know how things had come to this. But she understood that entering the Xuanwu sacred land was akin to stepping into a prison. She absolutely could not let Xiao Linger go there. That is not up to you. Lung Wu snorted, and as he spoke he reached out toward Xiao Linger. In an instant, terrifying laws emerged from the void, forming a gigantic hand, like vines reaching for Xiao Linger. The great cauldron spirit saw this scene, and twitched its mouth slightly. You say you want to take Li Xingyue away? Oh, just take her. Why must you act against your own little master? Kid, you really are exceptionally bold. Linger, run. Li Xingyue hurriedly urged the little Linger. Setting aside her matters, just Linger's treasures alone would definitely attract the greed of those from the Xuanwu Holy Land. Even if Linger had no relation to her, the people from the Xuanwu Holy Land would certainly fabricate a connection. No, he is a bad man. I want to fight him, Linger said angrily. Senior, quickly take her away. Li Xingyue frantically communicated with the Great Cauldron. The spirit of the Great Cauldron scoffed, disregarding her concern. This mere small fry of the Great Ascension stage was nothing. If it could capture Linger, it would simply stew it. Senior, Li Xingyue called out, anxiously looking at the massive palm. Unfortunately, the spirit of the Great Cauldron still ignored her. Instead, Linger took action. She countered the approaching hand with a punch. Naive and ignorant little girl. Lung Wu sneered. In his eyes, Linger was an existence without cultivation. The punch she threw was as harmless as cotton, lacking any aggression. And he himself, a true powerhouse of the Great Ascension stage. Even a casual strike from him would not be something an unskilled person could withstand. Linger still attempted to deal with his strike using her soft punch. Undoubtedly naive and ludicrous. Yet the next moment, bang, a dull sound echoed. The massive hand formed from the laws suddenly exploded upon contact with Linger's fist. Those chains of laws shattered into scattered fragments. What? Stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Xingyue, Ling Xian, and Lung Wu. This shocking scene left the three of them speechless, their minds momentarily blank. That was a casual strike from the Great Ascension stage. Even a peak fusion stage expert would have to exert their full strength to respond. Yet Linger simply exploded it with her unpretentious punch. How could this be possible? Linger, you. Li Xingyue exclaimed, looking at the small figure in her arms, her voice quivering. What kind of person had she encountered back then? Sister, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Linger giggled and jumped down from Li Xingyue's embrace. She fixed her gaze on Lung Wu. If you want to hurt my sister, you are a bad man. I will fight you. She stood with her hands on her hips, fuming. However, this posture combined with her small stature made her look especially adorable. Who are you? Lung Wu asked with a serious tone. To be able to break his attack with just one punch. She must be extraordinary. Especially since he, a peak Great Ascension stage expert, couldn't perceive Linger's cultivation. This situation could only imply two possibilities. Either Linger's cultivation was the same as his, also Great Ascension stage, or her cultivation vastly exceeded his. Yet regardless of which possibility it was, Lung Wu could not believe it, for he was already at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. He belonged to the top echelon of the Xuanwu domain, but to cultivate to this level he had spent a full 5,000 years. And that was under the constant supply of cultivation resources from the Holy Land. What about this little girl before him? Little one, this matter has nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to meddle in this? Our Xuanwu sacred land also has powerful beings in the sacred realm. Cold Wu's expression turned serious as he spoke. At this moment his heart was filled with regret. If he had known he wouldn't have provoked this little girl, he should have just brought Li Xingyue back to the Xuanwu sacred land. And now, not only had he been captured, but even his half-sacred artifact had been destroyed. The spirit he had worked so hard to obtain had also been taken by Xiao Linger. Sacred land. What is a sacred land? Can it be eaten? Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at him. For her, the world of cultivation was like a blank slate. Cold Wu. He stared blankly at Xiao Linger, momentarily at a loss for words. She doesn't know what a sacred land is. How did you cultivate to the sacred realm? Linger, the sacred land is a power. There are beings inside as powerful as you. Li Xingyue hurriedly explained. Oh, as powerful as me. After hearing this, Xiao Linger couldn't help but scratch her head. Buzz. At that moment the space trembled. Then a small gourd flew out from the void. It was the gourd Xiao Linger used to hold the primordial heaven water. What is this? Looking at the suddenly appearing small gourd, Cold Wu and Ling Xian were both stunned, because they could sense the extraordinary nature of this small gourd. Especially Cold Wu. He could clearly feel a life-threatening aura emanating from the small gourd. Don't be afraid, sister, the small gourd says the sacred land is not as powerful as me. After looking at the small gourd for a while, Xiao Linger spoke with a grin. At this statement, Li Xingyue and the others were all taken aback. The sacred land is not as powerful as you. What does that mean? Linger, what level of cultivation are you at? Li Xingyue asked with a serious tone. When they first met, she thought Xiao Linger was at the transformation realm. After experiencing the thunder tribulation, she believed she was at the integration realm. Now through Cold Wu's situation, Xiao Linger's cultivation in her mind had solidified at the sacred realm. Now this gourd says the sacred land is not as powerful as Xiao Linger. Doesn't that prove that the sacred land poses no threat to Xiao Linger at all? Then what level of cultivation is Xiao Linger at? The Emperor realm. Li Xingyue thought, feeling a shiver run down her spine. The Emperor realm is the true powerhouse of the true spirit world. As long as one is not in the tribulation realm, the Emperor is invincible. If Xiao Linger is at the Emperor realm, then what? After all, she is only 4 years old. Oh, cultivation. Sister, what is cultivation? Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at her. Li Xingyue. Meeting Xiao Linger's gaze, a series of question marks popped up in her mind. You don't know what cultivation is. Where did your terrifying strength come from? Senior, what about Linger? Helpless Li Xingyue could only communicate with the big cauldron. The young master's cultivation is not something you can comprehend. You just need to know that she is very strong beyond your imagination. At least the turtle sacred land that you speak of poses no threat to the young master. The big cauldron replied immediately. Xiao Linger's cultivation is at the immortal king realm. This level is simply beyond the comprehension of the people of the true spirit world. It also couldn't be bothered to explain this to someone like Li Xingyue. Hiss. After hearing the words of the big cauldron's spirit, Li Xingyue couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that Xiao Linger's cultivation has really reached the Emperor realm? She looked at Xiao Linger, her eyes filled with shock. The Emperor realm at 4 years old. Where on earth does she come from? Hee, the small gourd says I don't need to be afraid of you, turtle's sacred land. Nibble nibble, you bite me. Xiao Linger didn't think much of it. She made a face at Cold Wu. Cold Wu. He looked at Xiao Linger, then at the suddenly appearing small gourd, his expression darkening. Humph, I want to see if my sacred land's powerful beings come down. Can you withstand it? He said with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, the big cauldron's spirit's expression became strange again. This young man, you're really bold. Daring to say such things in front of my big brother gourd. 6. It murmured in its heart. Cold Wu did not know what level of treasure that gourd was, but it was very clear. The gourd is not a spiritual treasure like it, but a divine artifact. A true divine tool. Moreover, the gourd protects Xiao Linger the most. Take itself for example. At the beginning, when it was captured by Lu Ming, it was only to stew food for Xiao Linger. It didn't want to do it 1,000 or 10,000 times. And what happened in the end? It was almost shattered by the gourd. Now Cold Wu even dared to threaten Xiao Linger in front of the gourd. The big cauldron expressed. Courage, young man, you're really bold. You have to know that even a spiritual treasure wouldn't dare threaten Xiao Linger. Sure enough, just as Cold Wu finished speaking, the small gourd immediately shook violently. Then the gourd lid opened automatically, and a terrifying suction force emanated from the gourd. In an instant, Cold Wu was sucked directly into the gourd. After absorbing Cold Wu, the gourd hummed and shook twice, then directly broke through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Linger, what is this? Li Xingyue was already so frightened she didn't dare to breathe, because just now the pressure emanating from the gourd was even more terrifying than Cold Wu at the Great Ascension realm. As for Ling Xian, she was still in a daze, because she didn't expect the little girl Li Xingyue brought back could actually crush a half-sacred artifact with her bare hands, and she could easily capture Cold Wu, who had overturned his cultivation at the Great Ascension realm. Thinking back to when she first thought Xiao Linger was brought back by Li Xingyue to be trained as a maid, Ling Xian felt a tremor in her heart. Don't worry, sister, the gourd says it wants to visit the turtle's sacred land. Xiao Linger smiled mischievously, saying it without a care. Visit the turtle's sacred land. Li Xingyue was momentarily stunned. Xingyue, let's go back to the Linglong Pavilion first. The evil spirit clan is not trustworthy. Once I release them, they will attack the Linglong Pavilion instead of attacking the Xuanwu sacred land. At this moment, Ling Xian, who had regained her senses, took a deep breath and spoke. After saying this, she turned to Xiao Linger and respectfully said, "This senior, please help us. Don't worry, we will definitely reward you handsomely for your assistance. Afterwards, there will be a generous reward." Li Xingyue immediately interjected, "Master, this is our issue. How can we trouble Linger?" She knew that Xiao Linger understood nothing, but that doesn't mean she could be deceived. If that big cauldron got angry, no one would survive. "Oh, help. Old lady, what can you give me?" Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at Ling Xian. "Then how about this?" Meeting her gaze, Ling Xian took a deep breath, thought carefully, and took out a small red pearl. The pearl was the size of a fingertip red and looked like a blood egg. "This object was obtained by me at an ancient battlefield. I can sense that this object is extraordinary, but unfortunately I cannot refine it. Senior, how about this in exchange for your assistance?" Ling Xian spoke nervously. With the emergence of the evil spirit clan, Linglong Pavilion couldn't handle it. Now it was impossible to rely on the Xuanwu sacred land. The only one who could deal with the evil spirit clan was Xiao Linger. If Xiao Linger didn't help, Linglong Pavilion would be finished. "Such a strange pearl, sister, why do I feel a strange sensation?" Xiao Linger stared at the pearl, speaking in confusion. "A strange sensation? What sensation?" Li Xingyue looked at her in confusion. Yes, it's just a strange feeling. It feels like the pearl belongs to me." No. Sister, I don't know how to explain it." Xiao Linger scratched her head and said, "This." Li Xingyue was a bit confused after hearing this. The bloodline sensing, that pearl is the blood amber pearl. It was formed by the blood of a powerful being dripping onto a high-grade spirit stone. This object should be related to the matriarch. Suddenly the voice of the big cauldron's spirit echoed in Li Xingyue's consciousness. Is it related to little Linger's mother? Li Xingyue was momentarily taken aback after hearing this. No wonder little Linger mentioned feeling something strange. "Master, where did you get this bead?" Li Xingyue immediately asked. She had initially planned to take little Linger to the Xuanwu sacred land to seek a wise person, hoping to obtain some news about little Linger's mother. But now that she had fallen out with the Xuanwu sacred land, that path was evidently no longer viable. This blood amber was related to little Linger's mother. Perhaps the place where the blood amber appeared could provide some clues. "I found this item by chance in the ancient battlefield." "Xingyue, do you know what this is?" Ling Xian replied. "Ancient battlefield?" Li Xingyue pondered. She knew about this place. The ancient battlefield was located at the boundary between the Xuanwu domain and the central continent. It was rumored to contain great horrors. Before establishing a teleportation array, one had to cross this ancient battlefield to travel from the Xuanwu domain to the central continent. What a pity. In Li Xingyue's memory, no one had ever crossed the ancient battlefield. She had also never seen any powerful figures from the central continent cross the ancient battlefield to arrive in the Xuanwu domain. It could be said that the ancient battlefield was a chasm separating the Xuanwu domain from the central continent. As for the origin of the ancient battlefield, Li Xingyue had also heard some rumors. It was said that this land was once a battleground for immortals and demons during the ancient times around 100,000 years ago. The true spirit realm was shattered into pieces due to that great war, resulting in its current state. But what does this have to do with little Linger's mother? Could it be that she participated in that great war 100,000 years ago? However, judging by little Linger's age, that was evidently impossible. Otherwise, how could she possibly be only 4 years old? It should be that Linger's mother has entered the ancient battlefield. Perhaps there is some clue inside. Li Xingyue contemplated silently. Of course, the likelihood of this was minimal. After all, no one knew when this blood amber was left behind. But as the saying goes, a wild goose leaves a trace. If Linger's mother had been to the ancient battlefield, she would have surely left some mark. Even if it was just a name, it would make it easier for her to find Linger, rather than searching blindly like a headless fly as she was now. With this thought, Li Xingyue's gaze fell on little Linger, Linger, this bead was left by your mother. You should keep it. Ah, mother. Where is she? Old lady, have you seen my mother? Upon hearing this, little Linger's eyes immediately sparkled with endless hope. This, little predecessor, I have never seen your mother either. This item was something I stumbled upon in the ancient battlefield. Ling Xian looked at little Linger and said weakly, in the cultivation world, seniority was never determined by age, but by cultivation level. Whoever had greater strength was a predecessor. Even if she was many years older than little Linger in terms of cultivation, she still had to address little Linger as a predecessor. Sister, shall we go to the ancient battlefield to find mother? Little Linger looked at Li Xingyue. All right, sister will take you there. But for now, sister still needs to deal with some evil spirits. Once sister is done, I will take you there, okay? Li Xingyue patted her little head and replied. The emergence of the evil spirit clan was fundamentally due to her. This matter she could not ignore. All right, I will help, sister. I am quite powerful. Little Linger nodded, raising her little fist. Seeing that the great cauldron spirit did not react, Li Xingyue nodded. Thank you, Linger. As little Linger and the others headed towards the Linglong Pavilion, the little gourd had already arrived above the Xuanwu sacred land. The terrifying pressure it emitted caused all the people of the Xuanwu sacred land to feel a jolt in their spirits. I wonder which predecessor has descended upon the Xuanwu sacred land. Immediately, an ancient voice sounded. Following that, an elder with an air of immortality walked out of the void. This elder was none other than the current holy master of the Xuanwu sacred land, Wu Tiankui. He possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of the holy realm. Floating in the air, Wu Tiankui looked at the little gourd, his brows furrowing tightly. Just moments ago, he had been in seclusion attempting to break through to the Emperor Venerable realm. Suddenly sensing an extremely terrifying aura, he had come out to investigate. He never expected it to be a gourd, an emperor artifact, or perhaps a legendary immortal artifact. Wu Tiankui gazed at the little gourd, his brows furrowing even more. He knew this was a treasure, but at that moment he did not dare to entertain any thoughts about it. Not for any other reason, but because the terrifying aura emitted by this gourd made him feel an intense sense of crisis. May I ask who you are? Wu Tiankui pondered before speaking. Since it was an emperor artifact, or an immortal artifact, there must be a spirit residing within it. Those who threaten the little master shall die. A commanding voice emanated from the little gourd. Wu Tiankui was momentarily taken aback. Threatening the little master. Which little master? He had been in seclusion in the sacred land for nearly 1,000 years without ever going out. Where would he find someone to threaten your little master? Your Excellency, there must be some misunderstanding here. Wu Tiankui hurriedly spoke. With his great perfection of the holy realm cultivation, it would naturally not be difficult to withstand an emperor artifact. But now he did not know what level of treasure the little gourd was. One thing was certain based on the little gourd's words: this treasure had an owner. To hold such a powerful treasure, how simple could its owner be? Even if he could withstand the gourd, what could he use to defend against the person behind it? Thus he did not wish to engage in combat, only to seek a resolution. The little gourd remained silent, merely releasing the cold Wu. Cold Wu, what is going on here? Upon seeing Cold Wu, Wu Tiankui's face immediately darkened. He remembered sending Cold Wu to deal with the orphan of the Qinglian Dao companion. How could he have attracted such a presence? Master I. Cold Wu looked at Wu Tiankui, feeling quite aggrieved. At this moment he regretted it more than anything. Why did he have to act against that little girl? Now he had attracted such a terrifying presence. Especially recalling his words threatening little Linger, he almost wished he could find a piece of tofu to smash his head against. If it weren't for that statement, this terrifying gourd would not have come to the Xuanwu sacred land. This person threatens the little master. Those who threaten the little master shall die. Eradicate the forces that threaten the little master. A cold voice emerged from the little gourd. As the voice fell, a glow of rosy light burst forth, enveloping the Xuanwu sacred land. In an instant, all cultivators in the Xuanwu sacred land found themselves unable to move, including the holy master Wu Tiankui, who had attained the great perfection of the holy realm. An immortal artifact. This is definitely an immortal artifact. Cold Wu, who on earth did you provoke? Wu Tiankui's face changed dramatically. He was a great perfection of the holy realm, considered a half-step emperor venerable realm. Such cultivation could be considered a master in the true spirit realm. Even when facing a genuine emperor artifact, he could still put up a fight. After all, emperor artifacts are not truly in the emperor venerable realm. They could only be considered half of the emperor venerable realm. But now the little gourd had rendered him immobile. Only the legendary artifact used by tribulation realm cultivators could achieve such a feat. Master I don't know either. Cold Wu spoke with a helpless expression. At this moment, he was also very shocked. Who would have thought that a 4-year-old child would carry an immortal artifact? Upon hearing this, Wu Tiankui was so frustrated that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, he didn't even know who he had provoked. How did you end up provoking them? Xuanwu ancestors, save me. Wu Tiankui cried out in desperation. Xuanwu ancestor, the true pillar of stability for the Xuanwu sacred land. An ancient Xian turtle whose cultivation was terrifyingly powerful. It was a genuine demon ancestor equivalent to a supreme figure of the human race. Sigh. A frail figure appeared beside Wu Tiankue with long white hair and a cane in hand. It was indeed the pillar of stability for the Xuanwu sacred land, Xian turtle. Your Excellency, for my sake, how about letting this matter slide in exchange for a favor from Cold Wu? The Xian turtle spoke helplessly. As for the celestial artifact, it had no fear, but it feared the person behind it. To wield a celestial artifact, the one backing it must be a tribulation transcendence expert. Faced with such an existence, even it was at a loss. A mere mongrel turtle dares to call itself Xuanwu. What are you worth? Even if the true Xuanwu ancestor comes, I will not hold back. It is just right to use you to replenish my little master's strength. The little gourd snorted coldly. As the words fell, a streak of light flew out from the gourd, rushing towards the Xian turtle. Such bravado for a mere celestial artifact dare to call itself divine. The Xian turtle coldly snorted, lightly tapping its cane in the air. If the great cauldron spirit were present, it would surely remark, the old turtle is quite bold, isn't it? Daring to speak thus to the elder brother of the gourd. This is a genuine divine artifact, and can indeed be called divine. As the Xian turtle's cane pointed downwards. Buzz. A ripple surged in the air, ultimately crashing towards the little gourd like a tidal wave. Humph. The little gourd disdainfully sneered, shaking lightly. That ripple instantly dissipated, and the Xian turtle's expression changed drastically. It couldn't move. It realized it was being held in place, unable to budge. You are not a celestial artifact. You are a celestial treasure. A true celestial treasure. The Xian turtle exclaimed in terror. What? As these words escaped, Wu Tiankue and Cold Wu were instantly dumbfounded. As high-ranking members of the Xuanwu sacred land, they naturally knew what a celestial treasure was. Celestial artifacts are items used by tribulation transcendence experts. But tribulation transcendence is not true immortality, but a pseudo-immortal state. So-called celestial artifacts are merely pseudo-celestial artifacts. However, celestial treasures are different. Celestial treasures are the artifacts used by true immortals. Items of such caliber might not even exist in the entire true spirit realm. Cold Wu, who the hell have you offended? Wu Tiankue was filled with anger and confusion. A celestial treasure, a genuine celestial treasure. Does that mean Cold Wu, who went out for a short time, has offended an actual true immortal? Master, I truly didn't know. It was just a 4-year-old child. Cold Wu spoke nearly in tears. Since the moment he was easily suppressed by the little linger, he knew he had kicked a hard stone this time. But now it seemed. Forget about kicking a hard stone. This time he had kicked the heavens. Unknowingly, he had offended a descendant of a true immortal. Your Excellency, you have broken the rules of this realm. Immortals are not allowed to act against the true spirit realm. This is the rule of the upper realm. As an ancient creature who had lived for many years, the Xian turtle knew many secrets. One of which is that one day those from the upper realm are not allowed to act against the lower realm. Because the lower realm is the source of new blood for the upper realm. The power of those from the upper realm is too terrifying. Once they act, they will destroy the lower realm, cutting off the source of fresh blood. Rules. Have I broken the rules of that being above? The little gourd sneered. As the voice sounded, a streak of light shot up into the sky. When the layers of white clouds dispersed, a pair of eyes appeared in the air. Upon seeing this, those eyes immediately closed, disappearing as if they had seen nothing, as if to say, I saw nothing at all. Celestial envoy, help me, celestial envoy. This gourd has broken the rules. Upon seeing this, Xian Ling shouted anxiously. Damn it. At that moment, a person in a palace in the void outside the true spirit realm cursed upon hearing this. Help. Help your grandpa's life. This little gourd is at least a celestial king-level treasure. Should I save you? Who the hell is going to save me? He complained, choosing to act as if he heard and saw nothing. After all, that was a celestial king-level treasure. How could a mere true immortal like him dare to act? Not to mention the powerful figure behind it, even the little gourd could easily suppress him. It's over. Seeing the celestial envoy not respond, despair immediately surged within the Xian turtle. Of course, more than despair, there was anger. Why provoke such a being? It even made the celestial envoy afraid to intervene. The little gourd stopped wasting words, opened its lid, and inhaled towards the 3 beings. Instantly, the 3 beings were sucked into the gourd. Not only that, but the entire Xuanwu sacred land was also sucked into the gourd. After completing everything, the little gourd dove into the void and disappeared. In the void outside the true spirit realm. Sigh. The celestial envoy sighed heavily, his face full of frustration. Damn it, which big shot is playing with mortals again? Should I report this? This is a celestial king artifact. Surely a report would result in a reward. The celestial envoy muttered to himself. But after a moment he shook his head. No, this gourd belongs to someone. Its master must also be a celestial king, and the spiritual celestial realm cannot punish a celestial king over such a trivial matter. Forget it, forget it. I saw nothing, heard nothing. It's just a small matter, at worst he'll blame it on the Union Chaos Party. Yes, that's it, he muttered and stopped saying anything more, falling silent. When Li Xingyue and the others arrived at Linglong Pavilion, what they saw was a scene of devastation. Countless evil spirits were slaughtering the cultivators of Linglong Pavilion. There were also cultivators of Linglong Pavilion slaying evil spirits. Unfortunately, in terms of both quantity and overall strength, the evil spirits were stronger than Linglong Pavilion. If this continued, Linglong Pavilion would undoubtedly be destroyed. Linger, be careful. Li Xingyue said this and directly rushed into the battlefield. Originally wanting to let the little Linger take action, Ling Xin saw this and said nothing more. She also rushed into the battlefield. Little Linger chose to stand in one place, curiously watching everything with her round big eyes. She had no concept of war, yet she caught the attention of an evil spirit. What a cute little girl, her taste must be exquisite. Little girl, why not come and let me taste you? Two evil spirits approached little Linger, extending their long crimson tongues to lick their lips. Moreover, these two evil spirits had considerable cultivation at the golden core stage. Ugly monsters, how disgusting, little Linger said in a childish voice, looking at the two evil spirits. Upon hearing this, the two evil spirits instantly flew into a rage. Appearance was a taboo for their kind. You seek death. This little girl knows nothing of the world. Ew, I will swallow you whole. The two evil spirits roared angrily. As they spoke, their crimson tongues coiled towards little Linger like vines, ready to split her in half and swallow her. Watching the two tongues approach, little Linger wasted no words and directly punched out. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The moment the two tongues touched little Linger's fist, they exploded into a pile of minced meat. Not only that, but a gust of fist wind also struck the two evil spirits. Bang! The explosion sounded again, and before the two evil spirits could even scream, they were obliterated, reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. The commotion here immediately attracted everyone's attention. Whether it was the cultivators of Linglong Pavilion or the evil spirits, they fell into silence in an instant. The entire battlefield came to a standstill after little Linger's strike. A 4-year-old child actually killed two evil spirits at the golden core stage. Whether it was the evil spirits or the members of the Linglong Pavilion, they all gazed at Xiao Linger with eyes filled with utter astonishment. After all, those were two evil spirits at the golden core stage. Moreover, the evil spirit tribe possesses an incredibly strong self-healing ability. No matter how severe the injuries, they can recover instantly. Relying on this capability, an evil spirit in the early golden core stage could contend with a late golden core human without losing ground. This was also the reason why the Linglong Pavilion had no chance of winning. But now, a 4-year-old child managed to obliterate two evil spirits at the golden core level with a single punch. Isn't she the little girl that the saintess brought back? Yes, I saw her in the spirit herb garden before. My heavens, how can she be so powerful? How can she be so formidable? Those are two evil spirits at the golden core stage. Could she be a nascent soul cultivator? A nascent soul cultivator? What a joke, she's only 4 years old. The members of the Linglong Pavilion were discussing among themselves. The news about Xiao Linger had already spread throughout the pavilion, and many of them were aware of her. However, no one expected Xiao Linger to be this powerful, able to explode two evil spirits at the golden core stage with just a single punch. Seeking death. Impressive little girl, your Dao mechanism is now mine. Dare to kill members of my tribe. You shall die. The evil spirits quickly reacted. They all abandoned their current opponents and charged towards Xiao Linger. Among them were several dozen nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of golden core practitioners, with foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators swarming like locusts. They were not foolish. A mere 4-year-old child possessed such strength, indicating her terrifying talent. Such a being must be nipped in the bud. Furthermore, their tribe's method of becoming stronger was by refining the Dao mechanisms of the human race. If they could capture Xiao Linger and refine her Dao mechanism, the future would surely hold great promise. Not could stop them, quickly stop them. Little sister, run towards the saintess. Damn it, your opponents are me. The faces of the Linglong Pavilion cultivators changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene. So many evil spirits were rushing towards Xiao Linger. Even if the opponents were cultivators at the transformation stage, it would be difficult to resist. The members of the Linglong Pavilion launched attacks against those evil spirits. Unfortunately, all the evil spirits at this moment had their eyes only on Xiao Linger and ignored them. Linger. This scene naturally drew the attention of those fighting in the air. They saw the overwhelming number of evil spirits charging towards Xiao Linger. Li Xingyu's expression changed drastically. Now, aside from the evil spirits at the transformation stage fighting them, most of the other evil spirits were heading straight for Xiao Linger. One could say that the evil spirit tribe was using their entire force to kill Xiao Linger. With so many evil spirits attacking, even she might not be able to withstand it. Xingyue, don't panic. Have you forgotten the strength of our little senior? Ling Xian was not overly worried. In the face of absolute strength, numbers were useless. If Xiao Linger were merely at the transformation stage or the integration or great ascension stage, she would come to help. But unfortunately, Xiao Linger was at the saint stage. Such terrifying strength meant that a group of nascent soul golden core foundation establishment and chi refinement evil spirits would perish in droves. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of evil spirits had already closed in on Xiao Linger. So many ugly creatures, disgusting, so disgusting you. Facing the densely packed and overwhelming evil spirits, Xiao Linger spoke to herself. She extended her chubby little hand and waved it forward. Instantly, all the evil spirits charging at Xiao Linger changed their expressions drastically. They actually could not move. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged at Xiao Linger's 5 little fingers. She waved her small palm out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out continuously, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth transforming into thin needles. Moreover, they were enveloped in white flames. Pist, pist. The sound of sharp objects piercing the skin echoed endlessly as the needles formed from the spiritual power of heaven and earth pierced into the heads of the evil spirits. Then the entire bodies of the evil spirits ignited in flames. In the blink of an eye, all the evil spirits charging toward Xiao Linger turned into a pile of black powder. Silence. Dead silence. Whether it was the high-ranking members of the Linglong Pavilion or the disciples, they were all frozen in place, staring at Xiao Linger with expressions of shock and fear. She annihilated tens of thousands of evil spirits with just a wave of her hand. What kind of joke is this? Those were tens of thousands of evil spirits, and they weren't even the weakest ones. Among them were also powerful beings at the nascent soul and golden core stages. Now they were all obliterated by a single move from Xiao Linger. Gulp. Suddenly the sound of swallowing saliva echoed. Following that was the sound of gasping and discussions filled with shock. Hiss, she annihilated tens of thousands of evil spirits, all destroyed. One move, just one move. Heavens, what cultivation level is she at? She absolutely cannot be at the nascent soul stage. Transformation stage? Even a transformation stage cultivator couldn't achieve this. Could she be at the integration stage? What kind of joke for years-old integration stage? The voices of discussion intertwined, filling the entire battlefield. Everyone was shocked by this scene, even frightened. Likewise, they were curious about what cultivation level Xiao Linger truly had. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just shot. With so many eyes on her, Xiao Linger's face turned bright red. After speaking, she took a step and ran directly behind Li Xingyue to hide. The members of the Linglong Pavilion were left in a daze after hearing this. Shy, a little girl, you're seeking death. When our tribe's powerful beings arrive, you will surely be killed. The evil spirits at the transformation stage reacted, roaring in anger. After leaving behind threatening words, they tore through the void and chose to flee. They were not mindlessly rushing to kill Xiao Linger. After all, with their cultivation level, they could not see through Xiao Linger's realm. Yet Xiao Linger had just used one move to kill tens of thousands of their kind. The only explanation was that Xiao Linger's cultivation level was above the transformation stage. Such an existence would be foolish to rush into a battle. The spirit of the great tripod once again wore a perplexed expression. You guys are quite brave to threaten me. Don't you know that my big brother Lu is back? It mumbled to itself. Sure enough, in the next moment the space trembled and the little gourd appeared out of nowhere beside Xiao Linger. As for those fleeing evil spirits at the transformation stage, they were all frozen in place. They stared at the suddenly appearing gourd in astonishment. Gourd, quickly capture these ugly creatures. Xiao Linger commanded the little gourd. The little gourd vibrated, seemingly responding to her words. In the next moment, the gourd lid opened, and all the transformation stage evil spirits were effortlessly captured within the gourd, much to the shock of the Linglong Pavilion members. After capturing the evil spirits at the transformation stage, the little gourd vibrated again, then transformed into a streak of light and rushed into the spatial passage between the evil spirits and the Linglong Pavilion. Linger, what is this? Li Xingyue regained her senses and asked. Sister, it's nothing. The gourd says ugly creatures cannot exist. It's going to capture all the ugly creatures. Xiao Linger spoke innocently. However, her words struck the hearts of several powerful beings at the transformation stage in the Linglong Pavilion like a thunderbolt. Capture all the ugly creatures. Little senior, do you want to listen to what you are saying? They looked at Xiao Linger with a strange gaze. It is known that when the evil spirit clan invaded the true spirit realm, in the end, Li Xingyu's parents, who were the Qinglian Dao partners, only managed to drive them back and seal the entrance. They did not slaughter their way into the evil spirit realm. The reason for this must be that the Qinglian Dao partners did not dare to enter the evil spirit realm nor the Xuanwu sacred land. After the foreign race was repelled, the Xuanwu sacred land did not pursue them in their world. Surely they did not have the confidence to do so. If they had that confidence, they would have long ago invaded the foreign world. After all, the foreign world possesses vast cultivation resources. Who would give up the chance to conquer it if they could succeed? Now a treasure has unexpectedly entered the evil spirit realm, aiming to capture all the evil spirits. To the few beings at the transformation stage in Linglong Pavilion, this was undoubtedly a joke. Of course, they did not dare to say much. After all, a magical item capable of tearing apart the void autonomously is at least a sacred artifact. Such a being is not something they can provoke. The current pavilion master of Linglong Pavilion, Lingyue, thanks the young senior for your timely rescue. A beautiful woman in her 30s stepped forward respectfully and said, "Thank you, young senior, for saving Linglong Pavilion from peril." The other elders also spoke up. Thank me. Shouldn't you be offering a reward? The master said a drop of kindness should be repaid with a punch. Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at the few people. What? Lingyue and the other elders were momentarily confused. A drop of kindness repaid with a punch. Linger, it's a drop of kindness repaid with a gushing spring. Li Xingyue laughed and corrected her. Is that so? Hee, close enough, close enough. Xiao Linger smiled awkwardly, her little face turning beet red. This adorable appearance made Lingyue and the others unable to help but smile. There is indeed a reward. Here are 100 top-grade spirit stones. Please accept them, young senior. Lingyue immediately spoke, taking out palm-sized spirit stones from her storage space. Seeing this, the other elders' expressions changed slightly. 100 top-grade spirit stones are almost 90% of Linglong Pavilion's foundation. However, thinking that if it weren't for Xiao Linger's intervention today, Linglong Pavilion would have perished, they said nothing. Trading 90% of their foundation for the survival of Linglong Pavilion was not a loss. Just stones. I don't want stones, I want vegetables and meat. Xiao Linger looked at the top-grade spirit stones with a disgusted expression. Stones. Stones. Everyone was taken aback. You call this thing a stone? These are top-grade spirit stones, the finest spirit stones in the true spirit realm. Linglong Pavilion has a heritage of over 10,000 years, and they only have this amount of top-grade spirit stones left. To think they were being rejected. Elder, what should we do? Li Xingyue communicated with the Great Cauldron's spirit, hoping it would persuade Xiao Linger to accept. Top-grade spirit stones are rare and valuable. These are useless to the young master, the Great Cauldron's spirit replied immediately. Xiao Linger's current cultivation is at the Immortal King realm. For her, these mere top-grade spirit stones are indeed just stones, having no significant effect. According to the young master's words, give her spirit herbs, treasure pills, or demon beast meat. Before Li Xingyue could speak, the Great Cauldron's spirit said again. Elder, are you sure? Li Xingyue said, somewhat incredulous. Spirit herbs and demon beast meat can't be better than top-grade spirit stones. This is related to the young master's physique. Just do as you are told, the Great Cauldron's spirit replied. Physique? Li Xingyue frowned slightly. The Great Cauldron's spirit replied calmly, without further explanation. As for the reason, it did not know what kind of physique Xiao Linger had. It only knew that Xiao Linger cannot absorb the spiritual power or celestial power within spirit stones or celestial spirit stones. In other words, spirit stones and celestial spirit stones are of no use to Xiao Linger's cultivation. On the contrary, spirit herbs and demon beast meat can provide her with celestial power. Even the lowest grade spirit herbs or demon beast meat in the true spirit realm can still provide Xiao Linger with some celestial power. This is also the reason why Xiao Linger loves to eat. Eating is Xiao Linger's path of cultivation. At just 4 years old, the terrifying cultivation she possesses is all from eating. Of course, this cannot be separated from Lu Ming's feeding. If it weren't for Lu Ming constantly feeding her various powerful divine beasts and celestial herbs, Xiao Linger would not have such cultivation. Seeing the Great Cauldron's spirit say this, Li Xingyue stopped speaking. Vegetables. Meat. This. Lingyue exchanged glances with the few beside her, all seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. What do vegetables and meat refer to? Pavilion Master Linger needs spirit herbs and demon beast meat. Li Xingyue immediately explained. Spirit herbs and demon beast meat. Lingyue and the other elders exchanged glances, all rejoicing. Keeping the top-grade spirit stones would be best, because top-grade spirit stones are of great help to their cultivation. All right, fourth elder, please go and bring all the spirit herbs from Linglong Pavilion. Just leave some seeds. First elder, second elder, third elder. Please trouble you three to take your disciples to help the young senior hunt demon beasts. Lingyue immediately gave the orders. The 4 elders nodded and immediately took action. Linger, shall we wait a moment? Once we get the meat, can we go to the ancient battlefield? Li Xingyue spoke. Sure. I still have to wait for the little gourd. Xiao Linger nodded, settling down with Li Xingyue at her residence. The battle has also come to a pause. At this moment in the evil spirit realm, the little gourd has already descended into the evil spirit realm. The moment it descended, the terrifying powers of the evil spirit clan sensed it and all came out from their seclusion into the void. Ha, an immortal treasure. The patriarch has actually brought an immortal treasure into our realm. Great, great. An immortal treasure indeed. Heaven bless our clan. The 5 evil spirits looked at the little gourd in the sky, momentarily dazed before bursting into laughter. Their cultivation levels are not low. They are all in the tribulation stage. Not bad, it really is an immortal treasure. Once I refine this immortal treasure, I will surely be able to use it to break the barrier between our realm and the true spirit realm. At that time, our clan will usher in the most glorious moment. The patriarch was filled with excitement, even his voice trembled as he spoke. How are you, trash? A cold laugh came from within the gourd. Then the gourd shook slightly. The 5 tribulation-level evil spirits suddenly found themselves unable to move. In an instant, their faces changed dramatically. Please spare us, it was our foolish words that offended you. Please forgive us, esteemed one. Yes, we are willing to offer treasures, please do not be angry, esteemed one. The 5 of them spoke in succession, their faces filled with panic. What the hell is this? It is at least a mystical spirit artifact used by a golden immortal. No need, your clan disgusts the young master. So you no longer need to exist. A calm voice came from inside the gourd. Evil spirits. The 5 powerful beings of the evil spirit clan stared at the small gourd, their faces showing expressions of bewilderment. To make your little master feel disgusted, and you want to annihilate us? What kind of absurd reasoning is this? Sir, one can be killed, but not insulted. The head of the evil spirits spoke with a dark expression. It had already sensed the implication behind the small gourd's words. The evil spirit leader, who was ugly, declared, "What if I insult you?" The small gourd scoffed disdainfully as its voice fell. The gourd lid opened as well. "Transform into primordial heaven water and stew dishes for my little master," it commanded, suddenly sucking in the evil spirit clan. Damn it. The faces of the 5 evil spirit clan members abruptly changed. They wanted to escape, to resist. However, their bodies were firmly bound by an unknown force, and their magical powers were likewise restrained. In such a situation, facing the small gourd, all they could do was feel impotent rage in their hearts. They could only watch helplessly as they were sucked into the gourd. After absorbing all the evil spirits into the gourd, the small gourd tore through the void and departed. Not long after it left, a woman in a white dress, stunningly beautiful, suddenly appeared in the evil spirit realm. Such a terrifying magical artifact, it's even stronger than my own innate Immortal Emperor weapon, the red lotus. Could it be the legendary, true divine artifact? The woman furrowed her brows slightly as she gazed in the direction the small gourd had departed. If it's a true divine artifact, the one who masters it should also be an Immortal Emperor. Could it be Im Tiantian? No, this treasure does not carry Im Tiantian's aura. Could it be that during my reincarnation, a new Immortal Emperor has emerged in the immortal spirit realm? The woman muttered to herself. Just then the space behind her began to ripple, and a man and a woman suddenly appeared behind her. "We greet our esteemed one." The two spoke respectfully. If the higher-ups of Linglong Pavilion were present, they would surely be stunned, for these two were indeed Li Xingyu's parents, the Qinglian Dao couple. No need for such formalities, the evil spirit realm has already been cleared. "The safety of your daughter has been assured," the woman said, glancing at the two with indifference. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your assistance," the Qinglian Dao couple expressed, cupping their hands. "Was there someone else who intervened? During my reincarnation, has a new Immortal Emperor emerged in the immortal spirit realm?" The woman waved her hand, frowning as she asked. If a new Immortal Emperor had arisen, it would certainly not be good news for her. The Qinglian Dao couple exchanged glances and shook their heads. "We did not hear the commander mention anything about it," they replied in unison. "Nothing." Upon hearing this, the woman's brows tightened immediately. How could that be? That gourd is definitely a true divine artifact. Such a treasure can only be controlled by an Immortal Emperor. Forget it. Perhaps it is someone of great fortune who has recognized it as their own. She mused to herself, then turned to the Qinglian Dao couple and asked, "What has happened to the father and daughter?" The Qinglian Dao couple exchanged glances. Replying to the esteemed one, "We did not find any village at the location you mentioned," they answered immediately. "Nothing." The woman asked in a low voice, "Did you bring my guiding butterfly?" "I remember using a great formation to cover the village when I left." Replying to the esteemed one, "The guiding butterfly was destroyed while my husband and I were exploring a forbidden area." "So, please punish me, esteemed one." The Qinglian Dao couple spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Forget it, I believe they should be safe. Let's go, you will follow me to cultivate in the Forbidden Sea." The woman sighed, saying helplessly. The Qinglian Dao couple nodded. "I wonder how they are doing, father and daughter." "And Linger, she should be 4 years old now," the woman sighed inwardly. She was no one else but Xiao Linger's mother, the reincarnated Immortal Emperor by Yunyan. Linglong Pavilion. "Pavilion Master, it's all my fault for underestimating the shamelessness of the evil spirit clan, which led to serious losses for Linglong Pavilion." Ling Xian spoke with a face full of apologies. If it weren't for Xiao Linger today, Linglong Pavilion would surely have been annihilated by the evil spirit clan. No worries, had it not been for the parents of Xingyue back then there would be no Linglong Pavilion today. By the way, who is that young senior? Also, you captured alive by Long Wu. Pavilion Master Ling Yue waved her hand, curiously inquiring. Ling Xian had seen Ling Wu capture her, so she was fully aware. This matter is thanks to that young senior. She was the one who dealt with Long Wu. Ling Xian said with a bitter smile. What? She helped you deal with Long Wu? Elder Ling Xian, you can't be joking. Even Ling Yue, who had seen countless storms, couldn't help but be shocked. Who is Long Wu? He is the direct disciple of the current Holy Master of the Xuanwu Holy Land. A terrifying existence who had overturned his cultivation at the great ascension stage. He was actually dealt with by Xiao Linger. Pavilion Master, it's true. That young senior is indeed a powerful being of the Holy Realm. Ling Xian said with a bitter smile. Holy Realm. After hearing this, Ling Yue was completely stunned. Elder Ling Xian, do you know what you were saying? She spoke with a dazed expression, clearly unable to believe it. Xiao Linger is only 4 years old. 4 years old and already at the Holy Realm. Who would believe that? Pavilion Master, I know this is unbelievable. But the fact is that the young senior is indeed a powerful being of the Holy Realm. Moreover, she is not an ordinary Holy Realm being. Long Wu was suppressed by her with just one move. His semi-holy artifact, the river and mountain map, was also destroyed by a single punch from the young senior. Ling Xian spoke with a bitter smile. Even now, she still felt lingering fear from the scene earlier. Hiss! A gasp escaped Ling Yu's lips. Long Wu and Li Xingyu's parents were both legendary figures of the Xuanwu region, with extraordinary talent and unmatched combat power. It was rumored that Long Wu had fought against Holy Realm beings and remained undefeated with his great ascension stage cultivation. Yet such an existence was suppressed by Xiao Linger with just one move. And Xiao Linger is only 4 years old. As she thought of this, Ling Yue couldn't help but shiver. A great terror. Xiao Linger must have a great terror behind her. What is her background? Ling Yue asked. From what Xing Yue said, she came out of a village. Xing Yue speculated that the young senior should come from the legendary Immortal Mansion. Ling Xian replied. Hiss! Ling Yue couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing this. From the Immortal Mansion, that is indeed the most elite power in the true spirit realm, holding the power of life and death in the true spirit realm. However, considering that she is only 4 years old, yet possesses the cultivation of the Holy Realm, Ling Yue felt a sense of relief. Such a terrifying existence can only be cultivated by the legendary Immortal Mansion. So has she come to my Linglong Pavilion? Ling Yue asked with great concern. An existence of this caliber is like a ticking time bomb for her Linglong Pavilion. The Pavilion Master need not worry, as she came out to find her mother. However, after coming out, she met Xing Yue and treated her as an older sister. Ling Xian said, That's good, tell Xing Yue to meet all the young senior's requests. Ling Yue sighed in relief. By the way, before Ling Xian could speak, she added, We also need to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the movements of the Xuanwu Holy Land. They definitely will not let this matter rest. Ling Xian nodded. Pavilion Master, big news, big news. Just then the voice of an old man rang out. Soon the Grand Elder of Linglong Pavilion entered with an excited expression. What happened? Ling Yue asked in confusion. The third elder and the others sent word that the Xuanwu Holy Land has disappeared. The Grand Elder stated with a solemn expression. What? Ling Xian and Ling Yu were both taken aback. The Xuanwu Sacred Land has disappeared. They exchanged glances. Elder, what do you mean by disappearance? There are two possibilities for disappearance, Ling Yu furrowed her brow and asked. One is relocation to another place. The second is complete annihilation. She was eager to know which situation the Xuanwu Sacred Land was in. If it was the first, the Xuanwu Sacred Land could become a potential trouble after all. Linglong Pavilion had taken care of the star and moon disciples for many years. The Xuanwu Sacred Land might retaliate against Linglong Pavilion due to this matter. Although Linglong Pavilion would not be destroyed, it would at least suffer some losses. The second scenario is not good either. The Xuanwu Sacred Land is the stabilizing force of the Xuanwu domain. Without the Xuanwu Sacred Land, chaos will surely ensue. Ling Xian stood silently to the side, not speaking. She recalled something. Previously, after Xiao Linger suppressed Long Wu had threatened her. Then that terrifying little gourd appeared and took Long Wu away, even mentioning going to visit the Xuanwu Sacred Land. Could it be that the Xuanwu Sacred Land has disappeared? Ling Xian pondered. The message from the third brother and others is that the Xuanwu Sacred Land has completely vanished, the elder slowly said. Not just people, even buildings and mountains have completely disappeared. Buildings and even mountains have completely vanished. After hearing this, Ling Yu frowned tightly. So how exactly the Xuanwu Sacred Land is, no one knows. This matter is likely related to the young senior, she said. The Xuanwu Sacred Land may have been completely destroyed. Ling Xian took a deep breath and continued, related to the young senior. Completely destroyed. Ling Yu and the elder looked at her in confusion. Facing their gazes, Ling Xian recounted how Long Wu had been suppressed and threatened along with the incident involving the little gourd. Do you mean that the Xuanwu sacred land was erased by that little gourd? The elder spoke with disbelief. Erased the Xuanwu sacred land completely. What kind of cultivation would be required to achieve such a feat? Even a sacred realm expert couldn't possibly do it. Impossible. The pavilion master Ling Yu interjected firmly. You may not be aware, but the 4 great sacred lands of the 4 domains all have an emperor-level expert overseeing them. According to the inheritance passed down from Linglong Pavilion, overseeing the Xuanwu sacred land is an ancient tortoise of the demon ancestor realm. This tortoise was a spirit beast captured by the first ancestor of the Xuanwu sacred land. After the first ancestor passed away, this ancient tortoise has lived for tens of thousands of years. With profound cultivation, even the Emperor's garden would not wish to provoke it. The gourd you mentioned must be an imperial artifact. Without an emperor-level expert activating it, it is impossible to erase the Xuanwu sacred land. She continued to explain. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The Xuanwu sacred land actually had a demon ancestor. That is equivalent to a human emperor-level expert. So the Xuanwu sacred land must have escaped. After all, the young senior is from the Immortal Palace. They must have guessed this, so they chose to retreat from the world, Ling Xian added. It should be so. We need to prepare ourselves. With the Xuanwu sacred land retreating, the Xuanwu domain will surely descend into chaos. Linglong Pavilion and the Tiangong Palace will definitely be at the forefront of the storm. So we need to be cautious in our responses from here on out. Ling Yu took a deep breath and spoke gravely. Ling Xian and the elder both nodded seriously. Without the suppression of the Xuanwu sacred land, various demons and monsters will emerge. As the last 2 remaining forces in the Xuanwu domain, Linglong Pavilion and the Tiangong Palace will undoubtedly become the targets of the chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, she was staring at the enormous tortoise in front of her, drooling. Wow, sister, what a big tortoise. Let's do it. As she drooled, she said. Standing next to her, Li Xingyue looked at the tortoise with a puzzled expression. Because this tortoise seemed familiar to her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. However, she couldn't recall exactly where. Sister. Seeing that she didn't respond, Xiao Linger called out again. Okay, let's do it. Li Xingyue came to her senses and smiled. The big tortoise must be delicious. Xiao Linger chuckled and immediately took out a large cauldron. She then had the little gourd that had returned from the evil spirit realm pour water into the cauldron. Soon the cauldron was filled with the primordial heavenly water, and the ancient tortoise was placed inside to stew. Sister, after we finish eating, let's go find Mother, okay? Sure, after we eat, we'll head to the ancient battlefield to see if there are any clues. Li Xingyue gently patted her head and smiled. Ling Xian requests an audience with the young senior. Suddenly Ling Xian's voice came from outside. It's the old lady. Xiao Linger giggled. I've met the young senior, and here are the vegetables and meat you wanted. Ling Xian respectfully spoke, handing a ring to Xiao Linger as she spoke. Okay. Upon hearing vegetables and meat, Xiao Linger's eyes immediately brightened. She took the storage ring and directly poured out its contents. First came various demon beast corpses, most comparable to the Foundation Establishment realm Xian demons, and there were also quite a few earth demons comparable to the Golden Core realm. There were even a few comparable to the nascent soul realm celestial demons. Wow, so much meat. Looking at the nearly 100 demon beasts, Xiao Linger was drooling with excitement. I'm glad the young senior likes it. Ling Xian smiled slightly. Like it, hee. Xiao Linger gleefully replied like a child who had received candy. Then I won't disturb the young senior any longer. Xingyue, you must take good care of the young senior. If the young senior needs anything, you must provide it. Ling Xian instructed Li Xingyue. Xiao Linger's identity is astonishing, and her strength is extremely terrifying. Staying by her side is definitely beneficial. Moreover, Xiao Linger is quite dependent on Li Xingyue right now, which is a great opportunity for Li Xingyue. She doesn't want Li Xingyue to give up this chance. Yes, master. Li Xingyue naturally understood Ling Xian's meaning and replied. Old lady, why don't we eat some of the big tortoise before we leave? The big tortoise is very delicious, Xiao Linger interjected. The big tortoise. Hearing this, Ling Xian finally noticed the giant turtle stewing in the cauldron. Oh, it's actually a rare Xian turtle. With just one glance, she recognized the type of turtle. The Xian turtle is no ordinary demon beast. It possesses the bloodline of the Xuanwu. Even among the demon race, Xian turtles are quite rare. Right, it is a Xian turtle? No wonder it seemed familiar to me, Li Xingyue recalled after her reminder. I wonder where the gourd senior got such a large Xian turtle from, she mumbled to herself. Ling Xian, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Xingyue, what did you just say? This Xian turtle, was it brought here by the young senior's gourd? She turned to ask, already harboring a terrifying thought in her heart. Could it be that this stew is the demon ancestor of the Xuanwu sacred land? Ling Xian couldn't help but swallow hard as she pondered. Previously, after Xiao Linger defeated Lung Wu, the latter had threatened her. Later, when the little gourd appeared, it conveyed the intention of visiting the Xuanwu sacred land. Regarding this matter, Ling Xian had initially paid it no mind. In her speculation, the little gourd was likely going to intimidate the Xuanwu sacred land. Upon learning of the disappearance of the Xuanwu sacred land, she felt that the intimidation by the little gourd must have worked, leading the Xuanwu sacred land to hide from an unresistible existence. This was Ling Xian's conjecture about the whole matter. However, now looking at the Xuanwu tortoise simmering in the large cauldron, another thought emerged in her mind. The Xuanwu sacred land was not hiding. The little gourd had not gone to intimidate, but to annihilate. To completely obliterate the Xuanwu sacred land, including the guardian beast that was comparable to the realm of the human emperor. If this is the case, Ling Xian thought, doesn't that make the gourd a celestial artifact? She gazed at the Xuanwu tortoise in the cauldron, and waves of astonishment surged within her. A celestial artifact, a treasure used by powerful beings in the tribulation realm. It's no exaggeration to say it's the pinnacle of treasures in the true spirit continent. However, thinking of Xiao Linger's identity, she felt relieved. A person who walked out of a celestial abode would naturally have a celestial artifact for protection. Master, what's wrong? Li Xingyue asked as she noticed Ling Xian stop, her expression constantly changing. It's nothing. Ling Xian snapped back to reality, casting a deep glance at Xiao Linger before turning to leave. A great terror, a super great terror, absolutely not to be provoked. In Li Xingyue's puzzled gaze, Ling Xian's figure quickly vanished. Wow, sister, it smells so good. Come and eat. At this moment, Xiao Linger's delighted voice rang out. Okay. Li Xingyue smiled, slightly unaware of the level of existence they were about to consume. She approached Xiao Linger, not touching the Xuanwu tortoise, but instead ladling some soup. Because she knew the Xuanwu tortoise belonged to Xiao Linger, she could just drink some soup. Moreover, this soup was composed of primordial heavenly water. Even though she had already consumed some and could not change her physique, it would still greatly benefit her cultivation. Not to mention there were various vegetables that Xiao Linger had added. Even if it was just soup, it could rival some renowned pills. Thinking of this, Li Xingyue picked up the bowl and took a sip. As the soup entered her mouth and filled her abdomen, she began to circulate her cultivation method to refine it. However, as she started the refinement, her expression changed drastically, because the terrifying spiritual energy within her dantian surged. She felt that what she had consumed was not just soup, but a holy medicine. What is this? Li Xingyue's heart trembled as she looked at the Xuanwu tortoise in the cauldron. She clearly understood that the mere vegetables Xiao Linger had added could not possibly produce such effects, because the spiritual energy of spiritual herbs would dissipate after leaving their growth area. Unless there was a preservation method, otherwise over time the spiritual herb would turn into an ordinary plant. Therefore, many people would seal spiritual herbs to preserve their spiritual energy. They would then find an alchemist to refine them into pills to maximize the effects of the spiritual herbs. Of course, consuming them directly is also an option, but the effects would be halved. Not to mention Xiao Linger had directly cooked them as vegetables. The spiritual energy of the herbs she added must have diminished considerably. Thus, it was impossible for just a bowl of soup to possess such terrifying spiritual essence. Therefore, Li Xingyue was certain that the terrifying spiritual energy in her dantian was definitely related to that Xuanwu tortoise. Because the blood and flesh of demonic beasts contain abundant spiritual energy, which is also a resource for cultivation. What level of demonic beast is this? Just one sip of soup nearly filled my dantian. Li Xingyue thought to herself. Now she was in the transformation realm, and her dantian was already tremendously vast, comparable to a lake. How could it be so easy to fill it up? Now just one sip of soup accomplished that. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy in her dantian, Li Xingyue had no time to think much, because she had to quickly refine the spiritual energy, otherwise her dantian would surely explode. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingyue sat down and began to refine the spiritual energy. Now she was in the transformation realm. The method of cultivation in the transformation realm involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, then refining that energy into spiritual power using the dantian as a vessel. Once the spiritual energy is converted into spiritual power, it can then be refined into the power of laws to enhance cultivation. After a while, Li Xingyue opened her eyes, her expression a mix of joy and shock. Because with just one sip of soup, her internal power of laws had increased by 3 paths. One should not underestimate these 3 paths, for she was currently in the transformation realm. To condense a path of law power requires an astronomical amount of spiritual energy, and Li Xingyue was very clear about this. Now she needed spiritual energy equivalent to what a golden core stage cultivator would require to advance from the early to the mid-stage. If it were a foundation establishment stage cultivator, it would be sufficient to take someone from early to late stage, or even perfection. This is also why it becomes increasingly difficult to raise one's cultivation as one progresses, because the consumption is too terrifying. Now, just one sip of soup allowed her to condense 3 paths of law power. If it were other resources used to cultivate someone else, at least it could bring a golden core early stage cultivator to the nascent soul realm. If the soup is this terrifying, what about the meat? Li Xingyue thought as her gaze fell upon the Xuanwu tortoise. However, she did not dare to consider the meat, because with her current cultivation level she absolutely could not eat it. Otherwise there would be a risk of explosion. Right now she was very curious. What level of demonic beast is this Xuanwu tortoise? Its flesh actually contains such terrifying spiritual energy. Could it be a demonic emperor comparable to the human saint realm? Li Xingyue thought, her heart growing increasingly alarmed. A demonic emperor, a terrifying existence on par with the human saint realm. And yet Xiao Linger had simply cooked it. Sister, why aren't you eating the meat? Xiao Linger said while gnawing on a leg of the Xuanwu tortoise. Linger dear, I don't like eating meat, Li Xingyue replied with a wry smile. Just one sip of soup had nearly filled her dantian, let alone the meat. Huh. Then sister, drink more soup. The soup is really delicious. Not knowing the reason, Xiao Linger did not think much. Li Xingyue nodded, continuing to drink the soup and refine it. The power of laws within her surged wildly. When the soup and meat in the cauldron were nearly consumed, her cultivation had already broken through to the mid-transformation realm. Linger, thank you, Li Xingyue sincerely said. If it weren't for the soup Xiao Linger made, she wondered how many years it would take to break through to the mid-transformation realm. Huh, what are you thanking me for? Sister, I want to sleep. Hold me. Xiao Linger tilted her head and said, then directly burrowed into Li Xingyue's arms. Seeing her adorable appearance, Li Xingyue did not refuse and held her in her arms. Soon Xiao Linger began to breathe evenly. Senior, what about the remaining soup? Li Xingyue's gaze fell on the large cauldron. There was still quite a bit of soup left. She wanted to take it to give to Ling Xian. Just some leftovers, take it, the large cauldron replied nonchalantly. These things were no longer useful to Xiao Linger, and giving them to Li Xingyue posed no problem. Moreover, since the little master was so reliant on Li Xingyue, it was no issue to give her some benefits. Thank you, senior. Li Xingyue was overjoyed and carefully packed the soup. This was an invaluable treasure for her, with a value far surpassing that of holy medicines. Once Xiao Linger fell completely asleep, she placed her in the bed and went to find her master. However, when Ling Xian saw her, it was as if she had seen a ghost. Xingyue, your cultivation. Ling Xian spoke in disbelief. She walked the path of refining the laws of others to achieve the transformation stage. Her cultivation was merely at the early transformation stage. However, even so, she was still slightly stronger than Li Xingyue, who had just broken through. Now she found herself unable to see through Li Xingyue's cultivation level. The only possibility was that Li Xingyue's cultivation had surpassed hers. But how could this be possible? Her cultivation was indeed at the early transformation stage, but it was not an ordinary early stage. It was infinitely close to the mid-transformation stage. If Li Xingyue's cultivation was higher than hers, wouldn't that mean she had reached the mid-transformation stage? In just half a day, she had broken through from the early to the mid-transformation stage. What joke is this? Master, thanks to Linger, I have already broken through to the mid-stage, Li Xingyue said with a gentle smile, her face filled with joy. Thanks to the little junior's blessing. Ling Xian's brows furrowed slightly. What kind of blessing could allow someone to break through from the early to the mid-transformation stage in just half a day? One must understand that this is the transformation stage, not comparable to the Qi refining foundation establishment or golden core realms. The transformation stage. Some people spend their entire lives unable to break through a minor realm. Ling Xian knew that Linger had a terrifying background, but that was only a terrifying background. It shouldn't be possible for someone to break through from the early to the mid-transformation stage in just half a day's time, right? It's like this, Li Xingyue recounted the incident with the Xian turtle. Master, I suspect that turtle is a demon emperor. After saying this, she spoke with great certainty. However, upon hearing this, Ling Xian's heart was already stirred with waves of shock. It was absolutely correct. That Xian turtle must be the guardian spirit beast of the Xuanwu sacred land. A terrifying existence of the demon ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could a single soup possess such great efficacy? Xingyue, that is not a demon emperor, but a demon ancestor, and also the guardian spirit beast of the Xuanwu sacred land, Ling Xian explained with a bitter smile. No one could have expected this. The guardian spirit beast of the Xuanwu sacred land was actually cooked in a pot. Li Xingyue was completely stunned after hearing this. A demon ancestor, comparable to a powerful being of the human emperor realm, and the guardian spirit beast of the Xuanwu sacred land. This. Her mind fell into a brief blank. She never expected that she had actually eaten the guardian spirit beast of the Xuanwu sacred land. It's like this, Ling Xian began to narrate the disappearance of the Xuanwu sacred land and her speculations. Master, do you mean to say that the gourd obliterated the Xuanwu sacred land, and even brought the Xian turtle back to cook for Linger? Li Xingyue was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The Xuanwu sacred land, a terrifying force that had suppressed the Xuanwu region for countless years, was actually destroyed by a gourd, including the demon ancestor realm's town-protecting Xian turtle. What kind of terrifying existence was that gourd? Yes, this was originally just my speculation. However, you drinking some soup allowed your cultivation to break through from the early to the mid-transformation stage. This undoubtedly confirms my speculation. Ling Xian slowly spoke, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Because of Li Xingyu's parents, the Xuanwu sacred land hung like a sharp sword over her head. Who would have thought that this sword would be pulled out by the little Linger? Not only pulled out, but also refined into dregs without leaving any residue. Master, that little gourd is so powerful. Could it be an immortal artifact? Li Xingyue snapped back to her senses from her shock and asked curiously. It should be, but given her background, having an immortal treasure by her side is also normal. Xingyue, you should already know your identity. This is your opportunity. If you can seize it, do your best to grasp it, Ling Xian said, patting her shoulder. Master Linger saved my life. She promised to help me find my mother. I have no other intentions, Li Xingyue spoke up immediately. She understood Ling Xian's wish for her to ingratiate herself with little Linger. But that was not her original intention. She had already planned to leave on her own after helping little Linger find her mother. Well, speaking of which, you are the master, and I am the servant. The old servant should not act this way, Ling Xian sighed, not insisting on anything. Because little Linger had a terrifying background, they could not afford to offend her. Master, in my heart, you will always be my master, not a servant, Li Xingyue said seriously. After speaking without waiting for Ling Xian to respond, she took out the remaining soup. Master, this is what I saved for you. You are not far from the mid-transformation stage. With these, you will surely break through to the mid-transformation stage. She looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand. Ling Xian's face blossomed with a loving smile. She initially did not want to take it. Xingyue, you should keep this for yourself. I am old, and even if I break through to the mid-transformation stage, it won't add much to my lifespan. You are different. You still have plenty of time to pursue higher realms and see a broader world. Also, you need to find your father and mother. Naturally, the higher your cultivation, the better, isn't it? Ling Xian spoke with a face full of kindness. Li Xingyue had been raised by her since childhood. In her heart, she had long regarded her as her own child. Otherwise, how could she have acted as bait? Master, upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's eyes turned red. The cultivation world is fraught with deceit, a cruel world. With Ling Xian's cultivation, she could have abandoned her long ago. But she did not, as she had always protected her. This is not mercy, but deep-seated affection. Deeply rooted in her bones, penetrating her heart. All right, but if you have any excess, you should give some to the Linglong Pavilion. This calamity arose because of the two of us. In the future, you and Little Junior will eventually part ways. You also need to expand your network. Ling Xian instructed. Li Xingyue nodded with red-rimmed eyes. Xingyue, you are not young anymore. I hope to see you married within my lifetime. Ling Xian continued to chatter on. Marriage. Li Xingyue pondered over these two words. She had never thought about it, because she felt that being alone was quite good, free and easy, carefree. But faced with Ling Xian's already clouded eyes, she merely nodded silently. This is how the elderly are. When children are young, they hope they can achieve great things in the future. When they grow up, they hope they can start a family. Because in the eyes of the elderly, the child from back then is always a child. They still need someone to take care of them. The best caretaker is undoubtedly a partner. Master, do you know where my parents have gone? Li Xingyue changed the subject to ask. I don't know the specifics either, but it seems they have encountered a powerful being and were chosen by that powerful being. So you don't need to worry. Ling Xian spoke slowly. All right, Master, I will go accompany Linger now. Li Xingyue nodded and said no more. She definitely had to find her parents. However, the most important thing now was to help little Linger find her mother first. Soon Li Xingyue left. However, after she disappeared, there were several porcelain bottles left where she stood. They contained the soup. Child has grown up. Looking at those porcelain bottles, Ling Xian's wrinkled face broke into a smile. However, the news of the destruction of the Xuanwu sacred land still needs to be conveyed to the sect master, she murmured to herself. The fall of the Xuanwu sacred land is equivalent to the loss of the backbone of the Xuanwu domain. Chaos is now unavoidable. As the last remaining power in the Xuanwu domain, Linglong Pavilion is naturally the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, plans must be made early. Putting away the items left by Li Xingyue, Ling Xian headed straight for Lingyu's palace. Soon she met Lingyue. Ling Xian spoke respectfully. There is no need for such courtesy. Lingyue waved her hand, her face filled with worry. The Xuanwu sacred land has hidden itself surely to avoid the storm. Once the storm passes, the Xuanwu sacred land will surely return. At that time, they will undoubtedly hold Linglong Pavilion accountable. This accountability has nothing to do with Ling Xian. After all, Ling Xian used herself as bait, which is equivalent to betraying Linglong Pavilion, and this has nothing to do with Linglong Pavilion. The Xuanwu sacred land cannot possibly hold Linglong Pavilion accountable for this matter. Yet as the saying goes, in the vastness of heaven and earth, face is paramount. Especially for those in power, face is extremely important. Due to Ling Xuan's incident, the Xuanwu sacred land suffered a setback in front of Xiaolinger. They had no choice but to hide their entire mountain gate. This is a significant loss of face for the Xuanwu sacred land. Once face is lost, it must be regained. But how? They will certainly not seek out Xiao Linger, and the Xuanwu Sacred Land does not have the ability or courage to do so, so Linglong Pavilion is undoubtedly the best outlet for venting their frustrations. After all, the entire incident is closely tied to Linglong Pavilion. If it were just about Lingxian releasing the evil spirit clan, it wouldn't be such a big deal. At most, it would be a reprimand for not being prudent. However, now that the Xuanwu Sacred Land has lost face, if they return, they are likely to label Linglong Pavilion as an accomplice to chaos. Thus, Linglong Pavilion will become the outlet for their pent-up anger. Lingyue thought, feeling helpless. She does not blame Xiao Linger, nor does she blame Lingxian. She only blames herself for her lack of strength. Lingshuan, the Xuanwu Sacred Land, has hidden itself, and it will surely return in the future. When that time comes, Linglong Pavilion will likely become a target for their anger. What do you think we should do? Should we distance ourselves from this trouble spot before the Xuanwu Sacred Land returns? Lingyue sighed and spoke helplessly. She had already thought it through. As long as the Xuanwu Sacred Land hasn't returned, Linglong Pavilion still has time. At worst, they could leave the Xuanwu domain and settle in another region. Lingxian was momentarily stunned. The Xuanwu Sacred Land's return. Secmaster, are you worried about this? She smiled mysteriously and said, otherwise. You know the temperament of the Xuanwu Sacred Land well enough. They offended a junior, causing them to retreat. How could they swallow such a loss of face? Once that junior leaves Linglong Pavilion, we'll find it hard to survive, Lingyue analyzed. What you said is true. The Xuanwu Sacred Land has been the overlord of the Xuanwu domain for tens of thousands of years, placing great importance on face. Now that they have suffered a setback, they will surely vent their anger to reassert their dominance. If the Xuanwu Sacred Land is indeed hiding to avoid the storm, then Linglong Pavilion will naturally become the outlet for their fury. But Secmaster, have you considered that they might not be able to return? Lingxian took over the conversation, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lingyue frowned, looking at her in confusion. They might not be able to return. What do you mean? Secmaster, what do you think of this item? Facing her gaze, Lingxian smiled mysteriously and took out a jade bottle to hand to her. Lingyue looked at her with confusion and took the jade bottle. After opening it, her expression changed drastically. Such terrifying spiritual power. What is this? Lingyue's brows furrowed tightly. She couldn't discern what was inside the jade bottle. A medicinal liquid. But what kind of medicinal liquid could contain such terrifying spiritual power? Even a holy medicine made into a liquid couldn't possibly contain such terrifying spiritual power, right? This is the broth made by the guardian Xian turtle of the Xuanwu Sacred Land. Lingxian smiled and said, what? This statement struck Lingyue like a thunderbolt. The broth made by that Xian turtle? What kind of joke is this? That is a genuine ancestor of demons. Do you mean? Could it be? Suddenly her body shook violently, looking at Lingxian in disbelief. If what is contained in this jade bottle is the broth made by that ancestor-level Xian turtle, does that mean the Xuanwu Sacred Land has not hidden itself to avoid the world, but has been destroyed? The guardian spirit beast has been turned into food. Exactly, the Xuanwu Sacred Land has been destroyed, annihilated by that junior's gourd, including their ancestor-level Xian turtle. Facing her incredulous gaze, Lingxian nodded seriously. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lingyue gasped in shock. The Xuanwu Sacred Land, which had dominated the Xuanwu domain for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed just like that. And the one who struck was just a little gourd. This. Lingyue found it hard to wrap her mind around it. So, Secmaster, there is no need to worry about the Xuanwu Sacred Land seeking revenge. Instead, you should think carefully about how Linglong Pavilion should face the coming chaos. Lingxian took a deep breath and spoke. Are you really sure the Xuanwu Sacred Land has been destroyed? Lingyue still found it hard to believe. There was no way around it. She was from the Xuanwu domain, raised on tales of how powerful the Xuanwu Sacred Land was. It could be said that the strength of the Xuanwu Sacred Land has burrowed deep into the bones of everyone in the Xuanwu domain. Thus, when it comes to the destruction of the Xuanwu Sacred Land, she truly finds it hard to believe. Secmaster, isn't this item the best proof? You should know just how terrifying the spiritual power contained within it is. If you don't believe it, you can try taking it. This is what Xingyue asked me to bring to you. Lingxian smiled and responded. Not to mention, Lingyue, any person living in the Xuanwu domain would react with disbelief upon hearing of the destruction of the Xuanwu Sacred Land. After all, that is a superpower that has dominated the Xuanwu domain for tens of thousands of years, having experienced countless terrifying battles while still being a terrifying existence. How could it be easily destroyed? Moreover, it was destroyed silently. Lingyue glanced at her and didn't hesitate, swallowing the contents of the jade bottle in one gulp. In an instant, her expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying spiritual power. Without any nonsense, Lingyue immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine the terrifying spiritual power within her dantian. After a long while, she finally stopped. Her face was filled with various emotions, shock, disbelief, and sentiment. As the master of Linglong Pavilion, her cultivation was not low. She was at the late stage of the transformation god realm. Yet even this small jade bottle of broth allowed her to condense several strands of law power. Even though she found it hard to believe, she had no choice but to accept that the Xuanwu sacred land had been destroyed. Just a little broth had such an effect. Only a demon ancestor comparable to a human emperor could achieve this, and no one else could do it. We still underestimated the terror of that junior. Lingyue let out a bitter laugh. Who would have expected that in the Xuanwu domain the ruler who had suppressed it for thousands of years would be unknowingly destroyed by a 4-year-old child? Master, we should think about the future path. Currently, only we know about the destruction of the Xuanwu Holy Land. To outsiders, the Xuanwu Holy Land should be in hiding, avoiding the world. This mindset will likely persist for hundreds or even thousands of years. For Linglong Pavilion, this is an opportunity. Ling Xian reminded. As long as we seize this time, we can significantly enhance our strength. At that time, Linglong Pavilion would undoubtedly become the new ruler of the Xuanwu domain, provided that no other holy lands from different domains came to seize the position. You are right. This is the opportunity for Linglong Pavilion to rise. After hearing this, Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Master, you can take these things. This is compensation for the disaster that my servant and I have faced. Ling Xian continued, taking out all the jade bottles as she spoke. With this resource and Ling Yu's talent, she could definitely break through to the fusion realm. No, this resource should be given to that girl Li Xingyue. Her cultivation talent is remarkable. Giving it to her would surely help her rise. Ling Yu shook her head and did not accept. She was already aware of Li Xingyue's spiritual body upgrading to the Dao body. As long as there are ample cultivation resources, Li Xingyue's cultivation could soar all the way to the Great Ascension realm. Master Xingyue's ambitions do not lie with Linglong Pavilion. Ling Xian naturally understood Ling Yu's thoughts. She hoped to cultivate Li Xingyue as the future leader of Linglong Pavilion, which would be a good thing for Li Xingyue. With the support of Linglong Pavilion, cultivation resources would not be lacking. As long as Linglong Pavilion continued to operate, even if Li Xingyue became a great ascension cultivator in the future, she could still obtain cultivation resources. It could be said that Linglong Pavilion would be the machine for Li Xingyue to harvest cultivation resources in the future. However, Ling Xian knew Li Xingyue's true thoughts. To stay in Linglong Pavilion, she needed to help Xiao Linger find her mother and herself find her parents. It was unknown how long this would take. Forget it, young people have their own matters to attend to. By the way, can we discuss with the little senior in exchange for some primordial heavenly water? Knowing the story behind Li Xingyue, Ling Yu did not insist and changed the topic. They already knew about Xiao Linger possessing primordial heavenly water. If they could obtain some, it would be a tremendous boon for the future of Linglong Pavilion. They'll go ask Xingyue. Ling Xian nodded. Then the two discussed the future development route of Linglong Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. When Xiao Linger woke up, she saw a yard full of beast corpses, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, so much meat! She exclaimed in delight, swallowing hard. Linger, you're awake. Li Xingyue said gently beside her. I haven't slept like this for a long time. So comfortable he. Xiao Linger stretched lazily, her face full of satisfaction. Then let's prepare to go to the ancient battlefield to find your mother. All right, let's go find mother. Xiao Linger nodded heavily, extremely happy. Seeing her innocent and pure demeanor, Li Xingyue couldn't help but smile. In her hundreds of years of cultivation, she had witnessed too much deceit, betrayal, and treachery. The innocent Xiao Linger was undoubtedly a ray of light that shone into the dark cultivation world. Linger, do you still have that sweet water? The master and the others want to exchange some with you. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xingyue couldn't help but ask. Ling Xian had mentioned the matter of exchanging for primordial heavenly water the night before. I have it. I want meat and vegetables. Xiao Linger said nonchalantly. Primordial heavenly water came from the little gourd. In the cultivation world, it was a rare spiritual item. But for Xiao Linger, it was merely water for quenching thirst and cooking. The little gourd had its own space, continuously refining primordial heavenly water. The Xuanwu Holy Land and the entire evil spirit clan that had been absorbed into it had now all transformed into primordial heavenly water. Seeing the great cauldron's spirit choose to remain silent on the matter, Li Xingyue sighed in relief. If the great cauldron's spirit disagreed, she would have no way to proceed. Without further hesitation, Li Xingyue immediately took out a communication talisman to send a message to Ling Xian. In a short while, Master Ling Yu and Ling Xian arrived. Greetings, little senior. The two respectfully bowed to Xiao Linger. I'm not a little senior, I'm super invincible and the most powerful in the world. Xiao Linger tilted her head and said. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue couldn't help but laugh. This child. Ling Yu and the others also showed smiles on their faces. All right, we have met the most powerful in the world. He'll give you sweet water. I want meat and vegetables. After hearing this, a hint of shyness appeared on Xiao Linger's face. Alright, I have already sent out 90% of the Linglong Pavilion members to hunt magical beasts. I guarantee that the little senior will not suffer losses. Ling Yu nodded joyfully. Using magical beasts and spiritual herbs to exchange for primordial heavenly water was very worthwhile for Linglong Pavilion. After all, magical beasts did not require spirit stones for purchase, as long as they sent people to hunt on the Xianling Mountain where the magical beasts lived. Alright, do you have a basin? Xiao Linger nodded happily. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu and the others were visibly stunned. Basin? What does that mean? Don't you have a basin? What will you use to hold the water? Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at the two. Meeting her gaze, both of them twitched slightly silently, exclaiming in their hearts. Using a basin to hold primordial heavenly water. Who has that condition? We have some. Ling Yu quickly reacted and immediately took out a container. It was a jade porcelain bottle resembling a vase similar in size. This is too small. It can't hold much. Xiao Linger said as she looked at the jade porcelain bottle. Just pour it in there, that can hold quite a bit. Before the two could respond, she looked at the copper basin on the shelf in the room. After saying this, she directly took out the little gourd. Seeing the little gourd, Ling Yu and Ling Xian couldn't help but take a step back, knowing that it was the terrifying existence that had destroyed the Xuanwu Holy Land. Xiao Linger was unaware of the two's abnormal reactions as she controlled the little gourd to pour primordial heavenly water into the copper basin. Soon it was filled to the brim. This little senior has given too much. We can't afford this. Looking at the full copper basin of primordial heavenly water, Ling Yu was both shocked and helpless. They were shocked that Xiao Linger had such a large amount of primordial heavenly water. Helpless because with the current Linglong Pavilion, they couldn't afford so much primordial heavenly water. The reason they took the jade bottle was also a well-considered decision. They never expected Xiao Linger would give so much. Can't afford it. Old lady, are you all so poor? This is barely enough to wash vegetables once. Xiao Linger innocently asked. What? After hearing this, Ling Xian and the others were utterly baffled. Wash vegetables? Using primordial heavenly water to wash vegetables? Ling Yue and Ling Xian exchanged glances, both doubting whether their ears were deceiving them. After all, this was the primordial heavenly water. It could produce a spiritual body with 100% certainty. In other words, a portion of primordial heavenly water could at least grant a force one nascent soul seed. As for the Mahayana and Saint Realm seeds, it depended on luck. This is because the primordial heavenly water couldn't guarantee a complete transformation of the spiritual body into a Tao body or saint body. Even so, the primordial heavenly water was an extraordinary treasure, especially in this era where cultivation resources were relatively scarce. A portion of primordial heavenly water was worth at least several million spirit stones. To use such a divine item for washing vegetables? Are you kidding? Just one basin's worth was enough for 10 people to consume. In other words, every time Xiaoling washed vegetables, it was equivalent to consuming 10 nascent soul seeds. Li Xingyue did not show much surprise at Xiling's extravagant behavior. She had grown accustomed to it. Little senior, we really can't afford this much, Ling Yue said with a pained expression. Given Linglong Pavilion's foundation, they could barely afford enough for 3 people. The basin Xiaoling brought out was something they could not even finish. Even if they emptied Linglong Pavilion, it would be impossible. Don't you have any meat or vegetables? Xiaoling tilted her head and asked. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue and Ling Xian both showed a wry smile. They indeed could not produce more magical beasts or spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs were the most basic resources in the cultivation world. The spiritual herbs stored in Linglong Pavilion had already been given to Xiaoling. As for purchasing, in a short period it was impossible to acquire too many. Moreover, regarding magical beasts, with Linglong Pavilion's current strength, hunting magical beasts yielded a terrifying number daily. But the magical beasts in the Xianling Mountain Range were not to be trifled with. It was rumored that deep within the Xianling Mountain Range there were many terrifying existences of demon saints and demon emperors. If they stirred trouble, it could lead to a rampage of the magical beasts in the Xianling Mountain Range, which would be a huge disaster for Linglong Pavilion. Little senior, this is already the limit of what we can offer. Ling Yue sighed and said frankly, it's fine, you can have the extras. The master said to let the little horse run, you must feed the little horse to its limit. Xiaoling waved her hand, appearing remarkably mature for her age. Ling Yu, Ling Xuan. The two stared at Xiaoling, their minds filled with question marks. To let the little horse run, you must feed it to its limit. What kind of logic is that? Xiaoling, it should be that to let the horse run, you must make sure it is well fed. Li Xingyue chuckled and corrected her. It's all the same, it's all the same. Xiaoling blushed slightly, awkwardly scratching her head. Her adorable demeanor brought smiles to the faces of Li Xingyue and the others. May I ask what orders you have, little senior? Linglong Pavilion will spare no effort. I want meat and vegetables. Oh, and I need to find my mother, Xiaoling added. Mother? Ling Yue slightly furrowed her brows. She naturally knew about Xiling's quest to find her mother. However, Xiaoling did not know her mother's name, appearance, or characteristics. How could it be easy to find her? Little senior, why not let the force behind you help you search? Lingxian curiously asked. It was already certain that Xiaoling had a celestial abode behind her, a force guarded by a powerful tribulation realm cultivator. Such a force was both terrifying and vast. One could only fear that with a single command countless forces would spring into action. Finding a person would definitely not be a difficult task. What is a force? Can it be eaten? Xiaoling asked with confusion, as if in her eyes everything could be categorized as either edible or inedible. It refers to your family, Lingxian replied. Family? I only have my father and mother. Father said he needed to go into seclusion to transcend tribulation, so I secretly ran out to find my mother. Xiaoling spoke innocently. This caused both Ling Yue and Lingxian to be shocked. Only one father. Could it be that he is a tribulation realm rogue cultivator? The two exchanged glances, both harboring the same thought. They were also extremely shocked. They had not expected that the one standing behind Xiaoling was actually a tribulation realm rogue cultivator. This was even more terrifying than a celestial abode, because in the current cultivation world, rogue cultivators found it exceedingly difficult. Similarly, the more difficult the environment, the more terrifying the individuals that emerged from it. It could be said that a rogue cultivator standing out from the crowd was no less formidable than seeds cultivated by major forces. And Xiaoling's father. Not only was he a rogue cultivator, but he was also a powerful tribulation realm being. This was extremely frightening. They began to understand why no one else was helping Xiaoling find her mother. It turned out that behind her stood a terrifying rogue cultivator rather than a major force. All right, Linglong Pavilion will do its utmost to help the little senior find her kin, Lingwei replied after pondering for a moment. There were many extraordinary talents in the cultivation world, just like Tianjizi, a master of divination. As long as they could find someone of considerable skill in this area, it was still possible to help Xiaoling fulfill her wish. Searching for such individuals was not a monumental challenge for Linglong Pavilion, as long as they could afford the price. Great, great. The master said, many hands make light work. Xiaoling cheerfully responded. Upon hearing this, Lingwei and Lingxian were again filled with question marks. What classic saying is this? Xiaoling, it should be many hands make light work, right? Li Xingyue chuckled and explained. After hearing this, Xiaoling's face turned red as she giggled. Little senior, I will arrange for the disciples in the pavilion to look for talented individuals. Lingwei responded. Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Subsequently, after leaving behind the magical beasts and spiritual herbs, they brought Lingwei and Lingxian, took a basin of primordial heavenly water, and departed. At the same time, they instructed those outside hunting magical beasts to begin searching for divination masters. Xiaoling, should we check the ancient battlefield? After the two left, Li Xingyue spoke up. The blood amber pearl was currently the only item related to Xiaoling's mother. It was also the only clue they had. Moreover, the blood amber pearl originated from the ancient battlefield. It was necessary to pay a visit. Great, great. Xiaoling nodded, taking out a small gourd to store the corpses of all the magical beasts. Then they headed straight for the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was aptly named, with yellow sand filling the sky and bones littering the ground. There were also remnants of broken weapons scattered everywhere. Sister, where should we look for my mother? Xiaoling asked curiously while bouncing alongside Li Xingyue, glancing around. In the ancient battlefield, there is a market. In that market, there is a very old inn called Flowing Sand. It is said that they know many secrets of the ancient battlefield. Perhaps we can go there to inquire about the major events that have happened in the ancient battlefield over the years, as well as some extraordinary individuals, especially regarding women. Li Xingyue pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. The great cauldron had mentioned before. Blood amber stone is a transformation that occurs when the blood of a powerful being encounters a top-tier spirit stone. But would a strong person easily shed blood? Bleeding signifies injury, and injury signifies a battle. Therefore, by inquiring about the major battles that have transpired in the ancient battlefield within the quicksand, especially those caused by women, one can narrow down the search. One could even roughly deduce who the person Xiaolinger is looking for is. All right, Xiaolinger joyfully nodded. Soon after, the figures of a large person and a small child arrived at the market of the ancient battlefield. Though it was called a market, it resembled a city more. It was like a colossal beast lying in the desert, with every brick and tile exuding an ancient and weathered aura. I wonder what the origin of this market is. The guards are actually at the transformation realm. Looking at the city, Li Xingyue felt a slight tremor in her heart, not for any other reason, but due to the transformation realm guards standing at the entrance. Transformation realm indeed. In the territory of Linglong Pavilion, this would be akin to a presence standing at the ceiling. Yet in this market, they are merely guards. This indicates how terrifying the forces behind this market are. Perhaps they stand at parity with the sacred lands. However, she had not heard of this market interfering with any matters of the Xuanwu domain. It seemed that this market was solely responsible for guarding the ancient battlefield. Xiaolinger did not have such complex thoughts. With her big round eyes, she looked around curiously like a little cat. After a moment, Li Xingyue brought Xiao Linger to the entrance of the market. No private fights are allowed inside the market, or violators will be executed. As they passed by two armored guards, a calm voice echoed. Li Xingyue held Xiao Linger's hand and nodded. They were merely here to gather information, not to cause trouble. With a step forward, the two stepped into the market. Inside, the architecture was exquisite with sculpted beams and stone-paved roads connecting in all directions. Moreover, there were many shops selling goods and stalls offering food. It was indeed bustling, clearly a market for cultivators, yet hardly different from a mundane marketplace. Wow, it's so lively. Sister, I want to eat candy, she exclaimed. And that hat looks so pretty. Xiao Linger seemed to have discovered a new world, her round eyes sparkling brightly. She immediately set her sights on the candied hawthorns and various animal-shaped hats for sale. All right, let's buy them. Li Xingyue smiled, gently patting her head. First, they arrived at the stall selling candied hawthorns. These were not made from ordinary hawthorns, but from spirit fruits. Even the syrup coating was made from spirit honey. Naturally, the price was not in mundane gold or silver, but in spirit stones. 2 strings for 1 low-grade spirit stone. It was a rare find that Xiao Linger liked. Li Xingyue, of course, was not stingy, directly taking out 100 spirit stones to buy all the candied hawthorns. Hee, sister is so nice, Xiao Linger exclaimed, holding 1 string in each hand, happily licking one after the other. She also wore a small tiger-striped hat on her head. Coupled with her lively eyes and petite frame, she appeared exceptionally adorable. Passers-by couldn't help but praise her, exclaiming how cute the little girl was. Seeing Xiao Linger happy, Li Xingyue was naturally pleased as well. They spent half the day wandering the market, sampling various snacks. It wasn't until dusk approached that the large and small figures finally arrived at the ancient inn, Liashaman. This inn was not structured in 2 layers, but rather had 1 room on each side. The 2 rooms were roughly the same size. Oh sister, this seems like the Yin-Yang Guardian formation, Xiao Linger said. With her tiger-striped hat and various little trinkets hanging from her, Xiao Linger spoke, while licking her candied hawthorn. Yin-Yang Guardian formation. Li Xingyue's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. She had never heard of this formation before. The teacher said the Yin-Yang Guardian formation can gather the essence of the sun and moon. The moonlight can be used to cultivate vegetables, allowing them to mature earlier. The sunlight can be used to cultivate meat, speeding up its growth. That sounds like a decent formation. Xiao Linger nodded. After hearing this, Li Xingyue was taken aback. Cultivating vegetables to make them mature sooner. Doesn't that mean it can hasten the maturity of spirit medicine? How is this possible? One must know that spirit medicine is born from nature. The only method of cultivation is to plant it in areas rich in spiritual energy protected by formations. As for hastening the maturity of spirit medicine, she had never heard of such a thing. The only thing she knew was to fertilize spirit medicine and create a good growth environment to promote their growth. Regarding the growth of demon beasts, she had heard of it. But the only method was to feed them various spiritual items or the blood and flesh of demon beasts, using formations to accelerate their growth. This was her first time hearing about it. It seems that Linger is not entirely ignorant of the cultivation world, Li Xingyue mused. Xiao Linger was able to identify the Yin-Yang Guardian formation at a glance. This was enough to show that she had some understanding of cultivation matters. As for why she didn't know about the sacred land's powers or realms, Li Xingyue speculated that perhaps the teacher Xiao Linger spoke of had not mentioned these complex matters to her. Or perhaps that teacher was too disdainful to teach Xiao Linger such common knowledge, imparting only more refined knowledge to her. For example, this Yin-Yang Guardian formation. Oh, a little girl like you actually knows about the Yin-Yang Guardian formation. At this moment, an old man suddenly emerged from the void. His hair was gray, clothed in a green Taoist robe, presenting a figure that seemed to embody the essence of a celestial being. At this moment, the old man looked at Xiao Linger with eyes filled with extreme astonishment. He never expected that this 4-year-old child could discern the Yin-Yang Guardian formation at a glance. It must be noted that this formation was something he had exchanged at a great cost from that individual. Moreover, that person had explicitly told him that even in the Xianling realm few knew of the Yin-Yang Guardian formation. How could it be recognized by a 4-year-old child now? Could it be that he was played for a fool back then? That shouldn't be the case. Given that individual's background, how could they deceive him? The old man stared at Xiao Linger, feeling somewhat perplexed. But how could he know that it was the Xianling realm's Confucian immortal teaching Xiao Linger these things? A knowledgeable and well-read immortal king. As such, an immortal king knowing about the Yin-Yang Guardian formation is hardly a rare feat. Hee, I know, Xiao Linger replied with a smile. I pay my respects to the elder, Li Xingyue said, cupping her hands. She could sense that this old man was very strong, his aura far surpassing that of Long Wu, whom she had encountered before. This old man was very likely a powerful being at the Saint Realm. How did you come to know about the Yin-Yang Guardian formation? The old man glanced at Li Xingyue, but did not engage with her. His gaze fell solely on Xiao Linger. It was my teacher who told me, Xiao Linger innocently replied. Teacher? Which teacher? The old man was taken aback, wondering who could possibly know about the yin yang guardian formation. The teacher is just the teacher, Xiao Linger promptly answered. The old man. Goodness, listening to you is like listening to riddles. However, thinking about the consequences of the yin yang guardian formation being leaked, his expression darkened. He was well aware of how astonishing the capabilities of the yin yang guardian formation were. If those old fellows were to find out. At this thought, his eyes widened as he stared into Xiao Linger's eyes. He wanted to see who on earth knew about the yin yang guardian formation. Elder. Li Xingyue, standing nearby, was suddenly alarmed. Oh, she could tell that this old man was using some kind of soul-capturing secret technique on Xiao Linger. She wanted to intervene, but found that she couldn't move at all. Elder, please save Linger. Li Xingyue hurriedly transmitted her voice to the great cauldron. In her eyes, Xiao Linger was only at the Saint Realm, and the old man was also at the Saint Realm. But Xiao Linger was only 4 years old, while the old man had no idea how many years he had lived. Moreover, the old man had launched a surprise attack, and Xiao Linger could be in danger. However, the spirit of the great cauldron did not pay her any mind at all. It merely murmured with a strange expression, "This little old man at the Emperor's realm dares to use soul techniques on the little master. Are the people from the true spirit realm this bold?" There was no response from the great cauldron's spirit. Li Xingyue could only feel anxious in silence, as she was effectively suppressed by the old man who had appeared during her breakthrough. In contrast, Xiao Linger seemed completely oblivious to the old man's soul-seizing technique. She simply stared at him with her round, bright eyes meeting his gaze. Not only that, but her brows occasionally raised in curiosity, as if wondering why the old man was staring at her. Meanwhile, the old man's heart was already churning with a storm of emotions. The soul-seizing technique is a spell specifically targeting the souls of cultivators. It employs one's terrifying divine sense to invade the opponent's sea of consciousness, achieving a brief control over their primordial spirit. However, the old man discovered that the divine sense he had injected into Xiao Linger's mind had vanished without a trace. No, to be precise, it had disappeared without even stirring a single ripple. It was as if Xiao Linger's sea of consciousness was a terrifying abyss swallowing all the divine sense he had released. The old man naturally understood what this situation implied. Either the other party possessed a soul defense treasure of considerable grade, or their cultivation level surpassed his own. Their primordial spirit was immensely powerful, far exceeding his own. The old man had no idea which of these situations applied to Xiao Linger. At this moment, he could only think of one thing. He was doomed to have provoked a great terror. The scene had turned strangely silent. Li Xingyue stood anxiously to the side while the old man and Xiao Linger stared at each other wide-eyed. But one could see that cold sweat had begun to appear on the old man's face. He looked across at Xiao Linger, who was staring at him, occasionally raising her eyebrows. The old man swallowed nervously. Initially, his plan was very simple: to briefly control Xiao Linger and inquire about the gentleman who knew about the yin-yang guardian formation. He was well aware of how terrifying the yin-yang guardian formation was. If the emperors and celestial realms learned about it, the flowing sand and would undoubtedly become a target. Therefore, he wanted to know the identity of the gentleman Xiao Linger mentioned in order to devise a countermeasure. Yet he never expected that this little girl before him could be so terrifying. What should I do now? The old man thought as cold sweat continued to flow down his face. Grandpa, what are you looking at? At that moment, Xiao Linger curiously inquired. The old man was at a loss for words upon hearing this. As Xiao Linger spoke up, Li Xingyue suddenly realized that the invisible force that had been binding her had disappeared. Linger, this guy is a bad person, she hurriedly warned. Bad person? You're the bad old man. Xiao Linger immediately showed anger on her face, and a terrifying aura erupted from her. What the heck? The old man standing opposite Xiao Linger was taken aback. He felt as if he were a small boat adrift in a raging sea under this overwhelming aura. It felt like he could be destroyed at any moment. It's over, I've provoked a great terror. Who on earth is this? Cold sweat streamed down the old man's face, filled with both shock and fear. He knew that he was currently at the level of an emperor. Although he was only at the early stage, it was still considered a top-tier power in the true spirit continent. But what was the situation with this little girl? At only a few years old, her cultivation level was even higher than his. The old man thought, unable to suppress a swallow. Little senior, please do not be angry. It was my oversight. He quickly spoke up. There was no choice. He could feel that if Xiao Linger were to strike, he would undoubtedly perish. Li Xingyue was astonished. This terrifying old man actually referred to Xiao Linger as senior. Could it be that Linger's cultivation is not just at the saint level? Could it be at the peak of the saint level? Li Xingyue thought. She couldn't discern the old man's realm. However, she believed he should be a hidden saint-level expert residing here. As for the emperor level, she dared not think about it, because the existence of such cultivation had already become a legend in the Xuanwu region. Who are you? Why did you make a move against Linger? Li Xingyue stepped behind Xiao Linger and questioned. Tell me, who are you? Xiao Linger imitated her, putting on an air of authority. In response to the little senior, my name is Chun Mo, the second in command of the flowing sand inn. The old man replied truthfully. After hearing this, Li Xingyue couldn't help but be startled. Just the second in command. In fact, she had already suspected the old man's identity. A being as terrifying as this should be the master of the flowing sand inn. She never expected that a saint-level expert would only be a second in command. What kind of terrifying existence was the master of the flowing sand inn? Could it be? As she thought about this, Li Xingyue couldn't help but swallow. Sister, what happens next? Xiao Linger, without any ulterior motives, tilted her head and inquired. The old man standing opposite her, however, looked a bit dazed. Sister. He looked at Li Xingyue and instantly saw through everything about her mid-stage transformation realm, cultivation, water laws, and exquisite Dao body. In the outside world, such a person would indeed be considered remarkable. However, in his eyes, she was merely passable. How could this little senior refer to someone like her as sister? After all, she only had the mere cultivation of the transformation realm. Yet this little senior was at least mid-stage emperor, or even latest stage, or even a tribulation-level powerhouse. Chun Mo pondered within himself. Miss, I was indeed abrupt just now. I see that you have come to Flowing Sand for a reason. As an apology, anything that you wish for from Flowing Sand, as long as we have it, will be offered to you free of charge as a gesture of my impulsive apology. How does that sound? He immediately followed up. Although he didn't know the situation of these two having lived for over 10,000 years, he could see that Xiao Linger considered Li Xingyue as her anchor. After hearing this, Li Xingyue hesitated. This Chun Mo could be disregarded, but he was only the second in command. Behind him, there was still a master who was presumably at the emperor level. If the senior from the gourd is not afraid of the master of flowing sand, that would be great. If we can't win. Li Xingyue thought, weighing the pros and cons. Seeing her like this, the old man felt extremely anxious. He had no idea what Xiao Linger's true strength was, but regardless, her background must be incredibly terrifying. Otherwise, how could she possess such cultivation at such a young age? If Li Xingyue pursued the matter further, even if he had backing, he might not survive. Senior, what should we do? The indecisive Li Xingyue inquired of the great cauldron's spirit. First, let's go inside and talk and ask where the Yin-Yang Guardian formation came from. This is not something that should appear in your world. The great cauldron's spirit immediately replied. As a sentient immortal treasure, it naturally knew about the Yin-Yang Guardian formation. In the immortal spirit realm, the Yin-Yang Guardian formation was the work of a forbidden force. The fact that it had now appeared in this small true spirit realm indicated that there was definitely a significant issue. Li Xingyue nodded subtly. We indeed have a matter to discuss. How about we go in? She spoke to Chun Mo. Chun Mo readily agreed, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed that there was something to talk about. Soon Chun Mo led the two into the top-tier private room of the Flowing Sand Inn. Where did you get the Yin-Yang Guardian formation from? Li Xingyue wasted no time and directly asked. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's gaze immediately sharpened. He did not expect Li Xingyue to inquire about the Yin-Yang Guardian formation right away. This was the greatest secret of the Flowing Sand Inn. Are you sure you want to ask this? The consequences are beyond your comprehension, even for her. It would be difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo spoke with a serious tone. The Yin-Yang Guardian formation is not unique to Flowing Sand. To be precise, this formation is not under Flowing Sand's control. The true master is that individual, and that individual has significant connections to the upper realm. He did not know which faction Xiao Linger belonged to, but he was certain. The true spirit realm is indeed the true spirit realm and can never be compared to the upper realm. The force behind Xiao Linger is at most just a celestial abode. In the eyes of the world, the celestial abode is lofty and holds the power of life and death over the true spirit realm. Yet Chun Mo understood well. In the face of that individual, even the celestial abode must act with caution. His choice to resolve the matter with himself was merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. Senior, you should know that Linger has an extraordinary background. I can tell you that the person behind her is a tribulation realm powerhouse and a loose cultivator at that. Li Xingyue pondered for a moment before directly revealing Xiao Linger's background. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger appeared unfazed, casually looking around. From time to time, she would furrow her brows as if deep in thought. Naturally, I know that this little predecessor's background is exceptional, but the force behind me is equally significant. The Yin-Yang Guardian formation is of great importance. Even if this little predecessor is a loose cultivator of the tribulation realm, she cannot bear the consequences. Chun Mo took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. His tone was calm, even respectful, clearly wishing to downplay the matter. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was taken aback. If that were the case, Chun Mo was not afraid of the tribulation realm. May I ask your cultivation level, senior? After thinking for a moment, Li Xingyue changed the topic. Now she realized that Chun Mo was not simple. If he were at the Saint realm, how could he not fear the tribulation realm? No matter how powerful the backing was, the tribulation realm was ultimately the peak of the true spirit realm. The Saint realm might be unattainable in the Xuanwu domain, but in the eyes of the Tribulation realm, it was merely an ant. For the forces, they would never offend a Tribulation realm powerhouse because of a mere Saint realm. I am just a lowly old man at the initial stage of the Emperor realm. Chun Imo smiled slightly as he replied. This. Although Li Xingyue had some guesses in her heart, she couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. Could it be that he truly is at the Emperor realm? Of course, what shocked her the most was Xiao Linger. One should know that Chun Imo is a genuine Emperor realm powerhouse. Even so, Chun Imo still had to address Xiao Linger as a predecessor. As for Xiao Linger's cultivation level, Li Xingyue thought back to what Xiao Linger had said about being super invincible and the strongest in the world. Senior, what about Linger? Li Xingyue looked at Xiao Linger, who was sitting beside her wearing a tiger skin hat, glancing left and right, swallowing hard. I cannot fathom this little predecessor's cultivation level. At the very least, she is at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm or higher. Chun Imo cast a wary glance at Xiao Linger. Gulp. Li Xingyue swallowed hard. She knew Xiao Linger was formidable, but was this truly powerful? No wonder she could easily suppress Lung Wu. No wonder Chun Imo had used the soul-capturing technique on Xiao Linger before. The Great Cauldron Spirit said nothing at all. Suddenly, she recalled what the Great Cauldron Spirit had mentioned to her before. Xiao Linger is very strong beyond your understanding. At first, she thought this so-called understanding referred to the Saint realm or the Emperor realm. But now, upon careful consideration, she realized something was amiss. What does it mean to be beyond understanding? In other words, Xiao Linger's cultivation has already surpassed the realms she recognized. Regardless of whether it is the Saint realm, the Emperor realm, or the Tribulation realm, she was aware of them all. Therefore, the only explanation is that Xiao Linger's cultivation has long surpassed the Tribulation realm. Only in this way could it be beyond her understanding, because she did not know what realm lies beyond the Tribulation realm. As she thought, Li Xingyue could not help but swallow hard again. If that is the case, what background does Xiao Linger have? And what kind of terrifying existence is the father she mentioned? For Xiao Linger had previously mentioned that there was only her father at home. In other words, Xiao Linger was raised by her father. What kind of terrifying existence could cultivate a 4-year-old Xiao Linger to this extent? The more she thought about it, the more astonished Li Xingyue became. Senior, do you still want to ask about this Yin Yang Guardian formation? She communicated with the Great Cauldron Spirit. Asked, don't be afraid. This old fellow's backing is quite interesting. If we can get in touch, it would be more convenient to find the mistress. The Great Cauldron Spirit immediately replied. As for why it did not speak to the old man itself, it was because it could not. Being a Xianling immortal treasure, a true immortal king artifact, if exposed, would attract the attention of some giants in the immortal spirit realm. Now it knew that Lu Ming had already gone to undergo tribulation. Facing the immortal spirit realm, with Xiao Linger's current cultivation, she could not claim invincibility. Even if Xiao Linger had numerous divine artifacts by her side, it would not suffice. Thus it could not appear openly, and could only guide in the shadows. As for the little gourd appearing openly, that was of no concern, because it was well aware that the little gourd is a true divine artifact capable of easily erasing all traces of itself. Even if giants from the immortal realm intervened, they would not be able to find the little gourd. This is also why the little gourd can act freely. As for why it did not let the little gourd come to talk, it was because the little gourd did not care for such matters. It only wanted to protect Xiao Linger and did not want to participate in other affairs. Receiving the answer from the Great Cauldron Spirit, Li Xingyue secretly nodded. Since that individual has said so, it must mean they are not afraid of the forces behind Chun Imo. Senior, please honestly tell us about the origins of this Yin Yang Guardian formation. We are very interested in it. Li Xingyue immediately spoke. Are you sure? Chun Mo's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Li Xingyue, speaking each word clearly. Faced with the other party's gaze, Li Xingyue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her entire body turning cold. You dare to bully my sister? The little Linger sitting beside her immediately sensed something amiss. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to act. Chun Imo, I was careless and forgot about this one. Little predecessor, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He spoke helplessly, feeling quite frustrated. Indeed, he could neither fight nor scold her. Miss, why not first share why you are here? If your purpose is something I can help you with, wouldn't that be good for everyone? He spoke again helplessly. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue began to ponder. It is better to resolve grievances than to create them. Moreover, asking about Xiao Linger's mother is not a bad idea. If there is no news, it would not be impossible to contact the force behind her through Chun Imo. We are here to find Linger's mother. Li Xingyue thought for a moment and turned her gaze to Xiao Linger. That's right, to find mother. The little Linger wearing a tiger skin hat echoed. Find mother. Chun Imo was somewhat confused upon hearing this. He was certain that Xiao Linger had a powerful backing. Such a powerful being should find someone quite easily. However, he did not ask more. It was better to keep things simple. But why come to my flowing sandin? Linger show him the blood amber pearl. Li Xingyue immediately said, all right. Xiao Linger nodded and took out the blood amber pearl. What is this? Upon seeing the blood amber pearl, Chen Mo's expression changed dramatically. What does the senior know? Seeing Chen Mo in such a state, Li Xingyue asked anxiously. Chen Mo glanced at her, then deeply at Xiao Linger, remaining silent. With a slight twist of his palm, a blood amber pearl appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one Xiao Linger had taken out, including its aura. Please enlighten us, senior. Seeing the blood amber pearl, Chen Mo took out. Li Xingyue immediately realized that the flowing sand had indeed come to the right place. 2 identical blood amber pearls. It was evident that both came from Xiao Linger's mother, and the flowing sand and had been established for countless years on the ancient battlefield. The fact that the other party had a blood amber pearl surely meant they knew a lot. This incident occurred 4 years ago. Chen Mo slowly began to speak. Noticing that Li Xingyue and Xiao Linger did not interrupt, he continued, for years ago, a woman in white entered the ancient battlefield. She headed straight for the deepest part of the ancient battlefield and eventually erupted in a shocking battle with an unknown, terrifying existence. Later, the woman in white disappeared deep within the ancient battlefield, never to be seen again. Disappeared without a trace in the ancient battlefield. Li Xingyue's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this. On the other side of the ancient battlefield lies Zhongzhou. Could it be that Xiao Linger's mother intended to cross the ancient battlefield to reach Zhongzhou? Does the senior have a portrait or the name of that person? Li Xingyue inquired. At this moment, they knew nothing about Xiao Linger's mother. If they could obtain a portrait or a name, it would be much easier to search. We do not know the name either. Years ago, I sent Flowing Sand to investigate information about this woman. However, we found nothing. As for the portrait, Chen Mo took over the conversation, and at this point he reached out, drawing a gesture in the air. Instantly, spiritual energy surged. The figure of a woman began to coalesce in the air. Dressed in white as pure as snow, her face was like finely carved jade. Her figure was also exquisite. Most notably, there was an extraordinary aura about her. While she exuded an air of being above the mundane world, there was also a dominating presence that looked down upon all beings, even among women. Li Xingyue couldn't help but be mesmerized. What a unique woman, surpassing the carefree immortal, yet akin to an emperor who governs all. She marveled inwardly. As for Xiao Linger, she gazed at her dreamily. This blood amber pearl is something left behind by this woman. If you wish to find her, you may have to venture deep into the ancient battlefield. That's all the information Flowing Sand has. After the two of them looked for a while, Chen Mo finally spoke slowly. As he spoke, with a gentle flick of his finger, the image of the woman vanished. Linger, is this your mother? Li Xingyue asked. Sister, I don't know. I've never seen my mother. Xiao Linger shook her head, her voice filled with disappointment. That pitiable yet adorable demeanor made Li Xingyue's heart ache. Linger, it's okay, I'm here with you. She reached out to gently pat Xiao Linger's head in comfort. At the same time, she secretly transmitted her voice to the great cauldron spirit, inquiring whether it was the case or not. Don't ask me, I don't know either. However, the blood amber pearl indeed has a bloodline connection with the young master. This woman should be the mistress. The great cauldron spirit replied. Neither it nor the little gourd nor other artifacts on Xiao Linger had any knowledge of her mother's news. They were all later sought out by Lu Ming. Naturally, they were unaware of Xiao Linger's mother's whereabouts. Moreover, Lu Ming had never mentioned it, so they didn't know. If you want more detailed information, you can try to find that unknown existence deep in the ancient battlefield. It once fought against this woman and should know much more. Seeing this, Chen Mo spoke again. Clearly, he was eager to send off the two. After hearing this, Li Xingyue fell into contemplation. After all, the matter of the Inyan Guardian array still had not been settled. Let him offer some compensation and depart. At this moment, the great cauldron spirit's voice came. At this moment, its face was filled with a strange expression. Just now, Big Brother Gourd had surprisingly told it not to worry about the Inyan Guardian array. Faced with this big brother, it could only obediently comply. Miss, it is better to resolve enmities than to create them. Isn't it better to have fewer troubles than more? I really have nothing to say about the Inyan Guardian array. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately advised. But the senior just made a move against Linger. Isn't one piece of information insufficient to send us off? Li Xingyue saw that he was giving her an opportunity, so she naturally took it. What do you want? Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke. As long as the other party didn't pursue the origin of the Inyan Guardian array, it would be fine. We want meat and vegetables. Upon hearing that they would provide items, Xiao Linger immediately became happy and spoke excitedly. Meat and vegetables. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Precious herbs and beast meat. Li Xingyue explained from the side. All right. Chen Mo readily agreed. The Inyan Guardian array was indeed used for cultivating spiritual herbs and beasts. The flowing sand and didn't have many other items. However, they could certainly provide ample spiritual herbs and beast materials. After speaking, he left. When he reappeared, he already had 2 storage rings in hand. Inside there are 10 8th level spiritual herbs, 100 7th level spiritual herbs, and 500 6th level spiritual herbs. He first handed over one ring and said. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue couldn't help but gasp. What a terrifying foundation. 8th level spiritual herbs are sacred herbs and precious herbs. They are the main materials needed for refining pills for those in the sacred realm. As for 7th level spiritual herbs, they correspond to the Great Ascension realm. She didn't expect that flowing sand would offer 10 8th level and 100 7th level. Such quantities would be a substantial resource even in a sacred place. This one contains the corpses of beasts. 1 beast emperor, 5 beast saints, and 10 beast lords. Chen Imo spoke again, handing over the other ring. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue couldn't help but gasp. The beast emperor is equivalent to a human in the sacred realm. Beast saints correspond to humans in the Great Ascension realm. The fact that Chen Imo had taken out 1 beast emperor, 5 beast saints, and 10 beast lords. This quantity was enough to rival a sacred place. Are these sufficient as compensation? Chen Imo spoke helplessly. With the Yin Yang Guardian array in place, flowing sand certainly didn't lack high-level spiritual herbs and beasts. However, the items taken out today would also require a long time to cultivate, especially the beasts. But he could only accept his fate. All right. Before Li Xingyue could speak, Xiao Linger happily took the 2 storage rings. Farewell. Seeing her put them away, Li Xingyue said no more. She turned and left with Xiao Linger. After watching the 2 depart after a while, Chen Imo suddenly spoke respectfully towards a corner of the private room. I greet the commander. As his voice fell, a shadow appeared out of nowhere in the corner. Have you sent them off? A calm voice came out. Yes, but I do not understand why. Chen Imo nodded and continued. The matter of the Yin Yang Guardian array is of great importance. In his opinion, all unstable factors should be eliminated. He knew that Xiao Linger was very strong, and it should not be difficult for flowing sand to subdue her. Why, oi. That little girl is something even I cannot see through. What do you mean? The calm voice sounded again. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Imo gasped sharply. He was well aware of the commander's cultivation level. It was at the tribulation realm, and not just any tribulation realm, but the 3 tribulation realm. At the tribulation realm, levels are no longer defined by early, mid, late, or overturning. Because the tribulation realm is divided into 9 levels, with each level corresponding to a tribulation. This tribulation is also known as the immortal tribulation. Once one passes the 9 levels of immortal tribulations, one can become a true immortal and ascend to the immortal spirit realm. This commander is a terrifying existence who has passed through 3 immortal tribulations. Chen Imo never expected that even such a terrifying existence could not see through that little girl. What kind of existence is that little girl? That little girl is very likely from the upper realm. The commander's words rang out again. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's heart trembled once more. From the upper realm. He naturally understood what the so-called upper realm referred to. It was the immortal spirit realm that transcended the true spirit realm. But how could that be possible? Captain, isn't it said that those from the upper realm cannot descend to the lower realm? Chen Imo furrowed his brows and asked. This was the rule established by the great powers of the immortal spirit realm. No force or individual could defy it. How could Xiao Linger possibly come from the upper realm? What if the other party is targeting the Supreme? The voice of the shadow echoed once more, tinged with gravity. Targeting the Supreme? Chen Mo's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, if that's the case, then why still? Since they are targeting the Supreme, they should have eliminated the threat instead. You should think about why they haven't directly acted against the true spirit realm, but instead sent someone down. The shadow let out a cold snort and spoke. Hearing this, Chen Imo immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said, the upper realm is not certain whether the Supreme has truly returned. So they sent someone to probe. The shadow nodded. Thus, we absolutely cannot take action against that little girl. Otherwise, it would be akin to directly notifying the upper realm that the Supreme has returned. Chen Mo's brows furrowed tightly, but the Yin Yang Guardian array has already been detected by the other party. The shadow waved his hand dismissively. No matter, there are still many who know about the Yin Yang Guardian array in the immortal spirit realm. The other party cannot use this to determine if the Supreme has returned. Chen Imo nodded. After a moment, he frowned and said, but that little girl seems to be looking for her relatives. A cold chuckle sounded. Naive, if she were truly here for the Supreme, would she tell you the truth? Chen Mo's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. After some thought, he realized. If she stated outright that she was here to find the Supreme, wouldn't that be tantamount to announcing to the entire true spirit realm that she came to kill you? You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. For now, what we lack is time. The shadow spoke again. Chen Imo respectfully replied affirmatively. Xiao Linger and Li Xingyue were unaware of all this. At this moment, the two were cooking meat within the ancient battlefield. Inside the large cauldron, a chicken was being stewed. Looking at the chicken in the large cauldron, Li Xingyue wore a bitter smile. The chicken was a demonic emperor sent by the flowing sand. A demonic emperor, a being comparable to the sacred realm of humanity. In her eyes, it was an unattainable existence. Yet now it could only become food for Xiaolinger. Sister, it smells so good. Xiaolinger, wearing a tiger skin hat, didn't care about the demonic emperor or demonic ancestor. In her eyes, it was all just meat. Li Xingyue nodded, but a helpless smile appeared in her heart. How could it not smell good? The mixed primordial water combined with various sacred herbs and spiritual medicines. Even stewing an ordinary beast would still smell good. Sister, where should we go to find mother? Xiaolinger leaned against Li Xingyue, drooling while looking at the large cauldron, and asked. Once we have rested, we will go find that unknown existence mentioned by Chun Mo. Let's see where your mother has gone, Li Xingyue replied thoughtfully. Unknown existence. Sister, is it that old grandpa inside? Xiaolinger interjected, looking deeper into the ancient battlefield. Old grandpa. Li Xingyue was momentarily taken aback following her gaze. All she could see were yellow sands, withered bones, and broken weapons. Where is there an old grandpa? Yes, there is an old grandpa over there. Short and small, Xiaolinger nodded seriously. Li Xingyue frowned tightly as she truly did not see any old grandpa. Sister, there is a vegetable over there. A beautiful vegetable. Suddenly Xiaolinger spoke again, her round eyes sparkling. A beautiful vegetable. Li Xingyue was startled. What kind of vegetable? She instinctively asked. A flower round with many petals. Sister, let's go pick it and stew it. It must be delicious. Xiaolinger gestured with her hands, her mouth watering as she spoke. A flower. Round. She thought about it and truly didn't know what Xiaolinger was referring to. Sister, I want to go pick it and stew it. That must taste good. Xiaolinger continued to speak. After finishing, without waiting for Li Xingyue's response, her small figure directly vanished into thin air. Ling. Never mind. Li Xingyue wanted to call out to her, but thought better of it. Although she didn't know Xiaolinger's exact cultivation level, she could be certain it was very formidable. Moreover, the spirit of the large cauldron had not said anything clearly indicating that picking that flower would pose no danger to Xiaolinger. Furthermore, with her cultivation, she wouldn't be able to help much at all. The only thing she could do for Xiaolinger was to be a guide, strategizing on how to proceed and where to go. In just a moment, Xiaolinger returned. Sister, looks such a beautiful flower. It must be delicious. She held a white lotus in her hand, smiling brightly. This is... Looking at the white lotus in Xiaolinger's hand, Li Xingyue suddenly stood up. Celestial pure lotus, imperial medicine, celestial pure lotus. She exclaimed. This item she had previously noted in the chronicles of ancient divine artifacts. Celestial pure lotus, a divine item that calms the mind and spirit. It can help one avoid the inner demon tribulation. Its efficacy is terrifying. After all, for cultivators, the tribulation of thunder is just one aspect. The inner demon tribulation is the most terrifying. If crossing the thunder tribulation has a probability of 1%, then crossing the inner demon tribulation has a probability of 1 in 1,000. In other words, the celestial pure lotus can guarantee 100% success in overcoming the inner demon tribulation. Moreover, the celestial pure lotus does not discriminate based on realms. Any cultivator, regardless of their level, can use it. Even those at the tribulation realm will not experience any reduction in efficacy. Li Xingyue did not expect that the beautiful vegetable Xiaolinger referred to was actually the celestial pure lotus. In terms of age, it was already 100,000 years old. A spirit medicine of this age is a 9th grade spirit medicine, also known as imperial medicine. Isn't it beautiful, sister? Xiaolinger said cheerfully, without caring about the details. As she spoke, she took out mixed primordial water to rinse it, and then directly tossed it into the large cauldron. Her bold action made Li Xingyue smile wryly. That was the celestial pure lotus, a 100,000-year-old medicinal spirit, to be stewed just like that. Only Xiaolinger would treat such a divine item this way. If it were anyone else who wouldn't treat it like a treasured possession. Sister, the aroma is even stronger now. This flower must be delicious. Xiaolinger didn't think about much in her eyes, it was just about whether it was delicious or not. Li Xingyue nodded, but internally she smiled wryly. How could it not smell good? How could it not taste good? After all, it was an imperial medicine. Who the hell stole my celestial pure lotus? Just then a furious voice echoed throughout the ancient battlefield. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's expression changed dramatically. Her gaze fell upon the celestial pure lotus that Xiaolinger had just thrown into the large cauldron. It couldn't possibly be the one Xiaolinger picked, could it? Sister, I didn't steal it. I found this over there, Xiaolinger immediately said. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Found it. That is an imperial herb, specifically the incredibly rare Tianjing lotus. How could it be so easy to find? If it were truly that easy, it would have been picked long ago. Of course, she did not blame or criticize Xiaolinger. The principle of the cultivation world is that treasures belong to those who are capable. It is not for anyone who merely lays eyes on them. It's fine, Linger. If you picked it, then it belongs to you, Li Xingyue said, patting her head with a smile. At this moment, she was unaware of Xiao Linger's true cultivation level. She only knew that Xiao Linger was very powerful. In the cultivation world, those with high cultivation levels had the right to possess all treasures. Just then a violent wind suddenly arose. Amidst the swirling dust, an old man in coarse clothing suddenly appeared, as if he was formed from countless grains of sand. At the instant the old man appeared, Li Xingyue felt the hair on her body stand on end, a strong sense of crisis surging within her. It was a life-threatening danger. At that moment she felt as if she were a fragile ant before the suddenly appearing old man, easily crushable. As for Xiao Linger, she blinked her big eyes, looking on curiously. You guys. The old man stared at the two, then at the white lotus in the large cauldron. His chin trembled with anger, even feeling a surge of nausea. He had guarded that Tianjing lotus for tens of thousands of years. The intention was to wait for it to mature, then harvest it to refine into a pure heart pill for transcending tribulations. And now, it was thrown into a pot to be stewed like a vegetable. I can't believe this. At this moment the old man's Dao heart nearly collapsed. Tens of thousands of years. He had spent tens of thousands of years in this desolate place. He wanted to shout, "Do you know how I've lived these past tens of thousands of years? Grandpa, do you want to eat?" Xiao Linger blinked her big eyes and spoke up. You? The old man trembled with rage upon hearing this. Die? I want you both to die. He shouted furiously, his eyes bloodshot, and he attacked in a fit of rage. That Tianjing lotus was the key to his breakthrough in transcending tribulations. He had meticulously cared for it, checking on it from time to time. All his efforts over these tens of thousands of years had been spent on the Tianjing lotus. He treated the Tianjing lotus as if it were a precious gem, fearing it would be damaged if held too tightly or crushed if held too loosely. And now it was being used as a vegetable for stew. This feeling was akin to having his hard-raised little darling harmed by someone. How could the old man not be furious? A storm of yellow sand swirled, and under the old man's control it condensed into a gigantic hand. The hand overshadowed the sun, resembling a terrifying mountain, and descended towards Xiao Linger and Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue's heart trembled violently. This old man felt even more powerful than Chen Mo, and not by a small margin. As she looked up at the colossal hand descending from above, Li Xingyue, with her mid-stage Huaxing cultivation, couldn't even budge. She could only watch helplessly as the gigantic hand pressed down. Grandpa, do you dare to hit us? Xiao Linger huffed angrily, standing in front of Li Xingyue. As she spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from her. The gigantic hand that was coming down actually dissipated into thin air. The old man in coarse clothing trembled violently. What a terrifying aura. Tribulation realm. He stammered, feeling both anger and helplessness, and terror washed over him. This little child, only a few years old, was actually a tribulation realm powerhouse. What a joke. He had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years and had only reached the peak of the Emperor realm. And this little child, she looked only 4 or 5 years old. A 4 or 5-year-old in the tribulation realm. The old man's mind was in disarray, feeling as if he had woken from a dream and was hallucinating. Yes, it must be that, woken from a dream. Consoling himself in his heart, the old man thought, Grandpa, why are you hitting us? Xiao Linger glared at the old man, furious. The old man stared blankly at Xiao Linger. It wasn't a dream, nor was it an illusion. Everything was real. A 4 or 5-year-old tribulation realm powerhouse. You stole my Tianjing lotus, he said with righteous indignation. Although he was shocked, he was also genuinely angry. We didn't steal it, I found this flower over there, Xiao Linger replied defiantly, standing tall. The old man. He looked at Xiao Linger with an expression of utter disbelief, his mind buzzing. Found it? Did you think the Tianjing lotus was cabbage, so easy to find? Moreover, it was a Tianjing lotus with a medicinal age of 100,000 years. This was an imperial herb that even the terrifying imperial garden forces had to care for meticulously. Found it. The old man's face twitched uncontrollably. That was planted by me, he retorted unyieldingly, feeling deeply aggrieved. Because he had just been dozing off. Suddenly, he sensed a massive fluctuation of spiritual power around him. When he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. The place he had originally planted the Tianjing lotus had only a root left. At that moment, he was completely stunned. I clearly found this, Xiao Linger insisted, not willing to back down. The old man. Found it at my foot. Is an imperial herb so easy to find? His face twitched again, feeling both angry and helpless, unable to fight back. Let's be reasonable. What kind of reasoning can a 4 or 5-year-old child present? But he was unwilling to concede. That was the key to his breakthrough in transcending tribulations. Li Xingyue remained silent, as this was not a conversation she could interject into. The old man could argue with Xiao Linger. In plain terms, it was because Xiao Linger was extraordinarily powerful, otherwise she would have already dissipated into the heavens. You say you found it, what proof do you have? The old man huffed, unwilling to relent. But Grandpa, you also cannot prove that you planted it, Xiao Linger said with a grin. The old man in coarse clothing. He looked at Xiao Linger momentarily caught in a dilemma. Fight. If he could win, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath. Just let it go. He was unwilling. How about this, you go find another spirit herb of the same rank. If you can find it, I will believe you found it. If you can't find it, you must compensate me. The old man's eyes rolled as he spoke. Senior treasures belong to those who are capable. Linger, don't mind him, Li Xingyue suddenly interjected. She knew that the Tianjing lotus must have been planted by the old man. Otherwise, such a treasure would have long been picked by those who entered the ancient battlefield. But so what? Since Xiao Linger had gotten it, it belonged to her. Unwilling. Then swallow it. Are you looking for death? The old man snorted coldly, looking at Li Xingyue, just an insignificant bug in the Huaxing realm. You dare to intimidate my sister. Upon seeing this, Xiao Linger immediately stood in front of Li Xingyue, glaring furiously at the old man. The old man. Linger, don't mind him. This is what you found, Li Xingyue said gently with a smile. Yes, this is what I found. Xiao Linger nodded innocently. Have you gone a bit too far? The old man in the robe spoke with a serious expression. If the imperial-grade Tianjing lotus were that easy to find, why would I have to endure countless years in this ancient battlefield? Hee bad old man. Little Linger made a funny face at him. The old man in the robe. He looked at Little Linger, who was wearing a tiger skin hat. His fists clenched tighter and his face twitched uncontrollably. If it were an ordinary person, he would have slapped them dead by now. Yet Little Linger was no ordinary person. She was a being with a cultivation level above his. Li Xingyue was amused by Little Linger's quirky demeanor. Elder treasures belong to the capable. This is an ironclad rule of the cultivation world. With your cultivation level, you should understand this rule the best, she said, turning to the old man and speaking slowly. The implication was quite simple. If you want an explanation, it's impossible. You are going too far. The old man in the robe trembled with anger. He felt incredibly aggrieved. You must understand, ever since he reached the emperor's realm, wherever he went, everyone treated him with utmost respect and flattery. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He could no longer remember how many years it had been since he had faced such indignity. Linger, it's ready, come eat. Li Xingyue couldn't be bothered to respond. All right. Little Linger nodded happily and immediately took out her utensils. This flower must be delicious. She giggled as she fished out the already soft Tianjing lotus and placed it on a plate. In front of the old man, she quickly devoured it. Wow, sister, this is so delicious. It's sweet. Little Linger said, her eyes sparkling. The old man in the robe trembled in anger at the sight. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We shall meet again. At this point, he could only admit defeat. In fact, ever since he discovered that Little Linger was above him in cultivation, the old man knew that all his hard work over the decades had gone to waste. The only reason he engaged in this discussion was that he simply could not swallow this anger. Elder, please wait. We would like to ask you some questions. Li Xingyue called out to him. The Tianjing lotus was merely a subplot for them. She had not forgotten the true purpose of this trip. If you picked my Tianjing lotus, do you still wish to pry information from me? Junior, do you think that is possible? The old man in the robe let out a cold snort, speaking in exasperation. I believe we can still have a discussion. Linger, right? Li Xingyue smiled. Yes. Little Linger nodded while munching on a chicken leg. Upon hearing this, the old man's face twitched again and his fists clenched even tighter. Too much. Simply too much. Yet looking at the harmless-looking Little Linger, he could only concede. What do you want to ask? After a moment, the old man in the robe took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke. There was no choice. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Elder, have you seen this person? Without any small talk, Li Xingyue directly presented the image of Little Linger's mother. Damn. Upon seeing the picture of the woman in white, the old man's previously suppressed anger surged back up. Seen her. He had seen her more than once. Back then, aside from the Tianjing lotus, he had also cultivated a 9-heaven spirit bamboo. The Tianjing lotus was meant for his breakthrough to the tribulation realm, while the 9-heaven spirit bamboo was for refining immortal artifacts. He had already planned that after breaking through to the tribulation realm, he would leave this cursed place and head to the central continent to ask his friend for help in crafting an immortal artifact. Unexpectedly, 4 years ago, a woman in white came here and actually cut down the 9-heaven spirit bamboo. In the end, a fierce battle was unavoidable. What made the old man in the robe frustrated was that this woman in white, despite being at the early stage of the emperor's realm, managed to overpower him. Ultimately, he could only concede. That incident was the first humiliation he suffered since reaching the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. You know her? The old man spoke with a gloomy expression. She is Linger's mother. We have come to find her. Li Xingyue stated directly without concealment. Damn. After hearing this, the old man's fists tightened, nearly going berserk. What a sin. What on earth had he done? The 2 spirit items he cultivated, the 9-heaven spirit bamboo, was cut down by Little Linger's mother. Now the Tianjing lotus was also taken by Little Linger to make a stew. At this moment, the old man in the robe nearly burst into tears. He truly wanted to know what he had done wrong. How could he have encountered these two mother and daughter? The two things he cultivated were both destroyed by them. Yet he was unable to fight either the stronger one or the weaker one. I have seen her. Those two simple words seemed to have sprung from between his teeth. One can imagine how furious the old man in the robe was. Where did mother go? Little Linger immediately asked. Looking at her eager eyes, the old man in the robe really wanted to turn and leave to vent his anger on this little girl. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't. Otherwise, something bad would definitely happen. She went deeper inside. She must be trying to cross the ancient battlefield to reach the central continent. The old man in the robe replied, feeling extremely frustrated. He was nearly on the verge of a heart attack from holding in his anger. He had already decided in his heart that he must leave this cursed place. Otherwise, who knows when he would encounter other members of this family again. Thank you for the information, Elder. Having received the news, Li Xingyue let out a sigh of relief. At least now they had a lead. Humph. The old man in the robe snorted coldly and directly waved his sleeve as he left. His figure quickly disappeared from the sight of the large and small figures. Sister, I want to go to the central continent. Little Linger said. All right, sister will accompany you. Li Xingyue gently smiled as she patted her on the head. Hee, sister is so nice. Sister, come closer. Little Linger immediately laughed and leaned against her. Like a well-behaved kitten, she melted Li Xingyue's heart. Sister, you should eat too. It's really delicious. Little Linger leaned her head against Li Xingyue's arm, munching on a chicken leg as she spoke. This is yours, I can't eat it. Li Xingyue shook her head. She was not a fool. After spending so much time with Little Linger, she understood that the girl must have some kind of special constitution. Moreover, it was the kind that could become stronger the more she ate. This was the source of Little Linger's strength. Eat, sister, hurry and eat. They'll feed you. Little Linger insisted, tearing off a piece of meat and trying to shove it into Li Xingyue's mouth. Elder Eye. Li Xingyue did not move, transmitting a message to the Great Cauldron Spirit. The young master wants you to eat. Just eat it, the Great Cauldron Spirit replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue finally dared to eat what Little Linger offered. Just after a few bites, she began to refine it. There was no choice, whether it was meat or soup, both were top-tier cultivation resources for her at this moment. If she didn't refine it, she would be overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the entire meal was nearly consumed. Of course, 95% of it had gone into Little Linger's stomach. Li Xingyue only ate 5%. Even so, her power of laws surged, increasing by hundreds of pathways. Linger, shall we continue? After a brief rest, Li Xingyue spoke. Little Linger naturally nodded happily. In an ancient battlefield, a large and a small figure slowly advanced through the swirling yellow sands. The little girl wearing a tiger-striped hat led the way. Rather than saying she was walking, it would be more accurate to say she was bouncing. Her small frame hopped and skipped, occasionally stepping on the weathered bones scattered about. Each step sounded as if she were treading on brittle wood, producing a faint crack sound. It seemed that the little girl reveled in this sensation. Consequently, there was not a single intact weathered bone left in her wake. One could say she manifested the pure innocence and playfulness of a child to the fullest. As for Li Xingyue, she naturally followed behind at a steady pace. She did not urge the little girl to quicken her pace. Instead, she watched over her with gentle eyes, much like an older sister. At that moment, she felt entirely at ease. It was as if the little girl were a serene and calming spirit. Even without conversation, merely watching her brought joy to one's heart. Just then a soft voice suddenly rang out. As the sound echoed, Li Xingyue and the little girl looked on with curiosity. They saw a refined young man emerging from the yellow sands. A warm smile graced his face, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. He was dressed in a robe of blue with long ink-black hair held up by a hairpin. An aura of uniqueness surrounded him. He seemed like an intellectual well-versed in literature. Who are you? Li Xingyue frowned as she gazed at him, unable to see through his true nature. To be precise, he appeared to be an ordinary person without any cultivation. However, Li Xingyue did not believe this. After all, they were in an ancient battlefield, a place filled with danger. Moreover, this area was already considered deep within the ancient battlefield. How could an ordinary person without cultivation possibly arrive here? I am Mo Qingshu, honored to meet both of you. The young man smiled gracefully and bowed. May I ask for some food from you too? Before Li Xingyue could respond, he continued, asking for a favor, seeking food. Li Xingyue frowned slightly. I won't give you any. You are a dirty thing. Amid her confusion, the little girl giggled. Dirty thing. Hearing this, Li Xingyue was taken aback. She scrutinized Mo Qingshu, finding no trace of malice or ghostly aura about him. All that emanated was a scholarly air. As if this fellow had grown up amidst poetry and prose. Little sister, you have quite the sense of humor. I am a scholar, how could I be a dirty thing? Both of you please grant me some food. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for several days. I truly can't hold on any longer. Mo Qingshu did not get angry, keeping a radiant smile on his face. Sister, don't give him anything. He is a fallen spirit, the little girl said to Li Xingyue. Fallen spirit. Li Xingyue furrowed her brows slightly at her gaze. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. That's right. The teacher said that fallen spirits are quite peculiar. They resemble ordinary people, yet possess the strange ability to seize the world's creations. As long as one fulfills the requests of a fallen spirit, it is akin to unconditionally giving away one's lifespan, cultivation, and talent. It's quite miraculous. The little girl nodded, explaining it to her. What? After hearing this, Li Xingyue could not help but feel startled. Fulfilling their requests means unconditionally giving away one's lifespan, cultivation, and talent. What kind of ability is this? Does it mean that if she had just agreed to Mo Qingshu's request for food, she would have unconditionally given him everything? You. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingshu looked at the little girl in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. He had not expected someone in the true spirit realm to actually know about fallen spirits. And even more surprising, it was a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. Are you from the immortal spirit realm? No, even if you are from the immortal spirit realm, you shouldn't know of fallen spirits. Mo Qingshu remarked, looking at the little girl with astonishment. Fallen spirits. Even in the immortal spirit realm, very few were aware of them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they could be counted on one hand. I am super invincible, the strongest in the world. The little girl grinned, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Coupled with her somewhat chubby face and tiger-striped hat, she could certainly melt the hearts of any doting parent. Super invincible, the strongest in the world. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingshu's mouth twitched involuntarily. If you are going to use a pseudonym, at least choose a better one. But what kind of ridiculous pseudonym is this? In the countless years he had existed, it was the first time he had heard of such an absurd name. Interesting, this little lost world is truly interesting. To think that there are 2 individuals who know of fallen spirits. If I am not mistaken, you must also be a reincarnation of some great power, right? Mo Qingshu looked at the little girl, speaking somewhat incoherently. For years ago, he had encountered a woman. To his surprise, she had seen through his identity as a fallen spirit at a glance. Now he unexpectedly encountered another who could see through his identity. Thus he was certain that the little girl must be the reincarnation of some terrifying powerhouse from the immortal spirit realm. Only those beings would know of fallen spirits. Reincarnation of a great power. Lost world. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyu's brows furrowed slightly. The concept of reincarnation was not rare in the cultivation world, because as long as one reaches the nascent soul stage, they can seize another's body and live anew. Little girl reincarnation is different from body seizing. While body seizing allows one to live again, it does not change one's talent or lifespan. Those who are reincarnated are different. They can gain a completely new talent and a new lifespan. Mo Qingshu spoke. He had even seen through Li Xingyu's thoughts. This revelation caused Li Xingyue to feel a jolt in her heart. Gaining a new talent and lifespan. If that is the case, would continuously reincarnating not lead to so-called immortality? How interesting, truly interesting. In this mere lost world, 2 reincarnated individuals have appeared. Could there be some great treasure in this realm? Mo Qingshu muttered to himself. What do you mean? Have you seen other reincarnated individuals? What is this lost world? Li Xingyue asked with a frown. Sister, the teacher has mentioned the lost world to me. A world where the source of power has been extracted is called a lost world. In such worlds, the upper limit of cultivation will gradually decrease over time. Eventually, it will completely become a world where cultivation is impossible. Before Mo Qingshu could respond, the little girl cheerfully explained. Linger, are you saying that the true spirit realm will one day become a world where cultivation is impossible? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue was greatly shocked. That's right, the teacher said so. The little girl nodded. However, Mo Qingshu caught onto the key figure in her words. The teacher. From the little girl's words, it was evident that whether it was fallen spirits or lost worlds, all knowledge was imparted by that teacher. Interesting, who is this teacher you speak of? There's a lot I know. Mo Qingshu asked curiously. The teacher is just the teacher, a detestable old man. The little girl innocently replied, her cheeks puffed up as she spoke of the teacher. After listening, Mo Qingshu's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, hearing you speak is like listening to a lecture. Is this the answer I seek? He internally complained, feeling somewhat helpless. Initially, he thought he could seize the fortune of these 2 individuals for his own use. Especially the fortune surrounding Xiaolinger. It was the strongest he had ever encountered. Even the woman in white he met years ago was no match. However, he had not anticipated that the other party already knew what kind of existence he was. Pardon my intrusion, esteemed friends. Mo Qingshu sighed, and could only give up. As for taking action to seize it, he dared not do so, because Xiaolinger was truly extraordinary. She knew of the existence of the fallen spirit, and he could not see through her cultivation. Moreover, using force would not allow him to acquire everything he desired. The Daos rules are fair. Opening one window means closing another door. The fallen spirit can seize the world's creation, but there is a limitation. It requires the other party to verbally agree to the request. If they refuse, it cannot be done. Otherwise, Mo Qingshu would not be hiding here today. Yes, we are going to Zhongzhou to find Mother, Xiaolinger nodded. Looking for Mother. Mo Qingshu was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such a reason. Previously, those he encountered sought to cross this place to pursue higher realms. Have you seen this person? Li Xingyue came to her senses and responded. As she spoke, her fingers gently sketched and spiritual energy flowed. The image of Xiao Linger's mother was subsequently sketched out. Upon seeing the image, the fallen spirit's lips twitched violently. Wasn't this the ruthless person he encountered before? Had he not run away quickly, he would have almost been finished off. Are you here to find this person? He asked with a hint of frustration. Yes, she is mother. I want to find mother. The innocent Xiao Linger nodded. Your mother? Mo Qingshu couldn't help but twitch his lips again after hearing this. Damn. What kind of family are these people? The older ones are terrifying and the younger ones are so remarkable. Are they going to leave any room for others to live? He finally understood why Xiao Linger knew about the fallen spirit. It turned out she was the descendant of that ruthless individual. Yes, Xiao Linger happily nodded. She indeed went that way, Mo Qingshu replied. After saying this, he directly left. Clearly, he no longer wished to speak with Xiao Linger. Sister, why did he leave? The confused Xiao Linger asked. I don't know either. Li Xingyue shook her head. However, she did not mind. As long as it was confirmed that Xiao Linger's mother indeed went to Zhongzhou, that was enough. The two continued on their journey. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Sea, there lay a truly terrifying forbidden zone in the true spirit continent. Here there are all spatial cracks. A slight misstep could lead one to be sucked into the spatial rift, falling into spatial chaos, and being lost from the true spirit realm. Moreover, anyone or any powerful beast that enters the Forbidden Sea has no return. Thus, this place has become regarded as a terrifying forbidden zone in the eyes of the people of Zhongzhou. However, deep within the Forbidden Sea, there was a grand hall floating in the void. The hall seemed like a terrifying beast suppressing the depths of the Forbidden Sea. From a distance, it resembled a legendary celestial treasure that has suppressed the ages. Inside the hall, a group of people sat and stood on black recliner chairs. Everyone wore masks various and diverse. At the very top of the hall sat a person who appeared to be a woman. Dressed in a white skirt, she wore a white dragon-patterned mask. An aura that repelled others from 1,000 miles, yet shattered the ages, emanated from her at all times. Her recliner was also quite extraordinary, being a dragon throne. News has come from District Ding. People from the celestial spirit realm have descended. Their purpose is precisely for me. An icy yet authoritative voice echoed from the woman, reverberating in the empty hall. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into a brief silence. Clearly the others were contemplating countermeasures. What if they are from the celestial spirit realm? If they find this place, they can be exterminated. A man wearing a tiger mask spoke. His voice indicated that he was male. This matter needs to be planned carefully. Our foundation is still shallow. It is not yet the time to confront the celestial spirit realm. Heathen, said a person wearing a rabbit mask. Can't we eliminate them secretly? Asked a person wearing a snake mask. No, what District Ding encountered should only be conjectures from the celestial spirit realm, so they dispatched advanced personnel. If we remove them rashly, wouldn't it be telling the celestial spirit realm that we are here? A person wearing a mouse mask also expressed his opinion. What does the master think? A person wearing an ox mask spoke in a deep voice, sounding honest and straightforward. Upon hearing this, all the masked individuals looked towards the master's seat. Under their gaze, the woman with the dragon-patterned mask fell into silence. After a long while, she finally spoke. What the rabbit said is timely. Our strength is not yet suitable for a direct confrontation with the celestial spirit realm. However, the people sent by the celestial spirit realm cannot be allowed to investigate freely. The crowd nodded upon hearing this. So what should be done now? We cannot fight. We cannot kill. If they want an answer, then we shall provide them with one. The voice of the dragon-masked woman sounded again. After hearing this, the masked individuals revealed looks of confusion. Provide them with an answer. Does the master mean to find a reincarnated person to appease them? The person wearing the rabbit mask asked tentatively. Precisely. As far as I know, there is an imperial garden in Zhongzhou of the true spirit realm named the Ji family. 1,000 years ago, this Ji family was just a small family in Zhongzhou. Yet within a mere 1,000 years, they became an imperial garden. This is due to the birth of a genius within the Ji family, Ji Sun. This Ji Sun is indeed a reincarnation of a celestial king. The master nodded and slowly spoke. Having reached this point in the discussion, everyone naturally understood. Spreading the news of the reincarnated person would surely attract the attention of those from the upper realm. The people from the upper realm would come to investigate. As for the outcome, a celestial king's reincarnation is not the same as the master's reincarnation. Go arrange it. The master waved her hand when she saw that the others had no objections. As soon as her words fell, the space twisted and all the masked individuals vanished. Within the grand hall, only the master remained. She looked at the empty hall. Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, reflected a sense of loneliness. It has been years. I wonder how you two are doing. And where exactly is that opportunity for condensing the divine rank? The master whispered softly words only she could hear. Inside the ancient battlefield, time flowed steadily as the large and small figures traveled without haste. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. For cultivators, night was no different from day. However, seeing the little Linger who had been bouncing around all day, Li Xingyue spoke up. Linger, shall we rest for the night before continuing our journey? She had noticed the signs of fatigue on the little one's face. Besides, no one knew just how vast this ancient battlefield was. It was still uncertain how long they would need to traverse the ancient battlefield and reach Zhongzhou. A proper rest was indeed necessary. All right. Little Linger beamed with a radiant smile upon hearing they would rest. Looking at her cute, playful demeanor, Li Xingyue also smiled gently. She then led Linger to a spot with a few dead trees and started a campfire as a temporary resting point. Linger took out a few beast corpses. Sister, let's have hot pot. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. Hot pot. Li Xingyue looked at her in surprise. This was the first time she had heard those words. Yes, hot pot, it's delicious. You need to slice the meat into thin pieces and then boil them in the pot to eat. Little Linger nodded excitedly. While speaking, she had already taken out a large cauldron. She said, Cauldron, I want to eat hot pot. The cauldron's spirit sighed with resignation. What is this? It was originally a pill furnace, a spiritual treasure crafted from the source power by a sect in the immortal spirit realm. It was used for alchemy to increase the success rate. In the immortal spirit realm, it was a treasure that people feared would break in their hands or melt in their mouths. Now, however, it could only be used by little Linger to cook. Though somewhat unwilling, it dared not disobey her. Otherwise, with Xiao Hulu's temperament, it would inevitably face a severe beating. Shortly after little Linger's words, the cauldron began to change shape, eventually transforming into a large copper pot. This, Li Xingyue was left in awe. In her understanding, treasures with spirit could change, but only in size. As for changing into other forms, this was her first time witnessing it. Could this cauldron be a divine artifact? She thought. Sister, hurry and slice the meat. It needs to be cut into thin, long pieces. Little Linger paid no mind to Li Xingyue's thoughts. Her eyes were set only on food. In the process of speaking, she had already taken out Xiao Hulu and poured the primordial water into the cauldron. Okay. Li Xingyue nodded and immediately began to prepare the beast meat as instructed by little Linger. Soon a slice of meat was cut. Linger, is this how it's done? She spoke, turning her head only to find little Linger was nowhere to be seen. Linger. Li Xingyue felt a pang of anxiety and scanned the surroundings, yet still did not see little Linger. Senior Linger. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the cauldron's spirit. Do not worry, the cauldron's spirit replied nonchalantly. Little Linger is a genuine immortal king. This pinnacle realm was but the true spirit realm of the tribulation realm, where there was no one who could pose a threat to little Linger. Besides, little Linger's true prowess lay not in her own immortal king cultivation, but in the powerful artifacts she wielded. It was no exaggeration to say, even if she encountered a powerful immortal lord, little Linger could remain unharmed. To threaten little Linger, a celestial emperor would need to personally arrive. How could this small true spirit realm possibly have a celestial emperor? Li Xingyue couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing this. It made sense. With little Linger's strength, even those at the emperor's level would have to respectfully refer to her as a junior. What was there for her to worry about? Thoughtful. Li Xingyue silently helped little Linger process the beast meat. After she had sliced several beasts, little Linger reappeared. Linger, what is this? Li Xingyue looked at the suddenly appearing little Linger, her brows slightly furrowing. Little Linger was holding a large egg. The egg was quite large, almost the same size as little Linger. Most importantly, Li Xingyue felt a power emanating from that egg that made her heart race. She was certain that this egg was no ordinary item. It must belong to some powerful beast. However, she could not discern which beast it belonged to. I found this over there. It must be delicious, little Linger said, holding the egg, her little head peeking out with a cheerful smile. Found it. Li Xingyue was taken aback upon hearing this. Although she could not tell which beast the egg came from, the heart-stopping power emanating from it was enough to prove that the beast that laid this egg was at least a beast lord. After all, she was now at the transformation spirit realm and in the mid-stage. For beasts below the beast lord level, not to mention an egg, even facing the real body, Li Xingyue felt no fear. Therefore, she was certain that the egg in little Linger's hands definitely came from a beast lord or higher. But how could an egg of such caliber be so easily found? If it were really that easy to find, every human force would have a powerful guardian beast by their side, right? Moreover, this was still the ancient battlefield where beast activities were virtually non-existent. At least Li Xingyue had never heard of or seen any. Found. The so-called finding, it was probably raiding a beast's nest that resided in the ancient battlefield. Li Xingyue pondered. Sister, let's roast it and eat it. This egg must be delicious. Little Linger said with a cheerful tone, placing the egg by the campfire. All right, as you say. Li Xingyue chuckled bitterly. An egg from a beast lord or higher would definitely cause a commotion and be fought over in the Linglong Pavilion's territory. Because if it could be nurtured and a contract signed, it would be equivalent to having a powerful ally, especially for a force. After all, the lifespan of beasts far exceeds that of humans. Nurturing a powerful beast could protect a force for several generations. But with little Linger here, it was merely a meal. Of course, she did not stop her. The egg was brought back by little Linger. Whether to eat it or keep it, as long as little Linger was happy, that was fine. Linger, you can't just roast the egg like this. You need to pry a hole in the top first, otherwise it will explode when roasted, Li Xingyue reminded. Is that so? Okay. Little Linger nodded, then punched a hole in the top of the egg with her fist. Bang. At the moment the hole was punched in the egg, a long cry echoed, and a dragon shadow burst out from the egg, only to dissipate above the egg. Hiss! A gasp escaped Li Xingyue's lips. Although that dragon shadow vanished as quickly as a firework, it did not escape her sight. She understood very well what that was. It was a wisp of dragon energy, true dragon energy. There was actually true dragon energy within this egg. Then this egg is... Li Xingyue thought, left utterly dumbfounded. Linger, could this be a dragon egg? Li Xingyue's voice trembled. A dragon egg indeed. True dragons are renowned beings in the true spirit realm. In fact, they are legendary existences. According to rumors, the dragon clan has ascended to the celestial spirit realm as a whole. Moreover, the dragon clan holds a very high status among the demon race. They are one of the divine bloodlines. It is also rumored that dragons are born as demon emperors, comparable to the human race's transformation realm powerhouses. In their infancy, which corresponds to the human youth stage, they are comparable to the demon lords of the human integration realm. Those with exceptional talent can even become demon saints, comparable to the human great ascension stage. In their maturity, which corresponds to the human young adult stage, they are demon emperors on par with the human sacred realm powerhouses. When they reach adulthood, corresponding to the human middle-age stage, they are essentially demon ancestors existing alongside the human emperor realm. Of course, each stage is not measured by ordinary mortal standards. Rather, it is measured by the cultivator stages. Given that cultivators have long lifespans, they cannot be measured by the mortal standards. The differences are at least tenfold. In other words, a cultivator in their youth is over 100 years old. Take Li Xingyue herself as an example. She is already over 700 years old, yet in the cultivation world, she is barely considered young. Even so, she has only reached the transformation realm. If she had not encountered Xiao Linger, she might have already perished. In the dragon clan, they are born with her level of cultivation. It is easy to imagine how terrifying the dragon clan is. A dragon egg? I don't know. I just picked it up over there, hee. Xiao Linger replied, her wide eyes fixed on the roasted egg, filled with anticipation. After hearing her, Li Xingyue could only manage a wry smile. Now she could confirm. The egg that Xiao Linger picked up is definitely a dragon egg. That trace of true dragon aura was unmistakable. True dragon aura is possessed only by dragon eggs. Even eggs of demon beasts with dragon bloodlines cannot possess true dragon aura. For demon beasts with dragon bloodlines, even if the bloodline is relatively strong, their eggs would only produce dragon breath. For example, the renowned Jialong clan among the demon race. The eggs of this clan produce dragon breath. Compared to true dragon aura, they are worlds apart. Li Xingyue never expected that Xiao Linger would return with a dragon egg from her outing. Moreover, she had roasted it. If the demon race or the human race were to find out, they would surely condemn it as a waste of resources. After all, it is a dragon egg. If it hatches given enough time to grow, it will surely stand at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm in the future. In other words, what Xiao Linger roasted is not just an egg, but a being comparable to a human tribulation realm pseudo-mortal beast. Sister, the soup is boiling. We can eat meat now. Xiao Linger's voice came through. While speaking, she somehow produced a pair of chopsticks and began to cook the meat. Sister, hurry and eat, it's so delicious, she said while eating. Li Xingyue nodded, mimicking her, and began to cook the meat as well. It must be said that the taste is indeed excellent. Of course, Xiao Linger's soup base is made from primordial heavenly water mixed with various precious herbs. It would be strange if it didn't taste good. In a certain part of the ancient battlefield, 3 figures in black suddenly appeared under the starry sky. All 3 were tall and robust, looking powerful. However, the most eye-catching feature was the pair of horns on each of their heads, illuminated by the starlight and moonlight. It is evident that these 3 individuals are not of the human race. Elder, is there really a true dragon egg here? The man on the left scanned the surroundings and spoke. Naturally, according to the records of our Jialong clan, there was a great battle in the celestial spirit realm, a battle between 2 celestial emperors. All major races were forced to participate. The dragon clan was one of them. The elder in the middle nodded, speaking slowly. The mention of a battle between 2 celestial emperors startled the other 2. They come from the Jialong clan with a long heritage and rich background. Moreover, they are clan elders, naturally knowing what celestial emperors are. They transcend all beings, including the celestial spirit realm. What does this have to do with the true dragon egg? The man on the left asked with a frown. He is the second elder of the Jialong clan. This ancient battlefield is the location of the Great Battle. To be precise, it is an area of the battlefield. Originally, this area was part of the celestial spirit realm, but due to the battle it fell away from the celestial spirit realm and became the ancient battlefield in the true spirit realm. According to our clan's records, a true dragon fell in the ancient battlefield area back then. However, before the true dragon perished, it used great means to condense a dragon egg and placed it deep within the ancient battlefield to ensure its bloodline would continue. Over 10,000 years ago, our clan sent strong warriors here and successfully found that true dragon egg. Unfortunately, our Jialong clan was weak and dared not bring it back, only able to leave it here and protect it with a formation. Now that our clan has firmly established itself, it is naturally time to bring back this dragon egg. The elder of the Jialong clan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the other two were taken aback. They never expected the Jialong clan had such a history. If we hatch the true dragon, then our clan. The second elder spoke, his breath becoming rapid. After all, that is a true dragon bloodline, the pinnacle of the demon race's bloodlines. If nurtured, the strength of the Jialong clan will absolutely rise to a new level. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it is the dragon clan's bloodline. We Jialong clan, to put it bluntly, are mixed dragons. Although we have true dragon bloodlines within us, they are not pure. This true dragon egg, if brought back to the clan and properly cultivated, can serve as a bloodline seed in the future. As long as the clan arranges for its mating and offspring are born, our clan's bloodline will continuously transcend. Over time, do you know what this means? The elder smiled slightly, speaking leisurely. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the second elder and the third elder both gasped in shock. They exchanged glances, seeing the ecstatic expressions in each other's eyes. What does it mean? It means that over time, the bloodline of the Jialong clan will gradually transcend, ultimately transforming into a true dragon clan. That is the true dragon clan, the most powerful clan among the demon race. Haha, our clan has a bright future. The second elder immediately laughed out loud in excitement. Yes, in the future, our Jialong clan will surely dominate the demon realm. The third elder also spoke with excitement. Let's go to welcome the glorious future of our Jialong clan. The elder smiled and led the way forward. The second elder and third elder followed closely behind. Soon the three arrived at the underground space where the strong warriors of the Jialong clan had placed the dragon egg. However, what left the three dumbfounded was that the underground space was completely empty. Elder, what's going on? The second elder asked, somewhat puzzled. Damn it, could it have been taken by the humans? The third elder said with enmity. The elder did not speak, just staring blankly at the pedestal in the underground space. He was certain that this was the place where the dragon egg was kept, as he could clearly sense the lingering true dragon aura there. But where is the dragon egg? Where did such a large dragon egg go? The grand elder gazed at the platform where the dragon egg was placed, his expression dark and menacing. At present, the Jialong clan had indeed established a foothold in the demon domain. Yet there were still races that looked down upon them. After all, the Jialong clan had very few powerful figures, and all were merely pseudo-immortal beasts of the first tribulation. They could not be compared to those terrifying great clans. He originally intended to take the dragon egg slowly, enhancing the bloodline of the Jialong clan, allowing it to transform into a true dragon race. This way, not to mention ascending the entire clan to the immortal spirit realm at the very least, it would allow the Jialong clan to become one of the true overlords of the demon domain, escaping the fate of being cannon fodder for those terrifying great clans. He had even devised a 1,000-year development plan for the future of the Jialong clan. But now the situation was dire. The dragon egg was missing. Grand Elder, what should we do now? The second elder spoke with a heavy heart. Entering the ancient battlefield was no easy feat for them. The ancient battlefield was the territory of the human race. The demon domain had always been at odds with the human race. One could say that the three of them had risked their lives to come to the ancient battlefield. Not only that, but they had also expended more than half of their clan's resources to build a super teleportation array just to come to the ancient battlefield. All of this was for the dragon egg. Now that the dragon egg was gone, wasn't it akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket? We must find the dragon egg. This item is far too important for our clan. Without waiting for the Grand Elder to speak, the third elder firmly interjected. It was preposterous to expend so many resources and risk their lives to come here for the dragon egg. How could they possibly return empty-handed? The Grand Elder remained silent, staring blankly, as if he had yet to recover from the sorrow. Grand Elder. The second elder called out tentatively upon seeing this. Alas, the dragon egg may have. The Grand Elder finally snapped back to reality with a long sigh. He was well aware of the dangers of the ancient battlefield. The deeper one went, the greater the peril. According to rumors, this ancient battlefield was a terrifying forbidden ground where tribulation-level beings were buried. Although the location of the dragon egg was not at the deepest part of the ancient battlefield, it was still quite close. The fact that the dragon egg was taken from here meant that it was not just anyone who took it. The one who took the dragon egg must be someone extraordinary, at least at the level of an emperor. For those at the emperor level, the dragon egg was also an extremely rare cultivation resource. In fact, it could be said to be a cultivation resource that one could encounter but not seek. To obtain such a resource, they would definitely leave the ancient battlefield. With billions of humans, there were quite a few at the emperor level. To retrieve the dragon egg would not be an easy task. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's words were interrupted by a sudden dragon's roar. The three of them jolted in shock. A dragon's roar? They could not have heard wrong, especially with the overwhelming dragon might in that sound. Grand Elder. The second elder's face instantly lit up with joy. There were no demon races in the ancient battlefield, let alone the dragon race. Now that they heard the dragon's roar, it must be related to the true dragon egg. Ha ha ha, great, great. Heaven does not close its doors on people, let's go. I want to see who dares to have designs on the dragon egg. A blooming smile spread across the Grand Elder's face. Even if he is a tribulation level being today, he must obediently hand over the dragon egg. The third elder chimed in. Though his words were bold, they were not entirely unfounded. After all, the three of them were at the late stage of the demon ancestor level, equivalent to the late stage of the human emperor level. Moreover, being from the Jiaolong clan, they possessed formidable physical bodies and exceptional innate abilities. Individually, they could stand shoulder to shoulder with fully realized human emperors. Together, they could indeed battle against tribulation-level beings. There were no more words exchanged. The three figures flashed and rushed toward the source of the dragon's roar. Not only did they hear the roar, but other human cultivators seeking opportunities in the ancient battlefield also heard it. Ha ha ha, great, great. I didn't expect to find something related to a true dragon. Heaven helps me, heaven helps me. I lost the heavenly cleansing lotus, yet now I encounter a true dragon item. I, the elder of the Mai sect, will surely break through to the tribulation level. Somewhere an old man in ragged clothes laughed heartily, his face filled with excitement. True dragon items were immortal treasures in the true spirit realm. If he could obtain it, it would be enough to help him break through to the tribulation level. At the same time, Chen Mo, who was stationed at the Lushan, also heard the dragon's roar. I didn't expect there would be true dragon items in the ancient battlefield. Great. If I can obtain it, I can certainly cultivate a powerful demon army for the leader. At that time, I will surely be heavily rewarded. He gazed into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Before his words could finish, he had already vanished. Little Linger and Li Xingyue were completely unaware of all this, especially Little Linger. At this moment, she was holding the already roasted dragon egg, continuously scooping the egg custard inside with a spoon and eating it. Her chubby little face was filled with satisfaction. Sister, this egg is really delicious, she said while eating. Li Xingyue, upon hearing this, could not help but smile bitterly. How could it not be delicious? After all, it was a dragon egg. In other words, it was the essence of the dragon. Whether as food or as a cultivation resource, it could definitely be considered one of the finest. It would be odd if it weren't delicious. She thought to herself and did not ask for any. Instead, she quietly ate the demon beast meat. The dragon egg was something she could not eat, nor could she. The spiritual power contained within was simply beyond what her mere transformation realm could withstand. The demon beast meat, however, was just right for her. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. The abrupt sound startled both Li Xingyue and Little Linger, causing them to shudder. The utensils they were using nearly fell to the ground. The two looked towards the source of the sound and saw three old men with horns on their heads staring blankly at them. To be precise, all three of them were looking at Little Linger. These three were the three elders of the Jiaolong clan who had hurried over upon hearing the dragon's roar. However, at this moment, the expressions on their faces were extremely dazed. Even the second elder and the third elder occasionally rubbed their eyes. It was beyond comprehension. They truly could not believe what they were seeing. The dragon egg was actually being roasted and eaten by someone. The hope of the Jiaolong clan was being consumed like this. Illusion. Grand Elder, I must be seeing things. The second elder spoke in disbelief, unable to accept the scene before him. That's right, it must be an illusion. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. That was a dragon egg. Even if it fell into the hands of the human race, it would still be one of the most top-tier cultivation resources. Moreover, true dragons were regarded as extremely terrifying beings in the eyes of humans. To obtain a dragon egg would certainly lead to it being cultivated as a spirit pet. How could it possibly be roasted and eaten? It must be an illusion. The Grand Elder continuously comforted himself in his heart. Grandpa, why is your dog barking? You scared me so much my spoon almost dropped. Little Linger huffed, saying angrily. After speaking, she took another scoop of the egg custard and popped it into her mouth, making smack smack sounds as she ate. Second, slap me. Quickly slap me. Tell me this isn't real. The Grand Elder snapped back to reality and spoke in a daze. Great Elder, The second elder also came to his senses, nearly overwhelmed with tears. Especially the way Xiao Linger pouted, it pierced deep into his heart like a needle. The dragon egg was actually roasted and eaten by someone. You. You, you. The third elder trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Xiaolinger. He couldn't catch his breath. Puffed. Suddenly, an old blood spurted from the mouth of the third elder. Clearly, he was infuriated. Brother, it's gone, everything is gone. The dragon egg was roasted by her. The second elder had a mournful expression, evidently enraged to the point of sadness. The great elder clutched his chest, gasping for breath. He was utterly overwhelmed with anger. The hope of the Jialong clan had truly been roasted and eaten by someone. Sister, what's wrong with them? Are they sick? While munching on the dragon egg, Xiaolinger curiously asked. Uffed. After hearing this, Li Xingyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now she could guess a little about the situation. After all, the horns on the heads of those three elders were unmistakable. They must be the legendary Jialong clan. Li Xingyue had some understanding of this powerful race. They lived in the overseas demon domain. The region connected to the overseas demon domain is Zhongzhou. Currently, this place is an ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is separated from the overseas demon domain by a whole Zhongzhou. How could the Jialong clan appear here? They must have come for the dragon egg. However, the three of them did not expect that the dragon egg would be picked up by Xiaolinger and roasted to eat. Naturally, it could cause internal injuries. After all, true dragons are of utmost importance to the Jialong clan. Why is it this little girl again? Damn it, that's a dragon egg. She just roasted it to eat. At that moment, the elder in ragged clothes hurried over. Seeing Xiaolinger holding the dragon egg and munching on it, he was completely stunned. The dragon egg, that was a true dragon egg. If raised successfully, it would provide a continuous supply of true dragon blood. In the true spirit realm, true dragon blood is a precious rarity. It can be used in both alchemy and weapon forging. If a true dragon could be raised as a spirit pet, it would be like having a constantly regenerating spirit stone mine. It is no exaggeration to say that a true dragon egg, even those lofty immortal residences, would have to treat it as an ancestor. And now, it was roasted and eaten by this little girl. This is just too outrageous. The elder in ragged clothes was already at a loss for words to express his feelings. It was those two. Hissed the dragon egg. It's actually a true dragon egg. She roasted it to eat. Chun Mo rushed over and was completely dumbfounded. Lady, do you know what that is? A dragon egg. A true dragon egg. And you just let it be ruined. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed. The three elders of the Jialong clan transformed into three incredibly terrifying Jialong. Their bodies were pitch black and their eyes were bloodshot. The terrifying aura was like the wrath of heaven spreading across the ancient battlefield. Hissed the three ancient ancestors. The elder in ragged clothes gasped sharply. The three ancient ancestors, and they are even in the later stage. We must run, we must run. He muttered to himself. On the other side, Chun Mo's expression changed drastically. The three ancient ancestors in the later stage. This power is enough to contend with the Imperial Garden. You are dead. The three Jialong with bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Xiaolinger. The terrifying killing intent permeated around them. It was as if these three Jialong came from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. What level of demon beast is this? Li Xingyue's face changed, drastically unable to move under the terrifying aura. It's understandable. She was merely at the midstage of the transformation god realm. Not to mention the ancient ancestors, even a demon saint could easily overwhelm her. Let alone now we are facing three terrifying existences in the later stage of the ancient ancestors. Old Mo, these should be the three major clan elders of the Jialong clan, right? At this moment, the elder in ragged clothes turned his gaze towards Chun Mo. The ancient ancestors in the later stage, there's no mistake, it's these three old fellows. It is rumored that these three old fellows can join forces to battle against the tribulation realm. They must have come for the dragon egg. Now the dragon egg has been roasted and eaten by that little girl. Chun Mo nodded, clearly recognizing the elder in ragged clothes. That little girl is likely in great danger. The elder in ragged clothes continued. The three major clan elders of the Jialong clan. Their reputation is well known not only among the demon races, but also among the human races. Basically, the top-tier combat forces of the human race all know about the terror of the three clan elders of the Jialong clan. After hearing this, Chun Mo did not respond. Danger. He felt it shouldn't be that serious. Because that little girl is a being even the commander cannot see through. Wow, meat. Sister, such big meat. Looking at the three elders who suddenly transformed into Jialong, Xiaolinger's eyes immediately lit up. She even felt that the dragon egg she was holding was no longer appealing. Her gaze was fixed intently on the three massive Jialong. Damn it. The elder in ragged clothes turned dark upon hearing Xiaolinger's words. Meat. How dare she? These are the three major clan elders of the Jialong clan. They are terrifying existences that can rival an entire imperial garden. Such beings, yet she refers to them as meat. Chun Mo's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Even the imperial garden wouldn't dare to call the three clan elders of the Jialong clan like that, right? The three Jialong who were originally enraged felt their anger escalate. Think about it, the three brothers, they could walk arrogantly in the demon domain, but there were few races that would dare to offend them. Let alone the Jiaolong clan is a major clan in the demon domain, to be referred to as meat. Die. Without further ado, the three Jiaolong directly unleashed their innate divine powers towards Xiaolinger. They opened their mouths to spit. In an instant, terrifying beams of light erupted from their mouths. One white, one red, one purple. The brilliance emitted almost illuminated the entire dim, ancient battlefield. The terrifying beams, like three arrows released from the bowstring, surged towards Xiaolinger with a destructive, world-destroying momentum. The areas where the beams passed also underwent dramatic transformations. Wherever the white beam passed, the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. Where the red beam passed, the sand instantly ignited. As for the purple light, it flickered with thunder, and the places it passed turned into scorched earth. Clearly, the three beams represented three different elements. Ice, fire, lightning. Wow, so beautiful, sister. As she saw the incoming beams, Xiaolinger's expression did not change at all. She even exclaimed in amazement, as if she were witnessing an incredibly beautiful scenery. Elder in ragged clothes, Chen Mo, the three Jiaolong elders. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Xiaolinger's words. Those are three major elemental divine powers. Powers that possess the capability to shatter mountains and rivers, to change the very heavens and earth. What did this little girl just say? Beautiful. Is she treating this as fireworks? And still beautiful. This is meant to kill you. Everyone thought to themselves, momentarily unsure whether to cry or laugh. They didn't know whether to scold Xiaolinger for being foolish or to praise her innocence. It can be said, Xiaolinger's statement left everyone utterly bewildered, including the attacking Jiaolong clan elders. They had participated in countless wars, not to mention 1,000, at least 800. Yet it was the first time they heard someone say their killing moves looked beautiful. Just as the three Jiaolong were about to scold her for being foolish, their pupils suddenly constricted, their enormous eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Mo and the elder in ragged clothes looked as if they had seen a ghost. In front of them, the three great elemental divine abilities aimed at Xiaolinger suddenly came to a halt. To be precise, they were frozen in front of Xiaolinger. It was as if a terrifying presence had made its move, stabilizing the void surrounding Xiaolinger, preventing the divine abilities of the three dragon clans from advancing further. Sister, these are so beautiful, Xiaolinger said to Li Xingyue with a cheerful smile, gazing at the three beams of light in front of her. While speaking, she reached out her tiny finger and poked at the light beam. Crack! When her small finger touched the white beam of light, it shattered like a mirror. In the end, it turned into small shards of ice. Impossible! Impossible! How could this be? The second elder of the dragon clan muttered in disbelief. That was not only its innate divine ability, but also the primal power of ice. Although the cultivation methods of the demon clan and human clan differed, the pathways were quite similar. Human cultivation focuses on spiritual power before reaching the transformation realm. From transformation to the great ascension realm, it involves the principles. From the holy realm to the emperor realm, it pertains to the source of the Tao. This is also true for the demon clan. However, human cultivation relies on talent, while demon cultivation depends on bloodline. In human cultivation, the better the talent, the faster the cultivation, and the higher the realm that can be achieved. The same applies to the bloodline of the demon clan. The only difference lies in humans are limited by lifespan, requiring hard work and the search for rare materials to accelerate their cultivation speed. In contrast, demons with high bloodlines live long lives and only need to grow slowly. The second elder of the dragon clan, now at the demon ancestor realm, naturally wielded the power of the Tao. Its Tao was ice. That white beam of light represented the ice Tao, containing terrifying ice power. It could effortlessly turn a sea area into an ice domain and instantly transform a blazing desert into a vast expanse of white ice, as evidenced by the ice layer formed where the white beam passed. However, how could such a terrifying power of the Tao be shattered by a child of only a few years old? What kind of cultivation does this child possess? Tribulation realm. Can the tribulation realm truly achieve this? In an instant, the second elder of the dragon clan felt a chaotic tumult within. Not just at the other two dragons, along with Chen Mo and Elder Ma, they were also left dumbfounded. Once one reaches the emperor realm, they can utilize the power of the Tao, also known as the source power. By using the source power, cultivators can perform celestial and terrestrial feats, changing the weather, altering environments, reshaping landforms, and truly acting on behalf of heaven. Naturally, using it in combat is also incredibly fearsome. Simply put, a battle between two Emperor Realm cultivators is akin to two specialized small heavenly Taoists clashing against each other, facing the source power. Even a mighty figure of the Tribulation Realm would find it impossible to easily shatter it. Yet what of this little child? With just a gentle poke, she broke the ice source of the second elder of the Dragon Clan. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Xiaolinger naturally did not realize the immense shock her actions had caused among the onlookers. After breaking the white beam of light, Feeling playful, she poked at the red beam and the purple beam. Without exception, both beams also shattered in an instant. The red beam transformed into clusters of flames continuously burning on the ground. As for the purple beam, it turned into threads of small lightning crackling like tiny lightning worms. Hiss! The sound of cold breaths echoed one after another. The 3 great divine abilities, 3 great Daos, and 3 great source powers were effortlessly obliterated by this little child. At this moment, the anger in the eyes of the 3 elders of the dragon clan was replaced by fear. Such terror! This little child is an immense horror. Run! The great elder exclaimed as he quickly tore apart the void. Such terror was something they could not contend with. Perhaps only the hidden ancestors of the dragon clan could have a chance to face such a being. Hearing this, the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder also tore apart the void, preparing to escape. The dragon egg was indeed important, but it was not more important than their lives. Meet, you must not run. Just as the 3 elders of the dragon clan were about to slip into the void, Xiaolinger spoke up. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the 3 elders of the dragon clan changed drastically. They found themselves unable to move. The 3 dragons exchanged glances. They all saw the boundless terror in each other's eyes. What kind of existence is this little child? Just a single sentence rendered them immobile. Tribulation realm. Can the tribulation realm truly achieve this? When did such a terrifying being appear in the true spirit realm? And it's just a 4 or 5-year-old child. Gourd, quickly collect the meat. Xiaolinger spoke again. As her words fell, a small gourd rushed out, opened its lid, and gently inhaled towards the 3 elders of the dragon clan. The 3 elders involuntarily flew towards the small gourd. No, who are you? Who exactly are you? You're not from the tribulation realm. You must not be a mighty figure of the tribulation realm. Damn it! The 3 elders, shocked and angry, each voiced their protests. Unfortunately, they ultimately could not escape and were all sucked into the small gourd. This scene left Chen Mo and Elder Ma dumbfounded. Those were 3 demon ancestors, not only possessing the bloodline of dragons, but also at the late stage of the demon ancestor realm. They could join forces to battle against terrifying beings of the tribulation realm. Yet they were so easily captured. Gulp! The 2 exchanged glances, feeling parched, their legs uncontrollably trembling. At this moment, both could only think one thing. Family, I've encountered immense terror. Little Signora, I was just passing by. Elder Ma hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling, especially recalling that he had previously sought to attack Xiaolinger due to the Tianjing lotus. He trembled even more, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Although he was at the Emperor realm, he could not deal with even one elder of the dragon clan. If Xiaolinger were to take offense, he would undoubtedly die. Right, little senior, do you still remember me? I am Chen Mo, I just came to take a look. I remember you. You are the bad old man. Xiaolinger looked at the 2 and said. It was over. Upon hearing this, the 2 felt a sense of dread. Children are extremely averse to bad people. Now that they were labeled as bad old men by Xiaolinger, they were likely doomed. No, little senior, I am not a bad old man. I came to bring you meat. Chen Mo's eyes rolled as he immediately tried to please her. Bringing meat. Xiaolinger's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Yes, I was afraid I didn't bring enough for little senior before. So, I came to bring a little more for little senior. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chen Mo hurriedly spoke. Internally, he wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to wade into murky waters when he was doing well at the inn? So where's the meat? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Xiaolinger looked around and asked. It's here. Chen Mo immediately took out all the corpses of the demon beasts from his storage ring. Although there weren't many, there were several, all of them demon emperors, and one was even a demon ancestor. Wow, that's great. You are not a bad old man, you are a good old man. You brought me so much meat. Seeing the demon beast corpses, Xiaolinger immediately smiled. However, she was completely unaware that Chen Mo had already begun silently weeping inside. Who wants to bring you meat? If only I could choose again. Not only did I fail to obtain the dragon's treasure, but I also lost my fortune accumulated over 1,000 years. Of course, he could only complain in his heart. In this world, he still had to face Xiaolinger with a smile. However, it was harder to smile than to cry. Yes, little junior, my mistake. I came to deliver meat to you. Now that the meat is delivered, little junior, I shall take my leave. Chen Mo kept speaking. After saying that, he turned and ran, urging the primal energy within him to its limits. He had no choice. He was afraid Xiaolinger would change her mind. He ran for thousands of kilometers before finally letting out a long sigh. Damn it, if I ever leave the inn again, I'll be a dog. He glanced back with lingering fear and cursed as he headed towards the flowing sand. Old man, what about you? Were you here to deliver vegetables? Xiaolinger ignored the departing Chen Mo and looked at the old man in rags with a cheerful smile. Deliver vegetables? I'll deliver a hammer for your vegetables. The old man in rags silently complained in his heart. However, he forced a strained smile onto his face. Yes, I came to deliver vegetables. How can meat be without vegetables? He quickly spoke up, taking out the spiritual herbs from his body. These were the auxiliary spiritual herbs he used for alchemy with the pure heart lotus. Among them were several sacred herbs, and even 2 imperial herbs. You're not a bad old man, you're a good old man too. Xiao Linger's eyes brightened upon seeing so many spiritual herbs. Yes, yes. The old man in rags nodded eagerly, tears silently streaming down his face. Why? After the pure heart lotus was taken, why didn't I leave the ancient battlefield immediately? I had already made up my mind, yet I chose to linger here. Now my fortune has been completely drained. He roared in his heart and hurriedly left, escaping over 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. I'm really unfortunate. Why did I have to encounter these 2 women? Is this punishment sent by heaven? The old man in rags squatted down, tears streaming down his face. The 9 heavens spiritual bamboo was cut down by Xiao Linger's mother. The pure heart lotus was taken by Xiao Linger to be used as a vegetable stew. And now, all the spiritual herbs he had searched for over 1,000 years were taken by Xiao Linger. At this moment, the old man's Dao heart nearly shattered, feeling that he had encountered his destined nemesis. Damn, the ancient battlefield gets filled with opportunities filled with nonsense. Woe, my spiritual herbs. He cursed and cried at the same time. Finally, with a determined glare, he said, I must leave this damned place. I'll go to the central continent. No, she'll be going to the central continent too, to other domains. It's not safe, but what if I encounter them again? Forget it. Ooh, I'll go to the demon domain. I don't believe I can encounter you there. He mumbled to himself, completely fearing Xiao Linger now. Sister, we actually encountered a good old man. He delivered us so much meat and vegetables. The teacher also said that the outside is very dangerous with many bad people. Where are the bad people? By the campfire, Xiao Linger was collecting the corpses of the demon beasts and spiritual herbs while speaking. Li Xingyue couldn't help but smile wryly. How could she not see that Chun Mo and the old man in rags were after the dragon egg? If it were anyone else who obtained the dragon egg, they would have been killed by the 2 old men long ago. But they happened to encounter the terrifying Xiao Linger. Not only did they have to deliver things, but they also had to do so with a smile. Of course, she said nothing more, only feeling puzzled. Where exactly did Xiao Linger come from? At only 4 years old, she is already so powerful. She can easily suppress 3 demon ancestors. Those are 3 demon ancestors equivalent to 3 powerful beings of the human race in the Emperor realm. Moreover, among those of the same realm, demons are inherently stronger than humans. Not to mention, they are from the bloodline of the powerful Jiaolong clan. Even so, they were easily subdued by Xiao Linger. It seems my guess was correct. Xiao Linger's cultivation absolutely surpasses the tribulation realm. At 4 years old, she is already so terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence must her father be? He must be an extremely powerful immortal. Li Xingyue thought to herself. The longer she interacted with Xiao Linger, the more shocked she became. The horror of her origins and strength continually reshaped her understanding. Sister, hurry and eat some meat. We haven't finished yet. Okay. Li Xingyue smiled gently as Xiao Linger hugged the dragon egg and began to eat happily. Soon everything was consumed by the 2 of them. Of course, most of it ended up in Xiao Linger's belly. Even so, what Li Xingyue gained was still extremely terrifying. The power of the laws condensed within her body had already exceeded 5,000. With just 1,000 more, she could break through to the late stage of the god transformation. Sister, I want to sleep. Sister, hug me. After eating, Xiao Linger directly burrowed into Li Xingyue's arms, appearing to be extremely dependent on her. Okay, come here. Li Xingyue smiled, gently holding Xiao Linger in her arms. She also liked Xiao Linger very much. Sister, this place is so soft and comfortable, Xiao Linger said with her head resting on Li Xingyue's chest. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue felt a mix of shyness and amusement. Meanwhile, the old man in rags, after hastily exiting the ancient battlefield, unexpectedly arrived at the Linglong Pavilion. There was no other choice. To go to the demon domain, he had to first head to the central continent. However, to get from the Xuanwu domain to the central continent, he either had to traverse the ancient battlefield or use a cross-domain teleportation array. Now that Xiao Linger was in the ancient battlefield, he did not want to take the first route. Therefore, he could only use the cross-domain teleportation array. But the Xuanwu Holy Land had been destroyed by the Little Gourd. He had no choice but to seek Linglong Pavilion and the Tiangong Palace. Since Linglong Pavilion was closer, he headed there. You are the head of this small force. The old man in rags sat in the position of the pavilion master, looking down at Lingwei and the others. Yes, may I ask what I can do for you, senior? Lingwei respectfully replied. There was no way around it. This suddenly appearing old man was simply too strong. After all, he was an emperor-level powerhouse, the pinnacle of the Xuanwu domain, and she had to bow her head. I heard you have a cross-domain teleportation array. The old man in rags asked while munching on the fruits prepared by Lingwei and the others. Yes, senior, the Linglong Pavilion indeed has a cross-domain teleportation array. It leads to the Baihu domain. Lingwei replied respectfully. Does it not lead to the central continent? The old man in rags frowned slightly. Senior, our Linglong Pavilion is just a small, ant-level force. Lingwei gave a bitter smile, making it clear that their strength was too low to occupy a foothold in the central continent. Forget it, the Baihu domain will do. Open the teleportation array for me. The old man in rags waved his hand. As long as he could leave this damned place, he would go anywhere. Upon hearing this, Lingwei and the others immediately showed expressions of distress. Opening the cross-domain teleportation array required an enormous amount of resources. After receiving the primal chaos water from Xiao Linger, the resources of Linglong Pavilion had somewhat recovered. However, once they opened the cross-domain teleportation array, they would have to return to a life of tightening their belts. What? You're unwilling? The old man in rags snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura burst forth from him. We are willing. Lingyu's face changed drastically as she hurriedly spoke. Facing such a powerful being, they could not refuse nor resist. They could only accept their fate. All right, let's go. The old man in rags nodded with satisfaction, feeling a bit of the strength that a powerful being should have returned to him. Pavilion Master, today we hunted demon beasts for the little junior. Please have a look. At that moment, an elderly voice came from outside, and then the third elder of Linglong Pavilion walked into the main hall. Upon seeing a stranger sitting in the Pavilion Master's seat, the third elder was momentarily stunned. Similarly, his words also left the old man in rags in a daze. Hunting demon beasts for the little junior. Damn it, this little junior wouldn't happen to be that one, would they? Is anyone watching? Even if you just want to scold the dog, author, please let me know. The old man in the coarse robe was pondering in his heart. In his impression, only Xiao Linger had a fondness for monster meat. Moreover, the title mentioned by the third elder was Little Senior. Wait, are you saying that Little Senior is a 4 or 5-year-old child? The old man in the coarse robe asked somewhat nervously. Upon hearing this, Lingwei and the others exchanged glances and hesitated. This old man in the coarse robe was indeed a solid emperor-level expert. Such a strong individual. There were basically none in the Xuanwu region. Even if there were, they were beyond their reach. If one were to say which force in the Xuanwu region had the qualifications to interact with emperor-level powers, it would undoubtedly be the Xuanwu Sacred Land. In other words, if this old man in the coarse robe had connections with the Xuanwu Sacred Land, rashly revealing information about Xiao Linger could put her in danger. They were uncertain about the old man's specific cultivation level. They also did not know Xiao Linger's true strength. What if this old man was an exceptionally powerful emperor? Lingwei and the others were deep in thought. For a moment, they remained silent. As the saying goes, the elderly become wise. The old man in the coarse robe had lived for tens of thousands of years and was exceedingly shrewd. Seeing Lingwei and the others' hesitant expressions, he had already formed a rough guess in his mind. However, he still found it hard to believe. Could it be that he was so unlucky, finding someone related to that little child wherever he went? Is it her? The old man in the coarse robe, not believing in bad luck, spoke as he reached out and lightly gestured in the air. Instantly, an image of Xiao Linger appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the image, Lingwei and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The other party truly knew Xiao Linger. Could it be that this person was here to take revenge for the Xuanwu Sacred Land? Lingwei and the others looked at each other, their minds racing. But their subtle expressions could not escape the keen eyes of the old man in the coarse robe. Seeing the expressions of Lingwei and the others, the old man in the coarse robe realized that it was indeed true. He had once again encountered someone related to that little child. What to do? What should he do now? If that little child found out that he had come here to act arrogantly, would he not suffer a great loss once again? What the heck? The old man in the coarse robe thought to himself, feeling extremely frustrated. He never expected that such a small force would have ties to Xiao Linger. And judging by the looks of it, the relationship was quite significant. After all, Lingwei and the others were helping Xiao Linger collect monster corpses. In other words, this small force was essentially working for Xiao Linger, akin to being attached to her. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead. At that moment, he felt only one sensation. Like sitting on pins and needles as if pricked by a thorn. He had actually come to rely on the force tied to that little child. It was like jumping into a pit of fire. The old man in the coarse robe thought to himself. Seeing that he remained silent, Lingwei and the others dared not speak. This old man in the coarse robe was powerful. Additionally, they believed he was here to take revenge for the Xuanwu Sacred Land. They absolutely could not let the other party know that Xiao Linger had gone to the ancient battlefield. Lingwei and the others thought to themselves, already having a plan. Senior. Almost simultaneously, both the old man in the coarse robe and Lingwei spoke up. Upon hearing this, both were taken aback. You go first. No, you go first. The words spoken in unison came out of their mouths again. This. The two of them looked at each other, momentarily unsure how to start. The old man in the coarse robe intended to apologize and leave this cursed place, while Xiao Linger was still unaware of the matter. Lingwei, on the other hand, was thinking of telling him that Xiao Linger had gone to the White Tiger region, thereby giving him false information. Senior, you go ahead and speak. After a long pause, Lingyue finally spoke. Ahem, you are the leader of this force, right? Come, please take a seat quickly. The old man in the coarse robe coughed a few times and spoke with a smile. After saying this, he even voluntarily relinquished his position as leader to Lingyue. His sudden change of attitude left Lingyue momentarily stunned. I see that you are only a step away from the integration realm. Actually, I have some connections with your master. Here, take this item. It should help you break through to the integration realm. The old man in the coarse robe with a calm demeanor spoke again. After speaking, he took out a pill and tossed it to Lingyue. Upon receiving the pill, Lingyue could not help but gasp in surprise. It was actually a level 6 breaking mirror pill. Level 6 pills are specifically designed for integration realm experts. Among them, the breaking mirror pill is the most famous as it is specially used to break through levels. After obtaining the Xian turtle soup left by Li Xingyue, Lingyue's cultivation had already reached the peak of the transformation realm. Now with this level 6 breaking mirror pill, she would definitely break through to the integration realm in one go. However, she was somewhat bewildered. Why would such a powerful emperor-level expert give her such a precious pill? And who was her master? I see that your cultivations are quite good as well. These are for you. They can help elevate your cultivations further. The old man in the coarse robe spoke again. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Ling Xian and several elders of Linglong Pavilion. After finishing his words, several pills accurately landed in their hands. The only exception. All were pills that would greatly aid their breakthroughs. Everyone held the pills, all looking bewildered. Thank you, senior. You are truly a good person. Yes, senior is kind. We thank you, senior. The others quickly expressed their gratitude as they reacted. They had originally thought they were meeting a fierce dragon and had prepared for a great loss. Unexpectedly, they encountered a good person. Upon hearing this, the old man in the coarse robe twitched his lips fiercely. A good person? Good for you. If it weren't for that little child being too terrifying, would I bother with you bunch of insignificant characters? He was grumbling in his heart, yet he let out a long sigh of relief. At least this grudge was resolved. No need to be so polite. It is our duty as human beings to support and help one another so that we can make humanity stronger. Alright, I have matters to attend to in Zhongzhou. Where is your cross-domain teleportation array? The old man in the coarse robe waved his hand, speaking beautifully, but inside, he felt very frustrated. Had I known, I wouldn't have acted so pretentiously. Now I ended up with nothing beneficial and gave away so many pills for free. Senior, please follow me. Lingyue put away the pills and quickly spoke. Soon she led the old man in the coarse robe to the cross-domain teleportation array of Linglong Pavilion. Damn it, I can finally leave this cursed place. Upon seeing the teleportation array, the old man cursed inwardly. Then, without waiting for Lingyue to complete her actions, he took out spirit stones to activate the teleportation array, and in an instant, he completely disappeared. Pavilion Master, I didn't expect there to be such a good senior in the world. Yes, I have lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a kind-hearted senior. With this pill, my cultivation can rise to another level. Haha, to be precise, the overall strength of my Linglong Pavilion can advance to a higher level. The several elders expressed their feelings, all smiling broadly. Yet they were unaware that these words had entered the ears of the old man in the coarse robe without losing a word. It made him feel so frustrated that he almost wanted to spit blood. A good person, kind-hearted, go to hell. In front of them, the three great elemental divine abilities aimed at Xiaolinger suddenly came to a halt. To be precise, they were frozen in front of Xiaolinger. It was as if a terrifying presence had made its move, stabilizing the void surrounding Xiaolinger, preventing the divine abilities of the three dragon clans from advancing further. Sister, these are so beautiful, Xiaolinger said to Li Xingyue with a cheerful smile, gazing at the three beams of light in front of her. While speaking, she reached out her tiny finger and poked at the light beam. Crack! When her small finger touched the white beam of light, it shattered like a mirror. In the end, it turned into small shards of ice. Impossible! Impossible! How could this be? The second elder of the dragon clan muttered in disbelief. That was not only its innate divine ability, but also the primal power of ice. Although the cultivation methods of the demon clan and human clan differed, the pathways were quite similar. Human cultivation focuses on spiritual power before reaching the transformation realm. From transformation to the great ascension realm, it involves the principles. From the holy realm to the emperor realm, it pertains to the source of the Tao. This is also true for the demon clan. However, human cultivation relies on talent, while demon cultivation depends on bloodline. In human cultivation, the better the talent, the faster the cultivation, and the higher the realm that can be achieved. The same applies to the bloodline of the demon clan. The only difference lies in humans are limited by lifespan, requiring hard work and the search for rare materials to accelerate their cultivation speed. In contrast, demons with high bloodlines live long lives and only need to grow slowly. The second elder of the dragon clan, now at the demon ancestor realm, naturally wielded the power of the Tao. Its Tao was ice. That white beam of light represented the ice Tao, containing terrifying ice power. It could effortlessly turn a sea area into an ice domain and instantly transform a blazing desert into a vast expanse of white ice, as evidenced by the ice layer formed where the white beam passed. However, how could such a terrifying power of the Tao be shattered by a child of only a few years old? What kind of cultivation does this child possess? Tribulation realm. Can the tribulation realm truly achieve this? In an instant, the second elder of the dragon clan felt a chaotic tumult within. Not just at the other two dragons along with Chun Mo and Elder Ma, he were also left dumbfounded. Once one reaches the Emperor realm, they can utilize the power of the Tao, also known as the source power. By using the source power, cultivators can perform celestial and terrestrial feats, changing the weather, altering environments, reshaping landforms, and truly acting on behalf of heaven. Naturally, using it in combat is also incredibly fearsome. Simply put, a battle between two Emperor realm cultivators is akin to two specialized small heavenly Daos clashing against each other. Facing the source power, even a mighty figure of the tribulation realm would find it impossible to easily shatter it. Yet what of this little child? With just a gentle poke, she broke the ice source of the second elder of the dragon clan. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Xiaolinger naturally did not realize the immense shock her actions had caused among the onlookers. After breaking the white beam of light, feeling playful, she poked at the red beam and the purple beam. Without exception, both beams also shattered in an instant. The red beam transformed into clusters of flames continuously burning on the ground. As for the purple beam, it turned into threads of small lightning crackling like tiny lightning worms. Hiss! The sound of cold breaths echoed one after another. The three great divine abilities, three great Daos, and three great source powers were effortlessly obliterated by this little child. At this moment, the anger in the eyes of the three elders of the dragon clan was replaced by fear. Such terror! This little child is an immense horror. Run! The great elder exclaimed as he quickly tore apart the void. Such terror was something they could not contend with. Perhaps only the hidden ancestors of the dragon clan could have a chance to face such a being. Hearing this, the second elder and the third elder also tore apart the void, preparing to escape. The dragon egg was indeed important, but it was not more important than their lives. Meet, you must not run. Just as the three elders of the dragon clan were about to slip into the void, Xiaolinger spoke up. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the three elders of the dragon clan changed drastically. They found themselves unable to move. The three dragons exchanged glances. They all saw the boundless terror in each other's eyes. What kind of existence is this little child? Just a single sentence rendered them immobile. Tribulation realm. Can the tribulation realm truly achieve this? When did such a terrifying being appear in the true spirit realm? And it's just a 4 or 5-year-old child. Gourd, quickly collect the meat. Xiaolinger spoke again. As her words fell, a small gourd rushed out, opened its lid, and gently inhaled towards the three elders of the dragon clan. The three elders involuntarily flew towards the small gourd. No. Who are you? Who exactly are you? You're not from the tribulation realm. You must not be a mighty figure of the tribulation realm. Damn it. The three elders, shocked and angry, each voiced their protests. Unfortunately, they ultimately could not escape and were all sucked into the small gourd. This scene left Chun Mo and Elder Ma dumbfounded. Those were three demon ancestors, not only possessing the bloodline of dragons, but also at the late stage of the demon ancestor realm. They could join forces to battle against terrifying beings of the tribulation realm. Yet they were so easily captured. Gulp. The two exchanged glances, feeling parched, their legs uncontrollably trembling. At this moment, both could only think one thing. Family, I've encountered immense terror. Little Signorat, I was just passing by. Elder Ma, he hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling, especially recalling that he had previously sought to attack Xiaolinger due to the Tianjing lotus. He trembled even more, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Although he was at the Emperor realm, he could not deal with even one elder of the dragon clan. If Xiaolinger were to take offense, he would undoubtedly die. Right, little senior, do you still remember me? I am Chun Mo, I just came to take a look. I remember you. You are the bad old man. Xiaolinger looked at the two and said. It was over. Upon hearing this, the two felt a sense of dread. Children are extremely averse to bad people. Now that they were labeled as bad old men by Xiaolinger, they were likely doomed. No, little senior, I am not a bad old man. I came to bring you meat. Chun Mo's eyes rolled as he immediately tried to please her. Bringing meat. Xiaolinger's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Yes, I was afraid I didn't bring enough for little senior before. So I came to bring a little more for little senior. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chun Mo hurriedly spoke. Internally, he wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to wade into murky waters when he was doing well at the inn? So where's the meat? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Xiaolinger looked around and asked. It's here. Chun Mo immediately took out all the corpses of the demon beasts from his storage ring. Although there weren't many, there were several, all of them demon emperors, and one was even a demon ancestor. Wow, that's great. You are not a bad old man, you are a good old man. You brought me so much meat. Seeing the demon beast corpses, Xiao Linger immediately smiled. However, she was completely unaware that Chun Mo had already begun silently weeping inside. Who wants to bring you meat? Little Linger seemed to not understand the old man's words and simply stared at him, appearing very curious about him. However, Li Xingyue standing beside her had caught on. Her mother. This old man must have met Little Linger's mother. That was why he spoke such words, Li Xingyue thought to herself. It was already certain that this old man had indeed interacted with Little Linger's mother. Moreover, the emotions displayed by the old man indicated as much. It seemed their interaction had not been pleasant to the old man, might have even suffered losses. After all, at first when the old man saw Little Linger, his tone was filled with rage. Could he be the terrifying existence mentioned by Chun Mo? Li Xingyue pondered. Tell me, who are you? What does she have to do with you? The old man stared fiercely at Little Linger, angrily berating her. He looked like an enraged lion. Sister, he's scaring me. Seemingly frightened by the old man's tone, Little Linger immediately grew aggrieved, her eyes welling with tears as she rushed into Li Xingyue's embrace. She appeared very wronged. Her pitiful demeanor struck Li Xingyue's heart. Damn it, who do you think you are to scare the little master? Li Xingyue had yet to speak when the great cauldron spirit flew out directly, heading towards the old man to suppress him. After all, Little Linger was the treasure of that being. Not to mention scaring her, and normally they wouldn't even dare to reprimand her. How dare a mere earth spirit scare Little Linger? The great cauldron spirit declared it could not endure this. You. Upon seeing the suddenly flying great cauldron spirit, the old man's expression changed drastically. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the various ornaments adorning Little Linger began to tremble. Among them were earrings, bracelets, anklets, necklaces, hairpins, and so on. Then these items flew off Little Linger and hovered above the old man's head. A terrifying aura radiated from these ornaments. It was as if each item was a terrifying powerhouse that could suppress the ages. The old man looked at the various ornaments above him, and his face turned pale. Celestial treasures. They were all celestial treasures. Damn, this little girl actually carried so many celestial treasures. The old man was both stunned and terrified. He realized that he seemed to have provoked an existence he should not have. Not just him, Li Xingyue was also bewildered because she could feel that the aura emitted by those ornaments was several times stronger than the old man's. It was known that the old man was stronger than the 3 dragon serpents before. Li Xingyue had a rough guess about the old man's strength. Tribulation realm. The old man must certainly be a tribulation realm powerhouse. After all, even Chun Mo, who was at the Emperor realm, had said this guy was a great terror. Yet the treasures flying out from Little Linger each emitted an aura stronger than the old man. Li Xingyue no longer knew what level of treasures these were. They had exceeded her understanding. Similarly, she had not expected that besides the great cauldron and the little gourd, Little Linger also possessed so many terrifying treasures. Buzz, buzz. And it was not over yet. After those ornaments flew out, waves of fluctuations emanated from the space around Little Linger. Then the little gourd flew out. Moreover, even the pots and pans that Little Linger usually used flew out along with the little gourd. Each item emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Damn. Upon seeing such a display, the old man was even more dumbfounded. Celestial treasures, they were all celestial treasures. A mere child carried dozens of celestial treasures. What in the world? What kind of family could afford such conditions? Not only was he dumbfounded, but so was Li Xingyue, because she had never expected that even the pots and pans Little Linger used were terrifying treasures. Heaven, where did Little Linger come from? Everything she used was such terrifying treasures. Brothers, how should we deal with this little one? The voice of the great cauldron spirit rang out, filled with humility. There was no other way. Before Little Linger's gear, it was the most worthless one. Li Xingyue and the old man did not know what level these items were. But it was clear. All the divine artifacts were of the same high grade. They were several levels above it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hairpins, earrings, and little gourds did not make a sound. They merely vibrated. Big sister. The great cauldron spirit was stunned. It understood the meaning of the little gourds. This matter had to be decided by the big sister. But which big sister? Soon it received the answer. The large red robe draped over Little Linger suddenly flew into the air. A terrifying aura permeated the space. It was even stronger than the array of little gourds and divine artifacts. What the heck, what level is this? The great cauldron spirit was stunned upon seeing the flying red robe. It could feel that this large red robe was even more impressive than the little gourds and divine artifacts. It was known that the little gourds were true divine artifacts. This large red robe was unexpectedly more impressive than them. As the large red robe flew out, the little gourds and divine artifacts all gave way. Dumbfounded, the old man was even more bewildered. Staring at the terrifying divine artifacts floating above his head, he stood there in a daze, his mind completely blank. What the hell? What kind of heavenly law had he violated? Li Xingyue was also stunned. She had never expected. On little Linger, not only were the things she used and wore terrifying treasures, even what she was wearing was heaven. This. Li Xingyue was already so shocked that she did not know what to say. Misunderstanding, everyone, it's all a misunderstanding. Cold sweat continuously dripped from the old man's face. He spoke, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Internally, he was extremely frustrated. Who could have thought that a 4 or 5-year-old child would carry so many celestial treasures on her? Especially that large red robe. He could not even tell what grade it was. If he had known earlier, even if he had 1,000 times the courage, he would not have dared to scold little Linger. You go ask the questions. Suddenly the voice of the great cauldron spirit rang in Li Xingyue's mind. This was naturally the intention of the large red robe and the divine artifacts. Yes, senior. Li Xingyue respectfully nodded. Linger, be good, it's all fine now. She first comforted little Linger before speaking to the old man. Have you ever seen her? As she spoke, the image of little Linger's mother was sketched out. I have seen her. The old man glanced at the terrifying existences suppressing him above and hurriedly replied. At that time when she came to me, she was at the peak of the Emperor realm. But she had intentions on the Xianling fruit I was guarding. I had a battle with her, although we both suffered. The Xianling fruit was still taken by her. He continued speaking. This was also the reason why he was extremely furious upon seeing little Linger. The Xianling fruit was key for his advancement. It was no wonder he was angry. Indeed, after hearing this, Li Xingyue thought to herself. It seemed this old man was the terrifying existence that Chun Mo had mentioned. What about her whereabouts? She crossed the ancient battlefield and went to Zhongzhou. The old man answered honestly. How far is it from here to Zhongzhou? A distance of 10,000 miles. Are there any other terrifying existences? None. The most formidable here is the old man. One question, one answer. Li Xingyue quickly obtained the answers they were seeking. By the way, suddenly Li Xingyue spoke again. Do you know her name? Currently the clues they had were merely the image and the whereabouts. However, Zhongzhou, as a stabilizing force in the true spirit realm, housed many imperial pavilions and numerous celestial houses, so its area must be vast. Relying solely on the whereabouts and the image to find a person was still like looking for a needle in a haystack. If they could learn the name, it would of course be better. I don't know. The old man shook his head after hearing this. After that, Li Xingyue stopped speaking, silently retreating to the side while holding Xiao Linger. The questions she needed to ask had all been asked. The matters that followed were beyond her involvement. Esteemed ones, is there room for negotiation? The old man sighed, speaking in a very troubled manner. At this moment, he also felt immense regret. Why did he provoke that little child? Couldn't he have remained calm? Now it's too late. Brothers, what should we do? The great cauldron spirit spoke to Xiao Hulu. Buzz. The large red robe trembled slightly. Then it returned to Xiao Linger. Other ornaments followed suit. As for the utensils used by Xiao Linger, they also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the only things left to suppress the old man were Xiao Hulu and the great cauldron. Xiao Hulu remained silent. Its lid opened, and it took a deep breath towards the plane. All the spiritual herbs were uncontrollably sucked into the gourd. In an instant, the plane was completely empty. After collecting the spiritual herbs, Xiao Hulu vanished from the sight of the old man and Li Xingyue. Looking at the empty plane, the old man sighed deeply. Those were the things he had planted to enhance his own level. So many things had been there for tens of thousands of years. That Xianling fruit tree had existed for over 100,000 years. Naturally, he didn't dare to say much. Such is the world. Survival of the fittest. If he were to blame someone, he could only blame his own weakness. Or perhaps it was Xiao Linger who was too terrifying, with so many terrifying magical treasures on her person. However, what puzzled the old man was who exactly was this little child. How could she possess such formidable celestial treasures? Could the brothers say that erasing you directly would be too lenient? The brothers want you to be their servant. The voice of the great cauldron echoed in the old man's mind. Yes, esteemed ones. The old man nodded heavily, not daring to voice any complaints. Just to be a servant. At least he could still live. The great cauldron snorted coldly, fell silent, and retreated into Xiao Linger's storage space. In the blink of an eye, the vast space was left with only the old man Li Xingyue and Xiao Linger. Old servant Mu Ling, greetings to the two young masters. The old man respectfully addressed Li Xingyue and the others. Linger, it's all right now? Li Xingyue ignored him, merely comforting Xiao Linger while holding her. Xiao Linger glanced at the old man, remaining silent, but snuggled tightly in Li Xingyue's embrace. She appeared extremely unhappy. Li Xingyue sighed wryly. This was the first time she had seen Xiao Linger like this. It seemed the old man's reprimand had indeed hurt her feelings. Her eyes rolled around, and soon she had an idea. Linger, this fellow has already been subdued. In the future, he can fetch you a lot of meat. Don't you want to eat meat? Li Xingyue said. When coaxing a child, one naturally needs to cater to their preferences. Ah, really, sister? Upon hearing about the meat, Xiao Linger immediately perked up. Yes, indeed. Li Xingyue nodded and hurriedly signaled the old man. Young master, this old servant can bring you a lot of meat. Mu Ling quickly spoke up. If I want vegetables too. Xiao Linger shot him a glance and huffed. Vegetables. Mu Ling was momentarily stunned, not knowing what vegetables were. However, he quickly replied, all right, there will be vegetables too. First, let's appease this master. You look too ugly. Xiao Linger spoke again. After hearing this, Mu Ling rolled his eyes and finally a brilliant light flickered from his body as he transformed into a chubby, adorable little dog. He looked just like a one-month-old puppy, only the size of an adult's palm. Wow, so cute. Upon seeing Mu Ling transformed into a puppy, Xiao Linger's eyes immediately lit up. Li Xingyue was taken aback, wondering why this sounded so familiar. Soon she remembered the first time she met Xiao Linger. That heavenly demon turned into a cat, and Xiao Linger had also praised it for being cute. In the end, she directly asked how to eat such a cute thing. She wouldn't, Li Xingyue thought. But after a moment, she didn't hear Xiao Linger asking how to eat it. Instead, she was tossing Mu Ling around, seemingly having a great time. Seeing her happy, Li Xingyue also let out a sigh of relief. After Xiao Linger played for quite a while, she finally spoke. Linger, shall we continue looking for your mother? Okay. Xiao Linger happily nodded. Then the three of them continued on their journey to Zhongzhou. 2 days later, they saw a forest. Crossing this river will bring us into the territory of Zhongzhou. The puppy-like Mu Ling spoke. At this moment, he had completely integrated into the circle of Xiao Linger and the others, accepting his fate. Little dog, I want to ride you across the sky, Xiao Linger said with a smile. In the past 2 days, Mu Ling had put in considerable effort to make Xiao Linger happy. Finally, he found the perfect way to please her, transforming into a big-eared dog and flying with Xiao Linger. All right, young master. Mu Ling nodded his body, transforming instantly into a big-eared dog. His ears stood upright, and he was just the right size for Xiao Linger to ride. To appear cute, his forelegs were also short, and his dog head was particularly lively and adorable. Xiao Linger giggled, flipped onto Mu Ling's back, and grabbed his 2 big ears. Little dog, fly quickly. As soon as the words fell, Mu Ling immediately took off. Li Xingyue, who was silently following behind, couldn't help but chuckle. After 2 days of contact, she had already understood Mu Ling's strength. He was a powerful being at the tribulation transcendent stage, yet in the tribulation circle, he was considered the weakest. After all, he had only passed 1 ascension tribulation. But for Li Xingyue, such a terrifying existence was still something to look up to. Even though she had broken through to the integration stage with Xiao Linger's help in the eyes of a tribulation powerhouse, she was still an ant. But this was an existence she could only look up to. In front of Xiao Linger, he could only obediently serve as a mount. They crossed the river separating Zhongzhou from the ancient battlefield and entered the forest. Senior, do you know where this place is? Li Xingyue landed beside Mu Ling and asked. This place is called Wuwang Mountain Range. It belongs to Hayang Prefecture. This prefecture has 3 great imperial gardens and 2 celestial palaces. And this Wuwang Mountain Range is governed by one of the 3 great imperial clans, the Lin family. Mu Ling, carrying Xiao Linger, spoke. Then do you know how we can find Linger's mother? Li Xingyue asked again. She understood why those terrifying magical artifacts spared Mu Ling's life. Firstly, to serve as a mount for Xiao Linger. Secondly, Mu Ling had lived long and had extensive knowledge of the true spirit continent. Thus, they spared his life to serve as a guide for Xiao Linger. In Zhongzhou, there is a force called Baishao Pavilion. This force is spread throughout Zhongzhou, specializing in selling various kinds of information. We can go to the Baishao Pavilion branch in Hayang Domain to take a look. Mu Ling spoke. Feiyun City. Within the jurisdiction of the Lin family in Hayang Prefecture, it is the most prosperous city. Wow, what an adorable and cute little child. Little one, let your sister hold you. How about I buy you some candy? A little girl in a red robe with a tiger skin hat walked on the time-worn bluestone path, immediately attracting the attention of many women. There was no helping it. She was too cute. With her round, sparkling eyes and chubby little face dressed in a red robe and a tiger skin hat, she radiated a blend of cuteness and adorableness that made many women want to hug her, kiss her, and pinch her cheeks. Especially with the innocent smile on her face. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was loved by all. Even the cute little wooden spirit that had taken on the appearance of a small puppy couldn't overshadow her charm. Hee. Little Linger chuckled at the many women looking at her, revealing her 2 little tiger teeth. Wow, little sister, what color of sack do you like? My heart has melted. Oh my, what a cute child. Wow, isn't this adorable? I want one too. In an instant, the hearts of the many women were completely melted. Sister, I want to eat candied hawthorns. And some beast milk. Little Linger said to Li Xingyue, okay, let's buy some. Li Xingyue gently patted her head and smiled. Sister is so nice, sister, let's get close. Little Linger giggled and snuggled into her embrace. Her adorable demeanor naturally elicited a chorus of gasps from those nearby. Little one, come close to your sister. Yes, come here to your sister. Sister has a lot of space, it feels very comfortable being close. A group of women chimed in. In response, Li Xingyue could only smile helplessly. She hadn't expected Little Linger to attract such attention. It seemed that ever since they left Wuwang Mountain and re-entered the city, Little Linger would be surrounded no matter where they went. Ladies, please do not disturb the young master. Mu Ling stepped forward, slightly releasing an aura. The onlookers gasped in surprise and reluctantly dispersed. Come, Linger, let's buy you some beast milk and candied hawthorns. Li Xingyue patted little Linger's head and smiled gently. The candied hawthorns, needless to say, were made from spiritual fruits and spiritual honey. They were not cheap either. 10 spirit stones for a skewer. Li Xingyue was not stingy and directly bought all the candied hawthorns from the vendor. As for the beast milk, it was the milk of a magical beast processed into a beverage through special methods. It was a favorite among children. Of course, it was also not cheap at 10 spirit stones per pound. After all, it was made from magical beast milk and spiritual fruits, thus considered a cultivation item. Li Xingyue also bought all the beast milk from the vendor. So delicious, it's even better than goat's milk. Little Linger held the beast milk, sucking on it, as if she had discovered a new world. Goat's milk? Li Xingyue asked in response. Yes, there's a goat in the village that often gives milk for me to drink. It's not good at all, not sweet. Little Linger nodded in reply. As soon as she said this, the great cauldron spirit revealed a wry smile. The goat was naturally known to it. It was the Bai Zhe divine beast, one of the 10 great demon lords of the immortal spirit realm. Unfortunately, it had been captured by Lu Ming to be Little Linger's sweat nurse. If that Bai Zhe knew that its milk was regarded as unpalatable, it would probably go mad with frustration. The great cauldron thought to itself. After eating, drinking, and playing for a while, the three of them finally reached their destination, Bai Xiaoga. Mu Ling wasted no time and directly brought them to the front of the Bai Xiaoga master. What orders do you have, senior? The middle-aged master smiled wryly. He had not expected to encounter a Tribulation Realm powerhouse in such a place. Although there were many Tribulation Realm powerhouses in the central state, each was like a dragon, rarely seen. Even he had never faced a Tribulation Realm powerhouse so closely. The young master asks, few answer. Mu Ling glanced at him and said blandly, a mere mid-stage Emperor realm cultivation could be considered strong in the immortal spirit realm, but in his eyes it was still quite insignificant. Young master. The master was taken aback, his gaze falling on Little Linger and Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue's situation did not escape his notice. Early stage of the fusion realm, a Linglong Dao body. In the vast central state, such qualifications could only be regarded as decent at best. With such qualifications, even from a prominent family, it was impossible to have a Tribulation Realm powerhouse protect them closely. His gaze then fell on Little Linger, who was drinking beast milk. Hiss! He couldn't see through her. It seemed that she was the real deal. The master muttered to himself, someone bring the best beast milk for our esteemed guest. After saying that, he smiled at Little Linger and asked, Little Senior, what would you like to know? I'm not called Little Senior. I'm called Super Invincible, the most powerful in the world. Little Linger replied in a childish voice. The master was taken aback. Super Invincible, the most powerful in the world. This title. Well, may I ask what Super Invincible, the most powerful in the world, wants to know? He spoke with a smile, not daring to make any sarcastic remarks. It should be known that in the central state, those who had Tribulation Realm powerhouses following them were all revered beings in those terrifying immortal estates. Certainly Bai Xiaoga was also very strong, but he was not qualified to criticize such existences. I want to find my mother. Little Linger stated directly. The master was stunned again upon hearing this. Looking for her mother. Do you know this person? Li Xingyue interjected with a slight movement of her fingers. An image appeared in the air. It's her. Upon seeing the image, the master's expression abruptly changed. Clearly, he recognized Little Linger's mother. Tell me everything you know. Mu Ling, who was lying in Little Linger's arms, glanced at him and said indifferently, her name is Bai Yunyan. She possesses extraordinary talent and is breathtakingly beautiful, especially that cold and elegant aura, as if she were a born emperor, particularly her cultivation talent. She possesses the legendary immortal body. The master slowly spoke. She has an immortal body. Li Xingyue was shocked to hear this. In the true spirit realm, special physiques were classified into spiritual bodies, Dao bodies, and divine bodies. Above the divine body, there was an even more terrifying physique, the immortal body. The spiritual body allows its possessor to easily cultivate to the nascent soul realm. The Dao body allows its possessor to easily cultivate to the great completion realm. The divine body allows its possessor to easily reach the emperor realm. As for the immortal body, it naturally corresponds to the tribulation realm. One could say that the possessor of the immortal body is a born tribulation realm powerhouse. And then, Mu Ling continued to ask expressionlessly, an immortal body. He couldn't believe that Little Linger's mother was merely an immortal body. After all, with so many terrifying immortal treasures accompanying her, her background must be extraordinary. He was sure that the forces behind Little Linger, even in the immortal spirit realm, were quite formidable. It was highly likely that she was the immortal king revered by all immortals. As Little Linger's mother, how could she be merely an immortal body? The immortal body is a natural tribulation realm powerhouse. Her talent caught the attention of a 9th-level immortal estate. In the end, she was taken in by the Tiandao Palace, one of the 10 great disciples. The master spoke again. Sigh. Before Li Xingyue could say anything, he sighed deeply. However, beauty for women is a double-edged sword. Not to mention this ruthless cultivation world. Thus, she was targeted by Yulin Fei, one of the 10 great disciples of the Tiandao Palace. Damn it. After hearing this, Mu Ling couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Is this Yulin Fei really that brave? He even dares to set his sights on this person's mother. He glanced at the ornaments on Xiaolinger. Sure enough, those ornaments moved slightly. Please continue, Mu Ling asked again. This Yulin Fei is one of the 10 disciples of the Tiandao Palace. Moreover, the ancestor of the Yu family is also one of the Dao ancestors of the Tiandao Palace. A terrifying powerhouse of the 9 tribulations realm. With such a background, the Tiandao Palace would naturally be willing to support Yulin Fei. Thus, Bai Yunyan was forced into marriage, the sect master interjected. What the hell? After hearing this, Mu Ling felt a surge of anxiety. Amazing. This is truly amazing. How dare they force marriage on this person's mother? Truly bold. He discreetly glanced at the ornaments on Xiaolinger again. Indeed, all the ornaments moved slightly. Even the bright red robe on her moved slightly. The Yu family is going to suffer, Mu Ling muttered to himself. Xiaolinger had at least dozens of celestial treasures on her. A 9 tribulations realm powerhouse is indeed formidable. Yet dozens of celestial treasures can still defeat him. Not to mention there is that terrifying bright red robe among them. He thought to himself. Clearly, he did not realize that the magical treasures in Xiao who lose possession were divine artifacts rather than celestial ones. Is there more? Li Xingyue chimed in. The sect master glanced at her, and then said, in the end, a group of mysterious individuals appeared and rescued Bai Yunyan. However, this also enraged the Dao ancestor of the Yu family. I heard he went after them, ultimately cornering Bai Yunyan and her group into the demon domain. That is all the information about Bai Yunyan. Is that so? Mu Ling pondered. It seems that in order to find Xiaolinger's mother, they have to go to the demon domain. Sister, I want to go to the Tiandao Palace. I want to deal with those who bully my mother. Xiaolinger, who had been silent, finally spoke, her tone filled with rage. Clearly, she was angry. Very angry. As Xiaolinger spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from her. Under this terrifying aura, the sect master's expression changed dramatically. Even Mu Ling's face turned pale. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. This was the first thought that crossed their minds, especially Mu Ling. His heart was already in turmoil. He sensed the celestial power emanating from Xiaolinger. A truly majestic celestial power. Why is the tribulation realm referred to as the pseudo-celestial realm? Because when cultivating to this realm, the power of the Tao within the body integrates into one's organs, limbs, and bones under the baptism of the ascension tribulation, completely transforming the practitioner's body into a celestial body. Once they pass the 9 layers of ascension tribulation, the celestial body can be perfected, allowing them to ascend to the celestial spirit realm and achieve a lifespan of millions of years. After reaching the tribulation realm, the practitioner can use celestial power. To be precise, the power of Tao transforms into celestial magic power. These are 2 entirely different and incomparable forms of power. In the true spirit realm, celestial magic power is also referred to as celestial power. As a tribulation realm powerhouse, Mu Ling can naturally wield celestial power. Likewise, he can feel the terrifying celestial magic power within Xiaolinger. Having lived for over 100,000 years, Mu Ling had seen numerous tribulation realm powerhouses. However, among those he had encountered, regardless of which tribulation realm they were in, their celestial power was nowhere near as terrifying as Xiaolinger's. In fact, it didn't even reach 1%. Even the 9 tribulations realm powerhouses were the same. Celestial. True celestial. She is actually a true celestial powerhouse. My goodness, a true celestial at only 4 years old. Mu Ling was completely stunned. Since witnessing those dozens of celestial treasures and seeing through Xiaolinger's cultivation level, it was clear to him. Xiaolinger's cultivation level surpassed his own. But he never imagined that Xiaolinger was actually a true celestial. A pinnacle sought after by countless ancient beings in the true spirit realm. Yet, Xiaolinger is only 4 years old. Who exactly is behind her? How could they cultivate her to such a terrifying level at just 4 years old? Mu Ling pondered. Meanwhile, at the moment Xiaolinger's aura was released, a truly reclusive young man from the terrifying family of the Ji family suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Celestial. Celestial king. How is that possible? How can there be a celestial king in this little isolated world? The young man looked towards the direction of Heong Prefecture, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was none other than Ji Sun, the reincarnation of the celestial king from the Ji family. It shouldn't be. How could such an existence appear in this small world? The 10 Absolute Celestial Alliance had a restriction against those from the upper realms stepping into the lower realm, right? And specifically a celestial king at that. Ji Sun muttered to himself. As a reincarnation of a celestial king, he was very clear about what a celestial king was. Even in the celestial spirit realm, celestial kings are revered by all immortals. He never expected that a celestial king would actually appear in this small true spirit realm. Moreover, not even a reincarnated one. Damn, is the water in this true spirit realm so deep? I can't remain careless, he muttered. At this moment, those who were in seclusion in the palace within the Forbidden Sea also opened their eyes. What's going on? How could there be a celestial king's aura? Could it be sent by the celestial spirit realm? Impossible. The celestial spirit realm has our spies, and they haven't focused on the true spirit realm, only on several other major worlds. My lord, what is this? Those wearing various animal masks all opened their eyes and started discussing. Each of them radiated an incredibly terrifying aura. As the last words rang out, all eyes turned to Bai Yunyan. That was a true celestial king. If they came after them, with their current strength, they would not be able to withstand it. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Bai Yunyan also wore a look of confusion. She hadn't exposed herself at all. Even when she was forced into marriage at the Tiandao Palace back, then she hadn't used her full strength. Instead, she had called upon a group of reincarnated old subordinates to take action. Let's not worry about that for now. The news about Ji Sun has already been released, and this person should be the one sent from the upper realm by Ding Chu. With Ji Sun as a scapegoat, they won't be able to find us. My lord, the Yu family must be eradicated as they dared to force marriage back then. Their crime deserves the execution of 9 clans. The person wearing the snake-patterned mask spoke, his eyes flickering with scarlet light as he spoke. Others nodded in agreement. The Yu family truly deserves to be punished. For now, let them live a little longer. A single action can affect the whole situation. If you all act, it will attract the attention of the inspector. Not to mention that there is now a celestial king from the upper realm. Bai Yunyan pondered for a moment before speaking. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not yet time for them to make their move. Acting rashly would only invite greater danger. Seeing this, Bai Yunyan stopped speaking, gazing into the distance, her eyes revealing a hint of longing. I need to speed things up. He as a mortal can't wait for me for long. And linger, Bai Yunyan muttered to herself. At this moment, Xiao Linger, who was at the 100 Wisdom Pavilion branch in Feiyan City, was unaware that the aura she had inadvertently revealed had caused a tremendous upheaval. She simply sat quietly in her chair, her chubby little face filled with anger resembling a volcano on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, Mu Ling, cradled in Xiao Linger's arms, dared not even breathe. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Having lived for 100,000 years, he had witnessed countless powerful beings, and many who suppressed an entire era. However, he had never encountered someone with an aura as terrifying as Xiao Linger's. This fearsome presence was even stronger than those he had seen who dominated an entire era. In this moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. He was grateful that Xiao Linger was young and not the kind of unpredictable old monster. Otherwise, he realized that if he had scolded her earlier, she would have probably been scared out of her wits. Little senior, he stammered. This is not my fault. The pavilion master seated opposite Xiao Linger spoke with a pained expression. In the face of Xiao Linger's terrifying aura, he felt like an ant encountering an elephant. Under the gaze of those enormous eyes and the shadow of such a great presence, he felt so terrified that even his breathing became labored. At the same time, he began to mourn for the Yu family. How could they provoke such a terrifying existence? The Yu family probably faced doom. Linger, Li Xingyue said, her face pale. Even Mu Ling, a formidable being at the first tribulation stage, was suppressed by Xiao Linger's terrifying aura to the point of not daring to breathe. The pavilion master at the imperial respect level was also struggling to breathe, let alone her early stage of the combined body realm. Under Xiao Linger's overwhelming aura, she felt like a small fish being eyed by a terrifying giant beast. Not only was her breathing affected, but even her heartbeat had slowed significantly. Sister, where is the heavenly Dao Palace? She asked. How dare they bully my mother? I want to deal with them. Xiao Linger turned to Li Xingyue. Her originally clear and bright eyes were now reddened. Tears swirled in her eyes, causing an involuntary ache in the hearts of those who saw her. Little senior, the heavenly Dao Palace is in Fuyun Prefecture. That is where our 100 Wisdom Pavilion branch is located. We have teleportation arrays between our various branches. I can activate the teleportation array to send you there. The pavilion master hurriedly spoke, not even daring to mention costs. At this moment, he just wanted to send these 3 away quickly. There was no other option. It was too terrifying. If Xiao Linger stayed here any longer, he felt that his Dao heart would shatter. All right, thank you, uncle. You are a good person, and I will definitely repay you with my fists in the future. Xiao Linger nodded calmly, no longer possessing her previous optimism. What? The pavilion master was left in a daze, his mind buzzing. Fists? Repay with fists? He was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Little senior, I didn't provoke you. This matter truly has nothing to do with me, he mumbled to himself. Cough cough, senior, what Linger means is to repay with gratitude. Li Xingyue, seeing this, explained from the side. She hadn't forgotten what Xiao Linger had said at Linglong Pavilion. A drop of water in need should be repaid with a fountain of kindness. Upon hearing this, the pavilion master finally let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my, so that was what it meant. He patted his chest and said, "Little senior, you need not be polite. It is my honor to serve little senior. Please, after you," he said, quickly standing up to lead the way. Xiao Linger remained silent, following behind. "Linger, it's all right, at least your mother escaped in the end." Li Xingyue looked at the silent Xiao Linger, feeling quite heavy-hearted. From the moment she met Xiao Linger, she had always been lively and active, full of happiness every day. Like a little bundle of joy, even those who were in a bad mood would find themselves infected by her carefree and lively spirit, allowing them to let go of their various grievances. But what about the current Xiao Linger? Her silence was painfully heart-wrenching. "Sister," Xiao Linger looked up at Li Xingyue and began to speak. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. "It's okay, dear." Li Xingyue felt her heart twist in pain and quickly embraced her. The atmosphere was heavy. Even Mu Ling, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, felt a surge of anger within. Damn the Yu family. How could they make such a cute, lively, and adorable little girl sad? "Young master, rest assured I will stake my life to take down a few of the Yu family as collateral," he said angrily. "What do you have to do with this?" he exclaimed. "Damn it, hurry up. I can't hold back any longer." Just as he finished speaking, a large cauldron flew out from Xiao Linger's storage space. Moreover, the small gourd and the bowls and pots that Xiao Linger used also flew out. A terrifying aura enveloped the area. It was as if terrifying beings were descending. Goodness! The pavilion master was left stunned at this sight. What level of treasures were these? The aura they emitted was not in the slightest inferior to that of little senior. Your Excellency, it is ready. Please, all of you, please." The pavilion master stuttered as he spoke, taking out spirit stones and throwing them onto the teleportation array. They were all top-quality spirit stones. Top-quality spirit stones are the best currency in the true spirit realm and are also extremely precious cultivation resources. But at this moment, the pavilion master tossed them into the teleportation array as if they were stones. There was no other way. He was too frightened. He feared that a moment's delay would provoke the displeasure of such a terrifying existence and lead to the destruction of the 100 Wisdom Pavilion. "Hold on to the young master, let's go," the cauldron's spirit said. Then it followed the small gourd and other artifacts into the teleportation array. Li Xingyue nodded and hurriedly followed. Soon the group of people and objects disappeared into the teleportation array. Damn, that was too terrifying, super terrifying indeed. This won't do. I need to quickly send a message to the pavilion master. Otherwise, if any misunderstandings arise, the 100 Wisdom Pavilion will also be doomed. Upon seeing Xiao Linger and her group disappear, the pavilion master felt a sense of relief wash over him, cold sweat pouring out. After saying this, he immediately pulled out a compass. He then lightly tapped on the compass with his hand. Next, a phantom figure began to materialize on the compass. Lin Jiang, what has happened to make you use the emergency communication compass?" A detached voice with a hint of confusion from a man rang out. The emergency communication compass is a very special communication artifact of the 100 Wisdom Pavilion. Each branch has one. It can only be used in emergencies. Pavilion master, quickly sever all connections between the Yu family. Know the heavenly Dao Palace. Otherwise, the 100 Wisdom Pavilion might be doomed. Lin Jiang spoke urgently. Upon these words, the phantom on the compass visibly furrowed its brow. "Lin family, do you know what the heavenly Dao Palace means for my 100 Knowledge Pavilion? It represents a continuous flow of resources. As long as the heavenly Dao Palace exists, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion can always collaborate with them, and thus acquire terrifying cultivation resources." Lin Jiang spoke without hesitation. "Did you take the wrong medicine? Cut off all ties with the heavenly Dao Palace? You must be joking. Without the heavenly Dao Palace, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion would not be where it is today, nor would I possess such cultivation, nor would you. The contribution of the heavenly Dao Palace cannot be overlooked. Lin Jiang, has your brain gone to mush? Using the emergency communication compass to tell me this?" A furious voice erupted from the phantom, resembling a raging beast. The heavenly Dao Palace stands as one of the top forces in the central continent. Calling it the ruler of the true spirit realm would not be an exaggeration. Collaborating with such a force is all gain and no loss. Cut off all connections. Only someone with water in their brain would make such a self-destructive decision. Master, let me finish. The heavenly Dao Palace has provoked a terrifying presence. They are likely to be annihilated. After being scolded, Lin Jiang remained unperturbed, only smiling wryly. He knew all too well the terrifying resources the heavenly Dao Palace could provide to the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. However, with Xiao Linger and her group approaching, the heavenly Dao Palace would inevitably be dragged into a terrifying vortex. If things go south, all forces associated with the heavenly Dao Palace would become targets for Xiao Linger and her group. Ha! The phantom laughed upon hearing this. Anger turned to laughter. "Lin Jiang, did you forget to take your medicine today? What kind of existence is the heavenly Dao Palace? A force with a heritage of millions of years annihilated. Which force or person in the true spirit realm has the power to destroy the heavenly Dao Palace? The master scolded. The heavenly Dao Palace is one of the most elite forces in the true spirit realm. There are at least 10 visible 9 calamity realm powerhouses. No one knows how many more there are in the shadows. Furthermore, such a long-standing force possesses a terrifying foundation. To say it is not an exaggeration, even if the entire monster domain were to attack, they could not annihilate the heavenly Dao Palace. Master, let me explain, Lin Jiang said with a bitter smile, then briefly expressed the situation regarding Xiao Linger and her group. Terrifying. How terrifying? The master frowned slightly after hearing this. More terrifying by several degrees than you. Lin Jiang glanced at the phantom and weakly replied. What? Lin Jiang, do you know my cultivation level? The master was instantly enraged upon hearing this. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion is also one of the top forces in the central continent. Although its foundation is weaker than that of an established force like the Heavenly Dao Palace, it does not affect the status of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion in the central continent. Otherwise, how could the 100 Knowledge Pavilion possibly establish branches in cities governed by major imperial clans and immortal residences? As the master of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, his own strength is undoubtedly formidable, a powerhouse of the 9 Calamity Realm. After transcending the Ascension Tribulation, once more he can ascend to the Immortal Spirit Realm and enjoy a lifespan of millions of years. In other words, he is already standing at the top of the true spirit realm. How could there be any existence more powerful than him? Master, I assure you. You know about immortal treasures, right? That little girl possesses several immortal treasures. Lin Jiang said, feeling both helpless and resolute. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion is based on selling various information. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the encyclopedia of the true spirit realm. As the master of a branch of the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, Lin Jiang's knowledge naturally exceeds that of ordinary people. Upon seeing Xiao Hulu and her group, he immediately recognized that those were all genuine immortal treasures, not some fake immortal artifacts. Immortal treasures are terrifying artifacts that can only be activated by true immortals. There are very few in the entire true spirit realm. But how many does Xiao Linger have on her? So many at once. It can be said that the number of immortal treasures on Xiao Linger surpasses the total number of immortal treasures in the entire true spirit realm. Really? The master's tone became serious after hearing this. Indeed, I suspect that little girl must be from the upper realm. The heavenly Dao Palace is indeed powerful, but can it withstand the people from the upper realm? Lin Jiang firmly nodded. Just some insignificant beings from the upper realm. The master snorted coldly. Lin Jiang was momentarily stunned. Since when did the master become so formidable? Not even taking the upper realm's people seriously. Before he could speak, the phantom on the compass disappeared. However, a message came through. Damn it, someone quickly sever all connections with the heavenly Dao Palace. Damn, why provoke someone from the upper realm? They deserve to be destroyed. Lin Jiang. Hearing this, he was momentarily bewildered. Master, didn't you just say? He blurted out, wasn't he just being incredibly arrogant, dismissing the people from the upper realm? Just now? I didn't say anything. The master's voice came again, and then the compass fell completely silent. Lin Jiang. All of this. Xiao Linger and her group naturally had no idea. Of course, they were also not interested in knowing. At this moment, they had arrived at the 100 Knowledge Pavilion branch in Fuyan Prefecture. Just stepping out of the teleportation array, a plump man immediately approached with a smile. I am Wang Youqing, at your service, esteemed guests. The plump man spoke respectfully, but his heart was stirred by a storm. It truly is all immortal treasures. Just now he had received a message from the master. The purpose was to confirm Lin Jiang's claims. It seems that Lin Jiang was not lying. So that is the heavenly Dao Palace. How what a piece of trash, daring to name itself after the heavenly Dao. The great cauldron hovered beside Xiao Linger, its tone filled with disdain. At this moment, in the distance opposite them, they could see a range of mountains. Although the mountains soared into the clouds, obscuring their full view, this could not block Xiao Linger and her group's sight. Moreover, the spirit of the great cauldron was also not low level. It is a genuine immortal king artifact. Naturally, it could see within the clouds the gilded plaque of the heavenly Dao Palace. In response, esteemed guests, that is where the heavenly Dao Palace is located. The Yu family is on that 5th peak. Oh right, the Yu family is holding a celebration today. That Yu Linfo is forcing a marriage on a girl again. The plump man hurriedly spoke after hearing this. The wooden spirit who was nestled on Xiao Linger's shoulder exclaimed in surprise. Does Yu Linfo love to play at forcing marriages? The great cauldron snorted coldly, remaining silent. They immediately flew towards the heavenly Dao Palace. Xiao Hulu and her group did the same. Seeing this, Li Xingyue tightly held on to Linger and followed closely behind, watching the group heading toward the heavenly Dao Palace. The plump man quickly wiped his cold sweat. What terrifying immortal treasures! These are definitely not ordinary immortal treasures. What kind of existence has the Yu family provoked? He muttered to himself. At this moment in the heavenly Dao Palace on the fifth peak, vibrant red flowers adorned the entire peak, draping it in a festive crimson hue. Congratulations, Daozi Yuan. Congratulations, Daozi. I wonder which young lady is fortunate enough to catch Daozi's eye. Indeed, being favored by Daozi is akin to soaring to great heights and achieving success effortlessly. In the vast square, many people were seated closely together. The sounds of conversation intertwined, enhancing the festive atmosphere with a lively buzz. The elder of the Yu family, Yu Feiyong, sat on the high platform, gazing down at those who had come to attend the wedding banquet. His face was all smiles. Thank you all for traveling great distances to attend the wedding banquet of my descendant. I raise a toast to all of you. Yu Feiyong appeared radiant, his smile as warm as spring. As he spoke, he lifted his wine cup toward all the attendees. Haha, Elder Feiyong, you are too gracious. It is indeed a fortunate occasion for us to attend the wedding banquet of Lin Fei Daozi. Indeed, we are honored to participate in the wedding of Lin Fei Daozi. Cheers to Elder Feiyong. Cheers to the elder. The crowd below rose one after another, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. Yu Feiyong was a formidable figure at the Nine Tribulations realm. He truly stood at the pinnacle of the true spirit world, and even representatives from forces of equal standing to the heavenly Dao Palace had to treat him with respect. Everyone is too kind, please. Yu Feiyong smiled, looking exceedingly amiable, yet a hint of disdain flickered deep within his murky eyes. If it were not for the need to maintain appearances for Yu Lin Fei today, he would hardly bother with these people. In his eyes, the attendees of the wedding banquet were merely ants. In the face of Yu Feiyong's toast, how could the crowd dare to be negligent? They all raised their cups with flattering expressions. Lin Fei, bring the bride up to pay respects. After finishing a cup of wine, Yu Feiyong called out, I invite the groom and bride to the stage to pay their respects. The officiant then raised his voice to announce. Whoosh. As the officiant's words fell, a rainbow suddenly stretched out from a distant pavilion, arcing gracefully through the air before landing steadily on the high platform. Is that a celestial artifact, the nine-color radiant spirit? Indeed, it is the life-bound celestial artifact of the second ancestor of the Yu family, the nine-color radiant spirit. Daozi Lin Fei is indeed held in high regard by the Yu family, even using a celestial artifact to pave the red carpet. How could they not value it? After all, that is a celestial body destined to become a powerful figure at the tribulation realm with many hopes of ascending to the upper realms. Witnessing this, the attendees of the wedding banquet began to murmur among themselves, a tinge of envy in their words. After all, celestial artifacts are incredibly fearsome treasures in the true spirit world. Moreover, not everyone can possess a celestial artifact. The crafting of celestial artifacts requires the infusion of tribulation realm's heavenly spirits as their spiritual essence. It can be said that a celestial artifact is akin to a powerful figure of the tribulation realm. Nowadays, heavenly spirits are scarce, and those from the tribulation realm are even rarer, appearing only once in a millennium. Thus, many powerful figures in the tribulation realm do not possess life-bound celestial artifacts. At least among the tribulation realm cultivators attending the wedding banquet, half of them do not have a life-bound celestial artifact. Now such treasures were being used by the Yu family to create a path for the bride. The depth of the Yu family's resources is evident. Dingling. In the next moment, the sound of bells rang, and several nine-colored deer slowly pulled a bridal sedan chair out from the pavilion. Upon witnessing this scene, the attendees of the wedding banquet gasped in astonishment. It's actually the nine-color spirit deer. It's said that the nine-color spirit deer are incredibly rare in this world, with very few existing in the entire true spirit world. Yes, especially the milk from the nine-color spirit deer is comparable to imperial medicine, and its blood and flesh are equivalent to semi-celestial medicine. Is this the Yu family? To use such a precious creature to pull a bridal sedan chair. No wonder they are the most prestigious family in the true spirit world. The murmurs mixed with gasps of awe echoed throughout the crowd. Hearing the discussions below, Yu Feiyong's lips curled slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. Soon the nine-colored deer brought the bridal sedan chair to the high platform. Then two individuals dressed in red robes emerged from the sedan chair. One man and one woman. The man was quite handsome, but an aura of wicked charm emanated from him. The woman, on the other hand, wore an expression devoid of emotion. To be precise, her face was ashen, showing no signs of being a bride at all. Pay respects. Yu Feiyong glanced at the two and spoke. Pay respects. The officiant hurriedly interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei immediately took action, facing his family elder. This act of paying respects was not at all like in the secular world, where one bows to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. For cultivators at a wedding banquet, they only pay respects to their own elders. I won't marry, I have a husband and a child. He forced me to marry. Suddenly the woman, who looked ashen, spoke up. This. The expressions of those attending the wedding banquet changed drastically upon hearing her words. It was well known that Lin Fei's marriage was a forced one, yet no one dared to speak out. After all, the Yu family's power was evident. However, pretending to be deaf and mute is one thing, while being directly exposed is another. No one expected the woman to directly call out the forced marriage. Moreover, she boldly stated that she had a husband and a child. Hell, whether you want to marry or not, you have to marry. The woman I desire has only the path of marriage ahead. Lin Fei, upon hearing this, showed no anger, but rather a sense of pride. You are bullying me with your power. The woman gritted her teeth and said, Indeed, I am bullying you with my power, so what? This world speaks with strength. Lin Fei smiled lightly and replied, A good line about speaking with strength. You little brat, you think you are very arrogant. Just as his words fell, a voice descended from the sky. What? Everyone present at the wedding banquet was taken aback. Who dares to speak like that? Who is this bold person? To call Lin Fei a little brat. Does that not make Yu Feiyong the old brat? One must remember this is Yu Feiyong, a powerful figure at the 9 tribulations realm, standing at the pinnacle of the true spirit world. Who would dare to insult him so openly? They all looked up to the sky, eager to see which fierce person dared to be so audacious. Who? Sure enough, Yu Yangfei's expression darkened instantly. I am the one who will annihilate the Yu family. The voice of the great cauldron boomed. Then it slowly materialized from the void, hovering in midair above the square. Behind it were a group of magical artifacts along with Li Xingyue holding Xiaolinger. What is this? To annihilate the Yu family, how audacious. In today's world, there are actually those who dare to speak of annihilating the Yu family. Celestial treasures, my goodness, so many celestial treasures. The people below gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Celestial treasures? So many celestial treasures? Yu Feiyong was also stunned. This was the first time he had seen so many celestial treasures. What is your intention, esteemed guest? It's nothing serious. Just here to annihilate your Yu family. A nonchalant voice floated from within the great cauldron. Yu Feiyong. You dare to call this nothing serious? Yu Feiyong stared blankly at the large cauldron, feeling a mix of anger and exasperation. However, he was not a fool and did not utter any grandiose statements. Instead, he calmly inquired, Might I ask what connection you have with the Yu family? In his eyes, the large cauldron and the small gourd were merely celestial treasures. Such treasures could only be activated by true immortals. Without a true immortal to command them, these treasures alone were insufficient against a true immortal. As the Yu family was one of the most elite clans in the true spirit realm, they naturally had no fear of celestial treasures. Their only concern lay with the individuals behind these treasures. After all, the large cauldron and the small gourd had come in numbers. There must be a master controlling them. Anyone capable of wielding such a multitude of celestial treasures was undoubtedly formidable regardless of their cultivation level. Thus his thoughts were straightforward: turn conflict into peace. You bully my mother, and I will deal with you. At this moment, the little Linger broke free from Li Xingyu's embrace and stepped forward, pouting as she spoke. A terrifying aura erupted from her, enveloping the entire 5th peak. Instantly, all eyes turned to Linger. Their faces were filled with shock. The aura from this girl is terrifying. Indeed, I am an advanced emperor, yet I find myself unable to move. She couldn't possibly be a tribulation stage powerhouse, could she? Tribulation stage. What a joke, she looks only 4 or 5 years old. Murmurs arose, incredulous in tone. All the Emperor Realm cultivators present had concluded that little Linger must be a tribulation stage powerhouse. Only a tribulation stage's oppressive aura could render them immobile. However, even under Linger's terrifying presence, they still found it hard to believe their eyes, for her age was simply too young. Especially for them who had lived for over 10,000 years in the Emperor Realm. 4 or 5 years. In terms of time, that's merely 4 or 5 years. 4 to 5 years is a fleeting moment in the eyes of Emperor Realm cultivators, to the point that it could almost be disregarded. Not to mention anything else. Just refining a single pill would take longer than 4 or 5 years. Yet at such a tender age, little Linger was already a tribulation stage powerhouse. Who would dare believe such a tale? If one were to say they encountered a 4 or 5-year-old tribulation stage powerhouse, they would surely be regarded as a fool. No, she is not a tribulation stage. She is a true immortal. She is a true immortal. Suddenly, an elder in the crowd spoke with a dazed expression. He gazed at little Linger, his emotions complex: disbelief, shock, and envy. What? As soon as the elder's words fell, the crowd erupted. A true immortal? What kind of joke is this? That is a being that does not even exist in the entire true spirit realm. A 4 or 5-year-old child. A true immortal. What is going on? Lu Yun immortal, is that truly the case? Yes, she looks to be only 4 or 5 years old. Lu Yun immortal, did you make a mistake? Everyone turned to look at the elder, questioning him one after another. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would not dare to question such a powerful tribulation stage. However, they could no longer contain themselves. After all, little Linger was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child, yet was a true immortal. Such a thing was simply absurd. Even a dog would shake its head at this. It cannot be wrong. In response to the inquiries from the Emperor realm cultivators, the tribulation stage Lu Immortal remained calm, merely shaking his head. He looked up at Little Linger speaking with unwavering certainty. She is indeed a true immortal. After a cultivator breaks through to the tribulation stage, the Tao power within them transforms into immortal power. Only by transcending the 9 ascension tribulations can the Tao power completely transform into immortal power. Those who have not transcended the 9 ascension tribulations are like me. The immortal power within is impure. This is false immortal power. The Emperor realm cultivators nodded. Although they were not yet tribulation stage, they had some understanding of this realm. They did not interrupt Lu Immortal, but quietly awaited his further explanation. This little girl, little senior, the energy flowing within her is pure immortal power. She is undoubtedly a true immortal. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Immortal spoke once more. What my friend Lu said is true. This little senior is indeed a true immortal. At this moment, another tribulation stage powerhouse interjected. Hiss! Instantly gasps of shock resonated throughout the crowd. A 4 or 5-year-old immortal. This. The crowd exchanged glances, shocked into silence, their faces displaying expressions of disbelief. Immortals are a legend in the true spirit continent. After all, for 1,000,000 years, those who transcended the 9 ascension tribulations in the true spirit continent directly ascended, leaving behind only fragments of glorious tales. As for their true appearances, individuals from different eras and tiers could never witness them. They never imagined they would be fortunate enough to witness the true form of an immortal. Moreover, the other party was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. Instantly, a thought arose in everyone's hearts. They had cultivated for thousands of years only to find it all in vain. However, at this moment, the most shocked of all was Yu Feiyang. He never expected a true immortal would descend upon the Yu family, and moreover to cause trouble. This little senior, is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this? Yu Feiyang took a deep breath and spoke. The Yu family, although powerful, a true immortal is still not someone the Yu family can provoke. Misunderstanding, my ass. If the Yu family can keep a complete living worm today, I will take your surname. Before Little Linger could speak, the large cauldron interjected. Anyone unrelated to the Yu family get lost. Otherwise die. This domineering voice echoed again. Upon hearing this, the guests attending the wedding sighed in relief. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Whoosh. Immediately, sounds of air slicing through the air rang out continuously. The guests who had come to attend Yu Lianfei's wedding hurriedly departed. In the blink of an eye, only the Yu family members remained on the 5th peak. Even the bride took the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Sir, must you go to such lengths? My Yu family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Seeing this, Yu Feiyang spoke again, feeling both angry and helpless. You come from the upper realm, do you not? But are you sure you want to provoke my Yu family? At this moment, Yu Lianfei slowly spoke. Upon seeing this, Yu Feiyang actually took a step back, standing behind him. His demeanor resembled that of a servant. Meanwhile, Yu Lianfei's extremely confident appearance left the large cauldron and the others somewhat confused. This kid is a bit too pretentious. I do not know which celestial estate you come from. Yu Lianfei looked at Little Linger and the large cauldron and small gourd again, continuing to be honest. I am a reincarnated individual. My master is a celestial king powerhouse. Are you all certain you want to cause trouble for my Yu family? He spoke calmly, showing no fear towards Little Linger and the others. May I ask you all to sit down and discuss this? Yu Feiyang also spoke. Clearly, he was already aware of Yu Lianfei's status as a reincarnated individual. This was also the reason why the Yu family allowed Yu Lianfei to act so recklessly. The large cauldron's spirit twitched slightly at the corners of its mouth. Damn it, I thought you had some terrifying backing. Just a celestial king. A mere celestial king makes you feel so invincible. The great cauldron murmured silently within itself. Just a mere immortal king. Even if Yu Lianfei summoned him today, he would still be annihilated. After all, Little Linger herself is an immortal king. Not to mention, there are also the group of divine artifacts from the little gourd. Dealing with a mere immortal king should be a piece of cake. Moreover, Little Linger possesses a big red robe of which even it does not know the origin. Forget about the immortal king, even if an immortal sovereign stood behind Yu Lianfei. As long as they dare to come here, they will still be destroyed. Not to mention, Little Linger has that terrifying figure undergoing the true divine tribulation standing behind her. The voice of the great cauldron echoed. It was curious to see which guy stood behind Yu Lianfei. My master, the Confucian immortal king, Yu Lianfei said with a calm smile. When mentioning his master, a proud expression appeared on his face. Although the Confucian immortal king is merely an immortal king in the immortal spirit realm, his vast knowledge makes him highly regarded. Thus, the Confucian immortal king has extensive connections in the immortal spirit realm. Even some immortal sovereigns would show him a bit of respect. He couldn't believe it. With the Confucian immortal king backing him, these guys would dare to annihilate the Yu family. However, what Yu Lianfei did not know was Upon hearing the name of the Confucian Immortal King, the Great Cauldron's mind was already flooded with question marks. The Confucian Immortal King. It knew him very well. He was the one who taught little Linger how to read and write. It never expected that the one daring to force the matriarch into marriage was actually backed by the Confucian Immortal King. Seeing that the Great Cauldron remained silent, and little Linger also said nothing, Yu Linfei's smile grew even broader. In his eyes, it must be his master, the Confucian Immortal King, who was keeping them at bay. Gentlemen, can we sit down and talk? Yu Linfei pulled out a fan from somewhere and opened it with a flourish. As he spoke, he fanned himself, portraying an image of elegance and courtesy. Talk to your grandfather. You must die today, and your Yu family must be annihilated. The Great Cauldron snorted coldly. As soon as the voice fell, it flew into the sky, instantly growing larger until it enveloped the entire fifth peak. With the little gourd and the others present, it was not afraid of being discovered. Thus it acted recklessly. Spirit communicating, immortal treasure. Immortal King artifact. You. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Great Cauldron, Yu Linfei's face turned pale with horror. Immortal King artifacts are rare even in the immortal spirit realm. Only those with profound backgrounds possess Immortal King artifacts. He never expected that this Great Cauldron was not just an immortal treasure, but an Immortal King artifact. An Immortal King artifact. Li Xingyue, who stood at a distance, was also taken aback, although she did not know what an Immortal King artifact was like. From Yu Linfei's reaction, it must be a presence that surpasses an immortal treasure. At that moment, she recalled her first conversation with the spirit of the Great Cauldron. No wonder the spirit of the Great Cauldron said that sacred artifacts are trash. Sir, do you truly wish to proceed like this? Your master is the Confucian Immortal King. On the other side, Yu Linfei spoke with a serious expression, once again invoking the name of the Confucian Immortal King. So what if he is the Confucian Immortal King? The Great Cauldron scoffed disdainfully. Not to mention the Confucian Immortal King being absent, even if he were here, he would still have to kneel before little Linger and confess his sins. After all, Yu Linfei was messing with little Linger's mother. She is their matriarch. If you were so arrogant. Yu Linfei snorted, and in the midst of speaking, a jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand. If you stop now, it is not too late. He held the jade pendant and gazed at the Great Cauldron. Oh, a clone jade. Come, I will give you time to activate it. The Great Cauldron recognized the origin of the jade pendant in Yu Linfei's hand at a glance. It was a common protective item used by elders to safeguard their juniors. It contains a strand of a clone. For a short time, it can borrow the abilities of the pendant's creator. Some even allow the creator to manifest from a distance. Of course, it is the spirit form, not the true body. Do you all truly wish to break the net? Yu Linfei spoke somewhat reluctantly. This clone jade was his trump card. He really didn't want to waste it so easily. Die. The Great Cauldron couldn't be bothered to waste words, and as soon as the words fell, lines of fiery threads shot out from within it, resembling arrows raining down upon the fifth peak. They were overwhelming and densely packed. Then, puff, puff. The sound was like sharp blades piercing through skin. Numerous places on the fifth peak began to ignite. The ones burning were those with the Yu family's bloodline within them. You are looking for death. Yu Linfei was shocked and furious upon seeing this. Without much thought, he directly crushed the jade pendant in his hand. Buzz. Instantly, the spiritual energy from the surroundings began to gather above Yu Linfei's head. It was as if there was a terrifying abyssal mouth above him, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. As the energy converged, a figure slowly emerged. Who dares to touch my chosen one? A robust voice resounded. Disciple Yu Linfei pays respects to master. Upon seeing the spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King, Yu Linfei hurriedly spoke. Yu Linfei. Do not make false connections. I only agreed to have you as a book boy for the ancestor of the Yu family. It was never to take you as a disciple. Why are you using this king's clone jade? The spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King cast a glance at Yu Linfei and spoke indifferently. There is a spirit communicating immortal treasure that wishes to sever the Yu family's legacy. I ask you, master, to save my Yu family. Yu Linfei spoke quickly. Good courage. I want to see who dares to touch my Confucian Immortal Kings. The spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King slowly began to speak, raising his head to look. In an instant, he was completely taken aback. This isn't that Great Cauldron used by that little demon king for cooking? O Confucian Immortal King, you have quite the presence. A voice sounded as the spirit of the Great Cauldron emerged from within. The Confucian Immortal King remained silent, scanning the surroundings. Soon he spotted little Linger and the group of little gourds floating around her. Gulp. Instantly, the spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King swallowed hard. I ask you, master, to take action. Yu Linfei, unaware of the situation, hastily clasped his hands. Damn it. After hearing this, the spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King felt his eyelids twitching. Take action. I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on this person, even if you gave me 100 boldness. He muttered to himself. May I ask what happened? The ancestors of the Yu family once had a favor towards me. The Confucian Immortal King forced out a strained smile. He became so timid that he could barely speak. We learned of the matriarch's news. Your disciple is the one forcing the matriarch into marriage. The spirit of the great cauldron looked at the spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King and spoke with a smile. My goodness. The Confucian Immortal King nearly wet himself upon hearing this. He naturally knew who the matriarch referred to by the spirit of the great cauldron was. Damn it. How dare they? Forcing that woman's hand into marriage. The spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King began to tremble uncontrollably. Master, are you also a bad person bullying my mother? At this moment, little Linger stared at the spirit form of the Confucian Immortal King and spoke. P.S. To thank all the esteemed ancestors and celestial beings for their love and support, the humble author has authorized a small command red envelope on a certain treasure site. Command readers are the most handsome and beautiful, first come first served. Here the humble author also shamelessly asks for a small gift. Sending a small gift can also earn another command. It's free, just for love. Every day there is one. Of course, I will also appropriately increase updates later. Once again, thanks to all the esteemed ancestors and celestial beings for their support. Thank you. Upon hearing Xiao Linger's words, a look of profound shock appeared on Li Xingyu's face as she stood silently by the side. Throughout this journey, she had often heard Xiao Linger mention the master. She initially thought that the so-called master was merely a teacher, but now, he turned out to be a celestial king. Of course, given her understanding, she was unaware of what a celestial king truly represented. However, from the performance of Yu Linfei and the others, she knew that even in the realm of the immortal spirits, a celestial king was a terrifying presence. It was indeed a matter that became increasingly chilling upon reflection. A being so fearsome was merely a teacher who taught Xiao Linger to read and write. Then what kind of terrifying background did Xiao Linger have? Li Xingyuan never expected this. The little girl she encountered back then had such a huge background. On the other side, the Confucian Celestial King's spiritual form hovering above Yu Linfei shuddered upon hearing Xiao Linger's words. Although he was the teacher who instructed Xiao Linger in reading and writing, he was forcibly taken away by that figure. In other words, in that figure's eyes, he was merely an inconsequential existence. But what about Xiao Linger and her mother? They were treasures and beloved ones in that figure's hands. If he offended them, that figure would definitely erase him without hesitation. Linger, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Actually, I am here to help you, the Confucian Celestial King said with an awkward smile, hurrying to explain. He dared not stand in opposition to Xiao Linger, for that would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, he could tell that Xiao Linger was very upset at that moment. As a treasured one of that figure, Xiao Linger's sadness was tantamount to the sky falling for them. Because in his memory there was a time when Xiao Linger was once heartbroken. That heartbreak was caused by the Phoenix ancestor. For no other reason, just because the Phoenix ancestor stepped on Xiao Linger's favorite shoes and got them dirty. At that time, Xiao Linger cried and went to find that figure. And what happened? The Phoenix ancestor was directly stewed and the Phoenix clan was utterly annihilated. The hidden eggs were all found by that figure, and after shaking them out, he cooked tomato scrambled eggs for Xiao Linger, finally cheering her up. Of course, it was precisely because Xiao Linger found tomato scrambled phoenix eggs delicious that in the end, that figure kept a few phoenixes to raise like chickens, providing eggs for Xiao Linger. Otherwise, there would be no Phoenix clan left in the realm of the immortal spirits. From that time onward, all beings in the village dared not to make Xiao Linger sad. They even went out of their way to cheer Xiao Linger up. Naturally, doing so also brought them many benefits, as Xiao Linger had an abundance of precious items. Even casually tossing a fruit was a rare treasure for the various beings in the village. Even the Confucian Celestial King himself benefited greatly, experiencing a substantial enhancement in his cultivation. In summary, the unspoken agreement among the various beings in the village was simple. They could do anything, but they must not make Xiao Linger sad or angry, including the Confucian Celestial King himself. Moreover, he was merely a teacher who taught Xiao Linger to read and write, unlike the Phoenix clan that could lay eggs for her. In other words, if he made Xiao Linger unhappy, there would be no chance for remedy. If that figure found out that someone related to him made Xiao Linger sad, the Confucian Celestial King was certain that not only would those related to him face obliteration, but he himself would also meet a dire fate. Even the earthworms in his residence would be split in half and ant nests would be filled with lava. The moment the Confucian Celestial King finished speaking, a series of question marks immediately appeared in Yu Linfei's mind. He even began to doubt whether he had misheard, because Yu Linfei was very clear about the Confucian Celestial King's temperament. Though humble, he was extremely concerned about his reputation. If his disciples or close associates made mistakes, they could only handle it themselves, and no one else could intervene. Even powerful beings of similar cultivation as Celestial Kings could not intervene. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of the Confucian Celestial King. Yu Linfei knew that although he was not a disciple of the Confucian Celestial King, he was still a personal attendant. In the realm of the immortal spirits, he was essentially considered part of the Confucian celestial king's circle. In other words, even if he made a mistake, if Xiao Linger and her companions came seeking revenge, it would be seen as disrespectful to the Confucian celestial king. Such a person would never let the Confucian celestial king off easily. Not to mention killing them. At the very least, he would demand some benefits. But now, what in the world is going on? Master, it's me. I am Yu Linfei, your attendant. Yu Linfei hurriedly spoke. Damn it. Upon hearing this, the Confucian celestial king nearly went berserk. Do you want your whole family to ascend to heaven? Don't drag me down with you. How dare you, a mere ant from the lower realms, presume to associate with this king? This king has never had an attendant. The Confucian celestial king snorted coldly and then directly approached Xiao Linger. Linger, I don't know him. Really, he has no relation to me, he said with a forced smile. He then looked at the others. Brothers, swiftly eliminate this scoundrel. Anyone who dares to have intentions against the master must be exterminated. Yu Linfei, completely bewildered, he was utterly confused. What is happening? Can someone tell me what in the world is going on? He angrily shouted in his heart. Linfei, what's going on? Not only was he confused, but Yu Feiyang was even more bewildered. In fact, he also understood that Yu Linfei's forced marriage was wrong. Having lived for 100,000 years, he had witnessed some powerful forces being annihilated for offending certain disciples of prominent families while out training. He had even seen a family that was as dominant as the Yu clan be wiped out for their reckless actions against someone from the upper realms. However, the reason he allowed Yu Linfei to act recklessly, even letting the entire Yu clan follow suit, was because Yu Linfei had once stated that even if they encountered high-ranking figures from the realm of the immortal spirits, celestial kings would not pose a threat to the Yu clan. With such reassurance, he saw no need to restrain Yu Linfei, and at times even bullied others. Of course, he had also worried about attracting the attention of beings stronger than celestial kings. However, Yu Linfei claimed that there were very few such beings in the entire realm of the immortal spirits. Moreover, they were all old monsters who stayed in seclusion and would not come to a desolate place like the true spirit realm. For the future of the Yu clan, he thus allowed Yu Linfei to act freely. But now, what is going on? I thought we wouldn't run into any trouble. What the hell is going on with this supposed ally suddenly turning against us? Facing Yu Feiyang's gaze, Yu Linfei was left speechless. You ask me, who the hell do I ask? At this moment, he was just as confused as ever. He didn't even know which one of Xiao Linger's mothers was which. After all, the number of people he had forced into marriage was too many. Of course, what left him most bewildered was the sudden betrayal of the Confucian celestial king. What kind of existence could possibly compel the dignified Confucian celestial king to turn against us and flatter them? Ancestor, the Yu family is finished today, Yu Linfei replied with a bitter smile. His greatest backing was not the so-called Yu family, but the Confucian immortal king. Now with the Confucian immortal king switching sides, he knew the Yu family was doomed today. What? Yu Feiyang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. The Yu family is finished. Didn't you say that the Yu family would be fine? Yu Feiyang clutched his chest, gasping for breath as he spoke. His greatest wish in this life, aside from ascending to the immortal spirit realm, was to establish the Yu family in the immortal spirit realm. After all, people strive for higher ground, just as water flows to lower ground. He was confident about ascending to the immortal spirit realm. However, to establish the Yu family there, he could only rely on Yu Linfei, because Yu Linfei was a reincarnated person with connections and backing in the immortal spirit realm. Yu Feiyang had even imagined several times the scene of the Yu family becoming a major family in the immortal spirit realm. And now, he had to face the grim reality that the Yu family was doomed. Yu Linfei did not respond to him. He merely looked at Xiao Linger. I am very curious about your origins. And your mother, who is she? He slowly began to speak. This was the aspect he was most puzzled about. In the immortal spirit realm, the levels were divided into true immortal earth, immortal heaven, immortal golden, immortal king, immortal venerable, immortal saint, and the legendary Immortal Emperor. As an immortal king powerhouse, the Confucian immortal king had extensive connections. How could he be so polite to a 4 or 5-year-old girl? So polite as if he were a servant. Therefore, he was very eager to know who Xiao Linger was, that she could command the respect of the esteemed Confucian immortal king. Moreover, Xiao Linger's mother. Since Xiao Linger could prompt such treatment from the Confucian immortal king, the person behind her must be exceedingly formidable. At least in terms of cultivation, she must surpass the immortal king. However, such an existence would be terrifying in the immortal spirit realm. How could his wife come to such a desolate place as the true spirit realm? Even if faced with a great crisis where one had to reincarnate and cultivate again, one would not choose such a minor world, right? I won't tell you. Xiao Linger huffed and said, Yu Linfei. Before he could speak, the great cauldron made its move. Flames descended instantly, turning Yu Linfei to ashes. Yu Feiyang experienced the same fate. The entire Yu family structures were reduced to ruins. Linger, I am leaving. The Confucian immortal king quickly spoke, and after finishing he vanished. There was no choice. He was terrified of Xiao Linger. He feared that she would think of him as one of Yulin Fai's people. Linger, it's all right. The villains who bullied your mother are gone. Li Xingyue, seeing Xiao Linger's emotional state, still low, stepped forward to comfort her. Yes, sister, let's hurry to find mother, shall we? I'm afraid mother might encounter other bad people. Xiao Linger nodded and said, all right, let's go to the demon region. Li Xingyue replied. According to the news from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, by Yunyun was forced into the demon region by the Yu family. To find her, they must go to the overseas demon region. Old man, have you seen enough? At that moment, the voice of the great cauldron rang out. Then an old man suddenly appeared in the void. The old man was wearing a blue Taoist robe with white hair and a long beard flowing gracefully. He looked entirely like an immortal being. Old man Ouyang Tianquan, greetings to all esteemed guests. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the old man quickly cupped his hands and spoke, though his tone trembled slightly. Ouyang Tianquan, you are the current head of the Heavenly Dao Palace. At this moment, Mu Ling responded. That is correct. Ouyang Tianxian nodded obediently. So are you going to stand up for the Yu family? The voice of the great cauldron sounded. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianxian broke out in a cold sweat. Stand up for the Yu family? What a joke. Even a mere immortal king spirit would treat Xiao Linger with utmost respect, let alone his Heavenly Dao Palace. He was certain that if he even uttered half a yes, the Heavenly Dao Palace would be annihilated. No, in fact, this old man has long been displeased with the Yu family. However, due to the Avatar Jade token in Yulin Fai's hands, I could only endure. Now that you esteemed guests have eliminated this tumor of the Yu family, it is a fortune for the Heavenly Dao Palace and the true spirit continent. He quickly spoke. The great cauldron disdainfully clicked its tongue and then shrank back into Xiao Linger's storage space. The small gourd and the others did the same. In the blink of an eye, only Ouyang Tianquan, Xiao Linger, and the others remained. Young master, this person might know about the mistress' whereabouts, Mu Ling spoke. Yes, Linger, he is the head of the Heavenly Dao Palace. He should know more information about your mother. Li Xingyue also agreed. Please, I assure you I will speak without reservation. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianxian quickly spoke. Grandpa, do you know anything about mother? Xiao Linger fixed her gaze on Ouyang Tianxian. I do not know who little senior's mother is. Meeting her gaze, Ouyang Tianxian felt dry and hurriedly swallowed before replying. He had just seen clearly that even an immortal king spirit treated this one with utmost respect. Mother's name is by Yunyun. Xiao Linger immediately said. It's her. Ouyang Tianxian was shocked upon hearing this. Little senior, I do not know much. However, your mother has a master in the Heavenly Dao Palace. Should I take you to find her? She should know quite a bit. He continued. Mother's master. Okay. Xiao Linger nodded happily, seemingly regaining her lively and adorable demeanor. Please. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxian let out a long sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Xiao Linger would involve the Heavenly Dao Palace due to the Yu family's issues. If that were the case, the Heavenly Dao Palace would surely suffer. However, it seemed that Xiao Linger did not associate the Heavenly Dao Palace with the Yu family. Soon, Ouyang Tianxian led Xiao Linger and the others to a cave dwelling. However, the cave was blocked by a heavy stone door. Get lost. As Ouyang Tianxian approached the cave, a woman's voice rang out from within, filled with boundless anger. Elder, what's going on? Li Xingyue looked at Ouyang Tianquan, puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of Yunyan. Meeting her gaze, Ouyang Tianxian let out a long sigh. After speaking, he shouted towards the cave, Elder Mo, Yunyun's child has come. Aren't you going to see her? Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the stone door was immediately opened. Then an old woman slowly walked out from inside. Who is Yunyun's child? The old woman's expression was somewhat excited as she spoke. Old lady, are you mother's master? Xiao Linger blinked her big eyes at her. The aura of Yunyan, it is indeed the aura of Yunyan. The old woman looked at Xiao Linger, her murky eyes seemingly lighting up in an instant. Child, can you let grandma hug you? She smiled kindly and said softly. Okay. Hug grandma, mother's master. Xiao Linger nodded, bouncing towards her. Good child. The old woman joyfully and excitedly opened her arms to welcome Xiao Linger. However, suddenly her expression changed. No hurry, you all leave. If the Yu family finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. She hurriedly spoke. Elder Mo need not worry. The Yu family has already been destroyed by Yunyun's child. Ouyang Tianxian interjected. What? Elder Mo trembled slightly at the words. The Yu family was destroyed, and it was done by this child. Master, the Yu family not only has a 9 tribulation realm powerhouse, but also has the upper realm as their backing. Elder Mo said solemnly after a moment of silence. Clearly, she did not believe that Xiao Linger had destroyed the Yu family. After all, how old could Xiao Linger be? She looked no more than 4 or 5 years old. But what about the Yu family? With a long heritage and profound background. Just a 4 or 5-year-old child. At such a young age to annihilate a family with a 9 tribulation realm powerhouse and the upper realm as their backing. Who would dare to believe it if it were spoken of? Setting aside the 9 tribulation realm powerhouse, just having the upper realm as their backing was enough to deter anyone from rash actions. After all, the upper realm is terrifying for the true spirit realm. It can be said that with the upper realm as their backing, no force in the true spirit realm would dare to claim they could destroy the U family. Not even a family of the same level as the U family that also had the upper realm as their backing would dare to. Elder Mo, I know you don't believe it, but you must believe me. The U family has indeed been destroyed by the child of Yun Yan. You all continue your discussion, I'll take my leave first. Ouyang Tianxian said with a bitter smile. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that a 4 or 5-year-old child could destroy the Yu family. But the fact is the fact. He could only trust his own eyes. After saying this, Ouyang Tianxian stopped speaking and turned to leave. Child, did you really destroy the Yu family? Elder Mo gently stroked Linger's little head, asking in disbelief. Oh, Grandma, I didn't destroy the Yu family. It was the Great Cauldron that did it, not me. Hee hee. Facing the other's gaze, Xiao Linger giggled in response. Elder Mo was momentarily stunned. The Great Cauldron did it. What is the Great Cauldron? Senior, the Great Cauldron is a treasure of Linger, a very powerful treasure. Li Xingyue explained from the side. A treasure? Elder Mo's face showed a look of shock. She looked at Xiao Linger, her expression filled with amazement. At such a young age, she already possessed a treasure. Just know that the Yu family no longer exists. Let's first talk to the young master about the mistress. Mu Ling added. Yes, Grandma, can you tell me about my mother? I miss her. Xiao Linger also chimed in. Good child, come into my cave. You must be hungry, Grandma will prepare something for you to eat. Is that all right? Elder Mo said warmly, seemingly very fond of Xiao Linger. All right. Hearing about food, Xiao Linger immediately became excited. She bounced into Elder Mo's cave. What a lovely child. I never expected Yin Yan to have such a lovely child. Elder Mo followed closely behind like a kind elder, her face glowing with a radiant smile. Li Xingyue and Mu Lin closely followed behind. Wow, there's a big black cow. And fish. Grandma, I want to eat. After entering Elder Mo's cave, Xiao Linger excitedly exclaimed. Inside the cave there was even a small lake. Beside the lake, a large black cow was napping. Upon hearing Xiao Linger's words, the large black cow suddenly opened its previously closed eyes, looking bewildered at Xiao Linger. Linger, this black cow is my mount. It has accompanied me for most of my life. It's like a good friend. Elder Mo said with a wry smile. She did not expect that as soon as Xiao Linger arrived, she would focus on her mount. Moo. The large black cow mooed and quickly nodded, as if to say it had not followed the wrong person in this life. Oh, then let's eat fish. Xiao Linger said helplessly after hearing this. It's fine if you want to eat, then eat. Black cow, bring some meat down. Elder Mo said affectionately, her tone shifting. Large black cow. It looked at Elder Mo, its wise eyes filled with disbelief. Do you want to hear what you're saying? It's just a bit of meat, it won't be any loss to you. After our tens of thousands of years of friendship, is it too much to use a little of your meat? Elder Mo said with a stern face. Large black cow. It looked at Elder Mo, its wise eyes filled only with confusion. As if to say, you know about our tens of thousands of years of friendship, yet you're thinking of eating my meat. How could you say such a thing? Big cow, can I have a bite, okay? Xiao Linger looked at the large black cow, giggling. Hurry up, this is Yun Yan's child, what's wrong with eating a bit of your meat? Have you forgotten how Yun Yan treated you? Elder Mo added. The large black cow, upon hearing this, showed a look of confusion in its wise eyes. Then it stood up, walked over to Xiao Linger, and sniffed her. Moo. After a moment, it let out a loud call and began to bounce around in front of Xiao Linger. It appeared extremely excited. In the end, it even detached one of its legs. Strangely, after detaching it, it grew back in the blink of an eye. Wow, the big cow is amazing. Does this mean there will be endless meat? Xiao Linger exclaimed in surprise, her mouth watering as she spoke. Large black cow. Hearing this, it stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Linger, you can't treat it this way. It has a good relationship with your mother and often accompanies her. Elder Mo gently stroked Xiao Linger's head, speaking softly. Oh, big cow, do you often play with mother? Xiao Linger asked excitedly after hearing this. The large black cow quickly nodded. I would like to play with you too. That way it's like I'm playing with your mother. Xiao Linger giggled. A simple sentence. Yet it caused an inexplicable pain in the hearts of Li Xingyue and Elder Mo. Moo. The large black cow called out, gently nudging Xiao Linger and placing her on its back. Then it began to run around the cave with her. Xiao Linger laughed happily. This child. Elder Mo smiled at this harmonious scene. Afterwards, she took the cow's leg and fished for some fish to cook. Soon the aroma began to waft throughout the cave. Wow, Grandma seems to be cooking something delicious. Xiao Linger was immediately attracted by the fragrance. It smells good, eat more later. Elder Mo replied with a smile. Grandma, I have a lot of vegetables here. Putting some vegetables would make it even tastier. Xiao Linger nodded vigorously. Elder Mo was momentarily taken aback after hearing this. These are it. Xiao Linger giggled, pulling out a bunch of spirit herbs. Hiss. Looking at the spirit herbs she pulled out, Elder Mo was instantly dumbfounded. Even the large black cow stared with wide eyes as if they were two big bells. Vegetables. Is that what you call vegetables? Looking at the spiritual herbs taken out by Xiao Linger, Elder Mo stared wide-eyed at Daughte Nyo, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Vegetables. This is called vegetables. Several dozens of imperial herbs and a large pile of holy herbs, especially those fruits. If I'm not mistaken, those must be the celestial herbs, Xian Lingua. You call these things vegetables? Moo. Without any hesitation, Daughte Nyo flicked his tongue and directly started to show off. At that moment, it felt like giving Xiao Linger a leg was incredibly worth it. Old Hey, you really are just a cow chewing on peonies. Don't waste. Elder Mo quickly intervened, realizing that if these herbs were refined into pills, they would be enough for her and Daughte Nyo to advance to a higher level. Hee, Grandma, it's all right, I have plenty of vegetables. Once I'm done, I can go pick some more. Xiao Linger giggled and took out a lot of spiritual herbs. Moo. Seeing this, Daughte Nyo's wise eyes suddenly widened, and he directly gave up a leg to Xiao Linger. The intelligent look seemed to say, no need for politeness, buddy. Take your time eating, Nyo, I have plenty more. Xiao Linger patted Daughte Nyo's big head, giggling. Daughte Nyo nodded while excitedly showcasing the spiritual herbs. Elder Mo watched, feeling both amused and helpless. Why does she feel like her old partner is being taken away? Linger, these things are too precious. Elder Mo spoke. Celestial herbs are treasures that even the heavenly Dao Palace treats with utmost importance. If those guys knew Xiao Linger was feeding a cow with celestial herbs, they would definitely go crazy. Grandma, they aren't precious, they're very easy to find. Xiao Linger smiled innocently. Mu Ling, who was with Li Xingyue, twitched the corner of her mouth after hearing this. Very easy to find. Elder Mo looked bewildered. Celestial herbs are considered treasures even by the top forces in the true spirit realm. Every time a celestial herb appears, it can stir up bloodshed across the entire central continent. How could they be easy to find? This isn't a cabbage. Oh, very easy to find. Xiao Linger nodded innocently. Senior, please accept these. Linger doesn't need these things. At this moment, Li Xingyue spoke up. Yes. Grandma is mother's master. She must have great kindness towards mother. The teacher said a drop of water must be repaid with a fountain of water. Xiao Linger also nodded with a smile. Moo. Huh. Elder Mo and Daughte Nyo were dumbfounded upon hearing this. A drop of water must be repaid with a fountain of water. Linger, it should be a drop of water is repaid with a spring. Li Xingyue chuckled and quickly explained. Close enough, he. Xiao Linger's face flushed as she awkwardly scratched her head. This child. Elder Mo and Daughte Nyo exchanged a glance, both feeling amused and helpless. All right then, Grandma will use these to make you a spiritual meal. I am a certified level 9 spiritual chef. Even tribulation realm powerhouses come to me for spiritual meals. Old Hey, give me another leg today, while let Yunyun's child eat to her heart's content. Elder Mo nodded firmly, speaking earnestly. Moo. Upon hearing this, Daughte Nyo's wise eyes immediately revealed a confused look. Goodness, does she really think of herself as a chive? However, seeing Xiao Linger's eager little eyes, Daughte Nyo also decided not to be coy and directly offered up a front leg. Nyo is so good, Nyo is so clingy. Xiao Linger giggled and hugged Daughte Nyo's head like an octopus. Moo. Daughte Nyo let out a sound, its mouth grinning to reveal 2 rows of big teeth. It looked like a smile, but appeared rather strange. Linger, you play with Daughte Nyo first, I will prepare a big meal for you. Elder Mo said with a warm smile. Oh. Let's go, Nyo, let's go play outside. Xiao Linger nodded vigorously and then pulled Daughte Nyo's horns to head out. This child. Elder Mo observed her smile brightening. Then she dove into the kitchen and began preparing a spiritual meal enthusiastically. As for Li Xingyue and Mu Ling, they quietly stayed together. On the other side, Xiao Linger had already pulled Daughte Nyo's horns and walked out of the cave. Her round eyes looked around and finally landed in a direction to the left. Nyo, shall we go pick some vegetables? Xiao Linger rubbed Daughte Nyo's ears, smiling brightly. Moo. Daughte Nyo looked at her with a wise but puzzled gaze. Pick spiritual herbs. Where to pick them? There are many over there, let's go pick some. Xiao Linger pointed towards a mountain to her left. Upon hearing this, Daughte Nyo followed her pointing direction and was instantly stunned. If he remembered correctly, that place is the Heavenly Dao Palace's level 9 herb garden. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something. Its eyes like copper bells widened. Xiao Linger just said that the spiritual herbs were all picked. This so-called picking. Wouldn't she be going into someone's herb garden to pick them, would she? You call this picking? Danielle, let's go. Xiao Linger didn't think much of it and pulled Daughte Nyo's horns towards the herb garden. Moo. Daughte Nyo protested. What a joke. That is the Heavenly Dao Palace's level 9 spiritual herb garden where only celestial herbs are cultivated. One could say, the Heavenly Dao Palace values that herb garden more than their own lives. If she goes there to cause trouble, would the old man, Ouyang Tianxian, not explode? It's fine, we'll just pick a little bit. Xiao Linger giggled mischievously. Moo. Really just a little bit. Moo. Then the little girl and the big cow disappeared into the void. When they reappeared, they were already in the Heavenly Tao Palace's level 9 spiritual herb garden. What greeted their eyes were various celestial herbs. Wow, so many vegetables! Nyo hurry and pick some. Xiao Linger's eyes sparkled as she began to harvest in the herb garden. Daughte Nyo kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. After all, the Heavenly Tao Palace values these celestial herbs more than their own lives. If they find out Xiao Linger came to pick spiritual herbs, they would definitely go crazy. Oh, this one is so ugly it must not taste good. Hee, this one looks good, it must taste delicious. Wow, this one looks really nice. Xiao Linger didn't care much bouncing around in the herb garden. Moo. After she picked some celestial herbs, Daughte Nyo hurriedly called out. The meaning was clear. That's enough, it's time to go. Oh, just a little more, just a little bit, okay. Xiao Linger blinked her big eyes at Daughte Nyo. Seeing her adorable appearance, he glanced at the vast herb garden. Daughte Nyo gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, just a little more won't hurt. It's still within what the Heavenly Tao Palace can tolerate. Consider it a form of compensation for Yunyun's incident. Daughte Nyo thought to himself. Nyo is so good. Xiao Linger giggled and continued her work. After a while, Moo. Daughte Nyo called out, it's time to go, really time to go. This has already reached the limit that the Heavenly Tao Palace can bear. Just one more, the very last bit. I have to bring something back for Grandma. Xiao Linger replied immediately. Daughte Nyo fell into deep thought. Soon he nodded. Indeed, the incident with Yunyan was a huge blow to his old partner, so it was only right to take some celestial herbs as compensation. After a little while, Moo. Daughte Nyo urged. Just one more, I need to bring some for my sister. Danyo, my sister is a guest, the teacher said to treat guests with delicious food. Xiao Linger answered. After hearing this, Daughte Nyo thought for a moment and realized it wasn't wrong. He already knew that Li Xingyue had been accompanying Xiao Linger all this way. And she came from that place in the Xuanwu domain. It was only right to use some celestial herbs to host her as a guest. However, Daughte Nyo did not know. Ouyang Tianxuan, watching all of this in silence, had a twitching expression on his face. In truth, he had arrived when Xiao Linger picked the first immortal herb. After all, this medicinal herb garden was the lifeblood of the Tiandao Palace. This 9th-level medicinal herb garden was one of the foundational assets of the Tiandao Palace. Even as the palace master, he needed the approval of the Elder Council to utilize it. To protect these immortal herbs, the Tiandao Palace had placed restrictions on each one. As soon as any herb was touched, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, upon arriving and discovering that it was Xiao Linger picking the herbs, he chose not to reveal himself. After all, even the Yu family had been effortlessly annihilated by her. Especially since even the immortal king spirit had to show utmost respect to her. How could he dare to intervene? Moreover, Xiao Linger had only mentioned picking a little. Picking a little is fine. It's like a bankrupt avoiding disaster. But when does this picking end? And what about the Great Black Bull? What is this nonsense of constantly nodding and acting polite? Ouyang Tianxian silently muttered in frustration, but he could only helplessly pretend not to see. After all, the forced marriage incident involving Yu Linfei was closely tied to the Tiandao Palace. Furthermore, Xiao Linger's power was evident. In terms of logic, it was unreasonable. In terms of strength, he was no match for her. Thus, he could only silently pray that when Xiao Linger said she would pick just a little more, she truly meant just a little more. Inside the medicinal herb garden, the Great Black Bull and Xiao Linger seemed unaware of Ouyang Tianxian lurking in the shadows. Xiao Linger continued to quietly pick the herbs, of course, selecting only the beautiful ones. The Great Black Bull acted as a lookout, vigilantly watching the surroundings. However, at this moment, confusion had already surfaced in its wise eyes. It had sensed that something was off. Logically speaking, Xiao Linger should have already alerted Ouyang Tianxian with so many herbs being picked. Why hasn't he come yet? Is Ouyang Tianxian not in the Tiandao Palace? If that's the case, the Great Black Bull thought, its gaze falling on the herbs, and a bold idea formed in its mind. All right, Great Bull, let's go. After a while, Xiao Linger seemed to feel she had picked enough and spoke up. Moo moo moo. The Great Black Bull, upon hearing this, immediately called out. Huh, should I bring something for Mother? Right. I should find Mother and bring her some vegetables too. Great Bull, you're so clever. Xiao Linger giggled after hearing this, then continued picking the herbs. Upon hearing this, the Great Black Bull cracked a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of big teeth. Damn it. Ouyang Tianxuan, who had been watching in the shadows, felt his fists clench at this scene. This damn bull. Didn't you say we should leave? What is going on now? Ouyang Tianxian thought to himself. If it weren't for Xiao Linger being here, he would have definitely rushed out to beat the Great Black Bull. Ahem. Seeing Xiao Linger wanting to pick more herbs, Ouyang Tianxian had no choice but to step out from the shadows. If she continued picking, the herbs would absolutely be stripped bare. Moo. Upon seeing Ouyang Tianxuan, the Great Black Bull's eyes widened, and it hurriedly ran in front of Xiao Linger to shield her. Its eyes fixed on Ouyang Tianxuan, looking as if it was ready to fight him. Ouyang Tianxuan. He looked at the Great Black Bull speechlessly, his mouth twitching. Big brother, do I look like someone who would dare to attack this person? He thought in his heart. Old grandpa, it's you. Are you here to pick vegetables too? Xiao Linger peeked out her little head, smiling brightly at Ouyang Tianxian. Hearing this, a barrage of question marks instantly popped into Ouyang Tianxian's mind. Pick vegetables. Do you think my Tiandao Palace's medicinal herb garden is just some vegetables? And wild ones at that? He thought in confusion. Little senior, these are grown by my Tiandao Palace. Oh, so it was planted by the old grandpa. Old grandpa, can I pick a bit more? For mother. You can just replant them later. Xiao Linger blinked her big eyes as she continued. Ouyang Tianxian felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. These are immortal herbs. Do you really think they are just ordinary vegetables? Growing immortal herbs takes at least 300,000 years before they mature, and they must be well protected. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The reason there are so many herbs here is that they have been passed down through millions of years of the Tiandao Palace. However, he didn't dare to refuse Xiao Linger. There was no choice. Xiao Linger was simply too terrifying. If he upset her, the Tiandao Palace would likely be doomed. All right, little senior can pick a bit more. But can little senior leave some for me? Ouyang Tianxian said helplessly. He was most afraid that Xiao Linger would pick everything. Okay. Xiao Linger happily nodded and continued picking the herbs. The great black bull. It looked at Ouyang Tianxuan, then at Xiao Linger, its wise eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? When did this old fellow, Ouyang Tianxian, become so easy to talk to? This medicinal herb garden is the lifeblood of the Tiandao Palace. Why is he allowing Xiao Linger to pick? Humph. Ouyang Tianxian glanced at it and snorted coldly. He could see the great black bull's thoughts. But what could he do? Was there no other way? Fortunately, Ouyang Tianxian was relieved when Xiao Linger picked a few more and finally stopped. Old grandpa, I'm done picking. She bounced over to the great black bull and said, Thank you, little senior, for showing mercy. Ouyang Tianxian let out a long breath and cupped his hands. Suddenly his eyes rolled, and he said, Little senior, actually there are vegetables in that direction too. After saying this, he pointed in a direction. Moo. The great black bull looked in the direction he was pointing, its face full of confusion. If I remember correctly, that seems to be the location of another faction, the Chongqing sect. What is going on? Are you asking Xiao Linger to go to the Chongqing sect to pick herbs? The great black bull thought, filled with doubts. It remembered that Ouyang Tianxian and the leader of the Chongqing sect, Mu Chongqing, were close friends. How could he let Xiao Linger go to the Chongqing sect to pick herbs? Hey, blessings are not shared, but troubles are. It seemed Ouyang Tianxian saw through the great black bull's thoughts and smiled. Damn it. After hearing this, the great black bull couldn't help but think, what a guy. You really treat Mu Chongqing as a good buddy. Great bull, let's go. We're going back to eat. After dinner, we'll go pick some vegetables over there, hee. Xiao Linger glanced at the direction Ouyang Tianxian pointed and smiled. The great black bull nodded and led Xiao Linger away. It walked in front while Xiao Linger bounced behind. Soon they arrived in front of the cave. However, Xiao Linger's gaze remained fixated on the great black bull's tail. Great bull, why do you have two big meatballs? Are you sick? Should I help you cut off these two big meatballs? Xiao Linger said while looking at them. Moo. The great black bull was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. It turned its head to look at what Xiao Linger was staring at, and its expression instantly changed. Holy crap. Suddenly it tensed up and hurriedly jumped away, distancing itself from Xiao Linger. I regarded you as a good buddy, and you want to cut off my bell. Big bull, what's wrong with you? Xiao Linger looked at it in confusion, not understanding why it wanted to distance itself from her. Moo. The big black bull looked at Xiao Linger, its face full of bewilderment. What's wrong? You're about to take my big bell. How could I dare to get close to you? Can that thing really be taken? The big black bull thought to itself, somewhat speechless. Its regeneration ability is indeed strong, but that big bell is foundational. How can it just be taken away? Linger, that is a treasure of Senior Black Bull. It's not a meatball. At this moment, Li Xingyue walked out of the cave, explaining with a hint of amusement. Naturally, everything outside the cave had not escaped her divine sense. A treasure. Xiao Linger tilted her head and looked at Li Xingyue. Yes, that is a treasure that Senior Black Bull cannot afford to lose. Li Xingyue explained with a smile. Xiao Linger was fine with everything except she had no understanding of matters between men and women. Of course, at her age of 4, that was quite normal. So it turns out it's a treasure. Big bull, I won't take your treasure, hee. Xiao Linger said with a laugh. The big black bull glanced at her, as if to say, even if you wanted it, I wouldn't give it to you. Let's go, the food is ready. Li Xingyue chuckled and patted her little head. Okay. Hearing about food, Xiao Linger immediately bounced into the cave. Senior Black Bull, please forgive her, Linger doesn't know these things. Li Xingyue explained to the big black bull. Moo. The big black bull let out a sound, its lips curling to reveal that signature pair of big teeth. As if to say, it's fine as long as she doesn't covet my two big bells. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger had already run into the cave. The table was already filled with various spiritual dishes. Wow, it smells so good, Xiao Linger exclaimed with sparkling eyes. You're back just in time to eat. Elder Imo smiled gently and patted her head. All right. Xiao Linger obediently nodded and climbed onto a chair, sitting properly. Others also took their seats in succession. Even the big black bull came to sit by the table. Let's eat, we can talk while we eat. Elder Mo said with a gentle smile, casually serving Xiao Linger some dishes. Hee, thank you, Grandma. Shouldn't Grandma be called Mother? Xiao Linger giggled as she took a bowl. Elder Mo nodded with a smile. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly began. At that time, there was a secret realm in the Wuwang mountain range. I went with Senior Black Bull to investigate as instructed by the sect. But we were severely injured by the terrifying existence within the secret realm. At the brink of death, we were saved by Union, and that's how we survived. The big black bull who had been listening quietly nodded heavily. Later, Yunyan took the initiative to ask me to take her into the Tiandao Palace to cultivate. She saved my life and that of Black Bull, so I naturally agreed. Yunyan has a cold personality and doesn't like to talk to outsiders. Only Black Bull can be close to her. Elder Mo continued. The big black bull nodded in agreement. However, Yunyan is very diligent in her cultivation. Wherever there are treasures that aid cultivation, she would go for them. Regardless of the risks, she has faced near-death experiences several times. Yet the cultivation resources she desperately obtained would also be shared with me. It was precisely because of Yunyan's help that I was able to step into the tribulation stage. After entering the tribulation stage, I became an elder of the Tiandao Palace, and Yunyan became one of the 10 great disciples. Everything was originally progressing well, but who would have thought we would encounter the Yu family? That Yulin Fei forced Yunyan into marriage. Although I was an elder, I was powerless in the face of such a behemoth as the Yu family. I once thought of taking Yunyan and Black Bull away from the Tiandao Palace and fleeing this place. But the Yu family kept a close watch on us, and Yunyan was even placed under house arrest. Fortunately, Yunyan managed to escape on her own, and I subsequently sealed myself off, no longer interacting with anyone from the Tiandao Palace. Until a year ago, a couple came to find me. Elder Mo said slowly. At this point, her gaze inadvertently fell on Li Xingyue. By the way, the woman among that couple looks very much like you. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue trembled. May I ask, Senior, was their Dao title Qinglian Dao companion? She looked at her stunned and expectant. Elder Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems so. Could it be? Li Xingyue nodded in response. They are my parents. Her tone was full of surprise, as she hadn't expected to receive news of her parents here. What happened next? Mu Ling interjected. That couple found me and said that Yunyan is quite safe, so I should not worry. Elder Mo replied. This? Li Xingyue was left completely stunned. If that's the case, wouldn't her parents know Xiao Linger's mother? Suddenly, she recalled Ling Xin's words. She said her parents seemed to be following a powerful figure. Could it be that powerful figure is Xiao Linger's mother? Li Xingyue thought to herself. Did they mention a location? Mu Ling asked incisively. No. Elder Mo shook her head with a wry smile. I once asked that couple where Yunyan was. But they didn't dare tell me, as if Yunyan was hiding from a great enemy and couldn't easily reveal her location. Hiding from a great enemy, Mu Ling thought to herself. She quickly realized that this so-called great enemy should come from the immortal spirit realm, because she had already figured out that Xiao Linger's mother was also a reincarnated person. The only thing she found puzzling was why only Xiao Linger came to look for her mother. Who could cultivate such a 4-year-old Xiao Linger to a celestial level? The person who cultivated Xiao Linger must be extremely formidable. Why didn't they come themselves to help Xiao Linger find her mother? Mu Ling pondered. It will be very difficult for you to find Yunyan, unless she comes to look for you herself. Otherwise, you should stay here. Shall I let someone spread the news? Elder Mo continued. At this, Mu Ling and Li Xingyue exchanged a knowing glance. It's not safe, although I don't know what's going on with the young master's family. There must be a significant problem within, especially the enemy that the mistress wants to avoid. Based on my guess, the mistress is likely also a reincarnated person. Her enemy is very likely someone from the immortal spirit realm. If we recklessly spread the news, it wouldn't be wise. Mu Ling said after contemplating for a moment. It had lived for 100,000 years, so it was naturally very astute. Being able to cultivate a 4-year-old Xiao Linger to the celestial realm, the person behind Xiao Linger must also be extremely terrifying. Yet even so, that person did not personally come to search for Linger's mother. The only explanation is that they have some reservations. Hence they caused themselves to sneak out to find their mother. If news about Xiao Linger were to be released, and her enemies learned of it, it would instead become a danger. Elder Mo and Li Xingyue nodded in agreement. That's true. Then we can only use this girl's parents as a breakthrough. Elder Mo's gaze fell on Li Xingyue. Your parents know Yunyan's whereabouts. As long as we find your parents, we will definitely be able to find Yunyan. Of course, finding anyone is not easy. We can also split into 2 groups. I will look for the whereabouts of Qinglian Dao companion here while you go to the demon domain to search for clues. Mu Ling nodded at Li Xingyue. This is indeed a good plan. Moreover, what about the force that rescued the mistress back then? They could also serve as a breakthrough point. I don't know either. In fact, no one knows. That group seems to have appeared out of thin air in the true spirit realm, and no information can be found. The Yu family had once tried to investigate thoroughly, but in the end they found nothing. Elder Imo shook his head in reply. Doesn't the 100 Knowledge Pavilion know? Mu Ling frowned slightly. The 100 Knowledge Pavilion is said to know everything in the realm. It seems there isn't a secret in the true spirit realm that the 100 Knowledge Pavilion doesn't know. If the 100 Knowledge Pavilion knew, I believe Yin Yin would have long fallen victim to the Yu family schemes. Elder Imo chuckled. Indeed, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling nodded in agreement. If the 100 Knowledge Pavilion knew, the Yu family would have already traced the leads to little Linger's mother. However, we can ask the 100 Knowledge Pavilion about your parents. Elder Imo changed the subject, his gaze landing on Li Xingyue. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling and Li Xingyue's eyes instantly brightened. That's right. After all, the two of them had appeared in the Central State a year ago. They should be able to obtain news from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. In the end, the three discussed and established a plan. Elder Imo would help search for Li Xingyue's parents. They would take little Linger to the 100 Knowledge Pavilion to inquire about the Qinglian Dao companion's whereabouts. If there was nothing, they would head to the demon domain to see if they could find any clues. After having a meal, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling took little Linger to the 100 Knowledge Pavilion branch in Fuyin City. They were greeted by the arrival of the three. The plump man hurriedly came to welcome them. After all, he had received confirmed news. The Yu family had already been destroyed. Honored guests, please let me bring the best beast milk. While entertaining the three, the plump man spoke. Do you know any news about the Qinglian Dao companion? Without beating around the bush, Mu Ling directly asked. Qinglian Dao companion. The plump man's brows furrowed, and after a moment he replied, I have heard a little. The Qinglian Dao companion comes from the Xuanwu domain, the Xuanwu sacred land. They were once pursued by the Shura sect and later disappeared without a trace. They had appeared in Fuyin City a year ago. After listening, Li Xingyue's expression changed. Her parents had actually been pursued. Do you know their current whereabouts? Mu Ling glanced at Li Xingyue and then asked. I haven't paid too much attention, but give me some time and I should be able to find them. The plump man replied immediately. All right, help us find these two. Why were they pursued by the Shura sect? Mu Ling asked again. Clearly this was to help Li Xingyue inquire. Li Xingyue also cast a grateful glance at him. As for little Linger, she sat quietly on the side, sipping the beast milk. For a secret technique in their hands. It seems to be a strange technique for creating spirit bodies. The plump man thought for a moment and replied. After hearing this, Li Xingyue's body involuntarily trembled. She had not forgotten what Long Wu had said. Speaking of which, the Qinglian Dao companion is also quite pitiful. The plump man, oblivious to Li Xingyue's unusual reaction, continued. Oh. Mu Ling looked at him with great interest. According to the news we have at the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, the Qinglian Dao companion was pursued by the Xuanwu sacred land for helping their daughter create a spirit body. And they were even accused of colluding with the Poison Spirit clan. But the truth is they were set up by someone. The plump man chuckled. What kind of setup? Li Xingyue hurriedly asked. Hey, actually, that so-called spirit body creation technique is an incomplete evil art from ancient times, a technique of grafting. As the name suggests, this grafting is about attaching someone else's things to oneself. This technique has always been controlled by the Shura sect. Unfortunately, due to the incompleteness of the technique, the Shura sect cannot truly achieve grafting. However, among thousands of people there will always be prodigies. Since they cannot do it themselves, they sought out prodigies. The plump man sat on the chair, speaking confidently. Hearing this, Li Xingyue understood. So the Shura sect handed this technique over to the Xuanwu sacred land. In the end, it ended up in my parents' hands. She chimed in. No. The plump man shook his head, taking a while to say each word. It was arranged to be in your parents' hands. Arranged. Li Xingyue frowned. Your parents as the recognized strongest geniuses of the Xuanwu domain. Both talent and comprehension are excellent, yet they only had a mediocre daughter. Thus Wu Tianxiu helped the couple by sending the grafting technique out. This Wu Tianxiu is also quite a character, having grasped the weakness of being parents. Your parents lived up to expectations and truly deciphered this grafting technique, creating you. This technique is against the heavens, especially for forces without good seedlings. To prevent the technique from leaking out, your parents had to die. This is also why even after hundreds of years, the Xuanwu sacred land has not given up on pursuing your parents. The plump man said slowly. It turned out to be like this. After hearing it, Li Xingyue's expression was extremely complicated. All right, once we have their news, we will go to Elder Mo's cave at the Tiandao Palace. Mu Ling spoke upon seeing this. Yes. The plump man nodded respectfully. Subsequently, the three left the 100 Knowledge Pavilion and returned to Elder Mo's cave. In that case, let's wait here for a while. If there is no news, we will head to the demon domain. Yunyan must be safe now. Elder Mo pondered aloud. Linger, what do you think? Li Xingyue did not act on her own, but looked at little Linger. Okay, the dishes made by Grandma are delicious. I want to eat them for several days. Little Linger responded with a smile. All right, I'll make you delicious food every day. Elder Mo smiled gently. All right, Big Nyonyo, let's go out to play. Little Linger excitedly set her gaze landing on the big black bull. Meeting her gaze, the big black bull immediately stiffened. It feared that little Linger still had her eyes on its two big bells. However, seeing the anticipation in little Linger's eyes, it stood up and went out to play with her. One person and one bull quickly walked out of the cave. Big Nyo Nyo, shall we go pick vegetables? Little Linger grabbed the big black bull's horns and said, Moo. Upon hearing this, the big black bull was taken aback. This is what you call playing. Without waiting for it to respond, little Linger pulled its horns and entered the void. Soon a good part of the day passed like this. Little Linger and the big black bull returned to the front of the cave. Hee, there are so many vegetables here, it's so easy to pick. She skipped happily in front of the big black bull, while the big black bull quietly followed behind, not daring to speak. Right now it had only one thought. The central state is definitely going to explode. Because in this half a day, little Linger had taken it to visit all the immortal medicine gardens of the superpowers in the central state. Watching the little Linger bouncing ahead, the wise eyes of the big black bull glimmered with confusion as Linger had gone to another faction's medicinal herb garden to collect spiritual herbs. Not a single person came to stop her, as if those medicinal herb gardens were untamed wilderness. When Linger went to pick the spiritual herbs, the little gourd secretly activated a shield to block all sensing, making her collection of the elixirs completely undetected. Grandma, sister, we are back. Linger bounced into the cave and cheerfully shouted, Where did you go to play? Elder Mo looked at her gently, his face full of affection. I went with the bull to pick vegetables. We collected a lot, Linger said with a cheerful smile. Picking vegetables. Elder Mo was momentarily stunned. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged knowing glances, both sharing the same thought. The central state was about to explode. After all, Linger and the big black bull had been gone for half a day. A whole half a day. Enough time to visit many medicinal gardens. Yes, this is for you, Grandma. Linger nodded, pouring the contents of the little gourd in front of Elder Mo. Instantly, radiant light burst forth. A pile of spiritual herbs fell before Elder Mo, forming a small mound. Hiss. Seeing so many spiritual herbs, Elder Mo immediately gasped in shock. Heavenly Star Grass. Isn't this a spiritual herb unique to the Heavenly Star sect? And this Xinming bamboo seems to be a unique herb of the Yinling sect. Qingtian Shuanting, a spiritual herb unique to the Evergreen sect. Soul-shaping flower, ice fire, sacred lotus, fengshi grass. Hisslinger, where did you get these spiritual herbs? She murmured, her heart filled with amazement, for every single spiritual herb Linger took out was unique to the major factions. These spiritual herbs are generally not sold to the public. Therefore, there are virtually none available in the market of Central State. Even if scattered cultivators occasionally obtain them, the major factions would swiftly act to snatch them away. How could Linger possess so many precious spiritual herbs? I picked them, Linger innocently replied. She then approached Li Xingyue and said, Sister, this is for you. After saying this, she poured from the little gourd, once again spilling a heap of precious spiritual herbs. Even for the little dog. Under Elder Mo's astonished gaze, she poured a bit towards Mu Ling, though not as many as for Li Xingyue and Elder Mo. Thank you, young mistress, Mu Ling quickly expressed. These spiritual herbs were immensely useful for her, at least allowing her cultivation to rise to the next level. Linger, did you really pick these? Elder Mo spoke with a serious tone. Yes, they were easy to pick, there were vast patches of them. Linger obediently nodded. Elder Mo almost choked, easy to pick. A vast expanse of them. She was now certain that Linger had visited the medicinal gardens of the major factions in Central State. Moreover, with such a quantity of spiritual herbs, it was clear that she must have picked from every medicinal garden. Old Black Linger is naive, but why are you all so ignorant? Elder Mo looked at the big black bull. She knew how powerful Linger was. However, each top faction in Central State had a long-standing heritage. If they all came knocking, it wouldn't be a joke. The big black bull felt wronged, its bovine face full of grievance. It wasn't that it didn't understand, but it simply had no way to oppose Linger, as her power was terrifying. It couldn't resist at all, and could only be dragged by the horns, following along to visit one medicinal garden after another. Elder Mo, the palace master wants you to go for a meeting. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's expression suddenly changed, as she had already guessed the content of the meeting. Linger, I will be back soon, just stay here and don't go out again. Wait for Grandma to come back and cook something delicious for you, okay? Elder Mo said helplessly. Okay. Linger nodded happily. Sighing deeply, Elder Mo left the cave and headed straight to the meeting hall of the Tiandao Palace. At this time, the hall was already filled with people. At the very top sat Ouyang Tianxian. Elder Mo has arrived, please take a seat, please take a seat. Yes, Elder Mo, please. Seeing Elder Mo's arrival, everyone smiled and spoke. By now, all the senior members of the Tiandao Palace were aware of the incident concerning the destruction of the Yu family. Moreover, the ruthless individual who eradicated the Yu family was currently in Elder Mo's cave. Therefore, their attitude towards Elder Mo was naturally very polite. Elder Mo nodded calmly, and then found a place to sit. The reason I called everyone here is due to the theft of spiritual herbs. All the medicinal gardens of the major factions have been robbed, including our Tiandao Palace. After Elder Mo sat down, Ouyang Tianxian spoke. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Elder Mo sighed inwardly. Yes, now the entire central state is in a state of panic. We must catch that culprit. Exactly, the items of our Tiandao Palace are not so easily taken. Yes, after catching the culprit, we must publicly announce the punishment. The elders of the Tiandao Palace spoke one after another. Damn. Hearing their words, Ouyang Tianxian almost fell off his chair. Such words should not be said recklessly. If you want to die, that's your business, but don't drag me into it. Ouyang Tianxian thought to himself. Ever since he learned about the theft of the spiritual herbs from the major factions, he knew it was Linger's doing. For throughout Central State, only the mysterious and formidable Linger possessed the ability to enter the medicinal gardens, pick the herbs without being noticed. Now these elders were calling for death and punishment. If this reached Linger's ears, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for the Tiandao Palace. Everyone shut up. Ouyang Tianxian discreetly glanced at Elder Mo and suddenly shouted. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell silent. This matter we at the Tiandao Palace will treat as if it never happened, do you understand? Ouyang Tianxian swept his gaze over everyone and said with solemnity. What? As soon as these words were spoken, a series of question marks floated in the minds of those present. They looked at Ouyang Tianxian in bewilderment, all doubting whether their ears had gone wrong. The Tiandao Palace's medicinal garden lost most of its spiritual herbs. How could they treat it as if nothing had happened? Moreover, the person who stole the spiritual herbs had visited the medicinal gardens of the major factions. The quantity of spiritual herbs on her must be enormous. Such a fat sheep, how could the Tiandao Palace let it go? Humph, put away your thoughts. I will say this, whoever dares to get involved in this matter or pursue this matter will be expelled from the Tiandao Palace, including all blood relatives. Ouyang Tianxian snorted coldly, warning them. That was a person whom even the Spirit King would treat with great respect. Even the combined top forces of Central State would not be enough for her to swat down. Want to covet her? It's akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine, seeking death. What? Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback. This. The crowd exchanged glances, frowning. For in their impression, Ouyang Tianxian was a person who dared to risk his life. How could he directly give up such a massive opportunity to obtain spiritual herbs? Shouldn't he be fighting for it? Yet now not only was he avoiding a fight, but he was also pretending that nothing happened and even forbidding anyone from getting involved. Palace Master, do you know who did this? After a moment of silence, an elder asked. Her, the Tiandao Palace cannot provoke, nor can the entire Central State's super factions combined. Understand? Ouyang Tianxian snorted coldly and replied. After hearing this, the many elders were filled with question marks. They looked at Ouyang Tianxian with expressions of disbelief, as if to say, do you even hear what you're saying? Adding a chapter owed from yesterday, 5 updates in total. How about a little gift just for love? Consider it feeding the dog. The elders looked at Ouyang Tianxian, their eyes filled with confusion. The Tiandao Palace, as a level 9 immortal mansion, boasted 10 powerful figures at the 9 tribulation realm. Moreover, there was a terrifying ancient formation. It could be said that even when facing a true immortal, the Tiandao Palace had the capital to fight. But what did Ouyang Tianxian say? He claimed it was untouchable. Of course, if it were only the Tiandao Palace that was untouchable, that would be one thing. Yet he went on to say that even the combined might of all the superpowers in Zhongzhou was not enough. This was somewhat bewildering. One must know that Zhongzhou, as the stabilizing force of the true spirit world, had all its superpowers with legacies spanning over 1,000,000 years. The foundation was extraordinarily formidable. In fact, some forces had even survived the 9 tribulation immortal thunder tribulation without ascending. If these forces united, there would be no race in the true spirit world that could withstand them. Even the alien worlds could be destroyed. Now facing someone who had stolen an immortal herb, Ouyang Tianxian actually said that even the combined might of all the superpowers in Zhongzhou was insufficient. How could they not be astonished? How could they dare to believe it? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well? Ouyang Tianxian coldly snorted. If it were an ordinary true immortal, the Tiandao Palace would certainly not fear. After all, the Tiandao Palace was a force with a legacy of millions of years. Aside from its terrifying foundation, it also had several ancestors who had ascended to the immortal spirit realm. In the face of an ordinary true immortal, the Tiandao Palace had the confidence to fight. Even any ancient level 9 immortal mansion dared to contend with a true immortal. However, this only applied to ordinary true immortals without a background. But what about Xiaolinger? She was someone who even an immortal king must pay respect to. With a legacy spanning millions of years, the Tiandao Palace had several ancestors who ascended to the immortal spirit realm, and naturally, they understood it far better than ordinary people. The first of which was the classification of realms in the immortal spirit realm: true immortal earth, immortal heaven, immortal golden, immortal king, immortal venerable, immortal saint, and the legendary Immortal Emperor. As the master of the Tiandao Palace, Ouyang Tianxian was very aware of the significance of an immortal king in the immortal spirit realm. If the Tiandao Palace were to encounter a powerful figure at the immortal king realm, even with a deep foundation, they would have to ascend as a whole sect. Even the ancestors of the Tiandao Palace who had stabilized their footing in the immortal spirit realm could not withstand such a force. Yet the terrifying immortal king would have to bow and smile respectfully in the presence of Xiaolinger. This clearly showed how terrifying Xiaolinger's background was. Ouyang Tianxian estimated that even in the immortal spirit realm, there were probably very few who would dare to touch Xiaolinger. Such a being, not to mention the entire superpowers of the true spirit world combining forces. Even accounting for the monster domain and those alien worlds, they would likely be insufficient before Xiaolinger. I have said enough, take care of yourselves. Ouyang Tianxian glanced at everyone and said. After finishing, his gaze fell upon Elder Mo, his face full of respect. Elder Mo, if that little predecessor has any requests, you must fulfill them. Rest assured, whatever she desires, as long as the Tiandao Palace has it, we shall give it without charge. What? Upon hearing this, all the elders present were taken aback. Without charge? What kind of joke was this? Master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yes, if she wants the Tiandao Palace's legacy immortal treasures, would you also give them away for free? Master, think carefully. They hastily spoke up, their eyes revealing confusion. Just to wipe out the Yu family, is it worth Ouyang Tianxian's attitude like this? Although the Yu family was powerful in the eyes of the Tiandao Palace, they were just that. The reason the Tiandao Palace chose to turn a blind eye to the Yu family's misdeeds was that the Yu family held great value to them. If they truly wanted to annihilate the Yu family, the Tiandao Palace was certainly capable of doing so. Shut up. Ouyang Tianxian cast a glance at everyone and said coldly. After witnessing Xiaolinger's terror, he had only one thought. One could only befriend her, never offend her. Otherwise, the Tiandao Palace would surely follow the Yu family's footsteps. Is the master serious? Facing Ouyang Tianxian's gaze, Elder Mo slowly spoke. Of course, I wonder what that little predecessor needs, eh? Ouyang Tianxian nodded heavily. There is indeed one matter that requires the master's assistance. Elder Mo thought for a moment and continued. Linger has a maid named Li Xingyue. This person came with Linger from the Xuanwu domain, and her purpose is to find her parents. That girl's parents are known as the Qinglian Dao couple. Could the master arrange for someone to help search for them? She spoke slowly, not mentioning that Xiaolinger herself wanted to find her mother. The reason for this was naturally due to Mu Ling's analysis. No matter what, Xiaolinger's identity could not be directly revealed. Of course, this was also their own idea. If they knew about Lu Ming behind Xiaolinger, they would not have such concerns. Qinglian Dao couple. Alright, no problem. Is there anything else? Ouyang Tianxian nodded heavily. Finding two people was merely a matter of a sentence for him. After all, as one of the superpowers in Zhongzhou, the Tiandao Palace had many forces under its wing. Finding two was not a difficult task. That's all. I thank the master on behalf of Linger. I still need to go back to cook for Linger, so I shall take my leave now. Elder Mo shook her head and said. She seemed unwilling to stay with the people of the Tiandao Palace. Alright, this is a big deal, Elder Mo, please. Ouyang Tianxian quickly nodded. As soon as these words were spoken, the other elders were puzzled. A big deal? Are you kidding? Cooking is considered a big deal. They exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. Master, my little great-grandson hasn't eaten yet. I also need to go prepare a meal for him. Suddenly one elder stepped forward and spoke. Master, so do I. Me too. Then several other elders followed suit. Clearly they all wanted to leave. Is that so? Ouyang Tianxian glanced at them and then waved his hand, saying, if you haven't eaten, then you haven't eaten. Oh, if you're hungry, then be hungry. We still have matters to discuss. Your little great-grandsons won't starve to death. What? The elders who spoke were immediately dumbfounded. What kind of words were those? Then Elder Mo. One elder spoke somewhat unwillingly. Why could she leave to cook while they could not? Elder Mo is Elder Mo, you are you, it's not the same. All of you sit down, and we still have matters to discuss. Ouyang Tianxian raised his eyelids and said lightly. Elder Mo was going to cook for Linger. Even if he had 100 bear gall, he would not dare to stop her. The elders. They looked at Ouyang Tianxian with resentful eyes, all with a strange expression of, Master, you have changed. Alright, let's talk about the matter of the Xianyan secret realm. The Xianyan secret realm is about to open. Oh, are you not preparing to let your lineage participate? Ouyang Tianxian waved his hand. The Immortal Cloud secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered slightly. The Immortal Cloud secret realm is one of the most precious secret realms in Zhongzhou, as it is abundant in immortal herbs. It is said that this secret realm was formed by a lineage of spiritual plants from the immortal spirit world. This secret realm opens once every 10,000 years, containing numerous immortal herbs within. One could say that the Immortal Cloud secret realm is the source of immortal herbs for the major superpowers in Zhongzhou. However, there are restrictions in the secret realm, allowing only those at the Emperor Venerable realm and below to enter. Currently, the major powers have suffered serious losses in their immortal herbs. Therefore, the competition this time will be extremely fierce. You should also bring forth your top talents, do you understand? Ouyang Tianxian sighed, deeply, speaking somewhat helplessly. The Tiandao Palace has a total of 10 peaks, each harboring a secretly nurtured super genius. These geniuses are the future of the Tiandao Palace. However, due to Little Linger having taken most of the immortal herbs, now only these super geniuses can go to the Immortal Cloud secret realm to replenish the herb garden. Yes. The elders nodded heavily. Time passed swiftly, and soon 5 days had gone by. In Elder Mo's cave dwelling at the Tiandao Palace. Are you saying my parents entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm? Li Xingyue looked at the chubby man with narrowed brows. That's right. The chubby man nodded firmly and continued. Your parents, for some unknown reason, have been secretly spreading the news that Ji Xian of the Ji family is the reincarnation of an immortal king. In the end, they were hunted down by the Ji family, and they disappeared in a spatial rift. That rift is precisely where the Immortal Cloud secret realm is located. According to our analysis at the Baishao Pavilion, that spatial rift was caused by the imminent opening of the Immortal Cloud secret realm resulting from the fluctuation of restrictions. Thus, it is highly likely that your parents entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm ahead of time. Li Xingyue pondered, glancing at Mu Ling. If that's the case, then let's go check out the Immortal Cloud secret realm. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ling said, currently the Qinglian Dao companion is the key to Little Linger finding her mother. If they can indeed find the Qinglian Dao companion in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, it would mean helping Little Linger locate her mother. They definitely have to go to this Immortal Cloud secret realm. My Baishao Pavilion will also send people into the Immortal Cloud secret realm. This is the token from our pavilion master. Those who see this token shall regard it as seeing the pavilion master. If several seniors enter the Immortal Cloud secret realm, they can use this token to command the people of Baishao Pavilion at will. The chubby man smiled slightly, taking out a black token and placing it on the table. Hey, your Baishao Pavilion certainly knows how to conduct itself. Mu Ling chuckled lightly and directly accepted the token. She had heard of the Immortal Cloud secret realm. The interior is vast, even larger than the ancient battlefield. Finding the Qinglian Dao companion within it would naturally be better with more people. I wish you all the best. I'll take my leave now. The chubby man smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Once the young master calls us back, we'll head to the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Mu Ling said to Li Xingyue. For the past 2 days, Little Linger had been spending time with the big black bull. Every time she went out, she took a long time to return. Of course, each time she came back, she would bring various heavenly treasures. All right. Li Xingyue nodded and began to cultivate after speaking. With Little Linger's provisions, her cultivation realm was rising rapidly. At this moment, she had already reached the later stage of the integration realm. Mu Ling glanced at her and also closed her eyes to rest. Little Linger had not yet returned. Elder Mo hurried back. Her news was identical to what the chubby man had provided. The Qinglian Dao companion was highly likely to have entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm ahead of time. The palace master said that once inside the secret realm, everyone from the Tiandao Palace will assist in the search. Elder Mo spoke while sipping tea. All right. Mu Ling nodded lightly. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a fool. Since the Tiandao Palace is willing to contribute, let them do so. Free labor, wouldn't it be a pity not to use it? He granny him back. At that moment, Little Linger's cheerful voice echoed. Following that, she bounced in from outside with the big black bull following behind with a deep voice. In its wise eyes, there was a mix of fear and awe towards Little Linger. She was too terrifying. She actually ran directly into the deep territory of the Sea clan, capturing their ancestor. It should be noted that this ancestor is a powerful being at the 9 tribulations realm. Where did you go to play? Elder Mo gently patted her little head, asking softly. I went fishing with the bull. Hee, I caught a really big fish. Little Linger replied cheerfully. Fishing. Both Elder Mo and Li Xingyue were taken aback. MHM. Little Linger nodded and then took out a small gourd. She opened the lid and poured it onto the ground. In an instant, a gigantic fish appeared in the cave dwelling. This is... Looking at the giant fish, Elder Mo's face suddenly changed drastically. The 6-eyed flying fish. And it's one that has all 6 eyes already opened. Mu Ling was also left dumbfounded. The 6-eyed flying fish is indeed a powerful clan within the Sea clan. Their most formidable trait lies in their eyes. It is said that each eye opened grants a fearsome supernatural ability. Having lived for several 100,000 years, she had naturally seen a 6-eyed flying fish. But the most formidable ones were those with 4 eyes fully opened. Seeing one with all 6 eyes open was something she had never encountered before. Moo. The big black bull let out a low sound. Are you saying this is the ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish? Elder Mo asked, slightly dumbfounded. The ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish was in her memory a 7 tribulations immortal beast, equivalent to a 7 tribulations realm powerhouse among the human race. Moo. The big black bull nodded and let out 2 more sounds. This. Elder Immo was left in a daze after hearing this. Because the big black bull stated that little Linger went to capture the ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish simply because they were playing by the sea, and while little Linger was picking up shells, she was splashed by a small 6-eyed flying fish. In the end, little Linger chased that little 6-eyed flying fish for half the sea area, ultimately tracking down the ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish. This child. Elder Immo couldn't help but smile, wryly unsure of what to say. To dare directly run to the lair of the 6-eyed flying fish to capture their ancestor, only little Linger would have the courage to do so. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling could not help but laugh. The ancestor of the 6-eyed flying fish must have died with its eyes wide open all because of a splash of seawater from a little creature of its own clan, leading to its downfall. Granny, can we have grilled fish today? Little Linger cheerfully asked. All right, let's eat grilled fish, Elder Immo replied with a smile, knowing that even she could enhance her cultivation by eating it. Linger, we're going to the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. My father and mother have entered the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. As long as we find them, we can locate your mother. Really? Little Linger exclaimed. Will I be able to see my mother very soon? Upon hearing this, her round eyes seemed to brighten significantly. Yes. Li Xingyue nodded with a smile. As long as we enter the Xianyan Secret Realm and find her parents, we will learn the whereabouts of Bai Yunyan from them. At that time, it will naturally be when Xiao Linger meets Bai Yunyan. Wow, that's great. I will get to see my mother. Xiao Linger exclaimed, jumping up joyfully in the cave. Nunyo, I can see my mother now. Grandma, I can see my mother now. Hee. Little puppy, I can see my mother now. She dashed in front of the big black cow and then ran to Elder Immo, expressing her excitement. Watching her bouncy little figure was heartwarming. Both Elder Immo and Li Xingyue, as well as Mu Ling, were touched by the joyful Xiao Linger, and smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. Even the seemingly wise big black cow grinned, showing its 2 prominent front teeth, which made it look even more endearing. Linger, eat your fill first. Only when you are full can you go look for your mother better. Elder Immo said with a loving smile, though a hint of reluctance flickered in his murky eyes. She knew in her heart that the time of parting had come. Would Xiao Linger return after this departure? Although she had only interacted with Xiao Linger for 2 or 3 days. However, the lively, active, and slightly silly Xiao Linger was like a beam of bright light illuminating her previously desolate heart. If possible, she wished Xiao Linger could stay and accompany her more. But she knew that was not feasible. Life is a process of continual farewells. She could not keep Xiao Linger, nor could Xiao Linger remain by her side. All she could do was prepare a grand meal with cherished ingredients for Xiao Linger before their parting. Not only Elder Immo felt this way. The big black cow felt the same. It looked at Xiao Linger, its big bell-like eyes filled with reluctance. If Elder Immo was akin to a grandmother, then the big black cow resembled an uncle, especially over the past few days. Every day it took Xiao Linger out to play, bought her candied hawthorn, took her fishing, and watched shadow puppets, among other things. These little seemingly trivial matters became needles that pierced deep into the heart of the big black cow on the eve of parting. Xiao Linger nodded earnestly. As Elder Immo busied himself in the kitchen, a large table full of delicious and fragrant food soon appeared in the cave. Wow, it smells so good, and it's so sumptuous. Xiao Linger gazed at the large table of delicacies, drooling. Then I will eat a lot. Elder Immo sat beside her, smiling gently as he served her dishes. The big black cow remained silent, squatting to Xiao Linger's left. All right, thank you, Grandma. Xiao Linger tilted her head, smiling, as if she were a happy little sprite, hardly feeling any sadness. Moo. Upon seeing Elder Immo serve Xiao Linger, the big black cow steadied its chopsticks with its hooves and frantically served food into Xiao Linger's bowl. Thank you, big cow. Xiao Linger smiled at it as well. Time passed as Elder Immo and the big black cow continuously served Xiao Linger. Soon the meal quietly came to an end. Little Senior, we are ready to set off for the Xianyan Secret Realm now. At that moment, Ouyang Tiangshuan's voice came from outside the cave. Upon hearing this, both Elder Immo and the big black cow trembled. The time to part had arrived. Linger, go ahead and join the people from Tiandao Palace. This is the spiritual meal I prepared for you. You can eat it when you're hungry. Elder Immo gently stroked Xiao Linger's head and handed her a storage ring. Moo. The big black cow let out a roar and surprisingly spat out a storage ring as well. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling said nothing, only watching silently. Grandma Big Cow. Seemingly aware of the impending farewell, Xiao Linger's mood lowered as well. Don't worry, it's okay. Once you find your mother, come back to visit us, alright? Elder Immo smiled slightly, though her smile seemed a bit stiff. Moo. The big black cow nudged Xiao Linger gently with its head. Alright, Grandma Big Cow, once I find my mother, I will definitely come back to see you. Xiao Linger nodded, patted the big black cow's head, and hugged Elder Immo. Alright, go ahead. Elder Immo nodded, her eyes a bit moist. After speaking, she took the initiative to escort Xiao Linger out of the cave. The big black cow silently followed behind. Upon exiting the cave, Ouyang Tianxian was already waiting outside. Grandma Big Black Cow, I'm leaving now. Xiao Linger sat on Mu Ling's back waving at the two of them. Both Elder Mo and the big black cow smiled and nodded. In their gaze, Xiao Linger and her companions gradually disappeared into the horizon. Even though they could no longer see Xiao Linger and her companions outside the cave, Elder Mo and the big black cow still stared into the distance, lost in thought. After a long while, Elder Mo reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Old Black, it's just the two of us left again. Sigh, this cave has become quiet once more. We are merely passers-by in Linger's life. She has a broader and more splendid world ahead of her. To have been able to accompany her for 2 days is already a blessing for us. Elder Mo stroked the big black cow's head. Moo. The big black cow nodded, its bell-like eyes filled with reluctance and tears. How old are you now, still crying? This isn't a life and death parting. Elder Mo gently stroked its head and spoke softly. Moo. The big black cow retorted unhappily. I didn't cry, it's just that the wind is a bit strong and sand got in my eyes. On the flying boat of Tiandao Palace, Linger, this parting is only temporary. Once you find your mother, you can also come back to play with the big black cow and have grandma cook for you. Li Xingyue comforted the somewhat downcast Xiao Linger. Sister. Xiao Linger looked at her, her round eyes sparkling with tears. It's okay, once you find your mother, you can come back to see them. Li Xingyue reassured her. Mom, once I find my mother, I will take grandma and the big black cow to the village. Let grandma cook delicious food for me every day. Xiao Linger nodded vigorously. Okay, Li Xingyue echoed. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. When the flying boat of Tiandao Palace came to a stop, it was already noon the next day. Little senior, we have arrived at the location of the Xianyun secret realm. Ouyang Tiangshuan's voice came from outside. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue pulled Xiao Linger out of the elegant room. The first thing she saw upon opening the door was Ouyang Tianxian. Behind him stood the super talents of Tiandao Palace. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Linger with curious eyes. It was the first time they had seen Ouyang Tianxian treat someone so politely. Xiao Linger also curiously examined the people of Tiandao Palace with her round bright eyes. Little senior, there is still a quarter of an hour until the Xianyun secret realm opens. Once inside the secret realm, the people of Tiandao Palace will be at your disposal. Ouyang Tianxian smiled at Xiao Linger, trying his best to appear amiable. Oh, sister, there are so many vegetables inside. Xiao Linger nodded, looking ahead at the mountains, and spoke. After finishing, she stepped forward on her own. Little senior, don't. Ouyang Tianxian exclaimed urgently. The Xianyun secret realm has not yet opened. If she barges in, the consequences would be dire. In the past, a powerful cultivator at the 9 tribulations stage attempted to forcefully enter the Xianyun secret realm only to meet a tragic end. What does she want to do? I don't know. Is she really planning to force her way into the Xianyun secret realm? Indeed, the restrictions of the Xianyun secret realm can easily annihilate even powerful beings at the 9 tribulations stage. Though she is strong, there's no way she could force her way in, right? The others from the Tiandao Palace looked at Xiao Linger and discussed amongst themselves. The idea of forcibly entering the Xianyun secret realm is deeply ingrained in the bones of the people of Zhongzhou. For thousands of years, many have attempted to breach the Xianyun secret realm. After all, it is rich in immortal herbs. If one could break in, they would never lack for cultivation resources. However, for thousands of years, those who tried to forcibly enter the Xianyun secret realm have turned to ashes before the restrictions, without exception. This includes several rogue cultivators at the 9 tribulations stage. Thus, in the eyes of the people of Zhongzhou, the only way to enter the Xianyun secret realm is to wait patiently for it to open on its own. Now Xiao Linger appears to be trying to force her way in. How could they not be astonished? Not only the Tiandao Palace members, but people from other factions also noticed Xiao Linger. Look, that little girl. Who is this mischievous child? How dare she come to the Xianyun secret realm? It seems she just came out from the Tiandao Palace flying boat. What on earth does this child want to do? Could it be that she wants to forcibly enter the Xianyun secret realm? Forcing one's way in, what a joke. This Xianyun secret realm is known as the burial ground for those who attempt to break in. Who in Zhongzhou would dare to do so? Yes, even the most elite 9-level immortal mansions do not dare to force their way in. They always wait patiently for the Xianyun secret realm to open. The ignorant are fearless after all, as she looks like just a 4 or 5-year-old child. Various discussions intertwined, and at that moment, almost everyone who wanted to enter the Xianyun secret realm for cultivation resources focused their gaze on Xiao Linger. There was no choice. Xiao Linger's actions were simply too conspicuous. Master, what do you think? On the warship of the Baishao Pavilion, the chubby man glanced at Xiao seeking advice from the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was none other than the master of Baishao Pavilion, Bailey 1. What do I think? Naturally, I see with my eyes, he said after taking a sip of wine. Chubby man. Hearing this, his expression stiffened. Indeed, one phrase from you is worth 1,000 words. He silently complained, never expecting such a nonsensical answer. Isn't this person carrying numerous immortal treasures? Immortal treasures possess spirit. I suspect they were arranged by the person behind her. It's akin to having a protective guardian. Yet in this case, none of those immortal treasures have come out to stop her. Why do you think that is? Balewen glanced at the chubby man, speaking calmly. What you mean is... The chubby man was instantly startled. If those immortal treasures really are acting as guardians, their failure to appear now indicates that the Xianyan secret realm poses no threat to Xiaolinger. But how could that be possible? That is the Xianyan secret realm, a terrifying place that has claimed the lives of several who attempted to force their way in. Perhaps it seems impossible for others, but this girl might truly have the capability. It seems Balewen saw through the chubby man's thoughts and calmly continued, according to the ancient texts passed down in my Baishao pavilion. The Xianyan secret realm is a very powerful immortal mansion herbal garden in the immortal spirit realm. The chubby man still expressed disbelief. His implication was quite clear. The restrictions of the Xianyan secret realm are a genuine immortal formation. Though Xiaolinger is strong, he did not deny that. However, she shouldn't be able to ignore an immortal formation, right? Hey, just watch, Balewen replied with a soft laugh, providing no further explanation. He had already gathered some insights from Ouyang Tianxian. That is a terrifying existence that even an immortal king must treat with great respect. In the immortal spirit realm, to gain the respect of an immortal king requires at least the cultivation of an immortal sovereign. In other words, the person behind Xiaolinger is at least a terrifying figure of immortal sovereign level. Such beings are rare in the immortal spirit realm. As for the Xianyan secret realm, it is merely a remnant of an immortal mansion that has already been destroyed. With just an immortal formation protecting it, how could it possibly stop Xiaolinger, who hails from an immortal sovereign family? Unless this Xianyan secret realm was originally a force of immortal sovereign level. But if that were truly the case, how could it have been easily destroyed? Even if it were destroyed, how could the immortal spirit realm simply relinquish a herbal garden left behind by an immortal sovereign force to the true spirit realm? Therefore, Balewen was confident. The restrictions that can hold back all strong practitioners of the true spirit realm will certainly not be able to stop Xiaolinger, a being of terrifying origins. Master, do you know something? The chubby man looked at him suspiciously. Don't ask. I don't know anything, Balewen replied with a gentle smile. Chubby man. All right, so this is how we play it. He muttered in his heart, no longer speaking, and silently watched. At this moment, Xiaolinger in front of the Xianyan secret realm seemed to be oblivious to the surrounding voices of Ouyang Tianxian and did not refute. She quietly took out an old and worn short blade. Mother, I'm here to find you, Xiaolinger murmured to herself. Then she gently swiped the short blade in front of her. Instantly, a terrifying crack appeared in the restrictions of the Xianyan secret realm. Sister little puppy, let's go in. After cutting through the restrictions of the Xianyan secret realm, Xiaolinger turned to Li Xingyue and Mu Ling. Silence. The entire scene fell into a terrifying silence. People from various factions stared dumbfounded at the crack behind Xiaolinger. It opened. The Xianyan secret realm, which is said to only allow waiting and not forcing entry, was so easily opened by a 4 or 5-year-old child. What a joke. OMG, today is intense. I must be dreaming. This must be an illusion. What the hell, why are you hitting me? I just want to see if I'm dreaming. Heavens, she just opened the Xianyan secret realm like that. Who is this person to possess such terrifying abilities? When did the Tiandao Palace have such a terrifying figure? I remember now, isn't this the one who caused trouble for the Yu family before? Yes, it's her. There are rumors that the Yu family has been completely destroyed. Could it be? After a long while, everyone finally reacted and started to speak. Their tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Some even recognized Xiaolinger. After all, many had attended the wedding banquet at the Yu family. Of course, besides shock, they were more curious. Curious about what kind of existence Xiaolinger truly is. Not to mention annihilating the Yu family. Now she so effortlessly opened the restrictions of the Xianyan secret realm. Is she really someone who should exist in the true spirit realm? P.S. Sorry, I know I've been updating less these past 2 days. It's not that I don't want to update more, but I've caught a cold and really can't muster the energy. Everyone rest assured, once I feel better, I will update more. I truly apologize, everyone. People from various factions voiced their frustrations. One must realize that Xiaolinger appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. At such a tender age, 90% of children are still playing in the mud. Even the great immortal sects only teach such children to recognize characters or cultivate an interest in various skills planning for their future. But what about Xiaolinger? She suddenly emerged in central state, not only destroying the top-ranked Yu family with thunderous methods, but also effortlessly unlocking the restrictions of the Xianyan secret realm in front of so many factions. Both the annihilation of the Yu family and the unlocking of the Xianyan secret realm are things that should not happen in the true spirit realm. Even those ancient monsters who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years in the 9 tribulations realm could never achieve such feats. Yet the mere 4-year-old Xiaolinger accomplished this. Moreover, she seemed to do it with ease. Such an astonishing feat. Who would not be astonished, who would not be shaken? Not to mention ordinary people, even Ouyang Tianxuan, who had just reminded Xiaolinger, stood there dumbfounded. He stared at the entrance behind Xiaolinger. He could not help but rub his eyes, seemingly trying to confirm if he was misseeing things due to old age. In his view, Xiao Linger's most impressive trait lies in her terrifying origins. As for her abilities, they should only be average. However, now it seems that Ouyang Tianxian realized he might have been mistaken. Xiao Linger not only has a frightening background, but is also extraordinarily capable. Otherwise, how could she have so easily opened the Xianyan secret realm? Let's go, why are you in a daze? Mu Ling said to Li Xingyue. It seemed she was not surprised at all by Xiao Linger's ability to unlock the Xianyan secret realm. Oh, Li Xingyue hurriedly nodded. The girl and the dog quickly arrived behind Xiao Linger. Sister, little dog, let's go inside to find mother. Xiao Linger cheerfully put away her knife. All right, let's go. Li Xingyue smiled gently. Thus, under the gaze of countless eyes, the three of them entered the Xianyan secret realm. They left behind the stunned people of Central State. After a while, the various factions finally reacted. Did they really enter? Then can we also? Yes, can we also enter? Those who had regained their senses spoke one after another, their eyes fixed intensely on the entrance created by Xiao Linger. The Xianyan secret realm contains a vast amount of immortal medicine. Among them, there are even the inheritances of immortals. However, each opening only lasts half a day. Now that Xiao Linger has opened the Xianyan secret realm ahead of time, does that not mean they can enter early? This is a great opportunity, as entering early allows for the acquisition of more immortal medicine. Palace Master Wei. The people from Tiandao Palace looked at Ouyang Tianxian with burning eyes. No one would want to miss the chance to enter the Xianyan secret realm early. Unless one is a fool. Facing the enthusiastic gazes of the Tiandao Palace members, Ouyang Xiantian fell into deep thought. That entrance was created by Xiao Linger. It belongs exclusively to Xiao Linger. What if they entered recklessly and displeased her? Like CH, listen up, everyone enters the Xianyan secret realm to assist the young senior in finding someone. Just as Ouyang Tianxian hesitated, the voice of Bailey when sounded. Damn it. After hearing this, Ouyang Tianxian cursed inwardly, calling him an old fox. That old fellow is truly cunning. He found such a perfect excuse. Tiandao Palace, obey orders, everyone enters the Xianyan secret realm to assist the young senior in finding someone. Ouyang Tianxian mimicked and spoke. The other factions quickly caught on and followed suit. Chongqing Mountain, obey orders, everyone enters the Xianyan secret realm to assist the young senior in finding someone. Xianling Pavilion, obey orders, everyone enters the Xianyan secret realm to assist the young senior in finding someone. Taiqing Sect, obey orders. The leaders of various factions spoke one after another. Hey, you all speak so beautifully, but do you know who the young senior is looking for? Bailey Wen glanced at the leaders and said with a smile. The leaders of the various factions were stunned upon hearing this. They knew nothing at all. They were merely using this as an excuse to enter the Xianyan secret realm. As a partner, let me give you all a piece of information for free. The person that the young senior needs to find is a Qinglian Dao companion, a couple in the early stages of the Emperor realm. Once you enter, you must keep your eyes peeled, otherwise if you kill someone you shouldn't, your entire clan will be exterminated. Bailey Wen warned, scanning the crowd. The leaders quickly expressed their gratitude. Oh right, that Qinglian Dao couple was once pursued by the Shura sect and the Ji family. What the hell? Those from the Ji family and the Shura sect among the crowd widened their eyes after hearing this. What the heck, are you doing this on purpose? In that case, to avoid your underhanded tactics, the Ji family and the Shura sect should not enter the Xianyan secret realm. Yes, what if they pursue the Qinglian Dao couple again? Wouldn't that interfere with the young senior's affairs? Exactly, those from the Ji family and the Shura sect should stay out. The leaders of various factions tacitly spoke up, while the Ji family and Shura sect members felt both angry and helpless. What kind of excuse is that for interfering with the young senior's affairs? This is just a ploy to reduce the number of wolves and let their own people benefit. However, faced with so many super factions, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Meanwhile, deep within the Xianyan secret realm, in an ancient and magnificent palace, the vast hall was devoid of anything except for lifelike stone statues. What is happening? Who? How could someone break our restrictions? Suddenly a deep voice echoed in the hall. Break our restrictions? How could that be possible? Is there such a person in the lost world? Yes, even after millions of years, our restrictions are not something just anyone can break. Could it be someone from the Xianling realm? What of the Xianling realm? Even if a celestial immortal were to come, they would not be able to break our restrictions. Damn it, what is going on in this lost world? Even if that person comes, how could there be such an existence? So let's take it one step at a time. I hope they are not coming for us. Voices continued to sound in the hall. Sigh, what a troublesome time. A light sigh came from one of the most unique statues. The statue was entirely black and white, resembling an ancient piece of jade carved into shape. Do not panic, it's merely a breaking of our restrictions. They should not discover our existence. Unless the visitor is a celestial king, but why would a celestial king come to such a desolate place? The voice came again from the jade statue. Wow, sister little dog, there are so many soul-sealing stone statues here. However, before the jade statue could finish speaking, a soft voice suddenly rang out. Jade statue. Hearing the sound, the jade sculpture was stunned on the spot. What? What is happening? Did I mishear? Then the grand doors of the palace were opened. Xiao Linger entered with Li Xingyue and Mu Ling. Upon seeing the one person and one dog entering, all the celestial souls within the stone statues in the hall were bewildered. Wasn't it said that we couldn't be discovered? What is happening now? Wow, so many soul-sealing stone statues. Xiao Linger hopped into the hall, her round, curious eyes surveying the stone statues. Soul-sealing stone statues. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were both confused. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Linger, what is a soul-sealing stone statue? The teacher said that soul-sealing stone statues are made from a strange stone called Qitian stone. They can store celestial souls within the statues, thereby locking their own lifespan. If they encounter someone with good talent, they can devour others' souls and live another life. Xiao Linger explained, looking around curiously. Upon hearing this, both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were taken aback. They had not expected the stone statues to be so powerful. They could actually lock their own lifespan. Does that mean it achieves the so-called immortality in another form? However, compared to their shock, the celestial souls within the soul-sealing stones were even more astonished. Because soul-sealing stones were extremely rare in their era. Those who knew about soul-sealing stones were very few. Only some terrifying existences were aware of them, let alone in the current era. Moreover, it was a 4 or 5-year-old child who mentioned soul-sealing stones. Could it be that in the current era soul-sealing stones have become quite ordinary? Ordinary enough that even a 4 or 5-year-old child could know about them. Of course, what terrified the numerous celestial souls even more was that this little girl actually carried the aura of that esteemed being. If memory serves, the two individuals who accidentally entered this place before also bore the aura of that esteemed being. Celestial King Powerhouse. At this moment, a voice filled with incredulity, shock, and even confusion came from the jade sculpture. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the celestial souls within the soul-sealing stones trembled violently. What the hell? Are you kidding me? A celestial king powerhouse. A 4 or 5-year-old celestial king powerhouse. Are you kidding? Has this era become so prosperous that even a 4 or 5-year-old child can cultivate to the celestial king realm? The numerous celestial souls pondered. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were equally shocked. Regarding Xiao Linger's specific cultivation level, both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling had a rough assessment in their hearts. True immortal realm. But now, a celestial king. Xiao Linger was actually a celestial king powerhouse. This, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged glances, both filled with shock and disbelief. Having experienced the matters of the Yu family, they knew that celestial king powerhouses were also terrifying existences in the celestial spirit realm. After all, at that time, there were tribulation realm powerhouses who said Xiao Linger was a true immortal. Yu Linfei was utterly unafraid. So it could be confirmed that celestial king powerhouses in the celestial spirit realm should be terrifying existences that surpassed all others. But now, Xiao Linger herself was actually a celestial king. Sect Master, did you sense it wrong? Yeah, how could a 4 or 5-year-old child possibly be a celestial king? Celestial king powerhouses are rare, even in our era. The celestial souls within the soul-sealing stone statues reacted and spoke one after another. Celestial king powerhouses were already considered rare in their era. Of course, they were only rare. The number of celestial kings in the entire celestial spirit realm was still considerable. But the problem is Xiao Linger is only 4 or 5 years old. A 4 or 5-year-old celestial king. Such a being has never appeared in the history of the celestial spirit realm. If one were to say they encountered a 4 or 5-year-old celestial king powerhouse, they would definitely be regarded as a fool. Because even a celestial emperor's offspring could not possibly be a celestial king at that age. Wow, she can even talk. Xiao Linger seemed completely unfazed and just stared curiously at the numerous stone statues. Old man Wang Feiyun, I have met the celestial king. As soon as the words fell, the jade sculpture seemed to come to life, stepping out from among the many stone statues and bowing to Xiao Linger. Buzz. Just as Wang Feiyun finished speaking, the great cauldron suddenly flew out from Xiao Linger's storage space. The alchemy cauldron. It is the alchemy cauldron. Heavens, how could this alchemy cauldron be on her? Alchemy cauldron, you were not destroyed. Upon seeing the great cauldron, exclamations of surprise arose. Alchemy cauldron, it's actually you. Wang Feiyun's tone was also filled with shock along with joy. I never expected that you would still exist in this world. The spirit of the great cauldron flew out, looking at Wang Feiyun and the others with a complicated gaze. Because these were the subordinates of his previous master. Hey, great cauldron, you know them? Xiao Linger asked in surprise. Replying to the young master, I do know them, the alchemy cauldron respectfully replied. But the attitude of the alchemy cauldron left Wang Feiyun and the others dumbfounded. It should be known that while the alchemy cauldron was their master's celestial king artifact back, then it was more of a cooperative relationship with their master. Their master used the alchemy cauldron to refine elixirs. Likewise, their master also used the 5 elements celestial source to nurture the alchemy cauldron. They helped each other. But now, the alchemy cauldron actually treated a person with such respect. Alchemy cauldron, you. Wang Feiyun spoke, unable to believe it. How proud was the alchemy cauldron back then? How could it have become so servile now? The spirit of the alchemy cauldron glanced at him, not explaining. Enough what happened back then. At that time I was absorbing the 5 elements celestial source and knew nothing. When I awakened, the celestial plant garden was simply gone. The alchemy cauldron asked in confusion. Sigh. Wang Feiyun sighed deeply after hearing this. His gaze fell deeply on Xiao Linger. It is related to her. Huh. The alchemy cauldron was taken aback upon hearing this. How could it be related to Xiao Linger? To be precise, it is related to the people connected to her. Wang Feiyun said again. What are you talking about? Are you giving me a tongue twister? The alchemy cauldron rolled its eyes at him. How did you come here? Wang Feiyun did not answer, but instead asked back. To find my mother. Xiao Linger immediately interjected. Mother. Wang Feiyun was greatly shaken upon hearing this. What the hell? This little girl can't be the daughter of that esteemed being, right? Who is your mother? He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Mother is just mother. Xiao Linger said innocently. Wang Feiyun. Well, that's a great answer. He felt somewhat speechless in his heart. Do you know something? The alchemy cauldron stared at Wang Feiyun and said in a deep voice. Xiao Linger's mother was a mystery to everyone. Perhaps only that esteemed being knew the truth. I'm not sure. Do you have a portrait? Or a name? Wang Feiyun sighed and replied. Senior, this is the portrait. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue stepped forward and sketched the portrait. It's really her. You really are her daughter. How is that possible? How is that possible? Wang Feiyun was completely stunned upon seeing the portrait becoming incoherent. Wang Feiyun murmured incoherently, his voice filled with disbelief. The Lianxian Ding and the two beside him, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling, looked utterly baffled. Whose daughter is it? How could it be impossible? What do you know? Speak up, the Lianxian Ding said in a deep voice. Both it and the little gourd crew were brought back by Lu Ming later. Thus they knew nothing about Bai Yunyan. Do you know the 2 great figures of the immortal spirit realm back in the day? Wang Feiyun glanced deeply at Xiao Linger before slowly speaking. The 2 great figures of the immortal spirit realm. The Lianxian Ding fell into contemplation. After a long pause, it finally spoke. The Heavenly Emperor and Yunyan. At this point, it suddenly paused. Its entire spiritual body trembled violently. Do you mean to say? The Lianxian Ding looked at Xiao Linger in disbelief, feeling somewhat parched. If that were truly the case, the real identity of Xiao Linger would be terrifying indeed. Indeed, she is the daughter of one of the 2 great figures of the immortal spirit realm, the Immortal Emperor Yunyan. Wang Feiyun gazed at Xiao Linger, continuing. What? As soon as these words were spoken, both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling's bodies trembled violently. Xiao Linger is actually the offspring of an immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor Yunyan by Yunyan. So that's how it is. The Lianxian Ding kept expressing its amazement. At this moment, it finally understood why that figure did not come to help Xiao Linger find her mother. Instead, he prepared to transcend the true god tribulation and consolidate his divine persona before seeking her out. It turned out to be because Xiao Linger's mother's identity is too terrifying, something even it did not anticipate. Xiao Linger's mother is actually the Immortal Emperor Yunyan, one of the 2 immortal emperors of the immortal spirit realm. At this moment, the Lianxian Ding felt a twinge of envy towards Xiao Linger's background. Her father is an immortal emperor currently undergoing the true god tribulation. Her mother is also an immortal emperor. As the daughter of these 2 terrifying beings, Xiao Linger can truly be called the strongest 2nd generation. So what is the current situation of the master? Reincarnated. After a while, the Lianxian Ding finally came back to its senses from the shock and inquired. Indeed, back then the Heavenly Emperor and the Immortal Emperor Yunyan fought for some unknown reason. That battle involved countless celestial courts, and the immortal spirit realm was shattered into pieces. In the end, the Heavenly Emperor slightly prevailed with a true divine artifact. Our immortal plant garden was also caught in the fray, turning into its current state. Of course, what surprised me the most was that the Immortal Emperor Yunyan actually had a daughter. She is regarded as the beauty in the hearts of countless strong figures in the immortal spirit realm. I never expected that after reincarnation, she would actually marry and have a daughter. If the people of the immortal spirit realm were to find out, I fear. Wang Feiyun slowly began to speak. The Immortal Emperor Yunyan is the object of affection for countless strong figures in the immortal spirit realm. Now she actually has a daughter. If those admirers of the immortal spirit realm found out, there would definitely be trouble. After all, the current Immortal Emperor Yunyan is no longer the same as before. How do you think the master is lacking? The Lianxian Ding glanced at him, mocking. That figure's strength is undoubtedly the most powerful existence today, without exception. Even the heavenly emperor cannot compare. Lianxian Ding, this is indeed the true spirit realm. What kind of strong figures can exist in a mere lost world? Wang Feiyun looked at him and replied, "How you seem to have forgotten that the young master is an immortal king. Only 4 years old, and already an immortal king. In your era there was probably no one like that." The Lianxian Ding sneered, replying, "Mut." Wang Feiyun's eyes narrowed immediately. "What do you mean?" He stared at the Lianxian Ding, his voice intense. "All from the master's hand. The young master attaining immortal king cultivation at 4 years old is all thanks to the master's nurturing. Do you think the heavenly emperor could achieve that?" The Lianxian Ding smiled slightly. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyun was instantly left speechless. To cultivate a 4-year-old child into an immortal king warrior, no one in the immortal spirit realm could do it. Even the current hegemon of the immortal spirit realm, the heavenly emperor, cannot. Otherwise, how could there only be 2 immortal emperors in the immortal spirit realm? The question is, who in today's world can achieve this? "Who is her father?" Wang Feiyun asked in a deep voice. "I don't know." The Lianxian Ding immediately responded. "What the heck?" Wang Feiyun was left dumbfounded after hearing this. "What do you mean you don't know? You've called him master, how could you not know?" "I truly don't know. In the immortal spirit realm, I've never heard of him." The Lianxian Ding smiled wryly. "This is the truth. Had it not been for Lu Ming taking the initiative to capture it, it would have never known. There are still such terrifying individuals in today's world." "So what do you know?" Wang Feiyun said somewhat helplessly. "You've called him master, yet you know nothing. What a joke. I only know he's very strong. Even the heavenly emperor cannot compare. He will be the first to break the shackles of the immortal spirit realm." Facing his gaze, the Lianxian Ding slowly spoke. "What?" Wang Feiyun was suddenly shocked. "Even the heavenly emperor cannot compare. What a joke. After all, the current immortal emperor, Yunyan reincarnated, and the immortal spirit realm is now dominated by the heavenly emperor. Saying that the heavenly emperor reigns supreme in all realms is not an exaggeration. How could the child's father be even more formidable than the heavenly emperor?" Of course, what shocked him the most was the last sentence. Breaking the shackles of the immortal spirit realm. Wang Feiyun knew very well what this so-called shackle referred to. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling also felt the same shock. Xiao Linger's father is actually a being stronger than an immortal emperor. What kind of existence is that? The two exchanged glances involuntarily. Not to mention immortal emperors, even the true immortal realm is a level they can hardly approach in their lifetime. Yet Xiao Linger, her mother is a reincarnated immortal emperor, and her father is an even more terrifying existence. These have nothing to do with you. Let me ask you, before we came in, did anyone else enter?" The Lianxian Ding changed the topic. "The most important thing now is to help Xiao Linger find her mother." "You're referring to that couple, right?" Wang Feiyun did not ask further. Because the matters of Xiao Linger's family have little to do with him. Of course, he could never come into contact with such terrifying existences in his lifetime. "Exactly where are they?" The Lianxian Ding nodded. "They left. You know, our current state requires seizing a body to see the light of day again. Originally, we valued those two, but unfortunately, they carry the aura of the immortal Emperor Yunyan. How could we dare to touch the people of the immortal emperor? Therefore, we let them go," Wang Feiyun slowly stated. "Although Bai Yunyan has already been reincarnated, she is still not someone they can provoke." "You guys say, why did you let them go? Where did the people go?" The Lianxian Ding responded, both angry and helpless. After much effort, it finally pinpointed the location of Li Xingyu's parents. Now they were unexpectedly absent. Of course, it could not blame Wang Feiyun. After all, given the current situation, Li Xingyu's parents should be assisting Xiao Linger's mother. After all, she was once a powerful immortal emperor. If it were in its place, it would not dare to leave behind those who had once served the immortal emperor. Otherwise, it might face dire consequences. It must be the demon domain. I overheard the two mentioning they were going to the demon domain to find some leader. Wang Feiyun replied helplessly. Had he known earlier that there was such a connection between Li Xingyu's parents and Xiao Linger, he would never have allowed them to leave. Perhaps this could lead to a fortunate connection. The demon domain, a leader. After listening, the alchemy cauldron spoke thoughtfully. Indeed, it seems the Yunyanshan immortal emperor must have either rebuilt or recalled the 12 immortal leaders from back then. That couple must be searching for a leader in the demon domain. One of them should be among them. Wang Feiyun nodded. Is that so? The alchemy cauldron pondered. It seems a trip to the demon domain is unavoidable. Moreover, from the clues currently at hand, Xiao Linger's mother might very well be within the demon domain. Senior, it seems we must make a trip to the demon domain. At this moment, Li Xingyue chimed in. Then let's go. The alchemy cauldron nodded, and upon finishing it returned to Xiao Linger's storage space. Sister, there are so many vegetables in here. Let's pick some before we leave, Xiao Linger said with her big round eyes. Wang Feiyun was momentarily stunned. You have an immortal emperor mother and a father even stronger than an immortal emperor. Why are you still thinking about our elixirs? He mumbled to himself, but had to pretend he heard nothing. He was sure that if he uttered even half a word, Xiao Linger would definitely tear him apart. All right. Seeing Wang Feiyun remain silently, Xingyue took it as acquiescence. Following that, Xiao Linger entered a frenzied vegetable-picking mode in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. As per usual, she collected all the beautiful ones and ignored the unattractive ones. Only after she was satisfied did she leave the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. After exiting the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, everyone hurriedly headed towards the demon domain. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Sea, the Yu family was destroyed. A puzzled voice echoed in the Grand Hall. The speaker was Bai Yunyan, wearing a dragon-patterned mask. Indeed, this is the news brought back by the Qinglian couple. Below Bai Yunyan, a person wearing a sheep-patterned mask replied respectfully. He was the leader of the sheep immortal responsible for gathering various intelligence. Do you know who did it? Bai Yunyan's voice carried a hint of confusion. The Yu family was no small force. Backed by the heavenly Dao Palace, they had strong cultivators at the 9 tribulations realm. To annihilate the Yu family, no force in the true spirit world should be capable of that. Unclear, they were being hunted by the Shura Gate and the Ji family at the time. The sheep leader pondered. A little girl. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunyan's confusion deepened. How could a little girl possibly destroy the Yu family? Could it be someone from the immortal spirit world? After a moment, she speculated. If it were someone from the immortal spirit world, they might indeed have the power to obliterate the Yu family. Highly likely, as news from Ding District also mentioned. It's also a little girl. The sheep leader replied. Then why did she destroy the Yu family? Bai Yunyan's confusion deepened. Although the true spirit world was merely a lost realm, it was also one of the sources of new blood for the immortal spirit world. As far as she knew, several powerful individuals from the immortal spirit world originated from the true spirit world. Logically speaking, people from the immortal spirit world should not target forces from the true spirit world. Is it possible she came for you? The sheep leader pondered for a moment before responding. After all, the Yu family had previously forced a marriage proposal on her. Perhaps someone from the immortal spirit world sensed something and went to the Yu family to inquire, leading to a conflict that resulted in the Yu family's destruction. Let's investigate their news. Bai Yunyan interjected, not at all considering Xiao Linger. After all, in her mind, Xiao Linger and her father were ordinary people. Even if Xiao Linger had cultivation talent, it was unlikely she could find her way from such a remote place to here, let alone annihilate the Yu family. Understood. The sheep leader respectfully nodded, then turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Yunyan remained in the Grand Hall. Sai just recovered to the celestial immortal stage. To reach the Immortal Emperor stage is far too difficult. Will he still be able to wait for me? Bai Yunyan sat on the dragon throne, gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with melancholy. At the same time, in the demon domain on a beach near the sea. Damn, this is great. I should have come here to enjoy life sooner. The old man in a coarse robe leaned back in a reclining chair, fishing rod in hand, basking in the sun. Beside him, 2 women with plush ears attended to him. One helped with leg massages while the other tended to his shoulders. Comfortable. The old man closed his eyes, savoring the delightful pressure on his legs and shoulders, a satisfied expression on his face. Since coming to the demon domain, he had claimed a small hill with his emperor-level cultivation, living as a king. Every day he enjoyed a life of being served for everything. Focused on leisure and joy. Wait a minute, why is this eyelid twitching? The old man murmured, touching his left eyelid. Could it be due to old age? He thought to himself. Suddenly he felt a strong tug on his fishing rod. Hey, got a fish. The old man immediately perked up, gripping the fishing rod and exerting strength. Terrifying laws of power manifested. He suddenly pulled. A colorful fish emerged from the water. 5 spirit fish, not bad, not bad. No wonder this is the demon domain. The cultivation resources are indeed abundant. Looking at the fish he caught, the old man beamed with joy. This 5 spirit fish was a rare delicacy, also a type of cultivation resource. Contentedly placing the 5 spirit fish into a wooden barrel beside him, the old man's brow furrowed slightly. What's going on? Why is my eyelid twitching so fast? Is there danger approaching? He pondered, spreading out his spiritual sense. There are no powerful demon clans or calamity realm experts here. The old man frowned, muttering. He could not figure out why his eyelid was twitching so violently. Forget it, whatever comes, I'll face it. I don't believe I'll run into that girl again. Unable to comprehend, the old man decided to stop thinking about it. He then cast his line again to continue fishing. However, the frequency of his eyelid twitching grew faster. Damn, what's going on today? He spoke in confusion, unable to understand why his eyelid was twitching so much for no reason. There were no significant terrifying presences nearby, yet the next moment he was left dumbfounded. Wow, Grandpa, it's you. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. Oh no. Upon hearing this incredibly familiar voice, the old man jolted, nearly falling from his reclining chair. I must have misheard. That little girl should be in Zhongzhou, not running to the demon domain. The old man in cloth repeatedly reassured himself. Grandpa, are you fishing here? In the next moment, Xiao Linger's voice rang out again. Following this, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling slowly emerged from the void. At this moment, both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were in shock. Terrifying, it was far too terrifying. Zhongzhou is millions of kilometers away from the demon domain. If traveling normally, even a tribulation realm expert would need at least 10 days to half a month. Not to mention Li Xingyue, who only had a core formation cultivation. But what about Xiaolinger? In just half a day's effort, she had crossed into the demon domain with them. Li Xingyue was certain that if they had known the direction when initially heading from the ancient battlefield to Zhongzhou, with Xiaolinger's terrifying speed, she could definitely traverse the ancient battlefield in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. While Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were astonished, the old man in cloth felt quite frustrated. Encountering her again, he had actually run into this little girl again. Damn it. At that moment, the old man in cloth was completely stunned. Why had he come to the so-called forbidden demon domain of the human race? To avoid Xiaolinger, of course. He never would have thought that even after running all the way to the demon domain, he would still run into her. When did the true spirit realm become so small? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Why is your face twitching? Are you sick? Xiaolinger stared at the old man in cloth like a curious child. The old man in cloth. Why is my face twitching? Isn't it all because I ran into you? He thought bitterly. Senior, we truly share a bond. Li Xingyue chuckled from the side. Xiaolinger couldn't tell the old man's condition, but she could see his gloomy expression, which made her want to laugh. Of course, she was also quite surprised to run into the old man in cloth here. Two grandmas, could you please let me off? Can't I just bow to you twice? The old man in cloth could only respond with speechless frustration. He truly feared Xiaolinger. In their first encounter, he had lost the heavenly pure lotus he had guarded for tens of thousands of years. The second time, he had lost the precious spirit medicine he had painstakingly searched for. Additionally, the 9 heavens mystic bamboo he intended to refine into an immortal artifact was cut down by Xiaolinger's mother. Thus, he truly feared Xiaolinger. In fact, he didn't want to encounter anyone related to her. Unexpectedly, it seemed that what he feared was precisely what came to pass. Now the old man in cloth even suspected that Xiaolinger had placed some tracking method on him. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in the demon domain and still run into her? Grandpa, so we're friends now, right? The elder said that friends should treat each other to good things, you know. Xiaolinger spoke with a smile, her gaze fixated on the 5 spirit fish in the old man's bucket. Damn it. The old man in cloth nearly exploded upon hearing this. Here it comes again, damn it. He secretly cursed but had no way to deal with Xiaolinger. He couldn't possibly fight back. As for running away, he had already come to the demon domain and still encountered her. Damn it. The old man in cloth thought to himself, realizing what it meant to be unable to provoke or escape. Of course, young friend, please. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said, what else could he do if he couldn't provoke or escape? Grandpa, you're such a nice person. Xiaolinger said cheerfully. The old man in cloth's mouth twitched slightly, and he remained silent. Nice. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I would definitely make you understand why flowers are so red. He thought to himself, taking the 5 spirit fish and heading toward his resting place. Xiaolinger and the others followed closely behind without hurry. Soon a large table filled with spirit delicacies was set before Xiaolinger and the others. Of course, these were made from the little savings he had painstakingly accumulated, done while shedding tears. Why have you come to the demon domain? The old man in cloth asked curiously while eating. This was the part he found most puzzling. He knew that Xiaolinger was looking for her mother. Logically speaking, Xiaolinger should be in Zhongzhou at this time. How could she have come to the demon domain? Because my mother came here. Xiaolinger replied while devouring the 5 spirit fish. What? The old man in cloth nearly collapsed upon hearing this. Was it really that coincidental? We found clues in Zhongzhou. Now all the clues point to the demon domain, so we came here. Li Xingyue added. Damn it. The old man in cloth felt like slapping himself after hearing this. Why did he have to come to the demon domain by some mysterious force? Now, well, all the hard-earned cultivation resources are gone. Sigh. He sighed deeply in his heart, and then asked curiously, are you sure it's the demon domain? This is known as the forbidden zone for humans. Even I, an emperor-level expert, wouldn't dare to enter the demon domain. Although he spoke subtly and diplomatically, the underlying meaning did not escape Mu Ling. The prowess of the little master's mother is beyond your understanding, you insignificant ant. Mu Ling immediately retorted. The old man in cloth's implication was simple. Xiaolinger's mother couldn't possibly be in the demon domain. Who are you calling an ant? Upon hearing Mu Ling's words, the old man in cloth instantly became displeased. Sure, he was afraid of Xiaolinger, but that didn't mean he was afraid of everyone around her. What? Are you not convinced? Mu Ling sneered, and a terrifying aura began to emanate. Damn it. The old man in cloth, enveloped by this aura, wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. I yield. The old man in cloth spoke using the most arrogant tone to say the most cowardly words. Mu Ling snorted coldly and did not argue with him. Senior, how long have you been in the demon domain? Li Xingyue picked up the conversation and asked. A few days. The old man in cloth replied honestly. Have you heard of any humans living here? Or have you seen anyone? Li Xingyue continued to inquire. No. The old man in cloth pondered for a moment and shook his head. No. Li Xingyue's brows immediately furrowed. If that's the case, wouldn't it sever their leads? In this vast demon domain, where would they find anyone? Can't we just go find the demon lord and ask? Don't forget the master's strength. Mu Ling shot a glance at Li Xingyue and continued. Right? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's eyes lit up. Xiao Linger is at the level of an immortal king. With such strength, subduing the entire demon clan would be no challenge at all. With such power, they could definitely go find the demon lord and inquire. After all, as the ruler of the demon domain, the demon lord must know much about it. But now the demon domain no longer has a demon lord. Suddenly, the old man in cloth interjected. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling instantly fixed their gazes upon him. No more demon lord. What does that mean? It means literally that the lord of this demon domain was originally a tianfeng, a being infinitely close to the bloodline of the divine phoenix. However, for some unknown reason, 3 years ago, this demon lord mysteriously died. Facing the two's gaze, the elder in the patched robe explained. Mysteriously died. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling exchanged glances. Are you sure? Each generation of the demon domain's lord is a semi-mortal beast. Mu Ling asked solemnly. The so-called semi-mortal beast refers to a being that has transcended the 9 ascension tribulations but has not ascended to the immortal spirit realm. Such beings are stronger than those in the 9 tribulation realm, yet slightly weaker than true immortals. The reason they are weaker than true immortals is due to the suppression of the heavenly laws of the immortal spirit realm, preventing them from unleashing their true power. To be precise, it is because the immortal spirit realm does not possess enough immortal spiritual power to utilize them. Thus, this type of being is referred to as a semi-mortal. The human race calls them semi-immortals, while the demon race refers to them as semi-mortal beasts. Although these semi-immortals cannot exert their full strength, they still pose a dimensional suppression to those from the immortal spirit realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such beings are the true navigators of the immortal spirit realm. According to Mu Ling, the demon domain's past lords have all been semi-mortal beasts. Only in this way can the entire demon domain be suppressed, preventing chaos within it. How could such a being mysteriously die? What Mu Ling did not know was that after hearing the elder's words, the alchemy cauldron displayed a strange expression. It remembered that 3 years ago, it was when that phoenix trampled on Xiao Linger. In the end, the entire phoenix clan was nearly annihilated. And the demon lord of the demon domain is a Tianfeng. I don't quite believe it either, but that's the rumor circulating in the demon domain, the elder in the patched robe continued. So what is the current situation of the demon domain? Mu Ling pressed on. The 5 major royal clans have divided the demon domain, with each clan occupying a territory. The area we are in is under the jurisdiction of the 9-tailed spirit fox clan. The elder in the patched robe replied honestly. Then we shall suppress them one by one and inquire. Mu Ling spoke forcefully. Senior, this action is inappropriate. Li Xingyue quickly interjected. My. Mu Ling looked at her in confusion, wondering what was inappropriate about it. Senior, have you forgotten the grievances of Linger's mother? I think the reason Linger's mother is hiding is not because of the Yu family, right? Facing his gaze, Li Xingyue reminded him. You are right. Mu Ling nodded. From the immortal cloud secret realm, they had already learned the true identity of Xiao Linger's mother. They also understood how terrifying the enemies of Xiao Linger's mother were. That was a powerful immortal emperor. If Xiao Linger caused too much commotion and alerted that immortal emperor, it would be a huge problem. While Xiao Linger is indeed strong, she would definitely be unable to protect herself against an immortal emperor. What you say is correct. This matter must not create too much disturbance. There are those watching the immortal spirit realm from above. If Xiao Linger's identity is revealed, the situation will be dire. At that moment, the alchemy cauldron flew out from Xiao Linger's storage space. It was well aware that Lu Ming was currently in closed-door cultivation, attempting to break through to the true god realm. In this situation, no one could withstand the pressure of the heavenly emperor. Not even the little gourd and its companions could do so. After all, while the little gourd and its companions are indeed divine artifacts, without a strong person to activate them, the power they could unleash would not be very strong. At the very least, they could not face an immortal emperor hidden. In other words, none of them could withstand the heavenly emperor right now. If Xiao Linger were discovered by the heavenly emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then what should we do? Call Daddy out. Xiao Linger held up her small chin and replied. Little master, you must not. The master is currently in a critical situation and should not be disturbed. The alchemy cauldron quickly spoke up. When trying to break through realms, one must avoid disturbances, because it can lead to instability of the mind. At best, one could fall into demonic cultivation, and at worst, one could die and dissipate. This is an ironclad rule in the cultivation world. Let alone the fact that Lu Ming is not attempting to break through to just any minor realm, but to the true God realm. But senior about the destruction of the Yu family. Li Xingyu's expression changed slightly as she reminded them. That's nothing but just a Yu family not enough to attract the attention of the immortal spirit realm. But if we boldly search for the mistress, that would be very dangerous. The alchemy cauldron explained. In the eyes of the beings in the immortal spirit realm, the Yu family is equivalent to an ant's nest. Destroying it is of no consequence. After all, in the 3,000 worlds, such dramas unfold every day. Furthermore, Yu Linfei had forced many people into marriage, which could serve to confuse the situation. However, if Xiao Linger were to openly act against the demon domain in search of Bai Yunyan, that would be a different matter entirely. Because Bai Yunyan's identity is too sensitive. If they did not attract the attention of the immortal spirit realm, it would be fine. But once they drew the attention of the immortal spirit realm, the consequences would be extremely serious. This risk cannot be taken. It seems we can only proceed secretly. We should infiltrate the palaces of those leaders and conduct our inquiries. Ask for news regarding this girl's parents. Mu Ling said after pondering for a moment. This plan is feasible. The alchemy cauldron agreed. This would essentially pull Li Xingyu's parents out to act as a shield. What about Zhongzhou? Li Xingyue frowned. Many people along our journey are aware that Xiao Linger is searching for her mother. No problem. Those in Zhongzhou only know that the little master is searching for the mistress. But they do not know the mistress' true identity. As for the immortal spirit realm, they should not yet have noticed the true spirit realm. So we need to act a bit more discreetly for now. As long as we have enough time, we still do not know who will win in the end. The alchemy cauldron spoke slowly. Currently what they lack is time. Once Lu Ming successfully transcends the true god tribulation, they will no longer fear the heavenly emperor. If possible, the best course of action would be to let Xiao Linger return home and wait patiently. But the alchemy cauldron knew that since Xiao Linger had secretly run out, she would definitely not be willing to go back. Thus what they could do now is strategize helping Xiao Linger find her mother without attracting the attention of the immortal spirit realm. If they can find her, that would be great. Even if they do not find her, once Lu Ming emerges from his seclusion, the family can still reunite. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling nodded. Now they all understood the stakes involved. They indeed should act discreetly. Wait, are you planning to take action against the heads of the 5 major royal clans? What are you joking about? Is that even feasible? The elder in the patched robe suddenly interjected. Each head of the 5 major royal clans in the demon domain is a 9-tribulation pseudo-immortal beast comparable to the 9-tribulation realm powerhouses of the human race. Moreover, the demon race is inherently stronger than the human race. He knew Xiao Linger was strong, but those are 9-tribulation pseudo-immortal beasts standing at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm. How could this little girl have that kind of strength? Why can't it work? They are just some 9-tribulation pseudo-immortal beasts. The master is a powerful immortal king. Mu Ling shot him a glance, replying lightly. Elder in the patched robe. Dazed, the old man in the hemp robe was completely bewildered after hearing this. Although he was merely at the emperor's realm as a wandering cultivator, he had many thoughts about the future. His ideas were lofty, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Therefore, he had previously delved deeply into the realms, especially those beyond the emperor's realm. The true spirit realm, albeit a small world, was insignificant compared to the immortal spirit realm. However, many had ascended from the true spirit realm to the immortal spirit realm. Similarly, for millennia, individuals from the immortal spirit realm had descended into the true spirit realm or reincarnated within it. This type of person perfectly filled the terrifying gaps in the true spirit realm beyond the tribulation realm. On the surface, people from the true spirit realm seemed unaware of the immortal Tao realms. In reality, many understood them. The old man in the hemp robe was one of them. Because he had sought to understand, he was clear about the immortal Tao realms: true immortal earth, immortal heaven, immortal golden, immortal king, immortal sovereign, immortal saint, immortal emperor. This was his understanding of the immortal Tao realms. You're not joking, are you? The old man in the hemp robe glanced at Xiao Linger and spoke to Mu Ling. An immortal king realm. Having crossed the true immortal earth, immortal heaven, immortal, and golden, immortal, the 5 immortal Tao realms. Such an existence would be considered a high-ranking individual even in the immortal spirit realm, right? How old could Xiao Linger be? About 4 or 5 years old. An immortal king at 4 or 5. The old man in the hemp robe absolutely could not believe it. It was simply absurd beyond measure. Senior, this is true, Li Xingyue said with a bitter smile, affirming it. She knew it would be hard to believe. Not even the old man in the hemp robe. Even she, who had been with Xiao Linger day and night, was shocked when she learned about Xiao Linger's cultivation. She even found it hard to believe. But facts were facts. Otherwise, how could Xiao Linger have traveled from the central continent to the monster domain in just a little over half a day? Moreover, she had effortlessly unlocked the restrictions of a terrifying secret realm. Really? She? An immortal king? Girl, do you know what an immortal king is like? The old man in the hemp robe raised his voice, almost roaring. There was no way. This information was simply too shocking for him. No, to be precise, it was overwhelming. Only 4 or 5 years old. An immortal king at 4 or 5. He could not believe it. Why would we lie to you? For fun. Lu Ming shot him a glare and interjected. "Tch, a frog in a well." The alchemy cauldron chimed in with a taunt. Is she really at the immortal king level? The old man in the hemp robe still could not believe it. After hearing this, Mu Ling and the alchemy cauldron directly ignored him. Only Li Xingyue smiled and said, "Senior, it is true." Gulp. The old man in the hemp robe swallowed hard. His gaze fell on Xiao Linger, as if he were looking at a terrifying existence that should not exist in this world. Could it be that she began cultivating while still in her ball-like form? The old man muttered in a daze, feeling a chill run down his spine. At such a young age, her cultivation had reached the terrifying immortal king realm. He had no words to express his current feelings. "Grandpa, what are you saying?" Xiao Linger tilted her head curiously, completely unaware of the shock her cultivation had caused the old man in the hemp robe. "Nothing." The old man in the hemp robe quickly shook his head, cold sweat breaking out on his back, especially upon learning Xiao Linger's specific cultivation level. He could not even bear to look directly at her. Suddenly, the old man in the hemp robe's eyes flickered. This girl was an immortal king powerhouse and was only 4 or 5 years old. With terrifying talent, a terrifying future, and assuredly a remarkable background. If he could follow her, the old man thought to himself, instantly forming a plan. He must cling to this opportunity. "Master, please allow this old servant to bow to you." The old man in the hemp robe quickly spoke and knelt down before Xiao Linger. As for face, to hell with face. As long as he could cling to this opportunity, what was a little dignity? It was non-existent. Seeing the old man's actions, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling and the alchemy cauldron were all bewildered. What kind of operation was this? Damn shameless. Mu Ling immediately scolded. Li Xingyue shook her head with amusement, but said nothing. As for the alchemy cauldron, it cast an admiring glance at the old man in the hemp robe, as if to say, "Not bad, old man, you really know how to play your cards right." Grandpa, what are you saying?" Xiao Linger looked at him in confusion. "I mean, this old servant will be your servant from now on. I can cook for you and help you find vegetables and meat." The old man in the hemp robe quickly added, "I can find vegetables and meat." Xiao Linger's round eyes brightened instantly. Yes, I promise you will have different meat and vegetables to eat every day from now on." The old man in the hemp robe nodded vigorously. At that moment, his gaze towards Xiao Linger became extremely affectionate. This was no fatal nemesis. This was a definite windfall. He thought to himself, "All right then, I want to eat different meats every day." Xiao Linger nodded. "Absolutely." The old man in the hemp robe patted his chest and promised. Regarding this, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling did not say anything, as it was Xiao Linger's matter. Moreover, having an additional old man in the hemp robe in the group was not a bad thing. In fact, it had its advantages. After all, the old man had lived for tens of thousands of years and undoubtedly knew a lot. "Actually, about what you mentioned, I have an even better proposal." Seeing this, the old man in the hemp robe immediately spoke, seemingly eager to demonstrate his value. "What proposal?" The alchemy cauldron glanced at him and said blandly, "From what I understand, the current leaders of the 5 major clans of the demon race are actually the 5 most capable generals under the former demon lord. The Yao Tianhu clan, which specializes in slaughter and warfare. The Jiuwei Fox clan, which specializes in resource collection and management. The Meiying Black Crow clan, which specializes in assassination and ambush, and the Chongwei Lingho clan, which specializes in researching human cultivation techniques. The last of these clans is the Shirling Ant clan, which specializes in information gathering and reconnaissance. If we want to find someone, going to the Shirling Ant clan is undoubtedly the best choice. Because they command all the ants in the monster domain, they are omnipresent and have eyes and ears everywhere. To say that their spies are spread across every corner of the monster domain is not an exaggeration." The old man in the hemp robe smiled slightly and spoke respectfully. He was aware of the alchemy cauldron, as it was something Xiao Linger could use at any time. It was far superior to him, a newcomer who had just joined the team. "Are you saying that we just need to find the Shirling Ant clan?" "That's the idea, as they have spies in various regions of the monster domain. If we want to search for people or items, they are undoubtedly the best choice. This old servant suggests we go to this clan first. If we have no news, we can then visit the other clans." The old man in the hemp robe nodded earnestly. "You old man still have your uses. Let's head to the Shirling Ant clan and see the situation first." The alchemy cauldron said. Since he had spoken, Li Xingyue and Mu Ling naturally had no objections. Xiao Linger did not say anything, either merely showcasing the delicious food on the table with great enthusiasm. After she had eaten her fill and was satisfied, everyone stood up and headed straight for the leader of the Shirling Ant clan. The territory of the Shirling Ants is not far from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's area. Coupled with the terrifying cultivation of Xiao Linger, they arrived at the domain of the Shirling Ant clan in a matter of moments. So many strange ants. And that one it's so big. After entering the territory of the Shirling ant clan, Xiao Linger looked around and finally focused her gaze on their left. Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were already accustomed to this. They understood well the terrifying nature of Xiao Linger's spiritual sense. Even formations designed to block spiritual senses could not deter her. Especially Mu Ling, who was once in a place where a very powerful formation to block spiritual senses was set up. Moreover, it was an ancient formation that cost her a great deal to obtain. Even a powerful being at the tribulation stage would have confidence in not being detected. Yet they could not escape the eyes of Xiao Linger. Not only did they fail to escape her gaze, but even that of her mother. At that moment, it even wondered if the person who traded the formation to it had been deceiving it. They thought nothing of it, but the old man in the cloth was filled with confusion. Where are the strange ants? He followed Xiao Linger's gaze and asked in confusion. He saw nothing. Have you forgotten your master's cultivation? Her spiritual sense is not something your imperial sovereign-level spiritual sense can compare to. Mu Ling shot him a glance and explained. Upon hearing this, the old man in the cloth instantly realized. Yes, this lady is an immortal king powerhouse. Master is powerful, super invincible, the strongest under heaven. Suddenly, he began showering her with compliments. Xiao Linger felt somewhat shy from the praise, her face turning slightly red. Let's go. Mu Ling spoke up following Xiao Linger's words. They effortlessly encountered the queen ant of the Shirling ant clan. It was indeed quite strange. The upper half of its body was curvaceous, looking large and round, while the lower half was a large ant tail. Of course, the aspect that most affected its beauty was its head, which still retained the ant's appearance. This humble one greets the young senior. And all of you. The queen ant looked at Xiao Linger and her group, showing no sign of anger, but rather greeting them with a smile. Wow, you're just like a big bull, you have a big meatball too. Shall I cut it for you? Xiao Linger looked at the queen ant's upper body with a face full of curiosity. The queen ant was clearly taken aback by this statement. She looked at Xiao Linger with an expression of wanting to say something, but hesitating. Mu Ling and the others were left dumbfounded. Young senior is joking, that cannot be cut. The queen ant smiled helplessly, speaking very courteously, seemingly aware that she could not afford to offend Xiao Linger. Oh, just like a big bull, is it a treasure? Xiao Linger nodded and continued, that's right. The queen ant replied, somewhat speechless. It seems you know about us. At this moment, Mu Ling interjected in a serious tone. According to the habits of demon ancestors, upon seeing humans, they usually called for violence. Not to mention that this queen ant is currently one of the masters of the demon domain. Yet she is so polite now, which clearly defies logic. That is natural. The young senior is the one who destroyed the Yu family. The queen ant smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were taken aback. Many people indeed knew about Xiao Linger's destruction of the Yu family. However, that was limited to the central continent. Now they were in the demon domain. Moreover, only a few days had passed since the destruction of the Yu family. Even if the news spread quickly, it wouldn't have reached the demon domain in such a short time. Our clan excels at gathering information. The queen ant glanced at them and slowly spoke. Li Xingyue from the Xuanwu domain, Linglong Pavilion. Oh, the Xuanwu sacred land has now vanished, which seems to be related to the young senior. Mai Doran Chen Hui from the already destroyed Lingyuan sect has a talent for cultivating spirit plants. Mu Ling, a spirit of heaven and earth born in the White Tiger domain, almost captured by the White Tiger Saint to refine Dao artifacts. She scanned over everyone, continuously speaking. Upon hearing this, whether it was Mu Ling, the old man in the cloth, or Li Xingyue, their expressions all darkened. This queen ant far in the demon domain knew the details of each one of them. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. It seems we found the right person. Mu Ling slowly spoke, aware that she knew their backgrounds thoroughly. Perhaps they could obtain information about Xiao Linger's mother directly from the queen ant. I wonder what the young senior wishes to know. The queen ant smiled and asked, her gaze fixed on Xiao Linger. I want to find my mother. Do you know where she is? Facing her gaze, Xiao Linger said cheerfully. May I ask who the young senior's mother is? The queen ant was slightly taken aback, seemingly unaware of whom Xiao Linger was searching for. Senior, we are looking for Qinglian Dao companion. Li Xingyue quickly interjected. The identity of Xiao Linger's mother is too sensitive. It cannot be easily revealed. It should be by union right. The queen ant glanced at Li Xingyue and smiled. Upon hearing this, both Li Xingyue and Mu Ling's expressions darkened. The queen ant knew this too. Actually, it's not hard to guess. The young senior is looking for a woman. In recent years, many human women have come to the demon domain, but only by Yun is related to the Yu family. At that time, Yulin Fei did force by Yun into marriage. The young senior learned of this matter and thus destroyed the Yu family. The queen ant said to herself. Little one, knowing too much is not good. This was the alchemy cauldron flying out of Xiao Linger's storage space. A terrifying aura spread along with it. Senior, spare my life. I know the whereabouts of Bai Yunyan. The queen ant quickly spoke. Since she knew the backgrounds of Li Xingyue and the others, she naturally also understood the terror of the alchemy cauldron. You know, where is the mistress? The alchemy cauldron retracted its aura and asked. When Bai Yunyun entered the demon domain, the demon lord was already dead. The territory she entered was that of the Meiying Haya clan. At that time, she was already at the tribulation stage, but still unable to contend against the entire Meiying Haya clan. Later, a mysterious, powerful being appeared and took her away. The queen ant slowly said. A mysterious, powerful being took her away. Mu Ling and the others frowned slightly upon hearing this. Who was that person? Where did they take her? The alchemy cauldron pressed on. I don't know, that person is extremely powerful, a being of the immortal realm. The queen ant sighed helplessly and replied. What? Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. An immortal realm powerhouse. Xiao Linger's mother was taken away by an immortal realm powerhouse. Could it be that Xiao Linger's mother is no longer in the true spirit realm? Are you sure she was taken away, not captured? The alchemy cauldron asked in a deep voice. If it was just taken away, then that would be fine. But if it was a capture, then the situation would be grave. After all, they already knew that the lurking enemy was the Immortal Emperor. Indeed, it was taken away, for that person was extremely respectful towards her. It looked as if they were subordinates. The queen ant said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. The alchemy cauldron replied nonchalantly. It knew that the one who took Bai Yunyun should be an old subordinate. After all, Bai Yunyun was once a powerful immortal emperor. Such an existence would definitely have a very loyal group of subordinates. It could even be said that the people from the Yu family might have been her old subordinates. Do you know what that person looks like? Or their name? The alchemy cauldron continued to ask. I do not know their appearance, as the other party wore a ram skull mask as for their name. It seems to be Captain Yang. The queen ant pondered for a moment before replying. Shepherd leader. After listening, Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. Previously, Wang Feiyun had mentioned this in the Xianyan secret realm. The Qinglian Dao companion came to the demon domain to meet a leader. Could it be that this leader is the so-called shepherd leader, one of the 12 celestial leaders under Xiao Linger's mother? The few of them pondered in their hearts. Then where do we go to find the shepherd leader? Big sister, can you tell me? I can give you good fruits to eat. Xiao Linger suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing her words, the ant queen's mind was instantly filled with a series of question marks. Good fruits to eat. Isn't that a warning among the human race? I have already told you all the information, why would I still give you good fruits? The ant queen was a bit confused. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but look enviously at each other, because they knew what Xiao Linger referred to as good fruits. Those miraculous peaches that could extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. All three of them had tasted it before, although the effect could only be amplified once it was still a precious cultivation resource. Even the wood spirit at the tribulation realm could benefit greatly from refining it. And the ant queen was originally a 9 tribulation pseudo-immortal beast. If she were to eat Xiao Linger's good fruits, she might be able to break through to the immortal realm and become a true immortal beast. Little senior, I really don't know where to find the shepherd leader. His strength is too terrifying, and it's not something someone like me can find. So let's skip the good fruits. The ant queen spoke with a distressed expression. What it feared most was Xiao Linger taking action against her. After all, even the Yu family Xiao Linger could be wiped out. How could the Shiling's ants have any chance of survival? But after hearing the ant queen's words, Li Xingyue and the others widened their eyes. Goodness, is this ant queen really that wealthy? She even refuses such immortal items. Fine, Xiao Linger said with a hint of disappointment. After hearing this, the ant queen breathed a long sigh of relief. What about this girl's parents? Do you know their whereabouts? At this moment, the wood spirit pointed to Li Xingyue and asked. Since they couldn't find the shepherd leader, they had to settle for second best. As long as they found Li Xingyue's parents, they could still achieve their goals. I know. In response to their gazes, the ant queen nodded. Where? The wood spirit quickly asked. After all, they had no way to find that shepherd leader. Therefore, finding Li Xingyue's parents was particularly crucial. As long as they found her parents, it would be equivalent to helping Xiao Linger find her mother. In our demon domain, there is a place called the Burial of Immortals. After entering the demon domain, her parents went to the Burial of Immortals. The ant queen spoke truthfully without any concealment. The Burial of Immortals. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others frowned slightly. What kind of place dares to call itself the Burial of Immortals? This Burial of Immortals is an extremely terrifying forbidden area. That area has already detached from the true spirit realm. It lies in the gap between the immortal spirit realm and the true spirit realm. It is rumored that there are immortal realms within. The ant queen glanced at everyone and slowly said, Immortal realms exist. Upon hearing this, the others had no reaction. After all, Xiao Linger was indeed a veritable immortal king. Moreover, she possessed those terrifying immortal treasures. Even if there were immortal realms within the Burial of Immortals, what of it? If that's the case, why is it called the Burial of Immortals? The wood spirit asked in confusion. The burial of immortals by its name suggests it is a place that buries the existence of immortal realms. Yet now it is said that there are immortal realms inside. Isn't that contradictory? I don't know about that. The Ant Queen shook her head. The immortal realm has already surpassed the limits of the true spirit realm. She is only at the 9 tribulation realm. How could she dare to probe into the news of immortal realm powerhouses? After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others looked towards the alchemy cauldron. Then let's go take a look here. The alchemy cauldron said indifferently, not to mention Xiao Linger's own cultivation. The little gourd and its group of divine artifacts are not to be underestimated. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the Immortal Emperor does not intervene, there is no existence that can pose a threat to Xiao Linger. It is merely a place between the true spirit realm and the immortal spirit realm. He does not believe that there will be any Immortal Emperor powerhouses inside. The location. The alchemy cauldron glanced at the Ant Queen and asked, "Go south until the end." The Ant Queen replied honestly. Subsequently, they said no more and turned to leave. However, the wood spirit lagged behind and couldn't help but sigh. You don't even want the good fruits that extend life for 10,000 years. How rich you are. What? The Ant Queen was stunned on the spot after hearing this. What did you say? She looked at the wood spirit in disbelief, confused. Good fruits. The good fruits that the master said to give you are a type of peach. They should be immortal items that can extend life by 10,000 years. If you were to obtain them, you might be able to break through to the immortal realm. I didn't expect you to refuse them. The wood spirit chuckled and explained. After hearing this, the Ant Queen was left stunned in place. Extending life for 10,000 years could break through into the immortal realm. I. After a long moment, she finally reacted, wanting to cry without tears. It turns out these good fruits were truly good fruits. Looking at Xiao Linger's little figure getting further away, she had an urge to rush up and grab Xiao Linger to beg for good fruits. But in the end, she restrained herself, because she feared it would provoke Xiao Linger's hatred. You actually refused such a good thing. You are this. The wood spirit lamented and extended a paw to give the Ant Queen a thumbs up. After hearing this, the Ant Queen wanted to cry, without tears, looking utterly disheartened. If she had known that these so-called good fruits could increase her lifespan by 10,000 years and allow her to level up to the immortal realm, who on earth would refuse? She thought, only able to silently slap herself in the heart. Such a sudden fortune was so carelessly rejected by her. Xiao Linger and her group were unaware of the Ant Queen's inner turmoil. After they left the territory of the Shiling Ant clan, they traveled southward. Before long, they arrived at the place mentioned by the Ant Queen. Of course, along the way, they also encountered some demon races that were not wise. Unfortunately, they ultimately became Xiao Linger's stored rations. Is that the entrance to the burial of immortals? Li Xingyue looked at the spatial rift on the sea ahead. No, this is a one-way teleportation array. The elder in a ragged robe corrected after staring at the spatial rift for a moment. One-way teleportation array. Li Xingyue and the wood spirit looked at him in confusion. It is indeed a one-way teleportation array with the aura of the void stone inside. This kind of stone is generally used to build teleportation arrays or refine storage treasures. Facing the gazes of the two, the elder in ragged robes nodded, his tone very certain. This spatial rift is a teleportation array, and it is one way. You can only enter, not exit. He continued. Only enter, not exit. Li Xingyue and the wood spirit frowned slightly upon hearing this. If that's the case, why did the Qinglian Dao companion enter? After all, a place that one can enter but never exit is akin to a prison, isn't it? Entering it is no different from stepping into a cage. Wow, what a big bull. At that moment, Xiao Linger suddenly exclaimed. A bull. The gazes of Mu Ling and the others instantly turned towards her. Linger, what bull? Li Xingyue asked in confusion. It's that one, such a big bull. Xiao Linger pointed towards the entrance of the burial ground of immortals. Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. The burial ground of immortals is a bowl. Interesting, it turns out to be a fragmented holy level immortal artifact. At that moment, the alchemy cauldron suddenly emerged. A holy level immortal artifact. What kind of treasure is that? Li Xingyue and the others looked utterly bewildered. The lifebound treasure of an immortal saint is classified as a holy level immortal artifact, the alchemy cauldron explained to them. Immortal saint. The elder in the tattered robe trembled slightly upon hearing this. Such a powerful being ranks just beneath the Immortal Emperor. In other words, as long as the Immortal Emperor does not intervene, the immortal saint is the most formidable existence. The burial ground of immortals is actually a treasure of an immortal saint. Even if it's a fragmented one, it is still a terrifying existence for someone of their cultivation level. Let's go take a look. The voice of the alchemy cauldron sounded once more. Soon after, they stepped into the burial ground of immortals. As their vision shifted, they found themselves in an extremely unfamiliar environment. At a glance, it was completely empty. Aside from the porcelain-like floor beneath their feet, there was nothing else. There were no buildings, no mountains, no woods. It felt as though they had entered a void space with only a porcelain floor. Welcome everyone. Just as everyone was curiously observing their surroundings, a voice suddenly echoed from all directions. It seemed as if the speaker was everywhere, making it impossible to discern the source of the sound. Hua. Mu Ling scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice. Li Xingyue and the elder in the tattered robe also cautiously looked around. Grandpa, is that you? Suddenly Xiao Linger spoke up. As she spoke, her round bright eyes fixed on a certain direction. Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. It seems that Xiao Linger has met the person in the shadows. Hee, it's me. The voice sounded again, and then a figure slowly walked out from the front. He had a tall stature and wore a white robe covered in what appeared to be inscriptions. His face was covered by a ram's head mask. The ram leader, Mu Ling, and the others frowned slightly. This situation seemed a bit off. Grandpa, how did you get here? Do you know where my mother is? Hey. Xiao Linger asked the ram leader with wide eyes. Linger, do you know him? Li Xingyu's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, he is the grandpa from Dinyo family. Xiao Linger nodded. What? Li Xingyue and Mu Ling were taken aback. Ouyang Tianxian. Mu Ling said in a deep voice. Correct. The ram leader smiled strangely and actively removed his mask. The face beneath the mask was none other than Ouyang Tianxian. You? How can it be you? Mu Ling exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected that Ouyang Tianxian would be the so-called ram leader. This is bad, we may have fallen into a trap. Suddenly Mu Ling reacted and spoke. Only now do you realize. I'm sorry everyone, but it's too late. Ouyang Tianxian said with a kind smile. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Xiao Linger. I never expected it, truly surprising. She actually has a daughter. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others' expressions darkened. This guy does not come with good intentions. So were you the one guiding us here all along? The alchemy cauldron spoke. That's right, alchemy cauldron, oh alchemy cauldron. I never expected to see you again. Ouyang Tianxian said with a chuckle. You recognize me? Who are you? The alchemy cauldron asked with confusion. Hee, that's not important anymore. What's important is that you have entered this place. With this little girl here, I believe she will obediently listen. Ouyang Tianxian's gaze fell on Xiao Linger, his face filled with smiles. What do you mean? Li Xingyue looked at him and said in a deep voice. Oh, I almost forgot you are also looking for your parents. Your parents have done me such a great favor, so naturally you should meet them. Ouyang Tianxian glanced at her and said kindly. After saying this, he waved his hand and a couple appeared. Father, mother. Upon seeing the two, Li Xingyue shouted out loud as she had already sensed the aura from her bloodline. Xingyue, run quickly. He has betrayed the master. Li Xingyu's father hurriedly spoke. Hee, it's useless. This is a holy artifact of the immortal saint, albeit a fragmented one. It can easily trap you. Ouyang Tianxian chuckled. Interesting, I think I know who you are now. Suddenly the alchemy cauldron spoke. Oh, Ouyang Tianxian looked at it. In my era, there was an exceedingly strange immortal saint in the immortal spirit world. He liked to disguise himself as a beggar and wander through the immortal spirit world. There were those who, due to a little charity, received opportunities bestowed by him and soared to great heights. And there were others who were insulted and had their entire families exterminated. The treasure of that peculiar immortal saint was a bowl. Tianqi Saint Ouyang Xian, am I right? The alchemy cauldron spoke slowly. What? Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others were greatly shocked. This person is an immortal saint. However, your cultivation is merely that of an earth immortal. Furthermore, aren't you a reincarnation? The alchemy cauldron said to itself. Hee, I never expected that you still remember me. It was thanks to my gift that your master established the immortal plantation. Even your birth was aided by some of the immortal minds I provided. Alchemy cauldron, shouldn't you be thanking me? Ouyang Tianxian said with a grin. I am very curious, why is the true spirit world worthy of your attention? The Lady Master reincarnated in the true spirit world, and you also reincarnated in the true spirit world. Along the way, I have also encountered other reincarnated individuals. A mere lost world, is it worthy of your attention? The alchemy cauldron did not answer, but countered with a question. It's fine to tell you. Back then, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang turtle calculated that someone would gain a great opportunity to break the shackles of the immortal spirit world. This fated individual is the Immortal Emperor Yunyan. Naturally, the Yin Emperor could not just sit by and watch, thus a great battle ensued. In the end, Immortal Emperor Yunyan made a misstep, resulting in defeat. Who would have thought she didn't die, but instead reincarnated in the true spirit world? Yet she does not know how many talented and extraordinary people there are in the world. As an emperor, what terrifying means does the Yin Emperor possess? Once Immortal Emperor Yunyan successfully reincarnated, he became aware of her existence in the true spirit world. But opportunities are often strange and cannot be forced. Thus, he arranged for others to also reincarnate in the true spirit world to investigate the situation. I am one of them. Once the opportunity manifests, the Yin Emperor will take action. Ouyang Tianxian slowly explained. This. After hearing his words, the alchemy cauldron was stunned. Breaking the shackles of the immortal spirit world means achieving true godhood. But now Lu Ming is already striving towards this realm. Could it be that this so-called opportunity is their own master? It pondered. As a spiritual treasure, it is known as a celestial king artifact. The alchemy cauldron knows a considerable amount, as it has existed for over 1,000,000 years, particularly regarding this so-called opportunity. Essentially, it is about the predecessors planting trees for the descendants to enjoy the shade. What does that mean? It signifies that a certain strong individual leaves behind a legacy, providing someone with an opportunity to alter their inherent conditions and pursue a higher realm. In the realm of cultivation, there are many people of this sort. However, to enable someone to break through to the true God realm in the alchemy cauldron's understanding, only the mysterious and powerful Lu Ming possesses that ability. After all, Lu Ming is currently striving to reach the true God realm. If he succeeds, he will become a pioneer for higher cultivation levels in the celestial spirit realm. Thus, the alchemy cauldron can basically confirm that the opportunity to allow someone to break through to the true God realm is Lu Ming. Moreover, Ouyang Tianxian also mentioned that Bai Yunyan is the one who has obtained the opportunity. Now Bai Yunyan and Lu Ming are married. Doesn't this all align perfectly? Alright, you all stay here peacefully. When the opportunity presents itself with her presence, I believe Bai Yunyan will willingly offer the opportunity. Ouyang Tianxian spoke, his gaze falling upon Xiao Linger. It is evident. He intends to use Xiao Linger to coerce Bai Yunyan. How are you so sure you can trap us? The alchemy cauldron chuckled upon hearing this. It's merely a flawed celestial sacred artifact. What is it in front of Brother Gord? Not to mention the flawed one, even a complete celestial sacred artifact couldn't withstand Brother Gord. Perhaps only Ouyang Tianchuan, who is at the sacred celestial realm, could activate a complete celestial sacred artifact to withstand a bit from Xiao Gord. Unfortunately, Ouyang Tianxian is currently not at the sacred celestial realm, merely possessing earth celestial cultivation, compounded by the fact that this sacred celestial artifact is already flawed. What can he use to resist Xiao Gord? Otherwise, I know you are a celestial king artifact, but that is all there is to it. Ouyang Tianxian smiled confidently. What? Yet his words surprised Li Xingyue and the others. The alchemy cauldron is actually a celestial king artifact. All along, they thought the alchemy cauldron was merely a celestial treasure. They never expected it to be a celestial king artifact. Xiao Linger is using a celestial king artifact as a pot. The three of them exchanged glances, unable to help themselves. They knew that Xiao Linger was extravagant and possessed numerous treasures. But is this really extravagant? Using a celestial king artifact as a pot. Suddenly, Li Xingyue thought of the other celestial treasures on Xiao Linger. Those celestial treasures can't all be celestial king artifacts, can they? As she pondered, she grew increasingly astonished. If that is the case, does it mean that everything Xiao Linger uses and wears is a celestial king artifact? Is that true? It seems you still know too little about the young master. Your calculations are good, but it is a pity that you underestimate the young master's foundations. The mocking voice of the alchemy cauldron rang out. Its words caused Ouyang Tianxian to furrow his brows slightly. What about the other several celestial treasures you mentioned? Those celestial treasures are indeed extraordinary, but my overturning sky bowl is a celestial sacred artifact. Even if it is flawed, it still counts as a top-tier treasure. Unless a sacred celestial expert personally intervenes or a celestial emperor artifact is used, it cannot be broken. Soon he reacted and said with a smile, sacred celestial experts are quite rare in the celestial spirit realm. He does not believe that Xiao Linger at the age of 4 or 5 would possess such cultivation. As for the celestial emperor artifact, that is in existence even rarer than sacred celestial experts. Even in the celestial spirit realm, there are no more than 5 celestial emperor artifacts. Because a celestial emperor artifact requires a celestial emperor realm elemental spirit to serve as its spirit. Only elemental spirits of such realms can endure the celestial emperor's celestial spiritual power. In other words, to create a celestial emperor artifact, one must capture a celestial emperor realm elemental spirit alive. An existence of this level is not only rare, but capturing one alive is exceedingly difficult. He does not believe that Xiao Linger would possess a celestial emperor artifact. Please, big brother. The alchemy cauldron scoffed and spoke. As its words fell, Xiao Gord flew out. Upon seeing this, Xiao Gord, Ouyang Tianxian frowned slightly. Gord, I want this bowl. Xiao Linger said cheerfully to Xiao Gord. Xiao Gord vibrated slightly as if nodding. He naive. Overturning sky bowl settle. Ouyang Tianxian let out a dismissive laugh. As he spoke, he made a hand gesture, and terrifying celestial spiritual power surged from within him, spreading into the void. In the next moment, fluctuations appeared in the space above Xiao Linger and her group, revealing pitch-black holes. Then a ghostly light descended, aiming to suppress Xiao Linger and her companions. Buzz. At that instant, Xiao Gord moved. It merely trembled lightly in place. In an instant, waves of energy emanated from Xiao Gourd, radiating outward. Where the energy waves passed, the space visibly twisted. The ghostly light that had descended to suppress them was directly dispersed by the energy waves. Just as Xiao Gourd made its move, Ouyang Tiangshuan's expression changed drastically, and every hair on his body stood on end. Celestial Emperor pressure. He sensed the Celestial Emperor pressure from Xiao Gourd. Moreover, it was not the pressure of a half-step Celestial Emperor, but the genuine Celestial Emperor pressure. It was as though Xiao Gourd was a true Celestial Emperor. But how is this possible? Because right now Xiao Gourd is being autonomously activated by its spirit. Without the owner's celestial spiritual power as a source of strength, autonomously activated treasures should only be able to unleash half their power. Even Celestial Emperor artifacts are the same. But what is the situation with this Xiao Gourd before me? The spirit autonomously activating it can actually rival a true Celestial Emperor expert. What a ridiculous situation. What level of treasure could achieve this? Ouyang Tianxian felt shocked, bewildered, and terrified. True divine artifact, you are a true divine artifact. How is it possible? How can there be a flawless true divine artifact in this world? He cried out in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Autonomously activated treasures can only unleash half their power. Now this Xiao Gourd activates autonomously, yet can match a Celestial Emperor expert. Only the legendary true divine artifact can achieve this. But for countless years, there has never been a true divine artifact in the celestial spirit realm. Only a half-damaged artifact is controlled by the Tian Emperor. Now a true divine artifact unexpectedly flies out from Xiao Linger. How can he not be astonished? A true divine artifact. After hearing this, Li Xingyue and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. What level of treasure is this? It completely exceeds their realm of understanding. Nothing is impossible. I told you know too little about the young master's foundations. The alchemy cauldron chuckled. This is just one of them. If those utensils also appeared, wouldn't you be scared to death? Especially that red robe that even Xiao Gourd has to call big sister. Not looking, there can't be any true divine artifacts in the world. There isn't a single true divine artifact in the entire immortal spirit realm. Even the Heavenly Emperor has only one semi-artifact. How could she have a true divine artifact? Ouyang Tianxian said, as if he had gone mad. It was simply hard to accept such a fact. How truly miraculous. Even in the immortal spirit realm, it would be considered a legend. Now it actually appeared on a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Who would dare to believe such a thing? What? His words shook Li Xingyue and the others profoundly. A true divine artifact, a terrifying treasure that didn't exist in the entire immortal spirit realm. Gulp. The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gulp. Especially Mu Ling and Li Xingyue, because they were about to take action against the Yu family back then. It wasn't just the small gourd that appeared. There were also the utensils that Xiao Linger usually used. Those were all on par with the small gourd. Even the immortal refining cauldron showed a respectful demeanor towards those items. The small gourd is a true divine artifact. Could it be that the various utensils Xiao Linger uses daily are also true divine artifacts? Mu Ling and Li Xingyue thought to themselves. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. A terrifying treasure that even the immortal spirit realm didn't have. But Xiao Linger used it as a daily tool. What kind of existence is her father? After all, they all knew that Xiao Linger had been with her father since she was little. So those items must have been given by her father. What kind of father could provide true divine artifacts that the immortal spirit realm lacked for Xiao Linger to use as everyday tools? The old man in rags beside them was excited. Damn, that's right, I really found the right thigh to hug. Xiao Linger has treasures that don't even exist in the immortal spirit realm. The origin is naturally too terrifying to explain. Such a thigh is even thicker than the Immortal Emperor. The old man in rags thought secretly and decided to firmly hold onto Xiao Linger's thigh in the future. Even if I have to chase her away with a stick, I won't let go. Senior, if I remember correctly. Back then the gourd senior also mentioned the big sister. Suddenly Li Xingyue reacted, glancing at the big red robe draped over Xiao Linger, and said dryly, wow. After her reminder, Mu Ling also remembered. Right? Back then when Xiao Linger was sad at the Baishao Pavilion branch. Not only did this gourd appear, but there was also that big red robe. Moreover, before that big red robe, even this gourd needed to take a back seat. What does this signify? It signifies that the big red robe is an existence even more impressive than the gourd. Just this gourd alone is a treasure that has never existed in the immortal spirit realm. That big red robe. Mu Ling thought, feeling a shiver down her spine. What do you mean? Is there something even more powerful than this gourd on the master? The old man in rags beside them asked in astonishment. Meeting his gaze, Mu Ling and Li Xingyue exchanged a knowing glance at the big red robe draped over Xiao Linger, nodding in agreement. Hiss. In an instant the old man in rags gasped. At that moment he had the urge to rush forward, hug Xiao Linger's leg, and express his willingness to face mountains of knives and seas of fire. Hey, there are many impossible things. Let me tell you another fact. Is there a possibility that the true divine opportunity you seek has already been obtained by the mistress? She just doesn't know it. The immortal refining cauldron looked at the shocked and dazed Ouyang Tianxian and smiled. What do you mean? Ouyang Tianxian's eyes widened. The gourd brother was given to the little master by the master. The immortal refining cauldron continued. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianxian's eyes narrowed sharply. An existence that can produce true divine artifacts. Would it be difficult for him to break through to the true divine realm? Who is your father? Ouyang Tianxian shouted loudly. You threaten me, the gourd, he threatens me. This sudden questioning made Xiao Linger shiver. Buzz. The small gourd trembled, and a terrifying aura spread, directly pinning Ouyang Tianxian to the ground, leaving him unable to move. Quickly tell me, where is mother? Xiao Linger asked Ouyang Tianxian. Ouyang Tianxian chose to remain silent. At this moment he had only one thought in his mind. What kind of person is this girl's father? Father, Mother Linger is your revered one's daughter. Do you know where she is? I miss her so much. The revered one's daughter. Li Xingyu's parents showed dazed expressions after hearing this. Back then, Bai Yanyanshan accepted them because she wanted them to secretly check on her husband and daughter. However, they clearly remembered that the revered one had said that the father and daughter were ordinary people living in a small village. Yet they had a terrifying treasure like a true divine artifact. Is this called ordinary people? You are the elder sister's parents. Can you tell me where mother is? I really miss her. I've been looking for her for a long time. Xiao Linger looked at Li Xingyu's parents with a pitiful expression. The Qinglian Dao couple exchanged glances, somewhat hesitant. Because Bai Yanyanshan had said that the father and daughter were ordinary people. But now, it's completely not the same thing. Father, mother, please tell me. Xingyue, don't rush. Li Xingyu's father Li Chun took a deep breath and said. After speaking, he looked at Xiao Linger and asked, this little senior, how can you say the revered one is your mother? The revered one has an extraordinary background and many enemies. He spoke slowly. Obviously, he was afraid that Xiao Linger might be an imposter. Of course, this is normal. After all, Bai Yanyanshan had told them that her husband and daughter were ordinary people. Xiao Linger was directly perplexed by Li Chun's question. Father, Li Xingyue became anxious on the spot. Xingyue, let me explain. The situation is like this. Li Chun hurriedly explained, telling about how Bai Yanyanshan had sent them to investigate, including the news that the father and daughter were ordinary people. Senior, this. Li Xingyue looked at the immortal refining cauldron after hearing this. No mistake, we came from that village. As for what you call ordinary people, we are not clear. Because I was captured by the master later. The immortal refining cauldron pondered. Senior, it's not that we are unwilling to say, but the revered one has too many enemies. We are afraid of you being harmful to her. Li Chun spoke helplessly. His suspicion the immortal refining cauldron could understand. But now it was a bit tricky. Xiao Linger had never seen Bai Yanyanshan. How could she prove she was her daughter? Oh, by the way, you should have a portrait of the master, right? Take a look, is it him? Suddenly, the immortal refining cauldron spoke. As he spoke, a portrait appeared in front of everyone. It was of a young man wearing white with a gentle smile on his face. He was elegant and refined like a true celestial being. It's him. The portrait given by the revered one was this person. Li Chun nodded quickly after looking. So where is the mistress now, eh? The immortal refining cauldron asked. Mu Ling and Li Xingyu's gazes were also firmly fixed on Li Chun. At this moment, Ouyang Tianxian could no longer be relied upon. He could not and would not reveal the whereabouts of Bai Yuyan. Thus, the only one who could reveal Bai Yuyan's location now was Li Chun. Even Xiaoling stared at Li Chun with her round bright eyes. The master is in the Forbidden Sea. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Li Chun slowly spoke. The Forbidden Sea. After hearing this, Li Xingyue turned to Mu Ling and the elder in ragged clothes. Having lived in the Xuanwu region her entire life and never having been to the central continent, she naturally did not know where the Forbidden Sea was. It's actually in the Forbidden Sea, are you sure? Under Li Xingyu's scrutiny, the elder in ragged clothes spoke with a frown. It was evident he was familiar with this place. Where is that? The alchemy cauldron inquired. The Forbidden Sea, the most forbidden place in the central continent. No one knows how it was formed. The Forbidden Sea is located at the northernmost point of the central continent, at the very edge of it. It is a realm of void filled with spatial turbulence. Legends say that no one has ever come out alive from the Forbidden Sea. The elder in ragged clothes hurriedly explained. Correct. It is said that the spatial instability there is extreme, a moment's carelessness can lead one to be swept into the spatial turbulence and lost in the boundless void. The mistress is actually there. Mu Ling echoed. The master is indeed there. Using a supreme formation, she has suppressed the spatial turbulence deep within, establishing a magnificent palace. At this moment, Li Xingyu's mother Mou interjected. Sister, let's go to the Forbidden Sea. Ooh, I want to see mother. Xiaoling said excitedly. Ha! Just then, Ouyang Tianxian burst into loud laughter. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Grandpa, you're laughing wrong. It should be kikikik. Xiaoling looked at Ouyang Tianxuan, laughing mischievously. Her playful demeanor made Li Xingyue chuckle repeatedly. Hell, little girl, you will never find her. Ouyang Tianxian sneered derisively. Why not? Xiaoling looked at him in confusion. The others also furrowed their brows. They already knew the specific location, they just needed to head to the Forbidden Sea. How could they not be able to see her? Ha! Ouyang Tianxian merely chuckled mockingly, his face full of mockery, without offering an explanation. Pretending to be mysterious. Big brother, let's suppress him first, we will know once we go to the Forbidden Sea. The alchemy cauldron snorted coldly and spoke. The small gourd trembled slightly. The lid opened directly, enclosing Ouyang Tianxian. Afterward, the small gourd violently shook in the void. The entire space trembled fiercely. Then Li Xingyue and the others noticed that the sky above them suddenly brightened. It felt as if they had been engulfed in darkness, and suddenly dawn broke, gradually dispelling the shadows. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves under the bright blue sky. They were positioned above a vast expanse of ocean. Above Xiaoling, a bowl that seemed to be carved from white jade appeared. What a beautiful bowl! Xiaoling giggled, immediately stowing the white jade bowl away. The small gourd and alchemy cauldron returned to her storage space. Sister, let's go to the Forbidden Sea to see Mother. Putting away the small bowl, Xiaoling said happily. Okay. Li Xingyue nodded with a smile. Subsequently, the group headed straight for the Forbidden Sea. Along the way, Li Xingyue learned about the events from that year from Li Chun and Mou. It turned out that at first the couple found it difficult to accept that Li Xingyue was an ordinary person. However, over time it became less of an issue. Because the cultivation world is filled with deceit and confusion. Embarking on the path of cultivation is not necessarily a good thing. Thus, they accepted Li Xingyue's ordinariness, wishing only to provide her with a carefree life. But Lung Wu said, you killed the children of the demon suppression team for me. While on the road, Li Xingyue asked. Mu Ling and the elder in ragged clothes remained silent, listening quietly. Xiaoling, however, stared at Li Chun and his wife with great curiosity, resembling a little cat bursting with curiosity. Well, it's both true and not true. Li Chun exchanged glances with Mou, letting out a helpless sigh. True or not? Li Xingyue's expression was filled with questions. What is true, what is not, what is both true and not true. Back then, when your mother and I first became parents, we naturally understood the feelings of being a parent. We are well aware of the pain of losing a child. However, the Xuanwu saint used your life as leverage, forcing us to implement that ancient secret technique to switch flowers. Your mother and I could indeed resist the Saint Realm powerhouse, but that was only when we lacked a sacred weapon. The Xuanwu saint was already a rare genius with the vast force of the Xuanwu Holy Land backing him. How could your mother and I be a match for him? On one side was your life, and on the other was morality. In the end, we chose you. Li Chun sighed helplessly, a look of shame on his face. At that time, he had only reached the Great Ascension stage. Faced with the Xuanwu saint, he had no power to choose. Xingyue, you can blame us for being heartless, but we had to protect you. Mou comfortingly patted Li Chun's shoulder, speaking softly. After hearing this, Li Xingyue fell into silence. What does it matter? The cultivation world is inherently a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It's a case of the dead friend not harming the living friend. Mu Ling nonchalantly spoke. In the cultivation world, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. Being weak is the greatest sin. Just like in the mundane world, being poor is the original sin. The little dog is right. The teacher once said good people can be ridden by horses and good horses can also be ridden by horses. Xiaoling said with her round bright eyes. Uft. As soon as this was said, Li Xingyue burst into laughter. Xiaoling, it's that good people are bullied by people and good horses are ridden by people. She corrected as her mood seemed to brighten considerably. Ah, he. Xiaoling's little face turned red, smiling bashfully. That innocent, adorable smile seemed to possess a kind of magic, causing Li Xingyue and the others to unconsciously smile as well. Father and Mother Master said you were following a high-ranking individual. Could it be Xiaoling's mother? Li Xingyue initiated a new topic. That's right. Back then we were hunted by the Xuanwu Holy Land, and we only survived by fleeing into the ancient battlefield. Initially we wanted to settle in the ancient battlefield, but later we encountered the Master. Perhaps it was because we were both parents who could not live with our children, which is why she took us in. It is because of the Master that we have attained our current Emperor's realm cultivation. Li Chun nodded and continued. Indeed, what surprised us the most was that Xingyue, you actually know the little Master. Perhaps this is what they call fate. Mou also expressed her sentiments. Sister, father, and mother, can you tell me about mother? I really want to hear about it. Xiaoling looked at Li Chun and his wife, full of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling and the old man in a coarse robe also turned their gazes over. Good, Mou said with a gentle smile, nodding as he spoke. To outsiders, the Master appears to be a very aloof person. But in reality, she has a kind heart. To be precise, she treats her own very well. Xingyue, do you still remember the incident when the seal of the evil spirit clan was broken? The incident when the seal of the evil spirit clan was broken. Li Xingyue nodded in confusion after listening. Of course she remembered. Back then Lingxian made a deal with the evil spirit clan to protect her, using herself as bait in an attempt to swap the child. Unfortunately, in the end, she was seen through by Leng Wu and captured alive. She nearly got caught herself. If it weren't for Xiao Linger, Li Xingyue might never have seen her parents in this lifetime. However, she was puzzled as to why Li Chun and his wife suddenly brought this up. At that time we received the news and were very anxious. Because you were in Linglong Pavilion with the strength of the evil spirit clan, it was highly likely that something would happen to you. Later, in order to help us, the master took the two of us directly to the evil spirit realm. Fortunately, at that time the evil spirit realm was destroyed by a mysterious existence. From what the master said, it seemed like a very powerful treasure. Li Chun began to speak slowly. At this point he suddenly froze. A very powerful treasure. He still remembered what Bai Yunyan had said. That very powerful treasure seemed to surpass her own innate Immortal Emperor artifact. Previously, they didn't know what level of treasure could surpass the Immortal Emperor artifact. But through Ouyang Tianchuan they now understood. It was a true divine artifact. There wasn't a single true divine artifact in the entire immortal spirit realm. Yet now Xiao Linger possessed one. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Linger. Did you appear back then? Li Xingyue's eyes widened in surprise after hearing this. That's right, Xingyue, the master said that destroying the evil spirit clan was done by a very terrifying treasure. Could it be a? Li Chun nodded, asking back. A terrifying treasure. That's correct. It was made by Senior Xiaohulu. As soon as Li Xingyue heard this, she instantly reacted, her face filled with a bitter smile. Back then, those few evil spirits at the transformation realm threatened Xiao Linger. In the end, they were captured by Senior Xiaohulu. Moreover, Xiao Linger had mentioned that Senior Xiaohulu wanted to make a trip to the evil spirit realm. Looking back, it seems that both sides were just a step away from encountering each other. It turns out to be true. Alas, what a pity. At that time, the master was not very powerful, only at the Emperor realm, and it was not suitable for him to be overly active. Although your mother and I had broken through to the Saint realm, the master said there was an ancient tortoise at the demon ancestor level in the Xuanwu sacred land. Therefore, after confirming safety, we left. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, we missed each other. Li Chun spoke with some helplessness. If they had known that Xiao Linger was at Linglong Pavilion at that time, the mother and daughter would have likely met long ago. By the way, Xingyue, I heard that the Xuanwu sacred land seems to have been destroyed. What happened? At this moment, Mou interjected. It was still because of Linger. At that time, Leng Wu wanted to capture me, but he targeted Linger. And he even threatened Linger, angering Senior Xiaohulu. Senior Xiaohulu then went to the Xuanwu sacred land and destroyed it. The old tortoise that father mentioned was also captured by Senior Xiaohulu and cooked for Linger. Li Xingyue said with a smile. After hearing this, Li Chun and Mou couldn't help but exchange glances, feeling somewhat amazed at how wonderful fate could be. So how did you find your way to the demon domain? Li Chun asked again in confusion. Meeting his gaze, Li Xingyue began to recount everything that had happened along the way. After listening, Li Chun and Mou were left dumbfounded. The ancient battlefield, the quicksand in Mu Ling, the Yu family. It turns out it was you guys, this alas. Li Chun said with a very complex expression. He never imagined that the people from the immortal spirit realm appearing at the ancient battlefield would be Xiao Linger. Moreover, the destruction of the Yu family was also done by Xiao Linger. Father, Li Xingyue looked at him in confusion. Xingyue, we have missed each other several times due to twists of fate. That quicksand was actually taken in by the master long ago, responsible for helping the master cultivate spiritual herbs and demon beasts. But your visit was mistaken by the master as people from the immortal spirit realm seeking revenge. Mou said with a helpless smile, explaining. Who could have imagined that such a huge blunder would occur? Huh. Li Xingyue also felt dumbfounded after hearing this. The quicksand actually belonged to Xiao Linger's mother. If that were the case, didn't they walk right to the doorstep back then? As for the Yu family, the reason we went to Zhongzhou was that the master thought some enemies from the immortal spirit realm had found some clues. So we went to the Yu family to seek information, but in the end the Yu family provoked their enemies, leading to their destruction. Unexpectedly. Who would have thought it was done by the young master? Mou spoke again, somewhat amused yet helpless. Who could have predicted this? Did Xiao Linger do all of this? If they had known earlier, why would they need Xiao Linger and the others to chase them to the demon domain? They could have met directly in Zhongzhou. They also wouldn't have had to deal with the matter of Ouyang Tianxian. We didn't know either. Li Xingyue said with a bitter smile, not expecting that Xiao Linger would be mistaken for an enemy. Young master, may I ask what your cultivation level is now? Suddenly Li Chun's heart stirred, and he looked at Xiao Linger and asked. Cultivation level. Xiao Linger stared at him with her round eyes. The master is at the Immortal King level. The old man in the coarse robe stood up and replied. Immortal King level. Li Chun was stunned upon hearing this. Mou beside him was equally shocked. After following Bai Yunyan for so many years, they had naturally learned a lot, including the realms of immortality. An immortal king-level powerhouse was a top-level existence in the immortal spirit realm. How old was Xiao Linger? 4 or 5 years old. A 4 or 5-year-old immortal king. Didn't the master say that the father and daughter were ordinary people? Is this what you call ordinary people? Li Chun pondered. It seems that indeed she is the young master. Mou said with a bitter smile, speaking up. Mother, what do you mean? Li Xingyue looked at her in confusion. Before the Yu family was destroyed, the master sensed that there was an immortal king-level powerhouse in the true spirit realm. So he sent us to investigate. Now it seems that the immortal king-level powerhouse was the young master. Mou said with a very helpless smile. They had been on high alert because of this matter. Unexpectedly, all of this noise was caused by the master's daughter. If the master knew, he wouldn't know how to express his gratitude. Mou thought to himself, suddenly looking forward to Xiao Linger meeting by Yunyan upon entering the Forbidden Sea. That would surely be spectacular, right? Sister, father is mother inside. Suddenly Xiao Linger's voice rang out. Li Chun and Mou followed her gaze and couldn't help but be shocked. Had they reached the Forbidden Sea so quickly? That's right, young master, the master's palace is right inside. Hurry up, the master misses you very much. Mou nodded. But there is no one inside. After hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but exchange glances. Since she said there is no one, then there must be no one. Impossible, the master has always been in the Forbidden Sea. Facing the crowd's gaze, Li Chun spoke with great certainty. Seeing his expression, everyone knew he wasn't lying. Linger, let's go inside and take a look first, suggested Li Xingyue. Linger nodded and stepped towards the Forbidden Sea, with Li Xingyue and the others following closely behind. This place indeed resembled what Li Chun and his wife described. It was all chaotic spatial currents. It was as if the space here was like a mirror full of cracks spanning across an unfathomable abyss. A misstep could lead one to fall into it, plunging into endless darkness. Cracks were visible everywhere, and from time to time a gust of wind would whip up, causing pain to the skin. The weakest among them, Li Xingyue, was certain. If she were to enter this place alone, there would be no chance of survival. Fortunately, Linger was paving the way in front, unaffected by the spatial storms and chaotic currents. The group of Mu Ling also experienced the same. Moments later, they saw the palace described by Li Chun and his wife. It lay in the depths of the Forbidden Sea like a primordial giant beast suppressing some ominous force. The palace was enormous, ancient, and magnificent. Its entire structure was bronze-colored, seemingly cast from massive amounts of bronze. Various creatures were carved into the pillars. The carvings were lifelike and captivating. However, the palace appeared half-collapsed at this moment. Several supporting pillars had already broken, leading to the roof's collapse. Around it, several bronze blocks floated in the void. How could this happen? Li Chun and his wife's faces turned pale. From the half-collapsed bronze palace, it was evident that a fierce battle had erupted here. It seemed incredibly brutal. Under the bronze ruins lay incomplete corpses. Each corpse emanated a chilling aura. They were at least powerful beings from the immortal realm. Some were known to Li Chun and his wife, while others were unfamiliar. Could something unexpected have occurred here after we left? Mou also spoke with disbelief. The expressions of Li Xingyue and the others were grim. After finally finding this place, how could it end up like this? Sister, where is mother? Linger scanned the area and turned her gaze towards Li Chun and his wife. In response to her somewhat sorrowful gaze, Li Chun and his wife were momentarily speechless. Little master, we did not deceive you. The master was indeed cultivating here before. As for why it has become like this now, we do not know either. For this period, we have been gathering information in the central region and then got trapped by Commander Yang as bait. After a while, Li Chun replied with a wry smile. Ever since Linger appeared on the ancient battlefield and was regarded as a being from the immortal spirit realm, they were sent by Yunyans to investigate. They also spread the rumor in the central region that Ji Sun was the immortal king. In other words, they had not returned here for at least 10 to 15 days. What specifically happened, they could only guess. Ouyang Tianxian must know something. Suddenly, Li Xingyue spoke up. When they were in the heavenly covering bowl, Ouyang Tianxian had said that Linger could not possibly meet by Yunyans. Now it seemed that he must know something to say such a thing. Prompted by her reminder, everyone reacted. Yes, Ouyang Tianxian was not only one of Bai Yunyin's 20 great leaders, but he was also a person of the Immortal Emperor. No matter where he stood, his status was not low. He absolutely knew something. Buzz. As the space trembled, the small gourd flew out, simultaneously releasing Ouyang Tianxian from his suppression. Haha, little girl, I told you you cannot possibly meet Bai Yunyins. After being released, Ouyang Tianxian looked around and mocked. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, everyone felt their fists tighten. Quickly tell me, where is mother? Linger glared furiously at Ouyang Tianxian and demanded. He dream on. Ouyang Tianxian sneered. He had personally experienced how terrifying Linger was. If such an existence stood beside Bai Yunyins, it could only bring disaster to the immortal spirit realm. How could he possibly push her towards Bai Yunyins? Old man, are you forcing us? At that moment, the alchemy cauldron also emerged. What can you do to me? Soul search. Alchemy Cauldron, I was at least an immortal saint before reincarnation. Can you perform a soul search on me? To prevent any accidents, the Immortal Emperor had planted restrictions in my sea of consciousness. Ouyang Tianxian spoke disdainfully, glancing triumphantly at the small gourd. He was not reincarnated due to being defeated, but was following orders from the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor also understood that by Yunyans was the trigger of opportunities. Only when the timing was right would the opportunity to become a deity appear. Thus he had been plotting secretly, controlling and monitoring everything about Bai Yunyans. Naturally, he would put in the effort regarding Ouyang Tianxuan, a pawn arranged by him. After all, once Bai Yunyans discovered his long-term baiting strategy, as his nemesis the other side would surely not be led by the nose. Therefore, to prevent his fishing plan from leaking, the Immortal Emperor planted restrictions within every pawn. That was the Immortal Emperor, a well-known existence in the immortal spirit realm. The foremost figure in today's immortal spirit realm. Ouyang Tianxian knew that the small gourd was a true divine artifact. But without a strong person activating it, what good was a true divine artifact? The Immortal Emperor was not an ordinary immortal emperor. Thus he was confident that the small gourd could not perform a soul search on him. The small gourd vibrated slightly. It directly shot out a ray of light that entered Ouyang Tianxuan's forehead. Useless, what good is your true divine artifact? Without a strong person activating it, at most it can only compare to an ordinary immortal emperor. The Immortal Emperor is not an ordinary immortal emperor. Ouyang Tianxian scoffed disdainfully. He knew that the small gourd was trying to perform a soul search on him. However, how could the restrictions set by the Immortal Emperor be broken by a true divine artifact without a strong person activating it? Moments later, the small gourd retracted the light beam and vibrated twice. It was clear that it had achieved nothing. I know what happened here, and I even know Bai Yunyans' whereabouts. But I just want to tell you, what can you do to me? Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxian became even more smug. You are quite arrogant. The alchemy cauldron said with a half-smile. Li Xingyue, Mu Ling, and the elder in rags looked at Ouyang Tianxian as if he were a fool, because they all knew. The strongest treasure in Linger's possession was not the small gourd, but that big red robe that even the small gourd had to call elder sister. What do you mean? In response to their gaze, Ouyang Tianxian appeared a bit confused. Please, elder sister. The alchemy cauldron sneered and spoke. The leader, Ouyang Tianxuan's confusion deepened upon hearing this. What does it mean? Could there be an even more powerful presence? Even Li Chun and his wife wore expressions of bewilderment. Buzz. After the words of the alchemy cauldron fell, a large red robe flew out from Xiao Linger. Upon seeing the large red robe, the small gourd quietly stepped aside like a little brother. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tianxian was utterly dumbfounded, stunned by the terrifying aura emanating from the red robe. What level of treasure is this? The aura it radiated was not in the slightest weaker than that of the renowned and deeply rooted existence of the Immortal Emperor. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who are you? Who exactly are you? Ouyang Tianxian was on the verge of madness. This was simply outrageous. Not only does she possess a true divine artifact, but now another terrifying treasure has appeared. At this moment, Ouyang Tianxian began to suspect that Xiao Linger might be from a world even more advanced than the immortal spirit realm. Otherwise, how could a 4- or 5-year-old child possess such terrifying treasures? Even the offspring of the Immortal Emperor did not have such things. Still arrogant. Show me more of your arrogance. The alchemy cauldron chuckled, feeling immensely satisfied, as if everything was under its command. Impossible! How can such an existence exist in this world? I refuse to believe it. Ouyang Tianxian seemed to be struck, murmuring to himself as if plagued by inner demons. There was no way around it. All of this was simply beyond his comprehension. The immortal spirit realm does not have a single true divine artifact, yet Xiao Linger possesses one. Now an existence even more terrifying than true divine artifacts has appeared. It could be said that just Xiao Linger's lifetime heritage could dominate the immortal spirit realm. Of course, the most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that she is the daughter of Bai Yunyang. At this moment, Ouyang Tianxian even began to mourn for the Immortal Emperor. How could he provoke such an existence? Just the daughter alone is so terrifying. How powerful must the true master behind her be? Bai Yunyang? Is she really an existence that the immortal spirit realm dares to provoke? The large red robe wasted no words and directly attacked Ouyang Tianxian. A beam of red light shot forth, penetrating his brow. Buzz. In an instant, the space above Ouyang Tianxuan's head warped, and a vague shadow unexpectedly materialized. The shadow radiated an extremely terrifying aura, as if it were an invincible being that could suppress eternity. Under that terrifying pressure, not even Li Xingyu's group, even the alchemy cauldron, was rendered immobile. Who are you? Why do you move against my people? The booming voice from the shadow erupted, as if the heavenly Tao itself spoke. This left Li Xingyue and her group dizzy. If not for the protection of the small gourd, perhaps such a simple sentence could have shattered their souls. Buzz. The large red robe wasted no time unleashing a tide of red light towards the restraints of the Immortal Emperor. Humph! The Immortal Emperor coldly snorted and reached out to strike the large red robe. Under that immense palm, the space erupted with numerous fissures producing snapping sounds. Many areas directly transformed into bottomless black abysses. As the current Emperor of Heaven, the Immortal Emperor's strength was terrifying. Even now, merely a restraint, his actions were still capable of obliterating heaven and earth. Is this the strength of the Immortal Emperor? Indeed terrifying. If it were just the small gourd, perhaps it would be unable to withstand it at all. The alchemy cauldron spoke under the protection of the small gourd. To this, the small gourd did not refute, essentially acknowledging it. The Immortal Emperor as an ancient existence was indeed not something it could contend with unless there was a celestial emperor-level expert to serve as a source of power to spur it on. The Immortal Emperor was undeniably strong, that much is certain. However, the large red robe was no pushover. In the face of that descending colossal palm, a terrifying red light emerged, staining the entire sky red. Then, under the astonished gaze of Li Xingyue and the others, the boundless red light coalesced into a red tassel spear. Buzz. As the space trembled, the red tassel spear surged forth with the might to cleave heaven and earth towards the giant palm. Bang! A massive explosion echoed, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. Where the energy passed, the space began to collapse layer by layer, revealing vast void black abysses. The small gourd also radiated divine light, fiercely protecting Xiao Linger and her group. After a long while, the terrifying energy wave finally dissipated, and the surroundings of Xiao Linger and the others had drastically changed. The Great Hall was reduced to dust, and large areas of space turned into void black abysses. It could be said that this clash nearly transformed the entire area into a void black abyss. If not for the protection of the small gourd, none of them would have survived. After the strike, it was evident that the large red robe had the upper hand. After all, no matter how strong the Immortal Emperor was at this moment, he was merely a restraint. It was equivalent to a single strike remaining within Ouyang Tianxian. And it wasn't even a spiritual body. If it were anyone else facing this strike, they would undoubtedly perish. Even a typical celestial emperor would have to pay a price. But the large red robe was a terrifying existence that surpassed the small gourd. It was Xiao Linger's most intimate talisman, the strongest trump card. How could the mere strike of the Immortal Emperor pose any threat? Looking at the destroyed figure of the Immortal Emperor, Ouyang Tianxian felt utterly hopeless. At this moment, his gaze toward Xiao Linger was no longer one of mockery or disdain. It was certainly not respect, but fear. Now he had only one opinion of Xiao Linger: terrifying. Superbly terrifying. She was even unscathed against a strike from the Immortal Emperor. What kind of existence is this? And where does she come from? I know that today I am doomed to die. Can you let me die with clarity? What is her origin? And who is the person behind her? Origin. Just a small village, that's all. The alchemy cauldron replied. Ouyang Tianxuan. A speechless expression immediately surfaced on his face. A small village. Whose small village could give rise to such a terrifying existence? As for the person behind her, haven't you been searching for the opportunity to become a god? The alchemy cauldron spoke again. Now it had confirmed that Lu Ming was the divine opportunity that the Immortal Emperor and others desired. Could her father be from the so-called realm of gods? Ouyang Tianxian slowly spoke. In the immortal spirit realm, there is evidence indicating the existence of more powerful and vast worlds. Because the half-artifact in the Immortal Emperor's hand is the best proof. The upper echelons of the immortal spirit realm refer to that world as the realm of gods. I don't know, perhaps so, said the alchemy cauldron. It also did not know Lu Ming's origins. It only knew that he was incredibly formidable enough to overturn one's understanding. Buzz. At this moment, the large red robe trembled, and a beam of red light entered Ouyang Tianxuan's brow. Following that, a light curtain appeared in the eyes of Li Xingyue and the others. The content displayed on the light curtain was actually all of Ouyang Tianxuan's memories. Looking at Ouyang Tianxuan's memories, everyone quickly understood the situation. The Emperor of the Shadow Sky has sent someone to take action. To be precise, he no longer had the patience to wait. As for the reason, it was also present in Ouyang Tianxuan's memories. The Emperor of the Shadow Sky has been an immortal emperor for over millions of years. By now, the Emperor of the Shadow Sky had little lifespan remaining. He had also consumed all the longevity elixirs that appeared in the immortal spirit realm. Therefore, he urgently needed the opportunity to break through to the divine realm. Only by breaking through to the divine realm could he shatter the limits of his lifespan and live longer. However, if he were to wait for Biunion, he could not afford to wait. He was unclear when that so-called true divine opportunity would actually appear. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. This time frame was filled with uncertainty. The Emperor of the Shadow Sky's dwindling lifespan could not support him waiting indefinitely. Thus, he sent someone from the immortal realm to take action against Bai Yunyan, aiming to force her into a desperate situation and see if that true divine opportunity would manifest. After all, opportunities in the cultivation world often appear when fated individuals face life and death situations. There was another reason as well. The Emperor of the Shadow Sky feared that his delay in action would raise Bai Yunyan's suspicions, leading her to discover his fishing plan. Precisely because of this, the Forbidden Sea was destroyed. It seems you are quite ambitious knowing about the young master's existence, but not informing either side, said the alchemy cauldron after reviewing Ouyang Tianxuan's memories. In the memories of the other party, after learning about Xiao Linger's existence, Ouyang Tianxian did not report it to the Emperor of the Shadow Sky, nor did he inform Bai Yunyan. It is not difficult to guess that this guy wanted to capture Xiao Linger as a trump card for seizing the opportunity to break through to the divine realm. Unfortunately, what Ouyang Tianxian had calculated was not enough. Xiao Linger not only possessed a true divine artifact, but also the terrifying treasure, the Great Red Robe. Ultimately, he faced a complete loss. Ambition. If a person has no ambition, can they still be called a person? Ouyang Tianxian knelt on the ground in despair, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke, not waiting for others to respond. He continued, people strive to rise higher while water flows downwards. If there is an opportunity to transcend levels, who would miss it? There has never been anyone in this world willing to be ordinary and trampled underfoot. The alchemy cauldron did not refute his words. Seeing this, the little gourd directly collected Ouyang Tianxian. As for the Great Red Robe, it returned to Xiao Linger. Sister, where should we go to find mother now? Xiao Linger spoke with a hint of sadness. The crowd, upon hearing this, momentarily did not know how to respond, as Ouyang Tianxuan's memories contained no information about Bai Yunyan's whereabouts. In other words, the clue was broken. Now they had no idea where Bai Yunyan had gone. The only certainty was, she must still be alive. For in the eyes of the Emperor of the Shadow Sky, the opportunity to break through to the divine realm had not yet appeared. As long as the opportunity did not manifest, Bai Yunyan was safe. The only trouble was where to search. We can go to the Sandflow Inn. Suddenly Li Chun spoke up. The crowd's gaze turned to him. The Sandflow Inn is actually a place used by the Lord to cultivate resources for cultivation. It falls under the jurisdiction of another leader. As long as the Sandflow Inn still exists, we should be able to contact the Lord. Facing the crowd's gaze, Li Chun explained. That's right. The crowd's eyes immediately brightened upon hearing this. The Sandflow Inn could be considered one of Bai Yunyan's strongholds. As long as it had not been destroyed, they could still contact Bai Yunyan. Then let's go there and take a look, said the alchemy cauldron in agreement. Currently, the Sandflow Inn was the only path left to take. Meanwhile, in the immortal spirit realm, within the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Inside the vast and magnificent palace, there was a paradise. Under the sunlight, a small bamboo house stood on a flattened mountain peak. In front of the bamboo house was a courtyard. In the courtyard stood a towering tree that appeared to have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Under the tree lay an elderly man with graying hair and beard resting in a rattan chair. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves onto the man's wrinkled face, adding a touch of twilight to him. "My," a calm yet commanding voice suddenly echoed. The elderly man in the rattan chair slowly opened his eyes. Has the restriction on a piece on the board been destroyed? He mumbled to himself, reaching out to gently brush the void in front of him. In an instant, the space twisted and a go board appeared in the void. The board was not solid, but seemed somewhat ethereal. It looked like a scene outlined by some special energy. On that board there were black pieces emitting a faint light. Upon closer inspection, each piece bore a name. Yet at this moment, among the many black pieces, one had already lost its luster, as if it had completely fallen silent. Tianqi. Has he encountered trouble? The Emperor of the Shadow Sky looked at the dull piece, his brow slightly furrowed. Has Bai Yunyan discovered it? Impossible. With Bai Yunyan's current strength, she cannot breach my restriction. His face was filled with confusion as he murmured to himself. Although the restrictions he had placed on those pieces were merely an attack of his in the entire immortal spirit realm, the Emperor of the Shadow Sky was very confident that no one could withstand it. At this moment, he truly stood as the pinnacle of the immortal spirit realm, and there was no one else. After all, Bai Yunyan had reincarnated, and he had no rivals left in the immortal spirit realm. Strange, who else has the power to break my restrictions? The Emperor of the Shadow Sky pondered, perplexed. Master. Just then a figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared beside the Emperor of the Shadow Sky. He was shrouded in his robe, making it impossible to discern his stature or appearance. However, from his voice it could be determined that he was a man. Qi Tiansheng Ouyang Tian has fallen. The figure in black continued. I am already aware. The Emperor of the Shadow Sky replied calmly, nodding his head rhythmically while tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. The only thing I cannot comprehend is, who in this world has the ability to break my restrictions? His gaze was profound as he stared into the distance, contemplating. The figure in black seemed to fall into thought, as well remaining silent. After all, the Emperor of the Shadow Sky was the strongest person in the world today. The restrictions he had set were difficult to break even for an ordinary Immortal Emperor, let alone in the true spirit realm where the pieces resided. It could be him. Suddenly the figure in black seemed to remember something and spoke. The Emperor of the Shadow Sky's gaze shifted to him with a hint of confusion. Do you remember the one who annihilated the Phoenix clan?